Chapter 1 Black Stockings Floating from the Balcony. A gust of hot summer wind swept through the hall, making the curtains rustle. Jiang Chen had just finished showering and was shirtless, casually grabbing a towel to dry his wet short hair. He was a recent college graduate, 1.85 meters tall, handsome, and with years of fitness training, he had a well-proportioned and muscular physique. There seems to be something on the balcony? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on his own balcony, and he stopped drying his hair. It was a dazzling black. A pair of lace-trimmed women's stockings lay quietly beside his clothes rack, apparently blown in from next door. Jiang Chen walked over and picked up the stockings, his heart skipping a beat for no reason. His landlady, Xin Lan, lived next door. A top-tier mature woman around 28 years old, whose appearance and temperament are impeccable. Her figure is so good it's unfair. She's the kind of stunning goddess you can remember for a lifetime after just one glance. What's worse, Xin Lan is not only his landlord, but also the president of the company where he interned. Jiang Chen still remembers the scene when he went for the interview at that big company 3 months ago. He was a junior college graduate, and when Xin Lan spotted him among a group of elites from prestigious universities, he was completely stunned. Although good 985 and 211 universities are no worse than junior colleges. But Jiang Chen wasn't confident enough to be easily accepted by such a top company. And the job he was assigned was to be the president's assistant. During his internship, the stunningly beautiful female CEO coincidentally learned that he was looking for an apartment. And coincidentally, she rented him her upscale apartment in a prestigious neighborhood at a price far below market value. To improve work efficiency, Mr. Qin subsequently moved to the room next door. That's right, the room next door also belongs to her. It's because this CEO owns a lot of properties. Jiang Chen gently twirled the black lace stockings that felt cool and smooth to the touch. It exudes the same jasmine fragrance as Xin Lan. He looked up at the various lace lingerie pieces swaying in the wind on the neighboring balcony, feeling conflicted. Jiang Chen hesitated for half a minute. In the end, she grabbed a t-shirt, put it on, and walked out the door with the stockings in her hand. Thump, thump, thump. The corridor was quiet, and Jiang Chen's breathing sounded particularly clear. A few seconds later, the door lock clicked. The door opened. Jiang Chen's prepared remarks suddenly caught in his throat, and he felt as if he had stopped breathing. The door was only half open, and Xin Lan leaned lazily against the doorframe. A delicate and refreshing fragrance of jasmine wafted over. She was wearing only a thin, ice blue silk slip dress. The delicate straps hung on her exquisite, rounded shoulders. The nightgown wasn't long, and her two long, slender, snow-white legs were so perfect that Jiang Chen couldn't take his eyes off them. Is something the matter, Xiao Chen? Xin Lan's voice was slightly hoarse and languid, with a slight upward slant at the end, making Jiang Chen's heart itch. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Jiang Chen's throat went dry, and he subconsciously took a half step back, raising the object in his hand. This seems to be yours. It was blown onto my balcony by the wind just now. Xin Lan's gaze fell on the black stockings in Jiang Chen's hand, and a playful smile appeared on her red lips. She didn't go to take it immediately, but instead took a graceful step forward. Although the air conditioning in her room was on full blast, Jiang Chen still felt a wave of heat wash over him. Xin Lan has such a great figure. At 1.72 meters tall, even barefoot, she's only half a head shorter than Jiang Chen. From this distance, Jiang Chen could clearly see the exquisite, curvaceous figure beneath her silk nightgown. Really? She chuckled, extending her slender, fair fingers to snatch the stockings from Jiang Chen's hand. As she pulled off the stockings, her icy fingertips deliberately and slowly traced across Jiang Chen's burning palm. Jiang Chen shuddered. Thanks. Xin Lan casually draped her stockings over her arm, and instead of closing the door, she opened it completely, turning to the side to reveal the entryway inside. Come in and have a seat. I just opened a bottle of good wine. What? Are you afraid your sister will eat you up? Xin Lan turned around and smiled, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Xin Lan's noble and elegant temperament is truly a test of one's abilities. Every move she makes exudes the ultimate charm of a mature and sophisticated woman. Jiang Chen then followed them inside as if possessed. Xin Lan's room was much larger than Jiang Chen's, and it was luxuriously decorated with an expensive aromatherapy scent in the air. Would you like something to drink? Xin Lan walked barefoot on the soft wool carpet toward the huge refrigerator in the open kitchen. With each step she took, the curves of her waist and hips beneath her silk pajamas were captivating. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Xinlan's skin other than her usual office lady look. He stood somewhat awkwardly in the entryway, hesitant to go inside.
Anything is fine, water is fine. Don't mention it.
Xinlan opened the refrigerator, and in the cold air, her profile was breathtakingly beautiful.
The refrigerator was crammed with imported drinks and alcoholic beverages that Jiang Chen couldn't understand.
She took out 2 glass bottles of sparkling water and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. "I, your sister, just love drinking iced drinks." In front of Jiang Chen, she deliberately tilted her snow-white neck back and took a sip from the bottle. The cool liquid made her squint her eyes in comfort.
"Can you handle it?" This statement, packed with information, made Jiang Chen's face flush. This CEO Qin is truly a devil.
However, at this point, his persona is that of a naive and innocent male college graduate. Of course, this character was essentially him playing himself. For some rather unique reasons, he had no practical combat experience.
Jiang Chen took a deep breath, calming his restless heart once again. "Mr. Qin, thank you. I need to go back and revise the plan later, so I won't be able to drink with you."
Xinlan's smile faded slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes.
"Really?"
The plan, she repeated softly, seemingly finding it somewhat amusing.
"All right then, I won't keep you any longer." Boom! A dull, loud thud came from underground, interrupting her words. The entire building shook with the loud noise. Jiang Chen stumbled and almost fell.
After a moment, the shaking stopped. Jiang Chen, leaning against the bar, said in a somewhat panicked voice,
"Could it be an earthquake?" "No. Look outside."
Xinlan's face turned deathly pale as she pointed to the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen suddenly turned around.
The sky outside the window, which had been bright and sunny, suddenly darkened completely in just a few seconds.
Daytime turned into night in an instant.
A strange, dark purple energy storm churned wildly high in the sky.
Sizzle.
Blinding lightning tore through the dark purple sky, followed by a torrential downpour.
Ah! The bustling street below instantly transformed into a living hell.
Those pedestrians who didn't have time to take shelter screamed in agony the moment they came into contact with the rain. The two hurried to the French windows and looked down. Jiang Chen witnessed firsthand how the skin of a real estate agent who was on the phone was visibly rotting, smoking, and peeling off. He rolled on the ground in agony, his cries of pain incredibly piercing. Just a few minutes later, he fell silent. It looked like a brutal massacre had taken place here, with corpses littering the entire street. Red blood mixed with poisonous rain spread wildly across the ground.
Ugh!
Xinlan covered her mouth, her whole body going limp with fright.
"Close the window." Jiang Chen reacted quickly, rushing over and locking the open window on the balcony tightly. Just then, both of their phones simultaneously went off with a piercing alarm.
The television also turned on automatically, and after the screen flickered with static, an emergency broadcast appeared.
"Global emergency alert. Global emergency alert. An unidentified energy storm has swept the globe. Atmospheric composition has changed dramatically. Do not go outside. Avoid contact with rain. Repeat, but do not." Sizzle.
Jiang Chen looked at the hellish scene outside the window, then glanced at Xinlan beside him, who had been high and mighty but was now trembling with fear and her face turned pale. He realized that the whole world had been completely changed at that moment. Just then, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang directly in his mind.
"Apocalyptic era detected. Energy storm sweeps through. Global species mutating.
Congratulations, host.
The apocalypse survival system has been activated. Welcome to your era." Chapter 2 Post-Apocalyptic Survival System.
A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Jiang Chen shuddered.
System? In the instant the apocalypse arrived, I unexpectedly awakened a system?
Having read Huang Shizi's novels for many years, he certainly knew what this meant. From now on, he can eat cilantro whenever he wants and beef whenever he wants. Jiang Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement, quickly focused his mind, and began to browse the information that appeared in his mind. Apocalypse Survival System. This system aims to help the host better survive in the apocalypse and stand at the pinnacle of all things.
Core Function 1, Ability Replication. Core Function 2, Survival Coins.
The higher the quality and the greater the quantity of talent within the host's sphere of influence, the more survival coins will be automatically generated daily.
Core Feature 3, System Shop.
The host can use survival coins to exchange for all necessary items in the shop, including but not limited to food, water, weapons, enhancement potions, and advanced technology blueprints. Jiang Chen's heart began to pound wildly. Copy abilities. Survival coins. System shop. This is practically a cheat code tailor-made for the apocalypse. He glanced at his data panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Strength, 0.8. Agility, 0.9. Constitution, 1.0. Spirit, 1.2. The limit for mortals is 1. Call. I never thought that the secret I've kept hidden for so long would still be exposed. Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of stale air. The system's power was indeed amazing. However, now that the end of the world has arrived, those problems that once troubled him no longer seem to be problems. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Host has not yet acquired a shelter. Please expedite the establishment of your faction. Once your faction has high-quality personnel rated S level or higher, the exclusive shelter feature will be activated. Exclusive shelter. The host's current residence will be equipped with constant temperature, humidity, and sound insulation. It will also feature top-tier air purification and water circulation systems. Its defenses will be significantly enhanced, and water, electricity, gas, and internet will be provided indefinitely. The host is invincible within the shelter. No one can harm the host. Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly. The reward for this task is absolutely amazing. Isn't this much better than those protagonists in novels who get dismembered and then reborn? They have to build their own shelters months in advance, while here they can just go straight to their stomachs. Xiao Chen, look at your phone. Xinlan's trembling voice pulled Jiang Chen back to reality from the shock of the system. She held up her phone, her beautiful face now devoid of color, filled with terror. Jiang Chen took the phone. The above are various news pushes and short videos that popped up just a few minutes ago. Shocking. The ice sheets at both the North and South Poles are spreading rapidly. Is an ice age on the horizon? The entire country of Sakura is flooded. An energy storm triggers an unprecedented tsunami. A highly aggressive mutated creature has been detected in the ocean off the west coast of the United States. Toxic rain is falling globally. How can we survive? Various horrifying news reports and images constantly bombarded their eyes. Army collapses, cities fall, monsters roam. In just a few tens of minutes, the civilized order established by humankind is rapidly collapsing. It's over. It's all over. Xinlan's body went limp, and she slumped onto the carpet, her expensive nightgown revealing glimpses of her cleavage, but she was completely unaware. No matter how rich or powerful she is. Faced with this global catastrophe, she was nothing more than a helpless woman. If she hadn't happened to be at home today, she could very well have become one of the corpses on the street. Poison rain wouldn't give her any special treatment just because she's pretty. At this moment, her eyes were lifeless, and she had completely fallen into despair. However, Jiang Chen's gaze turned fiery at this moment, and he stared intently at Xinlan. If even a woman like her can't be considered talented. That day, probably no one in the world deserved those 2 words. System, scan her. Jiang Chen silently commanded in his mind. The next second, a blue light screen that only he could see swept from the top of Xinlan's head to the bottom of her feet. Name, Xinlan. Appearance, 97, devastatingly beautiful. Body type, 100, golden ratio, practically perfect. Rarity, SS rank, peerless beauty. Special ability, spatial power unawakened. Status, extreme fear, on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. Xiao Chen. Are we going to die? Xinlan completely broke down. Tears welled up in her eyes as she desperately grabbed Jiang Chen's trouser leg, his only support. I don't want to die. I still have so much money left to spend. I've never truly been a woman before. I'm so unwilling to accept this. She cried incoherently, like a helpless child. Jiang Chen slowly squatted down and took her cold little hand in his. His palms were large, warm, dry, and full of strength. Xinlan's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up in surprise and met Jiang Chen's confident and passionate eyes. President Qin, Jiang Chen said, his voice calm yet firm. No, now I should call you Sister Lan. Don't be afraid. He pulled her up from the ground. Xinlan's body was so limp that she almost collapsed into his arms. Jiang Chen said confidently in her ear. Don't worry. With me here, we'll all be fine. Hope shone in Xinlan's eyes. If she could live, who would willingly choose to die?
She looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Really? Really? You're really not lying to me?
Zhang Chen stopped talking and picked her up in his arms. Qinlan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck.
She was enveloped by Zhang Chen's strong masculine aura and an indescribable sense of security, and miraculously, she stopped trembling.
She immediately, or rather, powerless to resist, was carried out of her room by Zhang Chen.
I went into Zhang Chen's room next door. Chapter 3 Friendly Exchange.
The moment Zhang Chen returned to his room, the system notification sounded on time. High-quality personnel rated S level or higher detected within the faction exclusive shelter activated.
Construction of the dedicated shelter begins. Buzz. An invisible energy swept across the room in an instant, centered on it.
Zhang Chen could clearly feel that the walls, windows, and floor of the room were shimmering with a barely perceptible light. The thunder and lightning, car horns, and screams of people outside the window were completely shut out at this moment. The room instantly became warm and cozy, and the lighting became incredibly stable and soft.
Qinlan also sensed this change, and she gaped in shock. What's going on? It's like all the sounds outside have disappeared.
I told you, I'll keep you safe. Zhang Chen gently placed her on his large bed and looked down at her. In absolute safety and quiet, Qinlan's heart, which was on the verge of collapse, finally calmed down. She looked at Zhang Chen, the subordinate she had just teased, who now exuded a mysterious aura that made her feel at ease.
Xiao Chun, you.
Before Zhang Chen could explain anything, the system's notification interrupted him.
Qinlan has not awakened any special abilities.
After Qinlan awakens her supernatural abilities, the shelter will unlock an additional space, a top-notch buffet restaurant.
Note, all food in the buffet will always be kept in optimal condition.
You can replenish your food using survival coins after you finish eating.
Upon seeing the reward, Zhang Chen's gaze instantly became even more fervent. Isn't this like giving away stockings and having your hands smell sweet? He finally understood.
The system is forcing him to indulge in pleasure.
Zhang Chen then looked at the frightened little white rabbit on the bed.
Qinlan felt flustered under his gaze and subconsciously brought her long, snow-white legs together. Her silk nightgown ripped and wrinkled, outlining her extremely alluring curves.
Sister Lan, Zhang Chen said, his voice slightly hoarse with suppressed emotion. Qinlan responded nervously.
Go take a shower, Zhang Chen said, pointing to the bathroom in his room.
Take a bath? Qinlan was stunned.
Qinlan was startled by the solemnity in his words and his undisguised aggressive gaze, but more than that, she felt a strange sense of submission that even she herself couldn't understand.
Okay, she bit her red lips and stood up tremblingly, like a docile lamb.
As Qinlan walked to the bathroom door, she suddenly turned back to look at Zhang Chen, her beautiful face flushing red.
You don't have any of my clothes here.
You can go to my room and pick out a few things you like, and I'll wear them one by one for you to see. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and a beautiful curve was outlined on the hazy glass.
However, Zhang Chen did not stay outside to admire the beautiful scenery.
After all, a state banquet awaited him, and this mere pre-dinner dessert was hardly enough to tempt him. When there are higher peaks waiting for him to climb, he will not care about the mud under his feet.
Zhang Chen then returned to Qinlan's room next door.
Following her instructions, Zhang Chen pushed open a door next to the master bedroom.
This place has been transformed into Qinlan's personal walk-in closet. Zhang Chen opened the door and his breath hitched. Everywhere you look, there are all sorts of clothes that can get men's blood pumping.
On the east wall hang elegant evening gowns, glamorous cheongsams with slits, and sophisticated teacher suits. On the west wall are innocent and lovely sailor uniforms, energetic cheerleader uniforms, and sexy and alluring bunny girl outfits. And all sorts of QQ uniforms that made Zhang Chen's eyes water and his heart race.
Holy crap! Sister Lan is so knowledgeable.
He never expected that the aloof and dignified female CEO in front of outsiders would have such a hobby in private.
Zhang Chen's gaze swept over the numerous clothes, and the more he looked, the more envious he became.
His fingers traced patterns of silk, lace, and uniform fabrics.
Finally, he stopped in front of a bright red hanfu embroidered with a phoenix.
A golden phoenix spreads its wings as if about to take flight, and various jewels and gold shimmer with dazzling colors under the lights. It's less a piece of clothing and more a top-tier work of art. Indeed, you can tell at a glance that you can't afford a real luxury item. The value of this dress is probably enough to buy an apartment in Shanghai.
Zhang Chen then decisively took the gorgeous hanfu out of its designated cabinet.
And she also picked out several different styles of clothes from the room. Carrying this huge pile of spoils, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to return to his room. Inside the shelter, it was warm and cozy, like springtime. The sound of running water coming from the bathroom added to the ambiguous atmosphere. A few minutes later, the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door clicked open, and steaming water billowed out. Lan, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out gracefully. Her fair and delicate skin glowed with an alluring pink hue under the rising steam, and her long, straight, beautiful legs were faintly visible beneath the bath towel. When she saw Jiang Chen, and then saw the pile of clothes he had thrown on the bed, her pretty face flushed red to her ears. "You little rascal." She spat lightly, her voice shy yet carrying a hint of allure. You really know how to pick?" Jiang Chen suppressed his inner turmoil and pointed to the clothes on the bed. "Sister Lan, pick your favorite outfit. I'm going to take a shower first." He rushed into the bathroom somewhat nervously. He had even forgotten that he had just taken a shower. Outside the bathroom, looking at the pile of clothes on the bed that made her blush and her heart race, and listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Lan was extremely flustered. She slowly walked to the bedside and untied the bath towel. She put on the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe on her flawless body. Of course she knew what Jiang Chen was planning to do next. An hour ago, she would never have given herself away so easily. "Those jokes I usually make are just to tease this little man who is the only one who has ever made my heart flutter. He wants to truly possess himself, but that won't be so easy." But now, looking out the window at the apocalyptic scene of lightning and thunder, Lan had lost all hope for her future. The world is about to end. Money, status, power, can all vanish in an instant. What's the point of all her so-called insistence? Since that's the case, why not just enjoy life to the fullest? At the very least, I've achieved a dream I've been longing for. She had already figured it all out while she was taking a shower. Jiang Chen probably felt the same way. He just wanted to indulge himself one last time before he died. That's why I pretended to be someone I could rely on, so that I wouldn't reject him. After all, to die beneath a peony is to die a romantic death. So be it. Anyway, it won't be long before everyone dies. So why not give him one last chance before he dies? To die together with Jiang Chen like this is romantic enough. It's a pity it's a bit too late now. She should have been braver a few months ago. At this moment, Lan was still doing mental preparation, trying to convince herself. After all, she had never had any intimate contact with a man in her entire life. And now, it's about to happen. Lan had no idea how amazing the power Jiang Chen was about to unleash was. Chapter 4: The Powerful System Shop. However, now that he was inside, Jiang Chen took another thorough and careful shower in the bathroom. He was even close to breaking his previous record for the longest shower. This shows just how much he values this friendly exchange. He had been preparing for this moment for far too long. When he came out wrapped in a bath towel, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Lan was sitting obediently in the center of the bed, waiting for Jiang Chen to arrive with a gentle and charming demeanor. She put on that bright red Hanfu wedding dress. The bed was covered with a bed of bright red silk brocade embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns in gold thread, and the wide sleeves of the skirt were layered upon layered. Lan's jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a striking visual contrast with her bright red wedding dress and snow-white skin. The cinched waist accentuated her slender figure, and beneath the tight crimson silk lay breathtaking curves. Against the backdrop of this classic wedding gown, her mature and alluring temperament was somewhat tempered, instead exuding a breathtaking, classic, and dignified solemnity. Such a beautiful sight is something even the emperor may never have seen. Little Chen. The final image is a still shot of the view outside the window. A purple lightning bolt ripped through the pitch-black sky, seemingly foreshadowing the world's decline. Inside the room, a fierce storm was raging. This is yet another fall from grace. Noon the next day. The sky outside the window was still a dark purple, filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. But inside his refuge was a beautiful spring scene, like a paradise independent of this apocalypse. At this moment, Jiang Chen was awakened by a soft, contented hum, like that of a kitten. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was not an unfamiliar ceiling. Instead, she had delicate, snow-white skin and jet-black hair that cascaded down the pillow like a waterfall. Lan clung to him like a docile octopus, her sleeping face serene and content, with even a trace of glistening tears still clinging to the corner of her eye. Her stunningly beautiful face, which could bring ruin to a country, no longer possessed that aloof and unapproachable queenly aura. Instead, there is an almost sacred languor in weariness. Jiang Chen chuckled contentedly, his gaze sweeping over the now drastically changed bedroom. His room wasn't very big, but it looked quite cluttered at the moment. The bright red phoenix-patterned Hanfu wedding dress was crumpled and tossed on the carpet at the foot of the bed. Various colored lace stockings, evening gowns, teacher's suits, and sailor uniforms were scattered from the doorway all the way to the bedside. Jiang Chen even felt a pair of cool, smooth, red-soled black high heels next to her pillow. He went a bit too far last night. But what does it matter? He looked at Qin Lan, who was completely naked, in his arms and felt extremely satisfied. This seemingly unapproachable, aloof, and powerful woman who runs a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate was now nestled obediently in his arms. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Daily settlement begins. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had almost forgotten about this. So after the settlement was completed, he immediately checked his current survival coin balance. A full 1,000 survival coins appeared out of thin air in his account. System, bring up the settlement rules for survival coins. The rules are as follows. Accepting B-level talents 1 in 1,000, 1 survival coin is awarded daily. Accepting A-level talents 1 in 10,000, 10 survival coins are awarded daily. Accepting S-level talents 1 in 100,000, 100 survival coins awarded daily. Accepting SS-level talents 1 in a million, 1,000 survival coins awarded daily. Accepting SSS-level talents 1 in 10 million, 10,000 survival coins will be awarded daily. Looking at the tenfold increase in the ratio, Jiang Chen finally understood how terrifying Qin Lan, this SS-level talent, was. A tenfold difference. It seems that this system is not focused on quantity, but rather on quality. 1 SS level Qin Lan is equivalent to 10 S level or 100 A level. He had originally thought that he could win by sheer numbers in the future. Now it seems that this idea is probably not going to work. The quality of talent is the most crucial factor. So, above SS rank, there's an SSS rank? Jiang Chen's gaze fell back on Qin Lan in his arms. An SS level talent is already this perfect. As for that SSS level being, how extraordinary and unparalleled must they be? Even in megacities with tens of millions of people, it's not guaranteed that a talent of this caliber will emerge. And they also had to make sure she didn't die in this apocalypse due to some kind of accident. However, if he can successfully recruit SSS level talents, what kind of huge boost will it provide to his power? This is really something to look forward to. Jiang Chen then suppressed the excitement in his heart, knowing that now was not the time to think about this. You might never see a goddess of this caliber in your lifetime. A talent that is 1 in 100 is enough to become an unforgettable memory for ordinary people. The fact that he was able to meet Qin Lan is already an enviable achievement for most men in the world. But there's no use thinking about it so much, there's always a way out. The most urgent task now is to improve our own capabilities as soon as possible. Only in this way can we better survive in this cruel apocalypse. Now that we have 1,000 survival coins, it's time to spend them. Jiang Chen then opened the system shop. A blue virtual interface unfolded before his eyes. This shop is divided into 4 categories: supplies, weapons, enhancements, and rare items. Jiang Chen first clicked on the supplies section. 1 loaf of bread, 1 survival coin. 1 bottle of purified water, 1 survival coin. High-calorie chocolate bar 100g, 1 survival coin. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers full set, 10 survival coins. These are the necessities that would make you want to punch a dog's brain out in these apocalyptic times. The prices in the system's online store are incredibly cheap. Jiang Chen glanced at it briefly and quickly lost interest. The vital signs are maintained, that's all. If all you can eat is this, then what's the point of talking about enjoyment? He still has a top-notch buffet restaurant in his possession that he hasn't checked out yet. Jiang Chen didn't even look at these ordinary foods and water. However, if needed in the future, one could use the items inside to make some exchanges with people. These things that he might look down on would likely become highly sought-after life-saving supplies in the eyes of others. Jiang Chen then closed the supplies tab and opened weapons. Fire axe, 10 survival coins. Military-grade machete, 50 survival coins. Military-grade crossbow with 10 bolts, 100 survival coins. Type 92 pistol including 50 rounds of ammunition, 300 survival coins. AK-47 assault rifle with 100 rounds of ammunition, 500 survival coins. Fragmentation grenades, 50 grenades grenade. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the AK-47 for a moment. With the apocalypse approaching, the importance of firearms is beyond doubt. As everyone knows, if my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary.
Guns can provide an unparalleled sense of security and oppression.
Although he is now protected by the shelter, he can't be a coward forever. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to exchange it. It's not too late to make a decision after you've finished browsing this mall.
So he clicked on the enhancements section in the system shop.
Upon seeing the products on this page, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate for his earlier decision.
Because the contents smell absolutely amazing. Chapter 5: The Mysterious Little Blue Pill.
Vault Door Reinforcement Level 1 upgrades to a bank vault grade alloy protective door, capable of withstanding small explosive charges.
Price: 300 survival coins.
Shelter Window Reinforcement Level 1 upgrades to bulletproof one-way glass, capable of withstanding 7.62 mm bullets.
Price: 400 survival coins.
Shelter Wall Reinforcement Level 1 built-in shock absorbing layer and bulletproof steel plate, sound insulation improved by 1000%.
Price: 500 survival coins.
Alert Range Level 1 generates a 360-degree holographic alert network, covering a 50-meter radius around the shelter.
Any approaching threatening creature will trigger an alert. Price: 800 survival coins.
Defense Mechanism Level 1 automatically generates various protective traps at doorways, windowsills, and other locations.
Price: 1000 survival coins. These are the real gems. Jiang Chen's heart raced.
As everyone knows, of the 3,000 great paths, the Tao of the Sovereign is supreme.
If you want to survive better in such a cruel world, how can you not be a little cunning? With this equipment, he can transform this shelter into a true doomsday fortress.
In particular, the one-way glass function in the window enhancements section caught Jiang Chen's eye. One-way glass allows you to see clearly from the inside out, but from the outside you cannot see anything inside.
Doesn't this mean?
Jiang Chen's mind was immediately filled with some extremely daring images.
Wow, this system understands me so well. Jiang Chen then took a deep breath and began to calculate his assets.
I just received 1,000 coins today, so I have to be careful with how I use them.
Safety is the top priority.
Just as he was about to reinforce the doors and windows first, his gaze fell once again on Qin Lan in his arms.
Last night's frenzy was extreme, but the results were also astonishing.
Her ivory white skin was now covered with various red marks and fingerprints.
Jiang Chen felt a pang of heartache.
Qin Lan has silently shouldered and sacrificed a lot for herself. Moreover, without her presence, he wouldn't have had such a perfect start. Even with the system in place, he is not immortal. Jiang Chen has always been a kind person at heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained chaste for so long.
System: does the store have any special medicine for treating external injuries? The items in the oddities section were then opened in front of Jiang Chen. Rapid-acting wound spray relieves pain in 1 second, stops bleeding in 3 seconds, and restores full recovery in 10 minutes. Price: 100 survival coins. High-efficiency recovery pill, oral administration.
Instantly heals all internal and external injuries, and restores full stamina and energy.
Price: 200 survival coins. This is good. There's definitely a reason why it's expensive. If used properly, this thing can even easily buy a life.
Jiang Chen glanced at Qin Lan, who had risked her life to accompany him last night, and chose the latter without hesitation. After carefully considering the current situation, Jiang Chen made the purchase decision. Firearms are indispensable. Having them provides a degree of initiative in the face of any unexpected situation. They are currently on the 27th floor, and the shelter has undergone initial reinforcement, so they should not encounter any threats in the short term. Upgrades to windows and walls can actually be postponed for a while. Jiang Chen then selected 3 items from the system store and submitted the payment.
AK-47 assault rifle, 500 survival coins. Shelter gate reinforcement level 1, 300 survival coins. High efficiency recovery pill, 200 survival coins. Total expenditure, 1,000 survival coins. Confirm? Confirm. Purchase successful.
The AK-47 assault rifle has been automatically stored in the system space, a high-efficiency recovery pill has been delivered to the host, and the shelter door has automatically begun upgrading. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he felt a change in the sensation in his hand. A small blue pill, about the size of a pearl and emitting a strange fragrance, appeared out of thin air in his palm. At the same time, a slight buzzing sound came from the doorway.
Jiang Chen knew that the gate to the shelter was under renovation. Eat?
Startled, Lan in his arms fluttered her eyelashes a few times and slowly opened her hazy eyes.
Their eyes met.
The air seemed to freeze.
Lan's memories flooded her mind like a tidal wave.
Last night's madness, the apocalypse, this man's possessiveness, and...
Ah!
She gasped in surprise, only then realizing that she was clinging to this man.
Ah!
Lan blushed to the roots of her ears.
Okay, I'm not kidding anymore.
Jiang Chen smiled, took her hand, and placed the small blue pill to her lips.
Here, eat this. What is this?
Lan blinked her reddened eyes, looking at the pill curiously. A miracle drug, Jiang Chen said seriously. My family's secret 9-turn great rejuvenation pill is the most effective treatment for your condition.
Pooh.
Lan rolled her eyes at him, but still obediently opened her red lips. Jiang Chen's fingers inevitably touched her moist lips, and the soft touch stirred his heart once again. The pill melts in your mouth, transforming into a cool, sweet, warm current that flows into your limbs and bones.
Lan's eyes widened instantly.
She could clearly feel the effects of the medicine, as if bathed in a gentle spring breeze. Within seconds, she felt herself back to her best condition.
This is...
Lan looked at her hands in disbelief, then at Jiang Chen.
A miracle drug? I already told you, it's a family secret recipe. Jiang Chen proudly flicked the tip of her nose.
Lan was completely stunned. She suddenly realized that this man, who was several years younger than her, was hiding unimaginable secrets. This almost miraculous, mysterious pill, coupled with this magical sanctuary that isolates everything. And his terrifyingly powerful fighting ability. She had thought that last night was her and Jiang Chen's last indulgence before dying in the apocalypse.
Now it seems.
Perhaps, they really do have a chance to survive.
Chapter 6 Top-Tier Buffet Restaurant.
Upon thinking of this, Lan's eyes immediately lit up with hope. Looking at Jiang Chen's face, all the fear and shyness in her heart turned into enthusiasm and dependence.
Xiao Chen.
Her voice also became sweet and moist.
Jiang
Chen looked at her change and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lan didn't speak, but instead took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white, lotus-like arms and tightly hook them around his neck. She offered herself to him, pressing her body against his strong chest, tilting her head back, and kissing his lips fiercely.
Jiang Chen.
Another 10,000 words are omitted here.
Gurgle.
A rumbling sound broke the atmosphere in the room. A moment later, Jiang Chen and Lan stopped moving at the same time. The two stared at each other, and a hint of embarrassment instantly rose on Lan's flushed face. I didn't mean to, she said softly, clutching her stomach.
Put. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud.
From yesterday until now, the two of them have basically eaten nothing except for drinking a little water. Even the strongest body can't withstand such strain.
Moreover, Lan had just taken a highly effective recovery pill.
Although physical strength has been restored, bodily functions have become more efficient, and hunger naturally surges back like a tide.
What do you want to eat?
Jiang Chen pinched her cheek affectionately.
Anything is fine. Lan lay weakly in his arms.
Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously.
Really, anything is fine?
Lan immediately remembered something, her cheeks flushed red, and she gently punched Jiang Chen.
Bad guy. They don't want to talk to you anymore.
Jiang Chen laughed and picked her up from the bed, eliciting a soft cry from her. I'm not kidding you anymore, I'll treat you to a big meal. He carried Lan to the living room, placed her on the sofa, and carefully helped her put on that ice blue silk camisole.
Sister Lan, watch carefully.
Jiang Chen stood in the open space of the living room, smiled and winked at her. Next, it's time to witness a miracle.
What?
Lan thought he was talking nonsense again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and silently chanted, activate the secondary space.
Buzz.
Under Lan's shocked gaze, the air in front of Jiang Chen began to distort. A soft white light gate appeared out of thin air.
Inside the portal was an incredible sight. This is...
Lan covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. Behind the light gate was a vast, pure white space. The space is filled with top delicacies from around the world. The buffet table stretched as far as the eye could see, with steaming Australian lobsters, mountains of French foie gras, golden and crispy Chinese roast duck, and exquisitely presented Japanese dishes. On the other side was a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, filled with all kinds of rare red wines, and even some of the brands that she couldn't name.
Dessert section, fruit section, seafood section. Everything you could want is here, and there's no end to it.
Jiang Jiangchun Qinlan's mind went blank. She thought she was dreaming. She had seen grand occasions before, but the scene before her eyes overturned her understanding.
This isn't the end of the world, it's clearly stepping into paradise.
Welcome, my dear hostess. Jiang Chen smiled and extended his hand to her, his movements as elegant as a gentleman.
As if sleepwalking, Qinlan, holding Jiang Chen's hand, walked barefoot into that space step by step. When she finally stood in that culinary paradise, smelling the aromas filling the air, she could no longer resist.
Wah! This woman, who didn't cry when the apocalypse came, now hugged Jiang Chen tightly and burst into tears.
That's great, that's great. We don't have to die.
As an elite individual who manages a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, she is well aware of what all of this means in the face of the apocalypse.
This is simply a miracle.
Jiang Chen is bringing her more and more surprises.
Stop crying.
The food here is always in top condition, and it's time for us to get some real nutrition. Jiang Chen smiled and wiped away the tears from Qinlan's eyes as he held her in his arms. This admired career woman and icy goddess was now holding a very cute and charming little girl in her arms. The charm that Qinlan exudes is something that only she can possess. Jiang Chen took a plate of freshly pan-fried A5 filet mignon and a small dish of sturgeon caviar from the table next to him.
Here, have a taste. Qinlan didn't care about Jiang Chen's teasing. Since she already had his people, why would she care about his jokes?
She then sat down at the table, picked up her knife and fork, and began to devour the food in a whirlwind. As for things like elegance and image, she no longer cares about them at all.
Qinlan transformed into a little train and started churning around.
Qinlan was moved to tears during this lunch.
She never imagined that eating could be such a blissful experience. No. I can't take it anymore. There's no more room in my stomach. If we keep eating, it'll probably overflow.
Qinlan leaned back in her dining chair, patting her slightly protruding belly.
Xiao Chun, we now have a shelter, and so much delicious food. Can we just keep living like this forever? Qinlan smiled sweetly and looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. Food can only keep us alive, but it can't make us live well.
He led Qinlan away from that side room, and the two walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The view outside the window made Qinlan's smile disappear again.
The toxic rain from yesterday stopped some time ago.
But this does not mean that the end of the world is over, and that what happened yesterday was just a dream. The purplish-black sky was covered with dark clouds. Although there was no terrifying sound of thunder and lightning, it was eerily quiet outside. At this moment, gray-black snowflakes are falling from the sky outside the window.
It's snowing. This is impossible.
Qinlan's voice trembled.
It should be summer right now.
Yesterday, she had the air conditioning on and was wearing a tank top in her room, but she still felt a bit hot.
How could it have gotten below zero overnight? Moreover, the color of these snowflakes is very strange. These snowflakes, like yesterday's poisonous rain, are probably toxic.
The apocalypse has not stopped at all. On the contrary, it is developing towards an even more terrifying stage.
What to do?
Qinlan's heart, which had just been at ease, was filled with anxiety again. She looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of longing.
We're probably going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives.
Even if we're trapped here and die, as long as you're by my side.
Even death doesn't seem so scary anymore. Jiang Chen looked at the flawless Qinlan and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Who would have thought that this icy goddess would actually be a hopeless romantic? However, Qinlan is just as adorable in this way. Are you worried?
Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he looked at her worried expression.
Aren't you worried? Qinlan was taken aback. Why was Jiang Chen's reaction completely different from what she had expected? Of course not. Jiang Chen shook his head. Because we have become different from others.
Sister Lan, now I will demonstrate another, even more mysterious power.
Qinlan opened her eyes wide and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity.
She wondered what kind of surprise her little man would bring her next.
Watch closely.
Jiang Chen looked at the dining table in the living room and immediately activated the superpower he had copied from Qinlan.
Then, something amazing happened.
The dining table, along with the cups and other items on it, vanished into thin air in an instant.
Ah!
Qinlan's eyes widened instantly, and she covered her mouth tightly. She looked at Jiang Chen with some disbelief.
Spatial abilities? Chapter 7 Spatial Abilities Get Stronger While AFK. You guessed right. However, this ability of mine actually comes from you. And I was just borrowing it for a little while. Jiang Chen smiled and took Qin Lan's slightly cold hand in his. After his friendly conversation with Qin Lan yesterday, her supernatural abilities were fully awakened. The spatial ability he currently possesses is a 1:1 copy of Qin Lan's. No matter how powerful Qin Lan becomes in the future, Jiang Chen will be able to copy the superpowers within her. In a sense, as long as he can replicate enough superpowers, he can become the strongest person in this world simply by idling. This post-apocalyptic survival system truly helps him achieve his ultimate goal of survival in every aspect. As for why Qin Lan doesn't know how to use it, it's simply because she's not yet aware of it. With just a little guidance, she can master this magical power. After all, the harder she works, the stronger she becomes. Therefore, Jiang Chen will not keep anything to himself in this regard. At this moment, Qin Lan looked at her hands in disbelief. Can I also possess this kind of magical power? How should I use it? Jiang Chen guided her, calming her excitement, and slowly told her how to use this power. Calm down, calm your mind, and truly feel it. There is a wonderful energy flowing in your body. Guided by Jiang Chen, Qin Lan took a deep breath and closed her eyes. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, she finally felt the faint energy in her blood. So Qin Lan followed Jiang Chen's example, focusing her attention on an empty wineglass on the table and silently chanting in her mind. Receive. Whoosh. The wineglass vanished into thin air. Wow. I think I can actually do it. A look of surprise flashed across Qin Lan's eyes. It turned out that Jiang Chen really hadn't lied to her. Put. Smack. The wineglass reappeared on the table, but perhaps because Qin Lan wasn't familiar enough with her superpowers. At that moment, the wineglass was smashed upside down on the table. Even so, it was enough to excite Qin Lan. I did it! Jiang Chen! I did it! Qin Lan jumped up excitedly, threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, hugged his neck tightly, and kissed him hard on the cheek. She was so excited. This is simply a miracle. With their superpowers, the two of them could protect themselves even in the apocalypse. Great! Great! We're saved! Jiang Chen, quick, let's try again. Okay. Sister Lan, don't rush. The two of them excitedly hugged each other. Ever since I met Jiang Chen, it seems like good things have been happening all the time. Qin Lan wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, looking at his handsome face. Unable to resist, he stood on tiptoe and passionately kissed her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Although Jiang Chen and Qin Lan's lives were monotonous during these 3 days, they were full of fun. Their daily tasks consist of 2 things. First, we should engage in friendly exchanges. Second, train your superpowers and become familiar with how to use them. With the help of the highly effective recovery pills, the two of them balanced work and rest, and their progress was very rapid. When you get tired of communicating, practice your superpowers. When you get tired of practicing your superpowers, go back to communicating. Finally, they were so tired that they cuddled together and had a good sleep. Qin Lan's spatial ability has evolved from only being able to collect a table to being able to collect a sofa. Her spatial abilities have expanded the personal space she can have to the size of a bedroom. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had it much easier. He could directly copy Qin Lan's progress in developing her superpowers and use it directly. All he needed to do was put in extra effort during their conversation to help Qin Lan relax. The outside temperature had already reached -30 degrees Celsius. Outside the window, the dark gray, poisonous snow had already covered the entire earth. They have accumulated to a thickness of about 1 story. The streets, cars, and many dead lives were buried in the snow. The world fell into utter silence. In stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene outside, the shelter maintained an optimal temperature. Furthermore, with the production of survival coins over the past few days, Jiang Chen has gradually upgraded the entire shelter. Now his room is truly an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, any threatening creature approaching within a 50-meter radius will trigger an alarm immediately. If they continue to act willfully, Jiang Chen won't even need to lift a finger. The security measures at the entrance will easily eliminate these threats. The survival coins I had were almost all spent. At dusk, Jiang Chen was leisurely leaning back on the leather sofa in the living room. Qin Lan's overall demeanor has also undergone a remarkable transformation.
She used an elegant and expensive wooden hairpin to pin up her cascading hair, revealing her fair and slender neck. A few playful strands of hair fell beside her flawless face, adding to her gentle and demure wifely charm. However, at this moment, she was dressed according to Jiang Chen's requirements. She wore her usual work attire, a very representative suit and pencil skirt, along with black stockings and high heels. This contrasting aura was once present in this former domineering female CEO. It gives her a unique charm. At this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty female CEO, but merely Jiang Chen's gentle and domestic little wife. She stood attentively by his side, personally brewing Jiang Chen a cup of freshly made Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea, its aroma filling the air. "Xiao Chen, have some tea." She respectfully handed over the teacup, her voice so gentle it seemed to melt hearts. Jiang Chen took the teacup and took a small sip. He then placed it on the coffee table in front of him. The next second, he pulled me away with his big hand. He pulled Qin Lan down onto the sofa and forcefully wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Ah!" Qin Lan exclaimed in surprise, and then obediently fell into his arms. Chapter 8 Messages in the Owners Group. 3 hours passed in a short exchange between the two. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was evening. Qin Lan's delicate and boneless body leaned against Jiang Chen's chest without reservation, her long, slender, and fair legs naturally draped over him. After their first sexual experience, the two calmed down a bit and weren't as eager as they had been a few days ago. Jiang Chen then picked up the two phones that were stacked together on the bedside table. He handed it to Qin Lan, who was resting her head on his chest, rubbing her hair in circles. "By the way, Sister Lan, it seems like we haven't looked at our phones in a long time. I wonder how this apocalypse outside has developed into now. Since there's nothing to do right now, I might as well get a sense of what's going on these past few days so I can make some preparations." Qin Lan took the phone and unlocked it skillfully. After the phone is turned on, a dense barrage of messages pops up. The various missed calls, text messages, and all sorts of advertisements kept her phone stuck for quite a while, almost causing it to crash. Qin Lan stared at her phone, her expression somewhat dazed. She'd been having such a comfortable few days that she hadn't touched the phone much. If it weren't for the eerie drop in temperature outside the window and the deadly poisonous snow, which only served to confirm the impending doomsday, it would be a different story. She almost thought she was on her honeymoon with her husband. The two then adjusted their positions and began to examine the changes that had taken place outside in the past few days. Global emergency notice: due to the impact of an energy storm, major water systems worldwide have been contaminated by ash and snow, with strong biological toxicity detected. Do not drink directly from these waters. Urgent notice from the city: the city's water supply system and natural gas pipelines have been completely shut down. Power and internet signals are currently being maintained by an emergency power supply system and satellite signals, which may be interrupted at any time. Experts point out that while toxic fumes are potent, they are not insurmountable theoretically. Wearing a full set of biohazard protective clothing allows for brief periods of outdoor activity. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer as he read the experts' remarks. I really don't know how these people who are just sitting around doing nothing have the nerve to make such a suggestion. Even if the poisonous snow could really provide protection, where would ordinary people find a full set of biohazard protective suits? This suggestion is just as ridiculous as renting out your vacant house and using your car to make money by hauling fares. I have extra empty houses and private cars, how can I be poor? The severity of this disaster seems to have exceeded everyone's imagination. The government seems unreliable now. Qin Lan's face turned pale as she opened an official notification and showed it to Jiang Chen. The notice stated that the military had established a temporary safe zone in the outskirts of the city, dozens of kilometers away, but added at the end, survivors who are capable are advised to go there on their own. This news essentially sealed the fate of all the survivors. Everyone now has to rely on themselves to survive this apocalypse. As for how long he can live, that's all up to fate. Until the threat of the poisonous snow is eliminated, everyone will be trapped on these isolated islands. After learning about this official information, the two had a general understanding of the current external situation. In short, the current situation is far from optimistic. Everything is heading towards the worst possible outcome. After reading these messages, the two opened the community's WeChat group, which already had over 999 members. As soon as I clicked in, countless new messages kept popping up. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself with 999 plus unread messages again. However, this situation is normal, since the outside is covered by poisonous snow and no one can go out. We need to pay more attention to information within the community so that they can live a little longer.
2701 Manager Wang, at everyone. At Property Management. Are you all dead?
I'm dying of thirst. Aren't you going to find a solution right now and fix this quickly? 1904 Mrs. Lee, if this problem isn't resolved, you won't get a single penny of next year's property management fees.
1502 Brother Zhao, ha.
At a time like this, there are still people so naive.
Forget next year, you'd be lucky to even survive next week. 1703 Xiao Zhang, ah.
I'm so cold, I'm so thirsty, I want to drink water. After so many days of apocalyptic disaster, it's uncertain whether anyone in the property management company is still alive, so they wouldn't be responding to these people's messages. Moreover, the property management company's rights are, frankly speaking, not as great as those of the neighborhood committee.
For a global catastrophe like this, what good would it do to ask them for help?
The outside temperature has now dropped to below -30 degrees Celsius. For some homeowners whose doors and windows are drafty and poorly insulated, the temperature inside their houses has even dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius. Even in households that have taken good care of keeping warm, the indoor temperature is only a few degrees above zero. Moreover, the current power supply is extremely unstable. Being able to charge your phone is already considered a blessing. As for heating devices like air conditioners and electric blankets, forget about them. All I could do was wear my clothes, cover myself with several layers of blankets, and shiver in bed. Some of the elderly people with poor health have even frozen to death at home.
However, the cold is not the most serious problem right now. The most serious problem right now is the lack of water. Most people still have some food in stock.
It's cold, but wearing more layers of warm clothes can help you get through it.
But clean water is a necessity.
2203 Zhangwan, to those neighbors who are unbearably thirsty, I have a piece of advice.
The water sources outside have been completely polluted. Don't throw away those iced teas at home, they might save your life someday. 1703 Xiao Zhang, holy crap, drinking alone?
That's ruthless. I'll save this iced tea now. Another piece of useful knowledge has been added.
1201 Professor Liu, at 2203 are you crazy?
Even if I freeze to death, die of thirst, or jump off the 12th floor, I would never drink that kind of stuff.
2203 Zhangwan, at 1201 Professor? Can you drink a professor's degree like water? I didn't force you to drink it.
If you want to die, just jump.
Stop pretending.
The atmosphere in the group became very oppressive, and everyone's heart was filled with despair.
Are they really left with only iced tea?
However, soon after, someone made an even more terrifying suggestion.
1502 Brother Zhao, damn it, how many days can we survive on iced tea? Apartment 3001 in our building is always empty. It's definitely vacant.
I suggest we neighbors break down the door and go in to find supplies.
Anyone interested? 2701 General Manager Wang, at 1502 Brother Zhao, count me in. We'll split what we find. At worst, we can pay him back after the apocalypse ends. 1904 Mrs. Lee, I'm going too. My husband is locked up at the company and can't come back. I'm a woman with a child all alone. Please, take me with you.
Seeing the group chat starting to organize and prepare to buy their neighbors for free, Xinlan felt a chill run down her spine. Only 3 days have passed, and order is already on the verge of collapse. Right now they're just demolishing empty houses. In a few days they might start demolishing houses that are actually inhabited. In the end, these people might even be willing to kill each other for supplies.
Human nature, under such extreme circumstances, cannot withstand any test. Xiao Chen, what if they come and break down our door too?
Xinlan was filled with worry, and she subconsciously gripped Jiang Chen's arm tightly.
Chapter 9 Xinlan's personal motives.
Although she had awakened her superpowers, she had never seen anything like this before. This collective violence, along with the increasingly severe apocalyptic disaster outside, made her extremely uneasy. If Jiang Chen hadn't been there, she probably would have been one of those panicked people in the group.
Even her beauty might become a death knell for her in the apocalypse. Right now, there isn't a complete legal system to protect her. Don't worry.
Jiang Chen pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her thick, soft hair. He pointed to the soft light overhead, and then to the light clothing the two of them were wearing.
Sister Lan, haven't you noticed yet? Xinlan was taken aback. Electricity, water, and temperature. She suddenly realized. Why is everything normal here? It's not like what those people said at all. No lack of water or electricity, and the house is as cold as an icebox. Jiang Chen didn't want to hide the information about the shelter from Xinlan.
Anyone who had lived there for a while would definitely be able to notice the unusual things about it. However, Jiang Chen did not reveal all his secrets, he only shared some information with her. This way, she can also feel a certain sense of security. Although he was invincible inside the shelter, he didn't want the relationship between the two of them to become so strained. All of this can be reduced to a single transaction. Qin Lan, an SS-level talent, is crucial to the future development of their faction. Interpersonal relationships are not so simple. He doesn't want to find someone who has been brainwashed by the internet and can't see reality as a teammate. Jiang Chen has a severe aversion to stupidity. He will never recruit anyone who might disrupt the harmony of his power structure. It should be their good fortune to be able to join his forces. Judging from the current situation, he is incredibly lucky to have met someone like Qin Lan, who is at the SS level. Especially now that he is at his weakest and most insignificant. With Qin Lan's help, the difficult game was instantly transformed into an easy mode. This is essentially no different from opening it. However, don't assume that Qin Lan is an easy person to talk to just because of this. If they hadn't already developed a certain emotional foundation before the apocalypse, she would never have agreed to her request. If someone were to actually threaten her with their life, given Qin Lan's level of pride, that would be a serious threat. She would either choose to commit suicide rather than endure such humiliation. They might choose to play along, waiting for the right moment to stab you in the back to avenge their past grievances, and then choose to commit suicide. Jiang Chen had been following Qin Lan for some time and had gained a basic understanding of her personality. She is absolutely capable of doing either of the two possibilities mentioned above. So it's best to tell her the truth and not let her doubt herself. If she discovers something, she might leave his sanctuary, or something might happen and she might die outside. Then the spatial ability he copied and the huge amount of survival coins he earned daily would all leave him. Since that's the case, it would be better to tell her some secrets about yourself from the beginning, to avoid creating unnecessary hidden dangers for the future. After considering these matters, Jiang Chen slowly said to Qin Lan, "If spatial abilities are your superpower, then this shelter is also part of my superpower. It can have its own top-notch air purification and water circulation systems, and the electricity, gas, network, etc. here will not be affected by the outside world. Furthermore, as my strength increases, I will be able to improve the various attributes of the shelter and unlock more auxiliary spaces." As Jiang Chen explained, Qin Lan's mouth opened wider and wider, her eyes filled with surprise and relief. Although she noticed something strange about the house when the apocalypse had just begun. But she never expected that the house would become so amazing. This place is simply the shelter I've always dreamed of in the apocalypse. The surprises this man brought her were endless. Then wouldn't we be? Can we live in this apocalypse for a very, very long time? Thinking of this, Qin Lan excitedly hugged Jiang Chen tightly and kissed him hard on the cheek. The feeling of having an absolutely safe and resource-rich shelter in the apocalypse was even more blissful than when she was a billionaire CEO. Just then, a new message popped up in the group chat. 1502 Brother Zhao, at everyone, I just got some important news. Tomorrow at 12 noon, there's a barter fair being held on the B2 level of the underground parking garage. Everyone bring out anything you don't need right now, and you might be able to exchange it for some food and drinks. The news caused another uproar in the group. Previous transactions were all small scale. Finally, someone organized a big event tomorrow. Now those who were on the verge of dying of thirst, hunger, or cold have finally found hope to continue living. A barter conference? Qin Lan's eyes lit up. Xiao Chen, shall we go? Yes, of course I'll go. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. But, it seems like we have everything we need here, Qin Lan asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Chen smiled and pinched her thigh, his fingertips feeling the amazing elasticity through the thin black stockings. Food and water are not lacking. But his gaze traveled downwards, landing on the several torn holes in the stockings. Sister Lan, aren't you going through a lot of stockings, QQ uniforms, these past few days? Qin Lan's face turned red to her ears, and she punched Jiang Chen lightly. It's all because of you, you bad guy. You just know how to bully me. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. The system shop has a lot of supplies and equipment items. But these clothes that could add fun to life are not stocked up. Although Qin Lan had a lot of clothes in her walk-in closet, they couldn't withstand the couple's reckless waste. Moreover, he also needed to go out and scout out the situation, and perhaps see if there was an opportunity to take in a few more goddesses of decent quality. Qin Lan alone is not his limit. Furthermore, to become stronger and unlock more items in the shop, he needs to recruit more high-quality goddesses.
The apocalypse may be merciless, but humanity remains compassionate.
How could Jiang Chen bear to let these precious resources be left to languish outside?
He hates waste the most. Then it's settled. Jiang Chen made the final decision.
Let's go out for a stroll together tomorrow at noon. With the itinerary for the next day decided, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became subtle. This was the first time they were preparing to step out of this safe haven since the end of the world.
Qinlan leaned against Jiang Chen's chest.
Although Jiang Chen and her superpowers were there to protect her, she was still a little nervous. She remained silent for a long time, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely complicated expression.
Xiao Chen. You think my behavior these past few days has been very indulgent?
Her voice trembled slightly.
Jiang Chen was taken aback, then laughed. How could that be? I really like the way you are now, Sister Lan. Really? Qin Lan's eyes flickered. Then, don't you feel a little tired of it?
Before Jiang Chen could react, Qin Lan continued talking to herself, biting her red lips as if she had made up her mind.
Xiao Chen, I understand you. I know how powerful you are.
Many times, you were deliberately taking care of me, and you didn't get to enjoy yourself as much. Her beautiful phoenix eyes glanced down unconsciously, and 2 blushes instantly rose on her cheeks.
I can't bear you all by myself.
She buried her face in Jiang Chen's chest, her voice muffled. If it weren't for that magical little pill these past 3 days, I probably would have been crippled long ago. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely guessed what Qin Lan was about to say.
Sister Lan, you. Let me finish.
Qin Lan mustered her courage, raised her head, and looked at him intently.
We're going out tomorrow. It'll definitely be dangerous outside, but there will certainly be many survivors.
Among them, there will definitely be beautiful girls. I don't want you to feel constrained because of my feelings.
I really can't feed you by myself. So?
He considered many possibilities, even the possibility that Qin Lan might stop him out of jealousy. But what I never expected was that this former billionaire CEO would be so proactive, clear-headed, and even rational.
Sister Lan, you. Don't misunderstand.
Qin Lan stretched out her slender finger and touched Jiang Chen's lips. I'm not some saint who would selflessly share you with others. I did this partly out of self-interest. A rational glint flashed in her eyes, and that confident, elegant, and all-powerful CEO aura returned to her.
Chapter 10 Qin Lan's Scheme. First, as I just said, I'm too tired to take care of you by myself.
Secondly, I know you have many secrets, and I won't pry into them, but I have one request: you must respect me.
In this core of our shelter, I don't want to see a second man besides you. I can't serve any other man.
Third, and most importantly. Qin Lan's expression turned extremely serious, and she looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. From now on, in our home, whether in bed or out of bed, you will be in charge of everything. I can only offer you suggestions. At most the final decision is in your hands, and I will comply unconditionally. But the part about managing the other sisters must be left to me. When this topic came up, she confidently puffed out her chest. I can manage a corporate group with over 100,000 employees in an orderly manner, so managing my future sisters will definitely not be a problem. I don't want our doomsday shelter to be destroyed because of a bunch of women fighting over a man. Looking at the confident and proud Qin Lan in front of him, Jiang Chen felt nothing but admiration.
She's so smart.
After stopped controlling her brain, her intelligence regained its dominance. She saw through everything and, in the shortest amount of time, secured the greatest benefit for herself. Qin Lan knows clearly that everything she has now is due to herself. Therefore, she did not pursue so-called equality and exclusivity, but directly handed over all her initiative, willing to humble herself and act subserviently. She could even help him find more women to satisfy his own needs. Ultimately, her 3 conditions boil down to just one thing.
That is, she wants to be the head of the harem. For Jiang Chen, this was really no big deal.
In this apocalypse, he could simply enjoy himself to the fullest, but Qin Lan had many more things to consider.
Sister Lan, you really are.
Jiang Chen said with some emotion as he embraced the stunning beauty in his arms.
What? You don't want to?
Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with a teasing glint.
If you don't want to, then even if I work myself to death, I will never let you touch another woman. Yes. Of course I'm willing.
Jiang Chen laughed heartily, hugged the vixen tightly in his arms, and kissed her fiercely. This kiss was full of appreciation and passion.
After a long while, their lips parted. Xinlan leaned against him, panting, a satisfied smile on her face. "Since you've agreed, shouldn't you tell me the truth?" she asked curiously. "Why do you need more women? Don't tell me it's because you're lusting after their bodies." Jiang Chen laughed and joked. "Of course I'm craving it, but it's hard to satisfy me just by yourself. After all, you know my true strength. But more importantly, with their addition, our force can become even stronger in the future." Jiang Chen decided to let Xinlan know a portion of the information completely. This way, she can help him even more wholeheartedly. "Sister Lan, do you still remember your spatial abilities?" "Okay." Xinlan nodded. Jiang Chen leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I can help qualified individuals awaken their supernatural abilities. Furthermore, I can also possess the same superpowers as these talented individuals, making our force even stronger." He didn't mention the doomsday survival system or survival coins, which were his most important secrets. But Jiang Chen only shared a portion of the information, which was enough to surprise Xinlan. Xinlan looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes growing brighter and brighter. It turns out that Jiang Chen can not only help himself awaken his superpowers, but he can also help many other people awaken their superpowers. If Jiang Chen can replicate enough superpowers, then they might actually be able to survive to the end in this apocalypse. Upon thinking of this, Xinlan's breathing immediately became rapid. "Oh my god. Xiao Chen. This is simply a god-level ability to build a powerful force. As long as you're here, we'll definitely be able to survive this apocalypse." Xinlan's eyes sparkled as she gripped Jiang Chen's hand, even more excited than Jiang Chen himself. At that moment, she finally found hope to live. This is a matter of utmost importance. We must act as soon as possible. She picked up her phone, immediately scrolled through her chat list, and began offering advice to Jiang Chen. "I also have several good sisters who are all very beautiful, from excellent family backgrounds and with good upbringing. Some of them are even leaders in their respective industries. And I can assure you, they are all very clean. Look, these are their photos." Xinlan opened their WeChat moments and her own photo album, and introduced their information to Jiang Chen one by one. This beautiful doctor in a white coat has an even more aloof and elegant demeanor than Xinlan, like an iceberg snow lotus, exuding a sense of asceticism. There was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in yoga clothes, performing a challenging yoga pose. Her figure was so hot that it was hard to know where to look. A university teacher was dancing a classical dance, her skirt swaying gracefully, revealing a charming and elegant demeanor. A female celebrity, dressed in a glamorous stage outfit, was backstage preparing to go on stage and playfully winked at the camera. There was also a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty with fair, glowing skin, delicate and three-dimensional features, and an exotic charm. Some are mature, some are charming, some are innocent, some are quiet, some are aloof. Some are petite like dolls, some are lively and innocent, some are 1.8 meters tall with exaggeratedly good figures, some are two sisters who look exactly alike, and there are two photos of two people who, although their ages and temperaments differ, share many similarities in their eyes and eyebrows. It's true that most of the friends of beautiful women are also beautiful women. Unfortunately, her body was almost falling apart, and she could no longer satisfy Jiang Chen. Looking at the photos of her close friends, Xinlan couldn't help but sigh. "Well, the snow outside is poisonous, we don't know if they're dead or alive." Then, as if remembering something, she suddenly breathed softly into Jiang Chen's ear, her voice incredibly seductive. "Oh, right, Xiao Chen. I also have a personal, beautiful secretary who lives not too far from our neighborhood. She's incredibly beautiful. She has the face of a first love, but her figure is absolutely stunning." Lan Jie's personal secretary, isn't that his cold and extremely strict boss at the company? The thought that in the future, he could become her boss, while she could only become his subordinate, made him very happy. Jiang Chen immediately became excited. This was something he never dared to dream of before. Xinlan was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's reaction. She smiled and gently ran her slender fingers across Jiang Chen's chest. "And also, aren't you curious about when I was still a cold and aloof CEO? Why have you never had a boyfriend?" Chapter 11. When there's something to do, the secretary will handle it. Who would have thought that this stunningly beautiful CEO, who always appears aloof and unapproachable in the eyes of others, has such a side to him? No wonder she's never had a boyfriend all these years. No wonder, no wonder. Jiang Chen's movements then froze, and he stopped again. Xinlan, that enchanting woman, even though her body was already at its limit, still couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Do you really think it's that easy for him to put up with it? Oof. Jiang Chen got up again, feeling annoyed. Okay. Qinlan smiled and hugged him from behind.
Jiang Chen opened his phone with a sense of helplessness, somewhat unwilling to deal with this domineering older sister who only cared about starting fires and not putting them out. But then he beamed with joy and turned to hug Qinlan.
Because the time on my phone has already reached midnight. Bite. Daily settlement begins. Today's survival coin settlement, 1,000. Survival coins have arrived in your account. Jiang Chen then had an idea.
At this moment, another small blue pill emitting a strange fragrance appeared in his hand.
Sister Lan, come on, have some candy.
Such precious resources, why did you have to use them in this kind of place? It seems I really need to find a few more younger sisters to help me share the burden in the future. Although Qinlan was complaining, her actions betrayed her true feelings.
After all, how can a fake phoenix or illusory dragon compare to the happiness we have now?
After she had tasted the sweetness of it, she became quite attached to it and didn't want to leave. The miraculous pill melted in my mouth, and that familiar warm current that instantly revitalized me spread throughout my body once again.
She perked up and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms with renewed vigor. Hee, my husband is so good.
Jiang Chen held her soft, delicate body in his arms, while secretly making plans in his mind.
1,000 survival coins, that sounds like a lot.
But each pill costs 200, which is really a bit of a pain to use. It's only because Qinlan is around that they can barely tolerate his wasteful spending. If this were an S-level talent, they could only accumulate 100 coins a day, which probably wouldn't even be enough to buy medicine.
It seems that attracting more high-quality talent has become an urgent matter.
He wasn't just doing this for his own enjoyment, he was doing it so that they could survive better in this apocalypse.
20,000 words omitted here.
The 4th day since the end of the world began.
Since the two of them fell asleep close to dawn, they slept straight until 3 p.m.
It's all your fault, that's why we got up so late, Qinlan said, blushing as she tidied her slightly messy hair. However, she looked radiant at that moment, her flawless face exuding a languid and charming aura, radiating the qualities of a perfect wife.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Bad people, they just bully me. After playfully bickering for a while, the two finally began preparing for their first outing. While Qinlan went to find clothes, Jiang Chen stretched his muscles a little and felt full of energy. After awakening their superpowers, their physical abilities were also enhanced in all aspects.
Strength, 1.5. Agility, 1.4. Body condition, 1.8. Spirit, 2.0. The limit for mortals is 1. Jiang Chen glanced at his data panel and was very satisfied.
His current physical abilities have surpassed those of ordinary humans, so this bit of cold is no threat to him. After Qinlan awakened her superpowers, her physical abilities were also enhanced. Although there is still a gap compared to him, all indicators have already exceeded the limits of ordinary people. To avoid drawing too much attention to the two of them, Qinlan specifically chose two relatively ordinary outfits.
After they were both dressed, they felt unbearably hot.
After all, the room temperature is 24 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Even if the two of them were naked by the floor-to-ceiling window, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Qinlan even had fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She adjusted her collar and urged,
"Honey, are you done yet? I'm dying of heat. Let's get going."
They're here.
Jiang Chen, dressed neatly, walked out of the room, carrying a half-empty black backpack.
It contained some ordinary supplies intended for exchange.
However, the backpack's main purpose was to conceal its identity.
It's best to avoid revealing information about superpowers and systems.
Having some trump cards up your sleeve is still very necessary in this apocalypse. Who knows, maybe one day we can use this information gap to trick someone. With everything ready, the two walked to the reinforced alloy door. "Sister Lan, are you ready?" Qinlan took a deep breath and took Jiang Chen's hand.
Jiang Chen silently chanted in his heart, and the heavy alloy door slid open without a sound.
Call.
A gust of cold wind suddenly rushed in from the fire escape. The moment the chill touched their skin, it was neutralized by the surging supernatural power and strong blood energy within them. The two of them merely raised their eyebrows slightly, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, they were wearing such thick clothes indoors, and it was really hot and stuffy. If these thoughts were heard by those who live in ice cellars all day, thirsty, cold, and hungry, and who would freeze to death if they weren't careful. The thought of killing that despicable couple will definitely arise. This is just too Versailles. Chapter 12, Buying Stockings. Underground parking garage, level B2. The exchange was completely different from what Jiang Chen had imagined, because it was simply too large in scale. Looking at it, you can't see the end at all. It reminded me of when I was a child, visiting a rural market. Everyone focused on the paths in the middle of the parking spaces. People lined up their surplus household supplies on both sides of the road. Although there were many people here, the overall atmosphere was lifeless. Most people were wearing the thickest clothes they could find, down jackets, windbreakers, quilts, they were all wrapped up very thickly. They were breathing out hot air, shivering in the sub-zero temperatures of the underground garage. Money has lost its meaning here. Those expensive watches, limited edition bags, gold, and jewelry can't even buy a loaf of bread here. Whether the future order can be restored remains to be seen. These days, the things that can keep people alive are the real hard currency. Basically, everyone was bartering. Compressed biscuits in exchange for saliva. Anyone want to trade? Toilet water is fine too. I have a pack of cigarettes, trade it for a packet of instant noodles. Or anything edible. Fever reducer. I have fever reducer here. Change the water. Just change the water. A man wearing glasses held up a box of acetaminophen tablets and shouted loudly. The people around him immediately showed greedy eyes, but when they heard that he wanted to change the water, they all dispersed reluctantly. The water source was polluted, and no one dared to collect the toxic snow from outside. Water is the hardest currency here. The appearance of Jiang Chen and Qin Lan instantly attracted everyone's attention. The reason is simple: these two people are completely out of place with their surroundings. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and they both looked extremely relaxed and at ease. I don't know what the handsome guy said, but it made the beautiful woman giggle. She took his hand and gently punched him. This young couple seemed to be living in the pre-apocalyptic world, showing no signs of worrying about the future. Damn, are these two idiots? It's already the apocalypse, and they can still laugh? That woman, she's fucking gorgeous. None of the celebrities on TV are as pretty as her. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Look at their complexion, they're definitely not ordinary people. Qin Lan was completely unconcerned about the stares from those around her. She simply tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's hand and curiously surveyed the exchange event. Xiao Chun, it seems that order can still be barely maintained here, she said in a low voice. Well, it's only the fourth day after all, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Although most people are struggling to survive, they are not yet at the point of running out of supplies. When these people can no longer survive, that will be the time when hell descends. He could feel the oppressive and desperate atmosphere in the air. When food and water are completely exhausted, the demons within people are unleashed. During a great famine, people resorted to cannibalism. These 6 short words are the answer to this apocalypse. However, none of this concerns Jiang Chen, since he has a cheat code. At this moment, Jiang Chen's system scanning radar was already operating at full power. He scanned every woman he encountered. Unfortunately, after browsing for so long, he only managed to scan one B-grade woman, and she had a husband and child with her. It's not that he has some kind of mental fastidiousness, but rather that he lacks the most important Wei Wu spirit. Rather, the effort and the reward are completely disproportionate. Even if you forcibly take her into the shelter, it will only produce 1 more survival coin per day. Qin Lan's output alone is equivalent to that of 1,000 beauties of this caliber. There's absolutely no need to waste your energy on her. Moreover, after being bombarded with photos of Qin Lan's beauty and figure, his aesthetic standards have been raised too high. If this B-cup beauty were still innocent, he might be able to pique her interest a little. Although Jiang Chen looked down on her, in reality, a B-grade beauty is already quite good. There's a chance of finding a B-grade beauty like this among roughly 100 women. She could easily be considered a class beauty or department beauty. Qin Lan, arm in arm with Jiang Chen, also carefully scanned the crowd. They are looking for new strategic partners. However, she did not find any good cooperation targets. Qin Lan sighed in disappointment. Sigh, it seems there won't be any good results today. If the new sister doesn't come soon, I'm about to fall apart from all the torment you've caused. Jiang Chen didn't respond to her complaints, but his eyes lit up when he saw a stall in front of him. He took her arm and walked straight over. This stall is a bit special. It doesn't sell food or drinks, but instead displays boxes of brand new, unopened stockings. The stall owner was a thin woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked somewhat malnourished. She was hugging her knees, her lips turning purple from the cold. As for appearance, the system chose not to rate it. Because it's just too ordinary. Boss, how do I change these stockings? As soon as Qin Lan spoke, the woman suddenly raised her head. When she saw Qin Lan's face and figure, her eyes instantly filled with jealousy. Why is there such a huge difference between women who are both women? If she were that beautiful, she could have married into a wealthy family long ago. Boss? Ha, ha. You want to buy this? Qin Lan nodded, reached out and picked up a box, looked at the brand, and pursed her lips. The quality is so-so, she whispered to Jiang Chen. The cheapest one I own is enough to buy dozens of these. Never mind. Qin Lan didn't seem to care. She turned back and gave Jiang Chen a charming smile. Anyway, it's just for you, my husband, to tear it up and play with, so the quality is just so-so. Hiss. Although Qin Lan's voice was not loud, it caused a huge uproar in the ears of several men who were secretly watching the scene. Envy, jealousy, and resentment instantly focused on Jiang Chen. Oh shit. This jerk is so lucky. In the apocalypse, having such a stunning beauty as a wife is already a blessing. And she even came over to buy stockings specifically for him to tear and play with? Is this guy even human? They even turned goddesses of this caliber into this state? Just thinking about what happened after those two got home made them grind their back teeth to powder. Jiang Chen didn't care about the stares from those around him at all. These people have no recourse other than jealousy. Whether Qin Lan's food was sweet or salty, he had fully savored it. Boss, I'll take all of these. All of them? The woman was stunned at first, then her face lit up with ecstatic joy. Brother! What will you use to exchange? Jiang Chen unzipped his backpack and took out 3 500 milliliters bottles of purified water. Is this enough? When those 3 well-packaged, crystal-clear bottles of mineral water appeared on the stall. Not just the stall owner, but everyone around them held their breath at that moment. Water! It's clean water! My God! He has so much water! The stall owner then snatched the bottled water and hugged it tightly to his chest. Enough! That's more than enough. These are all yours. The stall owner hurriedly stuffed all the dozens of boxes of stockings into a large plastic bag. Brother! I run an online store. I still have some at home. Do you want more? I'll go get you some more. Next time. Jiang Chen took the bag of stockings, took Qin Lan's hand, and turned to leave. Stop! A shout came from behind. Chapter 13 Stunning Flight Attendant. This sudden, powerful shout was completely different from the despairing survivors around him. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them, and no one dared to block their path. 4 or 5 strong, burly men swaggered out from the crowd. They were all carrying various weapons, fire axes, crowbars, and gleaming machetes. These people had ruddy complexions and were full of energy. They walked with the swagger of the armored second squad, exuding an air of lawlessness. Their lives after the apocalypse seemed to be even more comfortable. The survivors around them scattered in fear as soon as they saw them, their eyes filled with terror and dread. Clearly, in the first 4 days of the apocalypse, this group has already built up a considerable reputation. However, what attracted even more attention was the woman next to the burly man at the head of the group. A stunningly beautiful woman with her hands bound by a bed sheet and her mouth stuffed with a rag. Her beautiful face was filled with panic and fear. But what really catches the eye are her long, beautiful legs. The tight fabric of the fleece-lined jeans perfectly outlined her breathtakingly beautiful legs, round, firm, straight, and long. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Bite. High-quality goddess target detected. A system notification sounded in my mind. Name, Xiao Shui. Appearance, 96 devastatingly beautiful. Body, 98 devilishly beautiful. Rarity, S rank 1 in 100,000. Special ability, control of ice and snow unawakened. Status, extreme fear, weakness. S rank. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His gaze towards the woman instantly turned fiery. This is an S-level goddess. Although she can't compare to Qin Lan's SS level, she can still generate 100 survival coins every day according to the system's rules. Moreover, after helping her awaken her superpower, he himself can also possess this ice and snow superpower at the same time. He was determined to have Xiao Shui.
Just as Jiang Chen was sizing up the other person, the survivors around him whispered gloatingly. "Ha, that kid's been showing off, he's going to be in big trouble now. What's the use of being handsome? You're just brainless. What kind of time is this to dare to show off such a beautiful woman in public? Do you really think this is a peaceful era? TSK, that guy is going to be in trouble. The gorgeous woman next to him, he probably won't be able to keep her either. In the end, it'll just benefit these bastards." These sounds were very faint, but Jiang Chen heard them all perfectly, even with his extraordinary hearing. He subtly tightened his grip on Xin Lan's hand, signaling her to relax. With Jiang Chen by her side, Xin Lan was not flustered. With two space-type ability users together, how could they be afraid of these thugs in front of them? At this moment, she became quite interested and began to look at the long-legged beauty next to the thug. Although she looked somewhat frightened and disheveled, her clothes and other belongings were undamaged. These men were likely just low-level henchmen carrying out the mission, and wouldn't dare to do anything out of line to someone their boss had his eye on. The female lead wasn't sexually harassed during her capture. Xin Lan then leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Honey, this little sister, she's truly pitiful to look at." Jiang Chen looked at Xin Lan, who was getting a little excited, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Why does she seem more excited than I am? At this moment, the group of burly men had already approached. The burly man at the head of the group had a scar across his face. He glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain, but when his gaze fell on Xin Lan, he froze instantly. A greedy glint suddenly flashed in his fierce eyes. The burly man stared intently at Xin Lan, like a hungry wolf eyeing its delicious prey. Damn it! Scarface's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. He suddenly turned to the side and grabbed a thin man wearing glasses and a property management uniform from the line behind him. Smack! Scarface slapped the building manager on the back of the head and roared. Didn't you fucking say that this flight attendant is the prettiest and has the best figure in the whole neighborhood? He pointed to Xiao Shui beside him, then to Xin Lan, his voice trembling with excitement. And what about this woman? Holy crap! This woman is unbelievably beautiful. If I hadn't overheard people talking about a stunningly beautiful woman at the trade fair, I would have almost missed this gorgeous woman. Damn it, if the boss finds out, you won't be alive if he blames you. The building manager was knocked off balance by the blow. He adjusted his glasses, trembling with fear, and looked at Xin Lan with trepidation. He was stunned after just one glance, and then said in a panic. Scarface, I really haven't seen her before. The building manager was almost in tears. He really didn't have any impression of the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Just kidding, someone like Xin Lan is an absolute beauty, a top-tier stunner. Once you've seen it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. The reason he was able to remember the exact location of Xiao Shui's house, this stunning flight attendant, was that he hoped to run into her a few more times. When she walks through the neighborhood in her red flight attendant uniform, she is simply the most beautiful sight in the entire community. But the woman in front of me, she's like she stepped out of a painting, so beautiful that it's hard to look directly at her. Just as the property management customer service representative was about to faint from fright, Xin Lan whispered an explanation in Jiang Chen's ear. I own too many properties, and my secretary always handles the purchases for me. I've never had any contact with this property management company. If this neighborhood weren't close to my company, and if we weren't neighbors, I probably would never have come here. She slightly raised her snow-white chin, her eyes filled with deep disdain. The so-called large apartments here are like pigeon coops. They're nowhere near as comfortable as my villa estate. Jiang Chen chuckled and squeezed her little hand. My dear CEO, then I'm afraid you'll have to suffer with me. Home is wherever you are. My dearest husband. The way the two were speaking in hushed tones was, in Scarface's eyes, blatant disregard and provocation. They didn't take him seriously at all. Hold! Scarface got angry and, ignoring the beautiful flight attendant beside him, walked towards Xin Lan with a lewd grin. Chapter 14 Showing Affection. Scarface deliberately softened his voice, pretending to speak gently, but the threat in his words was self-evident. Beautiful lady, it's so cold outside, why suffer with such a pretty boy? He can't protect you at all. Why don't you come with us? We have plenty of supplies at our base, as much bread and bottled water as you want. As he spoke, he patted his muscular chest. Our brothers are incredibly strong in combat. With our protection, we guarantee you won't be bullied by any of those scum outside. After hearing his conditions, Xin Lan couldn't help but sneer. You won't be bullied by the scum outside, but you'll be bullied by the scum inside, right? And you think you can support me with just bread and bottled water? Do you all think everyone is my husband? I can endure hardship with someone, but that person will absolutely never be you. After being so blatantly rejected by Qianlan, Scarface couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Beautiful lady, I think you're going to have to suffer the consequences of your actions. You've really never seen the mafia before. Does this really mean it's still the end of the world? To put it nicely, I'll call you a beauty. To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a plaything. Maybe when the boss gets tired of it, he can let the rest of us line up. Beautiful lady, times have changed. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen with a provocative expression. However, after looking Jiang Chen up and down, he suddenly remembered something. The contempt on his face lessened, and he even revealed a malicious smile. Jiang Chen is over 1.85 meters tall, with a straight posture and a handsome appearance that even makes him a little jealous. If this physique existed before the apocalypse, it could completely overshadow top male celebrities. It's all because the woman in front of him is so beautiful that he almost ignored the man next to him. Although beautiful women are given priority to the boss, and the boss is not interested in men. Coincidentally, several of his good friends happened to be from Chengdu. And this pretty boy was exactly their type. Since I'm already here, this is just something I can do. He looked at Jiang Chen and chuckled. Pretty boy, why don't you come with us too? If you serve brother Jia well, he might reward you with some food and drink. Ha 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 ha. The thugs next to the burly man immediately understood what he meant and burst into unrestrained laughter. Their malicious gazes swept back and forth between Qianlan and Jiang Chen. The thought of the tragic fate that awaited this handsome man and beautiful woman filled me with excitement. At this point, this group of people completely regarded the two as their own. However, Jiang Chen and Qianlan completely ignored their threats. The two people huddled together, chatting and laughing quietly. Scarface's face immediately turned red, and he became livid with anger. He felt like a clown, completely ignored by everyone. Instead of being frightened into kneeling and begging for mercy when faced with this group of people, the two started whispering sweet nothings and flirting. They didn't take them seriously at all. Hold! You're asking for it. Brothers, grab your weapons. Scarface spat fiercely and drew the cleaver from his waist. He cracked his neck, the bones popping, and turned to his henchmen behind him, grinning maliciously. Brothers, it seems this pretty boy doesn't know what death means. Everyone, give him a good beating. We need to show him that in this apocalypse, might makes right and might makes right. His greedy gaze swept over Qianlan's stunning face and figure once more, and he licked his lips, adding, Men can go all out, but this beauty only needs to suffer a little. Just don't hurt her face or her body. Such a wonderful woman should be presented to the eldest son in full. What if the boss is in a good mood and lets us brothers have a taste too? Alright, Scarface. Don't worry, we guys know what we're doing. The 4 or 5 burly men had been waiting impatiently for some time. They let out strange laughs, twirling fire axes and crowbars in their hands, and gradually surrounded them. Hee, pretty boy, remember not to be this handsome in your next life. Damn it, I really hate guys like you who are handsome and have pretty girls to date. Then, the group's eyes were all fixed on Qianlan, and the evil thoughts and possessiveness in their eyes were almost tangible. TSK, this skin, it's even whiter and more tender than milk. That face, that figure, that aura, damn, I've never seen such a hot chick in my life. One of the closest blonde thugs couldn't resist reaching out to touch Qianlan's face. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, we're here to help you live a good life. But brother, I need to give you a thorough checkup first, to see if you're hiding any weapons on you. Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in an even more filthy laugh. Although they can't experience the pleasure of this stunning beauty right now, it's still perfectly fine for them to have a taste of her beauty beforehand. Get out of my way. Qianlan's eyes turned icy, and she gave a sharp shout. Although surrounded by this group of men with ill intentions, I still felt somewhat flustered. But her seemingly innate arrogance would absolutely not allow her to be touched by such a person. Qianlan then instinctively tried to activate her spatial abilities to kill all of them. Just as she was about to make a move, a warm, large hand gently grasped her slightly cool small hand. Don't be afraid. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, instantly soothing Qianlan's unease. Leave it to me. He patted the back of her hand, reassuring her. You don't need to lift a finger to deal with these trash. Your delicate hands have more important things to do. Qianlan was stunned. Looking at Jiang Chen's still calm and handsome profile, she couldn't help but swoon. She obediently nodded, took a half step back, and completely suppressed her aloof and domineering aura. At this moment, she was merely an obedient little woman behind her man. She would do whatever he wanted her to do, including using her delicate hands to do those embarrassing things. Oh! Scarface was so angry at the sight that he almost laughed. They're about to die, and they still dare to show off their love in front of me? He raised his knife, pointed it at Jiang Chen, and sneered. Pretty boy, I'd like to see what you're made of. I'll break your arms and legs later, then let's see if you'll still be so tough. Chapter 15. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. Jiang Chen ignored their clamor. He simply looked at the group of people calmly, as if they were a group of inanimate objects. He released Qin Lan's hand and, under everyone's astonished gaze, slowly unzipped his worn-out backpack. The backpack wasn't very big, it was just a regular student backpack, half full, as if it contained some supplies for exchange. What? You figured it out now? Seeing his actions, Scarface's mockery deepened. Only now do you realize you need to hand over the supplies and beg for mercy? Too late. To tell you the truth, we don't lack food right now. What we lack are top-quality beauties, and you, with your delicate and fair skin. The thugs around him also joined in the jeering and mockery. However, Jiang Chen seemed not to hear the noise and remained calm and unhurried. He unzipped his backpack and reached inside, as if rummaging through something. The thugs who had surrounded him stopped and mocked him when they saw his appearance. Pretty boy, you'd better not waste your time. Once we've dealt with you, all the supplies you have will still be ours. Even if you pull out something incredibly valuable, we still won't let you off the hook. If you had known this would happen, why were you so stubborn in the first place? Jiang Chen sneered. These people not only had their eyes on Qin Lan, but they even wanted to do that to him too. When they even have this idea, they are already courting death. Jiang Chen is simply choosing a way for them to die. System: exchange for a Type 92 pistol. Exchange successful. 300 survival coins consumed. Stored in system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. At this moment, Jiang Chen's hand paused slightly inside his backpack. A cold, heavy Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand. Although he still had an AK-47 in his system space, he didn't plan to take it out right now. Given the size of his backpack, there's no way it could have hidden such a large gun. Revealing it rashly will only arouse some bad speculation from others. When it comes to trump cards, you should always keep as many as possible hidden. A pistol is enough to solve all the problems at hand. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chen pulled out a black pistol with a cold metallic sheen from the small backpack. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the gun. The lewd laughter of Scarface and the thugs abruptly stopped, their faces frozen in shock. A few seconds later, the whispers of the onlookers in the distance began. What is that he's holding in his hand? A gun? Is it a gun? Impossible. That must be fake. It's a toy gun. He just wanted to scare people. Yes, it must be a model. And it's the apocalypse now, where are we going to get him a real gun? The suspicions expressed by the onlookers were also the thoughts in Scarface's mind. When he saw the gun in front of him, his pupils contracted sharply, and then he relaxed. He then burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. Ha 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 ha. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He pointed his long sword at Jiang Chen, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Kid. Have you gone mad from watching too many movies? Ha? Do you know where you are? This is China. Do you understand? China has the strictest gun control in the world. You think you can scare me with some crappy toy? You think I'm scared? Bang! A loud gunshot rang out in the empty underground parking garage. The sound was dull and violent, slamming into everyone's eardrums. This is definitely not the sound of firecrackers. It's not a toy gun. Scarface's laughter abruptly stopped. The mocking and disdainful expression on his face froze completely. Right in the center of his forehead, a tiny, inconspicuous black hole had appeared. Fresh blood was gushing out of that black hole. You. He stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief, his body swaying slightly. The fire axe in his hand clattered to the ground. Immediately afterwards, his burly body, weighing over 200 pounds, fell straight backward. Bang!
The heavy thud of the body hitting the ground made everyone present feel a sharp pang in their hearts. Blood spread rapidly from the back of his head, staining the gray concrete floor with a glaring flower of death. The entire venue remained deathly silent. If the silence just now was due to shock, so the silence at this moment stems from fear. The survivors were all pale-faced, covering their mouths, not daring to even breathe. What did they see? Murder. This incredibly handsome man, he really shot and killed someone. That gun, it's real. Ah. Those thugs surrounding Jiang Chen were the ones closest to death. They watched helplessly as their leader turned into a steaming corpse in mere seconds. The pungent smell of blood and gunpowder filled their nostrils. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Clang. Clang. The weapons in their hands suddenly seemed to weigh a ton, slipping from their limp grasp and falling to the ground with a piercing sound. Their calves were trembling violently, and a yellow liquid was leaking from under one of their trouser legs. The arrogance and lewdness on these people's faces were instantly replaced by boundless fear. The gun, it's a real gun. Run. Run. You dead leg, get moving. One of the quick-thinking thugs screamed and turned to run away. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. His deep eyes were icy cold. Jiang Chen showed no pity for these scumbags who dared to set their sights on them. He raised his hand, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at the next target. Bang! Another shot. The thug who had just run 2 steps had a burst of blood on the back of his head, fell to the ground, twitched a couple of times, and then lay still. Bang! 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 Jiang Chen showed no mercy whatsoever. His body was enhanced by supernatural abilities, making him far superior to ordinary people in terms of strength, agility, and reaction speed. With these thugs also involved, the furthest of whom was only 7 or 8 steps away from him, he was bound to hit the bullseye every time. As expected, that saying came true. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. Chapter 16: The Swan and the Ugly Duckling. Jiang Chen's movements were swift and decisive. Once the decision is made, there will be no mercy. These ordinary thugs wielding cold weapons were no different from lambs to the slaughter in his eyes. Gunshots became the only sound in this space. Every gunshot is accompanied by the fall of a life. Blood flowed freely. In just a few seconds, the thugs who were just being arrogant disappeared. At this moment, they had all turned into corpses lying on the ground. Everyone was killed with a single shot. The gunfire stopped. The strong smell of blood and gunpowder mixed together to create a nauseating and terrifying atmosphere. Only then did the survivors who had been watching seem to have been freed from their spell. Ah! A scream shattered the deathly silence. Dead, dead. They're all dead. A devil. He's a devil. Run. Murder. Panic erupted instantly. The crowd went crazy. Previously, when the two sides were facing off, they dared to stand by and watch from a distance. But now, after witnessing this swift and decisive massacre firsthand, all that remains in their hearts is fear. This man not only has a gun, but he actually dares to kill. Run. Run. Forget about the stuff. Your life is more important. Get out of my way. Fear spread like a plague. These onlookers are now wishing they had more legs. The entire B2 level instantly descended into chaos. People screamed, shoved, and fled desperately toward the exit of the underground parking garage. Those stalls that they had just treasured and used to exchange for supplies to survive were now being trampled and kicked over without mercy. Cookies, medicine, clothes were scattered all over the ground. Faced with the threat of death, these things are worthless. In less than 2.5 minutes, the entire underground parking garage became completely empty. All that remained was a scene of devastation and 5 corpses still bleeding. Call. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of white air, while the muzzle of the gun still emitted a faint wisp of blue smoke. In that short time, the temperature inside the basement seemed to drop several degrees. Little Chen. Xinlan's voice trembled slightly, and her small hands were still tightly gripping Jiang Chen's arm. Although she has seen her share of ups and downs and has managed a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. But this was the first time she had ever experienced such a bloody shooting at such close range. Her face was a little pale, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen's profile. There was no fear there, but rather a more fervent worship and fascination. This is her man. Calm, decisive, and powerful. In this chaotic apocalypse, a man who can bring her a sense of security. Jiang Chen felt her gaze, turned around, and gave Qinlan a gentle, reassuring smile. I told you, leave it to me. He gently pulled Qinlan into his arms and patted her back. All the trash has been cleaned up. Qinlan nodded heavily, burying her beautiful face deep into Jiang Chen's warm chest. The basement was quiet again. No. There was another voice. Wah, wah. A faint, suppressed sob came from the ground beside them. Jiang Chen and Qinlan turned their heads at the same time. The flight attendant was seen being pushed onto the cold ground during the commotion. Her hands were tightly bound, and her mouth was gagged. Those long, beautiful legs, clad in tight jeans, were trembling slightly from the cold and fear. Her beautiful eyes were now brimming with tears. She just stood there, not blinking an eye. He looked at Jiang Chen and Qinlan with a gaze that was a mixture of fear, confusion, and a faint plea. Looking at this stunningly beautiful flight attendant with her excellent looks and figure, Qinlan couldn't help but feel excited. Now she can finally find her sisters to help her share the burden. She then looked up and winked playfully at Lin Xia. Husband, her voice was very soft and charming. This little girl seems terrified. Shall I go and calm her down? Jiang Chen looked down at Qinlan in his arms, then glanced at the disheveled flight attendant on the ground not far away, and instantly understood. Having a capable wife is great, even things like this can be done for you. The feeling of being fully automatic is just so comfortable. Jiang Chen then smiled and reached out to pinch Qinlan's buttocks, eliciting a soft, charming moan from her. Then I'll have to trouble you, Jiang Chen said in a teasing tone. I'll go take a look around and see if these people left anything of value since they were in such a hurry. Go ahead. Qinlan gave him a look, exuding charm and allure. Jiang Chen released Qinlan and put the backpack, pistol, and brand new stockings into his personal storage space. He then leisurely walked toward the abandoned stalls. He naturally wouldn't look down on used clothes, blankets, or other junk equipment. But the medicines, common tools, and some unopened food on the ground. He wouldn't be polite at all about these hard currencies in the apocalypse. He is a frugal person and will always eat every single grain of rice in his bowl. As Jiang Chen walked, he swept useful supplies into his personal space. At this point, he gradually came to understand the joy of this $0 purchase. If only his storage space could be infinitely large. That way, we can take all the good stuff from the exchange. Unfortunately, the system space can only store equipment purchased from the system store. His personal space is currently only the size of a bedroom. If you do the math, there isn't actually that much storage space. It's just a bedroom, you can't store much stuff in there. Judging from this, Qinlan should work even harder to train her superpowers. This way, you can improve your skills more quickly. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen nodded in strong agreement. Fortunately, Qinlan couldn't hear Jiang Chen's true feelings, otherwise she probably would have wanted to beat him to death. Jiang Chen seems more suited to be hung on a street lamp than her. What kind of cold-blooded and ruthless capitalist is this? On the other side, Qinlan straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes. She then confidently and gracefully walked towards the stunning flight attendant lying on the ground, wearing tall boots. The tap, tap, tap sound was particularly crisp in this deathly silent underground parking garage. Xiao Shui raised her head in a bit of panic. The woman before me was so beautiful that words could not describe her. In particular, her powerful aura of superiority was overwhelming, and every move she made was filled with a sense of oppression. Even Xiao Shui, who has always been very confident in her figure and appearance, felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. Compared to the glamorous and stunning beauty in front of her, she now looked like a pitiful ugly duckling. Thinking about this, her long, beautiful legs involuntarily curled up. It's as if this way, they can retain a little dignity and respectability. Chapter 17, Beauty is a Sin. Qinlan looked down at Xiao Shui, who was lying on the cold ground. His jet black hair was plastered messily to his cheeks, and his mouth was stuffed with a strip of cloth, so he could only make soft sobs. Even with her clothes covered in dust and her face streaked with tears, her captivating beauty remained undiminished. Her skin was very fair, and her features were delicate, especially her large eyes that were filled with tears. It was wet and sticky, like a frightened fawn. However, what caught Qinlan's attention the most were her long, beautiful legs, tightly encased in jeans, which exuded a kind of ascetic beauty. If these stunningly beautiful legs were dressed in stockings and high heels of various colors and types, Jiang Chen would surely be captivated by them. After all, that's how she's been getting by these past few days. Qinlan silently complained to herself about Jiang Chen's strange quirks. because at times, he was really too abnormal. Of course, I also enjoyed it to some extent. TSK, I can't help but want to look at those beautiful legs a few more times. In that case, it will really be a bargain for that little pervert. Although Qin thought this to herself, she didn't show it. At this moment, a faint smile remained on her face. Qin then slowly squatted down in front of her. This action instantly closed the distance between the two people and also greatly reduced her sense of oppression. Don't be afraid, Qin said gently. We are not bad people. Looking at her infectious, gentle smile, Xiao Shui's heart gradually calmed down. Then her mouth loosened, releasing the wad of cloth that had been suffocating her. And just like that, it was taken away by the beautiful woman in front of him. Call. Cough cough, cough cough cough. The cold air, carrying a strong smell of blood, rushed into Xiao Shui's lungs, causing her to cough violently, looking quite disheveled. Before Xiao Shui could fully recover, Qin did something that shocked her. Qin extended her right hand, her palm loosely clenched. The next second, to Xiao Shui's astonishment, a gleaming silver fruit knife appeared out of thin air in Qin's palm. Exclamation point. Xiao Shui's eyes widened at this moment, and she even forgot to cough. Where did this knife come from? Magic? No. How could such magic exist? Those hands were no more than 30 centimeters away from me. Qin was very satisfied with her reaction at this moment. Without offering any further explanation, she turned the blade in her hand and sliced open the things binding Xiao Shui. Sizzle. With the bedsheet cleanly and neatly cut, Xiao Shui finally regained her freedom. She struggled to sit up, but her limbs were already numb and stiff from being bound and cold for so long. As soon as I exerted any force, my limbs went weak and I felt like I was about to fall to the ground uncontrollably. A pair of soft yet strong hands promptly supported her arm. Be careful. Qin helped her up from the ground and let her lean against a nearby cement pillar. Xiao Shui's voice was terribly hoarse due to dehydration. You all. Why did you save me? Because you are beautiful. Qin's answer was direct and frank, yet incredibly realistic. Beauty can bring you many conveniences and benefits, but it can also bring you many disasters. And in this apocalypse, being beautiful is a sin. Without strength, one can only become a plaything for other powerful individuals. Her words, like icicles, pierced Xiao Shui's heart. Yes, if it weren't for them. I'm afraid I'm. Xiao Shui dared not think any further, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Look at you, your lips are all chapped. You must be very thirsty during this time. Qin looked at her pale, chapped lips and reached out her hand once again. To Xiao Shui's shocked and bewildered gaze, the fruit knife vanished into thin air. Instead, a bottle of unopened purified water appeared in her palm. Gulp. Xiao Shui stared intently at the bottle of water, swallowing a non-existent saliva. Water. It's clean water. Her throat was practically burning. Because she often travels for work, there is practically no water or food stored at home. She has barely had any water since the apocalypse began. Drink it. Qin unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the water to her. Xiao Shui could no longer care about being shocked or maintaining her composure. She snatched the water bottle, tilted her head back, and gulped it down. Glug. 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 The warm, sweet liquid instantly quenched her thirst. This feeling of coming back to life moved her to tears. She drank the entire 550 milliliters bottle of water in just a few gulps. She licked her lips, which had become moist again, looking at Qin with a mixture of embarrassment and longing. Qin smiled slightly. She looks like a bad person trying to lure children with candy. She then reached out again, and a second bottle of water appeared. Xiao Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. She accepted it with trembling hands. This time, she drank a little slower, but still finished it off quickly. Is there any more? She asked softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Qin then produced a third bottle. This time, Xiao Shui only drank half a bottle, and then carefully tightened the cap. She let out a long, satisfied sigh, her body finally recovering. Thank you. Elder sister. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin. I was both touched and shy. This woman, who can conjure up all sorts of supplies out of thin air and is incredibly beautiful, is simply an angel. My name is Qin. Qin's smile remained gentle. And you? I am Xiao Shui.
Chapter 18. She's on the CPU, you are.
Facing this elegant, beautiful, and charismatic older sister, Xiao Shui instinctively felt somewhat reserved.
I heard you're a flight attendant?
Yes. Xiao Shui lowered her head somewhat self-consciously, hoping that this older sister wouldn't look down on her.
Because of her identity, she seems to be nothing more than a decorative object in the apocalypse.
Xinlan nodded. Presumably this identity should bring Jiang Chen some unique experiences. However, the most urgent task now is to guide her thinking and get her to willingly join them. So Xinlan stroked her chin and continued asking questions.
I'm going to put a little more pressure on her. How did those people manage to catch you?
Xiao Shui's body trembled, and fear reappeared in her eyes.
I live on the 11th floor, and I have no water or food left. I really can't stand it, I'm so cold and thirsty. I just wanted to come down and see if I could exchange some food at that barter fair. What I didn't expect was that as soon as I changed my clothes and was about to go out, the building manager knocked on my door and said he wanted to bring me some food. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I opened the door, and then.
She couldn't continue speaking. The thought of those scumbags' smiling faces and foul language made her tremble with fear.
And then those people rushed in. So, you understand now?
Xinlan's gentle voice guided her patiently.
This is the end of the world.
A beautiful woman who couldn't even kill a chicken, with no food, no water, no strength.
Things like today will only keep happening to you.
A beautiful face in a prosperous era is worth 10,000 taels of gold. A beautiful woman in a chaotic era is worth half a pancake. Xinlan's words, like icicles, pierced Xiao Shui's heart with each and every one of them.
Yes. Isn't this extremely straightforward statement a perfect description of her current situation?
At this moment, for the first time, she began to resent her own beauty.
These things are not only worthless in the apocalypse, but they also become the fuse that destroys them.
But then she saw the woman in front of her who was even prettier than herself, and her eyes lit up as if she had grasped the last straw. This woman not only has an excellent complexion, but also possesses such mysterious power.
If she's willing, then we can definitely save her.
Xiao Shui then suddenly grabbed Xinlan's hands, her beautiful eyes filled with hope.
Sister Xinlan. Please. Take me with you. I can do anything. I can be your slave. Xinlan was overjoyed upon hearing this. The plan was about to succeed.
However, he showed a troubled expression in front of Xiao Shui.
Take you away? This might be a bit difficult to handle.
Xinlan gently, yet irresistibly, withdrew her hand. This subtle movement made Xiao Shui's heart, which had been racing, sink instantly again.
Xinlan sighed, her eyes looking like a pie chart. Little sister Xiao Shui, it's not that I don't want to help you.
Only those who become the closest of friends can join our force. Besides, she said, glancing meaningfully at Jiang Chen not far away with her beautiful phoenix eyes. In our group, the one in charge is not me.
Xiao Shui's heart sank completely.
They were only meeting for the first time today, and I didn't have anything to offer.
How could such a powerful force possibly need a burden like her?
At this moment, Xiao Shui became increasingly pessimistic, her heart filled with despair.
Xinlan looked at the time and saw that it was almost done before she slowly spoke, as if she had made a great decision. Here's what we'll do, you wait for me here. I'll go and put in a good word for you. Let's see if he'll let you join in, for my sake.
Looking at the angelic Xinlan, Xiao Shui felt hope rekindled in her heart.
Thank you. Thank you, sister. It's so good to have met you. If I could really join you, I would be willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life.
Don't get too excited yet, Xinlan warned her, feigning seriousness. He is not a soft-hearted person. After saying that, she stood up and, pretending to be serious, walked towards Jiang Chen. She leaned close to his ear and spoke earnestly, glancing at Xiao Shui every now and then.
A moment later, she came back. Those few minutes felt like an eternity to Xiao Shui.
Her heart was in her throat. Thump, thump, it was jumping very hard.
Sister, what did he say? Xiao Shui's voice was tense and trembling. He agreed. Xinlan smiled and said to the stunning flight attendant. Very good. Thank you, sister.
Overjoyed, Xiao Shui burst into tears and threw herself into Xinlan's arms, hugging her tightly. After joining this faction, she was finally free from fear during this apocalypse. But then, remembering something, she quickly let go of her hands and said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, sister, I got your clothes dirty.
I was so happy just now.
When I get back, I'll wash it clean by myself. I can also be your maid. Just let me do all the dirty and hard work. Maid? Upon hearing this, Xinlan immediately became somewhat displeased. Joke. She went to so much trouble not just to find a nanny. What she wants are comrades in arms. She's a good sister who can stand with me through thick and thin and share the firepower with me. If she really became a maid, all she would have to do every day was clean and chores, which would be too easy for her. Now that she's finally seeing a glimmer of hope, she doesn't want to continue fighting alone. No. Absolutely not. Cough cough. Xinlan suppressed her inner turmoil, but her face still wore that gentle smile. She grabbed Xiao Shue's hand and her tone became affectionate. Now that you've joined us, we'll be the closest of sisters from now on. What maids or anything like that? We don't do that kind of thing here. Then, what should I do? Xiao Shui immediately became somewhat insecure. What else can a burden like her do besides housework? Xinlan blushed slightly, leaned close to her ear, lowered her voice, and whispered something. Xiao Shui's face gradually turned red with embarrassment. The two women glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Then Xinlan said something else, and Xiao Shui immediately widened her eyes and let out a soft cry. What? Chapter 19 Strategic Alliances. Sister, you. Don't you believe me? Xinlan's expression was one of utter grievance. Don't advise others to do good if you haven't experienced their suffering. If you suffer as I have, you may not be as kind as I am. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get out of bed anymore. She grabbed Xiao Shui's shoulders as if she were grasping at a lifeline. The identities of the two have now been reversed. Now that she has agreed to become one of our sisters, there are some things we should prepare her for in advance. At this moment, Xiao Shui felt both fear and anticipation for the future. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. She's just a greenhorn. There's no tutorial yet, and they're sending her straight to the most brutal battlefield? Xiao Shui then secretly and guiltily glanced at Jiang Chen not far away. This man was tall and handsome, with a commanding presence, and decisive in his actions. But such a perfect man has such an unknown side. And he and this angelic woman in front of him actually. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui's cheeks turned bright red. Her heart was pounding faster and faster. At this moment, I'm shamefully tempted. Xinlan keenly noticed the subtle changes in Xiao Shui's eyes, from shock and shame to curiosity and then to attraction. She knew that this younger sister was basically a done deal. It's time to unleash the final trump card. Xinlan's expression instantly became mysterious and unpredictable. Sister, in this apocalypse, everything depends on strength. Don't you want to awaken your mysterious powers and become a superhuman like me? Upon hearing Xinlan bring up this topic, Xiao Shui suddenly looked up. Could it be that she too can possess this magical power? Superpowers, can I have them too? Xiao Shui's tone was full of disbelief. Xinlan smiled and said to her. Of course, that's how my superpower awakened. This man holds countless mysteries, waiting for us sisters to explore. Xiao Shui had to admit that she was truly smitten. She actually encountered such a good thing getting to eat and take something away at the same time. Not only can it successfully solve personal problems, but it can also grant one this magical power. If she could also possess superpowers, then many tragic things could be avoided. She didn't want to be just a pretty vase for people to admire and play with. She can do so much more and take complete control of her own destiny. We can even turn the tables and help them just like Jiang Chen and Xinlan helped us today. Xiao Shui's breathing became rapid. A moment later, she looked up. In those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, fear, confusion, and shame had all faded away. Instead, she exuded an unprecedented determination, along with a hint of shyness and longing that she had hidden away. Sister, I understand. I'm willing to accept all of this. Xinlan immediately smiled with joy and affectionately took Xiao Shui's hands. From now on, we are sisters, she said happily. Come on, let's go home now and help you tidy up. After I've dressed you up nicely, I'll teach you some other things. I'll do my best to help you awaken your superpowers today. Xiao Shui's voice was barely audible. She was so embarrassed she could barely lift her head. I haven't experienced anything. In the future. I hope you will guide me, a lot. Seeing her expression, as shy as a deer, Xinlan teased. Oh my, little sister, you're so innocent.
Even I'm starting to feel the urge to do something mischievous to you. That bastard Jiang Chen got off so easily.
Then, Qinlan continued speaking to her.
So that we can become stronger and live a safe and happy life in the apocalypse. We need to find more like-minded sisters to join us.
Okay.
I'll do whatever you say, sister. Xiao Shui nodded obediently. I have no objection.
She then raised her head again and said with utmost seriousness.
Sister, and Mr. Jiang, you saved my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. I am willing to give my life to repay your kindness. Don't be so sure of yourself.
We'll see if you come begging me for help tonight.
Sister, that number might really kill me.
Just as the two stunning beauties, their faces flushed with embarrassment, were excitedly discussing something behind his back,
Jiang Chen finished his 0 yuan purchase and returned satisfied.
He collected all the valuable supplies in the vicinity into his personal space.
The space was almost completely filled by him. What were you talking about just now? Why did you all stop talking as soon as I arrived? He strolled over to the two of them, his eyes filled with doubt.
This beautiful flight attendant's face was flushed, and her eyes were full of excitement. But when she saw herself, she exclaimed "Oh," and quickly lowered her head. Like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes were filled with shyness and fear. Qinlan, on the other hand, cheerfully linked arms with Xiao Shui, the two acting like best friends who had known each other for many years.
When did your relationship become so close? Jiang Chen looked at the two of them and was completely baffled. He was only gone for a short while, and their relationship has already become this good? He didn't choose to skip the plot, did he? The friendship between women is truly amazing.
Qinlan rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, who looked somewhat dazed.
My husband is truly ungrateful for his good fortune. Without her enthusiastic assistance, how could he have enjoyed the company of this top-notch flight attendant so easily? Qinlan then stepped forward, very naturally took Jiang Chen's arm, and said with a smile, "Honey, let's go home."
Then she turned her head and winked playfully at Xiao Shui, who was still standing there in a daze.
Little sister, what are you standing there for? Our husband's other hand is still free. Chapter 20, Winning Over the Flight Attendant. Oh well.
Xiao Shui's delicate face flushed red again. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen's other arm, which was free, and then at Qinlan's encouraging gaze. She bit her lower lip, mustering the greatest courage she had ever possessed. She walked forward shyly, imitating Qinlan, very cautiously. She took Jiang Chen's other arm and put it in her arms.
Boom!
Warm and fragrant beauties, embraced on both sides. On one side is the icy CEO who heads a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. On the other side was a stunningly beautiful flight attendant.
Jiang Chen's arms were instantly taken by two goddesses with completely different temperaments, yet equally stunning. His head was about to split open.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Qinlan truly deserves to be called a top-notch female CEO, famous throughout the country. Her methods were truly brilliant. To be able to tame this stunning flight attendant so quickly. Jiang Chen then turned his head and carefully examined the beautiful S-class flight attendant. Jiang Chen then turned to look at Qinlan on the other side and made a slight comparison in his mind. Both are tall, stunningly beautiful women, around 1.75 meters tall, but they give off completely different vibes. Qinlan is an ice queen who controls everything and is high above others. Her temperament is arrogant, confident, and cold, full of a sense of oppression and a desire to conquer. Xiao Shui, perhaps due to her professional qualities as a flight attendant, possesses an elegant and dignified demeanor, giving people a gentle and compliant feeling. He had already experienced Qinlan's charm. He had never experienced Xiao Shui's charm before. At the same time, inside a detached luxury villa in the residential area. Bang! A loud bang exploded in the living room. A solid wood coffee table, 5 centimeters thick, shattered in the middle. Wood chips flew everywhere, hitting the surrounding leather sofas and carpets with a thud. What did you say? A roar made the eardrums of the henchmen present ring. The owner of this mansion, Wang Meng, was like an enraged beast, staring with bloodshot eyes at the messenger kneeling on the ground. He was shirtless, revealing his strong muscles, which were tattooed with a ferocious dragon that stretched across his shoulder. As he breathed heavily, the dragon seemed to come alive. Scar is dead? Wang Meng's voice was very low, as if it were being squeezed out from between his teeth. And what about that flight attendant I haven't even touched yet, she's been snatched away too? The underling, kneeling on the ground, trembled with fear, his head pressed tightly against the carpet. He dared not raise his head, and his voice trembled as he spoke in utter terror.
Yes, yes. Brother Meng. We had already succeeded. The flight attendant was all tied up.
Scarface was just about to bring her back as a gift for you.
But then a man and a woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That man, he's too ruthless. He has a gun. Brother Meng.
What? Upon hearing the word gun, Wang Meng, who had been furious, paused in his tracks. The murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes froze instantly, replaced by a hint of apprehension and clarity.
Gun?
Wang Meng grabbed the henchman by the collar, lifted his over 100-pound body into the air with one hand, and roared face to face.
Did you fucking look carefully? Is it a real gun or a fake gun? It's true. It's absolutely true.
The younger brother was suspended in mid-air, kicking his legs wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face from fright. That shot blew Scarface's head off. His brains were splattered all over the floor.
It can't be fake.
If it were a firecracker or a toy, it couldn't possibly have that much power, Meng Ge.
And when he killed someone, he didn't even blink. That was the look in his eyes when he'd actually killed someone. Wang Meng's pupils contracted slightly. Although he retired from his life of crime before the apocalypse and opened a gym.
But as someone who had once been involved in the underworld, he had seen the world and knew what a gun meant.
In the early days of this apocalypse, a real gun represents absolute dominance.
He was very confident in his abilities, even believing that he had transcended the realm of humanity.
But he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could withstand bullets with his own body. 7 paces away, the gun is swift.
Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. He understood such a simple truth.
Do you really think everyone is Yen Xuanying?
Hold.
Wang Meng flicked his hand, slamming the henchman hard into a corner of the wall in the distance. Bang!
The younger brother screamed in pain, feeling dizzy and disoriented, but dared not utter a sound.
He quickly scrambled to his feet and knelt down.
Wang Meng paced back and forth in the living room, the solid wood floorboards creaking under his feet. His chest heaved violently, and his pent-up anger made him look like he was about to explode at any moment.
Scarface was his most capable subordinate, ruthless and efficient. And that flight attendant.
Wang Meng thought of the woman he had only seen a few times in photos and surveillance footage, yet she was the one he longed for and couldn't forget. Now that he has become someone else's spoils of war, his heart is bleeding. That was something he had reserved. That brat really knows how to court death.
Chapter 21 Community War God. Damn it! Wang Meng kicked another leather armchair, sending it flying. The sofa slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Boss, please calm down.
A younger brother who seemed a bit smarter mustered up his courage and stepped forward cautiously to advise.
That kid has a gun, so we really shouldn't mess with him right now.
As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope.
Although we're at a disadvantage now, we outnumber them.
And boss, your strength is still growing. After a while, when your skills are fully mastered, you won't even care about guns or cannons. This flattery clearly hit Wang Meng right in the heart. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart.
The younger brother is right. With his current strength, he cannot directly confront a pistol.
If I rush over to seek revenge now, and that kid shoots me from the shadows, I'll be killed before I can even use my skills.
That would be a real injustice. Snort!
Wang Meng snorted coldly, the killing intent in his eyes receding, his gaze turning sinister. That kid's lucky let him live a few more days. He sat back down in the large executive chair, his gaze sweeping over his henchman with a somber expression, and coldly commanded.
Pass on my message.
Tell the brothers to be on their best.
Don't mess with that gun-wielding bastard for now.
But... He abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning sinister.
Except for that scoundrel, everyone else, get out of there.
The apocalypse shows no signs of abating. The bold get rich while the timid starve.
Stop being so gentle. Be ruthless with your methods. Take back everything I eat, drink, and use. Of course, there's also the most important woman.
Wang Meng licked his chapped lips, a wicked glint in his eyes. Since being trapped in this neighborhood and unable to go out to look for his women, his temper has been getting increasingly worse. This neighborhood is so big, with several thousand residents. I refuse to believe that there aren't any other pretty women here besides that flight attendant.
Go!
Bring back all those pretty women who haven't starved to death yet. I'm really angry right now, I need to cool down. Did you understand? Yes, boss. We understand, the underlings replied in unison. Get out of here. All of you, get back to work. Wang Mang waved his hand impatiently. Yes. The underlings felt as if they had been granted a pardon and rushed out of the room, afraid that if they were a step too slow, they would become the target of their boss's anger. As the heavy door closed, the room fell silent instantly. In the huge room, only Wang Mang remained. He sat quietly for a while, waiting for his anger to subside slightly, before slowly standing up. Instead of heading to the bedroom, he went straight to a load-bearing wall in the corner of the living room. This wall is part of the main structure of the building, and it is made of the highest grade reinforced concrete, making it extremely sturdy. However, this once smooth and hard wall is now covered with a dense array of fist marks. Yes, a fist mark. If there were any outsiders here right now, seeing this wall would definitely scare them so much they'd wet their pants on the spot. Wang Mang stretched out his rough, large palm and gently stroked the fist marks. His eyes became somewhat unfocused at that moment, yet filled with fervor. His finger traced a faint mark on the very edge. This is the first day of the apocalypse. At that moment, he had just felt a surge of power within him, and when he punched the wall, he only managed to knock off a piece of putty, and his hand ached for quite a while. Even so, that's still far beyond what ordinary people achieve. It was precisely because of this strength that he was able to lead his men to seize this villa. Then, his finger moved to the side. The fist mark there had sunk in by 2 or 3 centimeters, with spiderweb-like cracks along the edges. This is the second day. That day, he punched the original homeowner, a 200-pound fat man, to death. The man's sternum was broken and his heart burst. Finally, his hand stopped in the center of the wall, on the newest and deepest fist-shaped indentation. It was a large pit, at least 5 or 6 centimeters deep. This is what he typed out yesterday. These increasingly deep fist marks faithfully record his rapid growth in strength. This is proof of his ability. This is the source of Wang Mang's confidence in ruling this neighborhood and having countless underlings worship him. Call. Wang Mang took a deep breath, expelling the stale air from his chest. The reason he lost control and smashed the solid wood coffee table wasn't just because of anger. It's also because his current power is growing too fast, so fast that even he sometimes can't control it. Since I'm in a bad mood right now, let's go for another round. Wang Mang twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. He took a half step back and assumed a boxing stance. His gaze settled on a relatively intact section of wall next to the large pit. Concentrate, calm your mind, and draw on the scalding heat within your body. The next second, his eyes instantly turned fierce. Drink! With a low shout, his right fist, accompanied by a whistling sound as it tore through the air, slammed fiercely into the load-bearing wall. Bang! A loud bang, even more muffled than when the table was smashed, instantly echoed throughout the entire floor. The entire villa seemed to tremble slightly under the power of that punch. Outside the door, the underlings who hadn't gone far were so frightened by the sudden loud noise that they almost collapsed to the ground. Holy crap! Is the boss practicing boxing? That noise, it's terrifying. It feels like they're demolishing a building. Nonsense. Who is our boss? That's the neighborhood's war god. He's an evolved being. One of the henchmen was filled with fanaticism, his eyes gleaming with worship. With that punch, let alone a person, even an elephant could probably be killed by the boss. Too strong, just too strong. With a boss like that, as long as we don't do anything stupid, we can definitely walk around this neighborhood with our heads held high. Yeah. As long as we don't run into that coward with a gun, we're invincible. The underlings exchanged glances, and the fear of the apocalypse in their eyes lessened considerably. Instead, there is confidence in the future and blind worship of the leader. Their resolve to cling to Wang Mang's coattails only strengthened. Chapter 22. Take your clothes off quickly. Inside the room, smoke and dust filled the air. That was dust kicked up by the concrete being crushed by tremendous force. Wang Mang stood in the smoke and dust, maintaining his punching stance. After a while, the smoke and dust finally dissipated a little. What appeared on the load-bearing wall in front of him was an even more terrifying sight. That was no longer a simple pit. Instead, it was a terrifying depression with a diameter of 20 or 30 centimeters and a depth of nearly 10 centimeters. In the deepest part of this depression, several thumb-thick threaded steel bars had been bent and deformed by the terrifying force of the punch.
This is the result of his punch just now. If this kind of force were to hit a person, their skull would shatter instantly, like a watermelon. Call.
Wang Mang withdrew his fist and gently patted the dust off his hands.
He glanced down at his right hand.
The skin and flesh at the knuckles were slightly damaged due to the recoil, and a little blood seeped out.
But Wang Meng's face showed no sign of pain. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Is it just a minor scratch?
He was talking to himself. Based on my experience over the past few days, this level of superficial injury doesn't require bandaging at all. Within half a day, the wound will scab over and fall off, leaving no scar at all. The apocalypse has only been going on for a few days, and my power has already grown to this level.
Wang Mang clenched his fist, feeling the fullness and power emanating from his fingertips. What if another week, a month? How strong will I become? Will my skin become as hard as steel by then? Will my bones be stronger than diamonds?
30 days east of the river, 30 days west of the river, don't underestimate me because I'm poor.
When that time really comes, what will a mere pistol amount to? Even if a bullet hits me, it'll probably only tickle me. An unprecedented confidence and ambition ignited in his chest. He was even somewhat relieved.
I'm glad I didn't act impulsively and fight that kid with the gun.
That's right.
The tolerance we show now is only for the sake of a more satisfying and thorough crushing in the future. That kid has a limited number of bullets. Every bullet he fires is one less, and he'll only get weaker.
His power and his rate of growth are limitless.
Time, in the end, was on his side.
The humiliation we are suffering now is nothing more than a little hardship.
Wang Mang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the residential area below, which was covered in gray snow and was dead silent and chaotic. A confident yet cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth.
The future ultimately belongs to me. I am an evolved being, I am a new human, I am the king of this neighborhood. However, just as he was immersed in this beautiful dream, a pretty face suddenly flashed through Wang Meng's mind, like a thorn, shattering his fantasy. Xiao Shui. The flight attendant with beautiful legs and an elegant demeanor made him drool.
The thought that she might be lying in the arms of that guy with the gun right now, being wantonly played with by that pretty boy, being put into all sorts of positions he couldn't bear to imagine.
Wang Meng's good mood vanished instantly. An indescribable jealousy and anger gnawed at his heart. Oh shit.
He slammed his fist into the load-bearing wall, adding another large crater to the already damaged wall. Then Wang Meng took a deep breath and kept reassuring himself. That flight attendant was so beautiful. It must have been played by countless people long ago. That pretty boy is nothing more than a scavenger.
Humph.
I'll just leave her with you for a while. Just consider it a business trip to learn new technologies. Wang Meng's heart clenched at the thought, and then he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself.
Wait until I get stronger. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. No. Killing you directly would be too easy for you. I'm going to break all your limbs, tie you to the bed like a dog, and make you play the role of that incompetent husband. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I enjoy that flight attendant. I'll show you what despair truly is. I'll make you regret ever being born. I'll make you regret ever going against me.
The thought of that scene gave Wang Meng a perverse pleasure.
Since we can't get that flight attendant for the time being.
He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious furnishings of the room like that of a hungry wolf. Then let's find some other women to relieve my pent-up desire. After the apocalypse, things were so chaotic outside, and supplies were so scarce. As long as I have food and drink, those goddesses, young women, and white-collar workers who are usually high and mighty and never even look at me.
Won't they have to crawl over like dogs, begging me to take them in?
Besides, this community is so big, with so many residents.
I refuse to believe that besides Xiao Shui, there aren't any other scumbags in this neighborhood?
Wang Meng confidently tidied his hair. Awake, I wield power over the world. Drunk, I rest my head on the lap of a beautiful woman. The kind of life that only protagonists in Huang Shizi's novels could enjoy before. Now, in this apocalypse,
I'm going to achieve it all. I'm the main character. Ha 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 ha.
Arrogant laughter echoed through the empty mansion, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, inside Jiang Chen's shelter, as the heavy alloy door slowly closed, the bitter cold and the deathly silence of the apocalypse were completely shut out. The warm atmosphere in the room immediately enveloped Jiang Chen, Qin Lan, and Xiao Shui. Having just come in from the sub-zero temperatures of over 30 degrees Celsius, Xiao Shui was somewhat disoriented by the huge temperature difference. Where did she get this job? Is this still that cold, apocalyptic world? Before she could continue to bask in the warmth and joy, her body had already begun to react. To keep warm, she wore 2 or 3 layers of thermal underwear in addition to her thick down jacket. At this moment, in the comfortable room temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, her outfit instantly turned into a steamer. Before she could even catch her breath, Xiao Shui's face turned bright red, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It's so hot. She was panting, her chest felt tight, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. A few strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to the side of her neck, rising and falling with her breath, exuding an indescribable messy beauty. Silly little sister, aren't you suffering from the heat? Upon seeing this, Xinlan quickly came over, ready to take good care of this new little sister. Come. Quickly take off all these dirty clothes you're wearing. Chapter 23 The Flight Attendant's Awareness. Ah. Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen, who had already changed his clothes and was sitting on the sofa, looking at them with a half-smile. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she said shyly. Here. What's there to be afraid of? They're all on our side. Xinlan rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then pulled away Xiao Shui's hand, which was partially obscuring her view, and carefully unbuttoned her coat. Although her movements were very gentle, they were also full of undeniable strength. Look at your clothes, they're already starting to smell bad. It smells of blood and dust all over it, it probably isn't very comfortable to wear. Xinlan's words hit Xiao Shui right where it hurt. She already had a slight case of mysophobia, and now, upon hearing that she smelled, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. Then I'll take it off. With Xinlan's help, Xiao Shui's layers of tightly wrapped clothes were peeled off one by one, like an onion. Down jackets, fleece-lined jeans, thermal underwear. As she removed more clothing, Xiao Shui felt her breathing become much easier, but her heartbeat quickened. When only 2 inner layers remained, she gripped Xinlan's delicate hand tightly, so embarrassed she was about to cry. Sister, I'm inside. It's okay. Xinlan leaned close to her ear, her voice carrying a hint of mischief. Anyway, we'll be family from now on, so what's there to be shy about? And winter clothes are so thick, guess if I'm even wearing anything on this side? Xiao Shui's face turned bright red, and her hair was practically steaming. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Xinlan released her hand, calmly raised her wrist, and a faint light flashed in her palm. Spatial ability activated. The next second, 2 lustrous, warm silk slip dresses appeared in her hands. One piece is a mysterious and noble pure black, like a black swan in the dark night. One piece is pure, flawless white, like the white moonlight in the clouds. The nightgown has a simple design with thin shoulder straps and a French lace trim around the neckline. The skirt was very short, just reaching the upper thigh, and had an extremely alluring little slit on the side. These are battle robes that Xinlan specially treasured. Each one is very valuable and was prepared specifically to please Jiang Chen. Come on, we're about the same size, you can wear mine first. Xinlan handed the white one to Xiao Shui, and then picked up the black one for herself. Change out of your dirty clothes first, and then your sister will take you for a nice, warm bath. Then let's pick out some clothes to wear together tonight. Xiao Shui took the silk nightgown, and her heart skipped a beat. But at this moment, she had no other choice. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth, her hands trembling as she reached behind her. In the quiet room, the rustling sound of clothes rubbing together was exceptionally clear, making one's heart itch. A moment later, 2 stunningly beautiful figures appeared before my eyes. Hiss. Even Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but gasp when she saw this scene. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you were to simply post a photo of these 2 people online, a huge number of people would probably be chasing after them and shouting, "Mom stepped on me." In the comments section below the picture, you can hear a chorus of mothers' voices. However, Xiao Shui seemed very unnatural at this moment. She stood there somewhat awkwardly, one hand pressing down on the hem of her skirt, the other hand loosely covering her chest. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and her eyes darted away, not daring to look at Jiang Chen at all. Because it feels a bit empty. This was far too stimulating for her, a well-behaved girl who had always followed the rules. She felt that if she made even the slightest movement, or even if a breeze blew by, she risked exposing herself. Sister. Xiao Shui pleaded softly, her voice trembling with tears. This outfit, is it too? Too what? Xinlan adjusted her bra strap with a composed expression, even deliberately puffing out her chest to show off her impressive assets.
Little sister, you have such a great figure, it would be a waste not to show it off.
She walked over to Xiao Shui, reached out and removed her hand from under her skirt, and teased her. Since we have such good resources, why should we hide them?
Besides,
Xinlan's captivating phoenix eyes glanced lightly at Jiang Chen, who had changed into loose beach shorts and was shirtless with his muscular upper body exposed. She leaned close to Xiao Shui's ear and said with a mischievous smile, "It's perfectly fine for us to wear these outfits at home, since there are no outsiders around. Of course, if you dare to go out dressed like that, humph."
She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen.
His handsome face and perfectly sculpted physique were more charming and attractive than any man she had ever seen in her life. Xiao Shui's heart skipped a beat at the thought of what might happen in the future. For some reason, after hearing phrases like being so disciplined that you can't get out of bed, I felt. Besides shyness and fear, she also felt a faint sense of anticipation. After this banter, Xiao Shui's tense nerves actually relaxed quite a bit. So she slowly released her arms. Yes. In any case, the man in front of her was her hero who saved her and her future support.
Their fates will be intertwined from now on.
Moreover, according to the agreement we just made, he will be the only man in her life.
Since he is her man. Well, what's wrong with letting him admire his own body?
Women dress up for those who appreciate them. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui took a deep breath. So she straightened her back, revealing her most perfect and elegant posture.
I'm trying my best to adapt to my new identity. Chapter 24 Super Clothing Mall.
As a top-notch flight attendant, Xiao Shui had already undergone extremely rigorous physical training. She needs to maintain her perfect image at all times. However, her elegant and dignified temperament, combined with the sexy nightgown she is wearing now, creates a special contrast that is very eye-catching. Xinlan had been observing her ever since the beginning. Seeing how quickly she was able to adjust her mindset and adapt to her current identity, he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. This younger sister is quick to learn and has potential.
Okay, you've changed your clothes. Let me show you around our new home.
Xinlan naturally linked arms with Xiao Shui, just like two best friends.
Come, let me tell you in detail about the wonders of this shelter.
For the next 10 minutes or so, Xiao Shui was like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, her mouth never closing.
Look, this is the bathroom. It has a 24-hour hot water supply and a completely independent water circulation system. No matter how polluted the water source outside is, our water supply here will not be affected in any way. In addition to these, there are electricity, gas, internet, etc., all of which operate independently. And this, a whole house intelligent temperature control system. Even though it's minus 30 degrees outside, it's always a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius here. The most important thing is the defense system. Xinlan pointed to the walls, doors, and windows. This shelter is incredibly sturdy, even anti-tank missiles can't break through it.
The shelter we're in is the safest and most comfortable place in the entire apocalypse.
Xiao Shui was completely stunned after listening to these introductions. Are all these amazing things really real?
But when she touched the pure hot water gushing from the showerhead, she had to believe that what she was seeing was real.
Here. This place is simply paradise.
This was a world apart from the miserable life she had just experienced a few days ago in that cold room, shivering under the covers, thirsty and hungry.
Am I really not dreaming?
Xiao Shui murmured to herself, tears welling up in her eyes again.
Of course it's not a dream.
Xinlan smiled and ruffled her hair.
Alright, there are still many amazing things here waiting for you to get used to them. And everything we have now is all thanks to our husbands.
So, we'd better make sure he's comfortable from now on. As Xinlan spoke, she winked playfully at Jiang Chen. Although Xiao Shui's cheeks were flushed, she nodded shyly to Jiang Chen. Seeing that they had finished shopping, Xinlan led Xiao Shui to sit on the sofa next to Jiang Chen. Then, as if by magic, he took out all sorts of snacks from his spatial storage that Xiao Shui would never have dared to dream of after the apocalypse. Fresh cherries, chilled soda, and mousse cake. Here, little sister, have something to eat first.
Once you've recovered, we'll have a big meal together tonight.
Looking at the table full of delicious food in front of her, and then at her two family members who were so good to her, Xiao Shui's last line of defense completely disappeared.
She picked up a bright red cherry and put it in her mouth.
The sweet juice burst in her mouth, sweetening her heart. Beneath her white skirt, her long, beautiful legs were naturally crossed, swaying gently with her movements.
The spacious living room was softly lit, warm and cozy.
Jiang Chen leaned back lazily in the middle of the sofa. On the left is Qin Lan, this mature and sophisticated CEO, her long, slender, and fair hand holding a purple cherry, feeding it to Jiang Chen. After tasting the sweet fruit, Jiang Chen spat the pit into the waiting jade hand. Qin Lan smiled as she took the trash and then went to pick out the next piece of fruit. To Jiang Chen's right is the pure and innocent flight attendant Xiao Shui. She was still a little shy at this moment, but following Qin Lan's example, she followed her example and carefully picked up a seedless green grape and offered it to Jiang Chen's lips. Her pure and innocent face was filled with a mixture of ingratiation and nervousness. Her timid appearance was incredibly adorable. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and ate the green grape. Ah! Xiao Shui immediately withdrew her hand, her pretty face instantly turning red to her ears, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen smiled happily. However, his attention was now focused more on the system in his mind. Just now, after he brought Xiao Shui into the shelter and won her over completely, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally popped up a new reward notification. Byte. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited S-level talent Xiao Shui and provided her with a safe living environment. The talent Xiao Shui has not yet awakened her special ability. After the host helps this person awaken their superpower, the shelter will unlock an auxiliary space, a super clothing mall. Super clothing mall? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and immediately used his consciousness to tap the new icon. A descriptive text appeared before his eyes. Super Clothing Mall includes all clothing styles that have appeared in the history of Earth's civilization. Everyday wear, business uniforms, glamorous dresses, stockings, shoes, and more, everything is available here. Feature 1, Automatic Fit. All clothing will automatically adjust to the wearer's body shape for a perfect slimming effect, as if tailor-made. Feature 2, Unlimited Restocking. After taking clothing out of the shop, you can restock it using a small amount of survival coins. Upon seeing the description of this auxiliary space, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This additional space came at just the right time. He was just worried that although Qin Lan's clothes in her walk-in closet were of very high quality, there were too few of them. Moreover, Qin Lan's clothes are mostly mature, sophisticated, and professional styles, which can be overwhelming after a while. With Xiao Shui joining the family, the problem became even more serious. Although he has no shortage of food, finding suitable and stylish clothing remains a difficult problem. Now that we have this super clothing mall, all the remaining problems can be easily solved. Chapter 25 White Tiger Pill. Elegant and dignified classical hanfu. Luxurious and elegant evening gowns. A graceful and charming cheongsam. A gorgeous and dreamy Lolita. The vibrant and youthful JK uniform. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui are both top-tier beauties, perfect clothes hangers. With her flawless, stunning beauty and perfectly proportioned figure, she can pull off any style. Hiss. Jiang Chen gasped. With this online store, he can unlock countless new skins for the goddesses in his home. Today she can be a cool and aloof office lady, tomorrow a gentle maid, and the day after that an exotic dancer. This isn't a clothing store, it's clearly his source of joy. What's wrong, honey? Qin Lan noticed that Jiang Chen's breathing was a little rapid, so she leaned in with seductive eyes and clung to him. What mischief are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so wickedly? Cough cough. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and patted her pert buttocks in a serious manner. I'm thinking about what new clothes to prepare for you tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry to possess Xiao Shui now so he could unlock this super clothing mall. He has matured a lot since having Qin Lan by his side. Such an important event requires sufficient patience and a sense of ritual. He decided to save the surprise for tomorrow morning and unpack it slowly. That's life. Always remember to leave yourself a little surprise, so that life can be interesting and not monotonous. Clothes? Qin Lan's eyes lit up, then she thought of something and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. As long as it's your choice, no matter how outrageous it is, people will obediently wear it for you to admire and enjoy. That vixen. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the burning desire in his heart, and turned his attention back to the system store. With Xiao Shui joining, the system shop's inventory list has also been refreshed. He began browsing with great anticipation. However, after walking around, Jiang Chen was slightly disappointed. There was nothing new or exciting in the supplies, weapons, and enhancements sections. Most of it is still the same stuff as before. He guessed that unlocking these new items was related to the quality and quantity of goddesses he had taken in, as well as his own strength. Although Xiao Shui is an S rank, there is still the SS rank Qin Lan who was a shining example, so it may not be enough to trigger a large-scale product update. To unlock more new products, he needs to take in more goddesses in the future and find ways to make them stronger. Only in this way can one make their life in the apocalypse more colorful. You can lie down and enjoy yourself to your heart's content. Jiang Chen then casually clicked on the last section, Strange Items. This section usually displays some strange but very effective items, such as the previously mentioned high-efficiency recovery pills. Really? After the page was refreshed, 2 new icons emitting a pale gold glow appeared at the top of the list. Jiang Chen's curiosity was instantly piqued. He immediately clicked on the first icon. This is a pill that is pure white and exudes a cold aura. Toxin Immunity Pill. Price, 100 survival coins piece. Effect, after consumption, it can permanently modify human genes, granting complete immunity to unknown toxins in the apocalypse. Note, after taking this pill, even without wearing any protective gear, direct contact with toxic snow or polluted water will not cause any harm. Holy crap! Jiang Chen sat up straight, not even bothering to eat the grapes Qinlan offered him. This pill, its effects are incredible. It's practically a miracle drug tailor-made for the current apocalyptic environment. If this were put up for auction, it could fetch an astronomical price. The outside world is dangerous now, so no one dares to set foot outside the community. Besides the extreme cold, the main reason is the ubiquitous highly toxic ash and snow on the ground. Even a tiny bit of this substance can cause skin ulceration in ordinary people. If it continues for any longer, it will be like the poisonous rain during the apocalypse, indiscriminately killing everyone who gets drenched. Therefore, everyone is now trapped in these isolated islands of reinforced concrete, waiting to die. Neither the government nor the military could provide any rescue or assistance. But now, all I have to do is swallow this pill. That means the outside world will no longer be a forbidden zone for Jiang Chen. He can come and go freely to explore, gather resources, and hunt. You can even go to other survivor settlements and take in and rescue those beautiful goddesses who are suffering. Buy! We absolutely have to buy it. Jiang Chen shouted in his heart. This is a strategic level resource. Moreover, it's not expensive at all, only 100 survival coins per piece, which is a really good deal. His current daily survival coin production is enough for him to exchange for 11 coins. Jiang Chen planned to exchange for 3 directly, to use on himself and the 2 goddesses. However, just as he was about to click the buy button, his gaze, as if guided by some strange force, drifted toward the red pill beside him. The pill was entirely silver, with faint tiger stripe patterns on it, making it look very mysterious and full of murderous aura. Strengthening and Health Enhancing Pill. Price, 300 survival coins piece. Effect, improves physical constitution. Slightly enhances the user's constitution, stamina, and recovery ability. Side effect. Jiang Chen's breathing instantly became extremely heavy, 10 times heavier than when he saw the immunity pill. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down uncontrollably. This. What the hell is this magical pill? The effects of this health-strengthening pill are truly amazing. It's all advantages and has absolutely no disadvantages, so how could he possibly resist redeeming it? Just imagine. Boom! Jiang Chen felt like a string in his brain had snapped. He glanced at his bank account balance almost instinctively. Then he took a deep breath. Current balance, 600 survival coins. He currently has exactly 600 survival coins left. These 600 pieces are just enough to buy 2 strengthening and health-enhancing pills. Alternatively, buy 6 snow poison immunity pills. This was a choice that struck at his very soul. Choose survival or fighting power? Should we go out and explore the world, or help the goddess improve her own abilities? Jiang Chen frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 2 options. The House of Lords told him he should buy snow virus immunity pills. Those were strategic materials for saving lives. However, the House of Commons vehemently refuted this view. Choose the strengthening and health-enhancing pill. Choose the strengthening and health-enhancing pill. I'll buy the snow poison immunity pill tomorrow after the survival coins are settled. But the sooner you buy the health-strengthening pills, the sooner you can enjoy them. Besides, it's getting dark, and I'm not planning to go out today. If we're not going out, what's the point of having immunity pills? To eat them like candy? This series of soul-searching questions instantly made Jiang Chen make up his mind. Chapter 26 Amazing Efficacy. I'm sorry. Snow poison immunity pill. Jiang Chen said silently to himself. It's not that I don't love the country, it's just that the beauties are too tempting. Wait until tomorrow. Once the government's relief grain arrives tomorrow, I'll replace you immediately. As for today, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the store for the night. With that in mind, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. His eyes instantly became incredibly determined. Buy 2 strengthening pills. Bite. Successfully purchased 2 health and fitness pills by spending 600 survival coins. Current balance, 0. Looking at his account, which had instantly emptied to 0, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Well, these survival coins are really too short-lived. After a hard day's work, we're back to square one. When will this life of living paycheck to paycheck ever end? Despite his complaints, when he flipped his hand, 2 silver pills, emitting a faint fragrance and with a shimmering sheen, appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal an extremely expectant smile on his face. Hey. Jiang Chen held the 2 precious pills and looked up. He glanced at the 2 stunning beauties beside him, who were still unaware of what was about to happen and were staring at him with wide, curious eyes. His eyes were filled with ill intent. Sister Lan, Shuer. Here, your husband will give you something good to eat. Nice one? Xin Lan looked at the 2 silver pills in Jiang Chen's hand, smelling their fragrance, her beautiful eyes sparkling, but she showed no suspicion whatsoever. She completely trusts Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen said that the pill could make people fly, Xin Lan would probably still choose to believe him. Nothing is surprising when it happens to him. Is it a drug that can make you stronger? Xin Lan smiled, extended 2 slender, jade-like fingers, and picked up a pearl from Jiang Chen's palm with the most elegant movements. More or less. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and didn't explain further. You'll be pleasantly surprised if you eat it. Surprise? Xin Lan glanced at him with alluring eyes. She parted her red lips slightly, put the pill directly into her mouth, and swallowed it with a slight movement of her throat. Her movements were crisp and clean, yet also carried a touch of charm and elegance. Jiang Chen just liked watching her do that. Seeing that Xin Lan had already swallowed the pills without hesitation, Xiao Shui, who was standing next to her, naturally couldn't be left behind. Ali too. She obediently reached out her little hand, took the remaining pill, and swallowed it. The pill went down my throat, and instead of the bitter taste I had imagined, it turned into a warm current that flowed through my whole body. The 2 women let out a soft, comfortable moan almost simultaneously. Soon, a wonderful change occurred. They felt warm and comfortable all over. It felt as if every pore of my body had opened up, and every cell in my body was greedily absorbing that energy. The fatigue and aches and pains from the apocalypse were completely washed away at this moment. Xiao Shui felt it most clearly. She has suffered so much these past few days. Hunger, cold, and fear had pushed his body to its limits. After taking the pill, Xiao Shui immediately felt its medicinal power continuously repairing and improving her body. Her skin became visibly more hydrated, radiant, and glowed with a healthy sheen. She felt full of energy and her spirits were exceptionally high. Even my vision seems to have become clearer. Wow! Xiao Shui looked at her hands and exclaimed, Sister, husband. I feel so good. I felt it too. Xin Lan also touched her face, and the smooth texture surprised her. The texture of this skin is better than 10 of my most expensive skincare treatments. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Honey, where did you get this miracle drug? This effect is just too. Snort. You must have known all along. You scoundrel. What did you feed us? You're up to no good. You want to find all sorts of ways to torment us. Xin Lan's cheeks flushed. She understood what Jiang Chen meant, of course. The improved physical condition I just experienced was probably just a side effect of this pill. Jiang Chen's ulterior motives were then quite obvious. I'm innocent. Jiang Chen spread his hands, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. I'm doing this for your own good. This is called the body strengthening pill, which can improve various physical attributes of the user. As for that, cough cough, it's just a minor side effect. Besides, you scoundrel. Xin Lan blushed slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. However, she then thought about it again. It seems that things are actually quite good as they are now? Humph. I can't be bothered with you. Xin Lan then pulled up Xiao Shui, who was still stunned and too embarrassed to look up. Come on, little sister. Let's go to the bathroom and take a shower together. Wash all this messy stuff thoroughly. After saying that, she pulled Xiao Shui into the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom door was slammed shut. A moment later, suppressed whispers and playful noises came from inside. Chapter 27 Pure White Evening Gown. Listening to the sounds coming from the bathroom, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, his smile growing wider. It seems this white tiger pill is quite effective. He put his hands behind his head and took a satisfied breath. The air still seemed to carry the lingering scent of the two women's perfume. This is life. Back then, he was just an ordinary college graduate, worrying about rent and finding a job. After the apocalypse, the outside world is hell, is death. But he sat in this warm, safe, and well-stocked shelter, indulging in pleasure. Not only did he possess powerful superpowers, but he also took in two peerless goddesses. One is a cold and domineering female CEO worth billions, and the other is a pure and dignified top-notch flight attendant. Outside, they are figures that countless men can only look up to, figures that are unattainable. It can be found here. They were just his women. After taking his medicine, I became the person he wanted me to be. She would shyly wash her body for his sake. In bed, she would obey him in every way, blushing as she obediently complied with any request he made, no matter how outrageous or shameful. Even a queen like Qin Lan becomes as docile as a kitten in front of him. He was completely obedient to Jiang Chen's orders and never disobeyed them. This feeling of being in control of everything is truly captivating. Call. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. This window completely shut out the entire apocalypse. Inside, it was warm as springtime and full of life. Outside the window, everything was covered in gray snow, and all was deathly still. Jiang Chen looked at the deathly silence outside, his eyes gleaming. After a while, the bathroom door was turned open, and a wave of fragrant steam rushed out. Jiang Chen was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed when he heard the noise. He immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Two graceful figures walked out of the bathroom hand in hand. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui, who had just taken a shower, had rosy, radiant skin that was incredibly beautiful. At this moment, they were not wearing anything else, just a simple white bath towel wrapped around their bodies. The bath towel wasn't very large, it barely covered her full, alluring breasts at the top, and the bottom only covered her upper thighs. This sense of half-revealing, half-concealing beauty only added a unique charm to the two women. Qin Lan walked on the left, her half-dry black hair casually draped behind her head, with a few strands sticking messily to her slender neck. A few drops of water slid down her neck, flowed over her delicate collarbone, and finally disappeared into that bottomless cleavage. Thanks to the effects of the white tiger pill, her already fair skin became even more translucent, with no visible pores or blemishes. Under the light, it shimmered with a white-pink halo. Xiao Shui followed Qin Lan somewhat shyly. She was clearly still not quite comfortable dressing so casually in front of men. She gripped the edge of the bath towel tightly against her chest, afraid that it might fall off at any moment. Her pure and beautiful face was flushed, like a ripe peach, making one want to pounce on her and take a bite. The two women's long, beautiful legs beneath their bath towels were so stunning that it was impossible to look away. Straight and well-proportioned, with a faint pink hue at the knees, and slender, delicate ankles, every inch exuding a fresh, alluring fragrance after a bath. Gulp. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow, his eyes becoming deep and fiery. After using the white tiger pill, their appearance and temperament were enhanced once again, completely surpassing the realm of ordinary people. How was it, honey? Qin Lan noticed the undisguised desire in Jiang Chen's eyes, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. She walked gracefully to Jiang Chen and bowed slightly. After taking the mysterious pill you gave me, my sister and I are now completely cleaned up. She stretched out her smooth, jade-like arm, her fingertips gently tracing Jiang Chen's chest, sending a tingling sensation through him, like a feather brushing against his skin. Next, what would you like to see us wear? We sisters will all do as you say. Qin Lan's voice carried a hint of allure, and her eyes were filled with deep affection. Is it that kind of tank top? Or some other style? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to take her right there and then. Life needs a sense of ritual, especially when it comes to a big meal. The more you endure, the more enjoyable the final burst of pleasure will be. His gaze swept over the two women, several options flashed through his mind, and finally settled on one particular scene. At this time Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly, with a mischievous smile. Of course we should dress more formally. Then change into an evening gown. In this apocalypse, I want to see you all dressed in the most gorgeous gowns, as my most dazzling goddesses.
Xin Lan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. An evening gown?
She bit her red lips lightly, clearly also interested in the suggestion. No matter how radiant and dazzling a noble goddess may be, she can only ultimately submit to you. This extreme contrast is so exciting, just thinking about it is exhilarating.
Wait.
Xinlan stood up, flicked her wrist, and activated her spatial ability.
A ripple spread through the air. The next second, 2 huge bags with luxurious logos appeared in front of her.
These are my treasured possessions that I have kept for a long time. Each piece was handmade by top designers in Paris, and I have never worn them out before. As Xinlan spoke, she unzipped her zipper.
Sizzle. As the bag was opened, 2 dazzling and exquisitely beautiful evening gowns appeared before one's eyes.
Under the lights, the gemstones and gold threads on the clothes shone brightly.
These 2 gorgeous and dazzling evening gowns exude an air of wealth.
Even someone unfamiliar with the industry can tell that these 2 pieces of clothing are worth at least 6 figures, and very likely 7 figures. However, the subsequent clothing allocation surprised both Jiang Chen and Xiao Shui. Xinlan picked up the pure white lace evening gown with its layered, cloud-like skirt and handed it directly to Xiao Shui.
She herself picked up another light pink evening gown.
Although the pink one is also well tailored, it is noticeably more simple in both style and presence compared to the white one.
Chapter 28 Jiang Chen's Strengths. Sister Lan, this. Holding the gorgeous and expensive white dress, Xiao Shui was both flattered and at a loss. This is too expensive, and the white color is too similar. It looks just like a wedding dress.
These were the words Xiao Shui didn't dare to say aloud.
This dress is exquisitely designed and glamorous, with a long train, elegant lace, and subtly embroidered fabric. Aside from the lack of a veil, this is simply a top-tier wedding dress.
Such a solemn and luxurious dress should be worn by Xinlan, the older sister.
Silly little sister.
Without a word, Xinlan stuffed the clothes into her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. She leaned close to Xiao Shui's ear and whispered,
"Today is your day. For a woman, this day is the most sacred.
Even if we're in the apocalypse right now, I hope you can have a night full of ritual."
As Xinlan spoke, she glanced at Jiang Chen, a hint of magnanimity and doting in her eyes. "Tonight, you are the star, the bride. And I, your older sister, will be your bridesmaid, how about that?"
"Elder sister."
Xiao Shui's eyes instantly reddened. She's a smart woman, how could she not understand Xinlan's intentions?
In this dog-eat-dog world of the apocalypse, Xinlan, as the earliest and strongest official wife to follow Jiang Chen, could rightfully possess everything. But instead of suppressing herself, she was willing to play a supporting role to her in order to consider her feelings.
This magnanimity and affection moved Xiao Shui to tears.
"Okay, stop crying." Xinlan smiled and pinched her cheek, urging her. "Hurry up and change into this evening gown, don't keep your husband waiting." After the 2 women had decided which evening gowns they would wear, a visual feast was about to unfold. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, admiring the 2 stunning beauties before him. She took off her bath towel in front of him and slowly changed into that gorgeous dress.
Xinlan quickly changed into the light pink dress.
Although this dress has a relatively simple design, its cut is extremely form-fitting. The pale pink silk clung tightly to her devilish figure, outlining her breathtakingly alluring curves.
As a bridesmaid, she was understatedly beautiful and charming, without overshadowing the bride. And Xiao Shui.
When she turned around in that pure white, gorgeous evening gown, Jiang Chen's breath caught in his throat for a moment.
It's so beautiful.
Some things are so sacred that one dares not desecrate them, yet so beautiful that one wants to possess them immediately. Xiao Shui was a flight attendant with extremely high professional qualities, possessing an innate dignity, elegance, and poise. Even in such a shy moment, she maintained an unapproachable goddess demeanor.
"It's not over yet."
Xinlan smiled, and then magically produced 2 pairs of ultra-thin stockings and 2 pairs of high heels studded with rhinestones.
Despair. A crisp sound rang out. They stood side by side.
One wore a pristine white dress, the other a soft pink dress.
2 different temperaments blended perfectly at this moment.
The gorgeous and elaborate gowns accentuated their elegance to the fullest, making them look like goddesses descending to earth. Jiang Chen was completely stunned by what he saw. His gaze shifted back and forth between the 2 women, finally settling on Xiao Shui's blushing face.
Gulp. He swallowed again, his voice clear in the quiet room. "What? Are you stunned?"
Xinlan gracefully lifted her skirt, walked up to Jiang Chen, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and teased him.
"Honey, it seems we should organize more events like this in the future." Look at you, you're almost completely captivated. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze, no longer hiding his infatuation, and nodded emphatically. So beautiful. You are all so beautiful.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui lowered her head shyly, somewhat unable to meet Jiang Chen's burning gaze. However, her heart was filled with joy and pride. The greatest recognition of a woman's charm is the look of infatuation on her man's face. She looked down at her gorgeous white evening gown, which resembled a wedding dress, and then secretly glanced at Qin Lan, who was wearing a pink dress and playing a supporting role. She secretly vowed in her heart. She was determined to follow these two people wholeheartedly for the rest of her life. Not only did she have to serve Jiang Chen well, but she also had to respect Qin Lan like an older sister. Alright, now that we've changed our clothes, it's time to move on to the next step. Qin Lan walked over with a smile and affectionately took Xiao Shui's arm. Let's go have a big meal together. I'm starving. Jiang Chen laughed and stood up from the sofa. Alright. Let's go. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was standing at the pinnacle of his life. Before the apocalypse, how could one possibly possess such an exquisite goddess at the same time? Fortunately, it was the end of the world, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a blissful life. However, Xiao Shui, who was being held in someone's arms, seemed somewhat bewildered. Where are we going? She blinked her big eyes and looked around blankly. She had already looked around the room, and it didn't look like a place where one could have a lavish meal. And going outside is even more impossible. The outside is covered in poisonous snow, let alone a restaurant. It would be difficult to find even a living person. Even if they do go out, who will cook them a big meal? Do you really think this is still before the apocalypse? Qin Lan couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Xiao Shui's adorable and confused expression. She reached out a finger and gently touched Xiao Shui's lips, saying mysteriously, "Silly little sister, don't be surprised when your jaw drops. My husband's strengths aren't limited to just the bedroom." Chapter 29 Xiao Shui's Happiness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly but offered no further explanation. He put his arm around the two women and walked to the center of the living room. Watch closely. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. With a thought, the system function was instantly activated. Open the ancillary space, the top-notch buffet restaurant. Buzz. With a twist of the air. To Xiao Shui's astonishment, a magnificent door, intricately carved and emitting a soft golden light, appeared out of thin air in the center of the living room. This is... Xiao Shui's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth tightly with her small hands to keep herself from screaming. That's amazing. This is simply magic. Is this the power Jiang Chen possesses? Let's go, my princesses. Jiang Chen walked ahead and pushed open the door of light. When Xiao Shui stepped through the door and saw the scene inside, she was so shocked that she was completely speechless. This is a spacious, luxurious space that seems to have no boundaries. The enormous crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light, making the floor shine like a mirror. In the center of the hall, there are long rows of buffet tables. On it, there was a pile of all sorts of top-quality delicacies, some she could name and some she couldn't. Australian lobsters as thick as an arm, king crabs piled high like small mountains, 5 wagyu beef with marble-like textures, and French desserts as exquisite as works of art. Every dish here is steaming hot and exudes an enticing aroma. Wah! Watching this scene, and smelling the aroma of food in the air, Xiao Shui's tears, uncontrollably, flowed down her cheeks. In this apocalyptic world where people would kill for a bottle of water. In this hell where everyone lives in fear, filled with suspicion and violence. She actually stumbled upon such a food paradise. A sturdy shelter, a warm environment, a handsome and powerful man, a caring older sister, and an endless supply of top-quality food. Xiao Shui still feels like it's all unreal. It felt like a beautiful dream I was having before I died. But the tactile sensations around her and everything before her eyes told her that this was the most real place. At this moment, Xiao Shui couldn't help but sigh in her heart once again. Being able to join this place was simply the best and luckiest decision she had ever made in her life. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. After Xiao Shui calmed down, the three of them went off separately to choose their favorite foods. Then, everyone sat around a dining table. Xiao Shui, dressed in that expensive and gorgeous white gown, sat upright, maintaining an elegant and proper demeanor. However, she was quite fast at wielding the knife and fork. She was so hungry and so hungry. The tender and juicy steaks and succulent foie gras melted on her tongue the moment they entered her mouth, so delicious that she wanted to swallow her tongue whole. While eating, she tried her best to maintain her image. Her cheeks were puffed out and her eyes were shining, making her look both cute and pitiful. Sizzle sizzle. Jiang Chen didn't rush to eat, but sat down next to him and focused on setting up a small grill. Several slices of finely textured snowflake steak sizzled on the grill, filling the air with their aroma. He skillfully flipped it over, then sprinkled it with a little sea salt and black pepper. After the meat was cooked to about 70% done, he picked up a slice and put it on Xiao Shue's plate. "Here, try this, it's freshly baked." Jiang Chen's voice was very gentle. Xiao Shui was engrossed in battling a lobster claw when she noticed the extra grilled meat on the plate and paused. She looked up and saw Jiang Chen's doting gaze, and 2 blushes instantly rose on her cheeks. Thank you, husband." She spoke softly, feeling a warm glow in her heart. The feeling of being cherished and pampered moved her to tears. "You're saying thank you already?" Xinlan sat to the side, elegantly swirling the wineglass in her hand. She wore that pink dress, and her whole demeanor was both languid and charming. Through the rich red wine, she looked at Xiao Shui with a half smile. "Silly little sister, it's too early to say thank you now. Eat more, this beef is high in protein and is the best way to replenish your energy. After all." Xinlan's gaze swept over Xiao Shui's beautiful face, and her tone became meaningful. "After we've eaten, there's still physical work to do. If we don't eat our fill now, we won't even have the strength to beg for mercy later, and that will be terrible." Xiao Shui had just put the piece of beef in her mouth when she heard those words and was so shy that she couldn't say a word. She certainly understood what Xinlan meant. Her already rosy face instantly turned as red as if it had been burned, the redness spreading all the way to the base of her neck. She was too embarrassed to look up, so she kept her head down and mechanically chewed the meat in her mouth, her earlobes turning bright red. But amidst the shy atmosphere, her heart was beating faster and faster, with a hint of anticipation in it. Her shy, hesitant demeanor, coupled with her pure white evening gown, made her look absolutely stunning. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him and felt a surge of appetite. On the left is a charming and alluring woman in a pink dress. On the right is a pure and shy flight attendant in a white dress, as white as snow. These two sitting together are quite a sight to behold. Jiang Chen raised his wineglass, took a sip of red wine, and his gaze swept over the luxurious restaurant, a sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. This life is just too comfortable. If the other survivors in the apocalypse knew that he was living this kind of life, they would probably be so angry that they would die. He looked at the vast, empty restaurant, then at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, and his thoughts drifted far away. Currently, only the 2 goddesses, Xinlan and Xiao Shui, are in the restaurant. But the sight of them sitting here is already a stunning one. What about the future? As his strength grows, and as the size of the shelter expands, he will take in more goddesses and unlock more secondary spaces in the future. A pure and innocent school beauty, an intellectual doctor, a hot model, a cold and aloof assassin. Even the legendary SSS-level goddess. By then, the empty dining tables around the room will be filled with all sorts of top goddesses, each with their own unique charm. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, a lively and cheerful group, laughing and chatting. That scene must be countless times more beautiful than the heavenly palaces in myths and legends. Chapter 30. This game is too difficult. This post-apocalyptic buffet ended in a very satisfying and ambiguous atmosphere. For Xiao Shui, this dinner was not only a treat for her taste buds, but also a chance for her to accept the 2 people in front of her from the bottom of her heart. As she faced what was about to happen, she relaxed both physically and mentally, and even felt a little bit of anticipation. Looking at Jiang Chen's handsome yet slightly aggressive face, her unease completely vanished, leaving only endless tenderness. It's past midnight now, and we've entered the next day. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately opened the system store. High-efficiency recovery pill, oral administration. Instantly heals all internal and external injuries, and restores full stamina and energy. Price, 200 survival coins. Purchase confirmed. Then a pill the size of a blue pearl appeared in his hand. Schwer, be good, open your mouth. Eat this lollipop and the pain will go away. Jiang Chen gently touched her face and fed her the pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a warm current flowed throughout the body in an instant. Especially in the area where I was injured, the pain quickly disappeared, replaced by an indescribable feeling of comfort. Xiao Shui opened her eyes in surprise, and her pale face regained its rosy hue at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Such a powerful pill, if it were sold outside, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. So now they're just trying to stop me from being in pain, and they're using this on me like this.
Husband. Xiao Shue's eyes instantly reddened.
Jiang Chen's actions prove that he really cares about me. Xiao Shue's body recovered, and her heart was filled with joy. She looked at Jiang Chen, then at Qin Lan beside her who was smiling, and felt a strong sense of belonging and an urge to repay her kindness.
I'm alright.
The 5th day of the apocalypse.
By the time everyone was fully awake, it was already afternoon.
Looking at the desolate, post-apocalyptic scene outside, the three of them couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Although the apocalypse has been over for quite some time, Jiang Chen and the others have been happily staying at home and have not been aware of the apocalypse. They even felt that life was much better now than before the apocalypse, as they hadn't gotten out of bed in the morning for a long time. Of the three, Xiao Shui felt the most deeply about this apocalypse. After experiencing a blissful night last night, she realized just how miserable the past few days had been. If it weren't for the poisonous snow falling continuously from the sky outside the window, she would have almost thought that the past few days had been a nightmare. If she had known this would happen, she should have knocked on Jiang Chen's door on the first day of the apocalypse and offered herself to him. She never wanted to experience another day of that thirst, cold, hunger, and constant fear.
After the meal,
the three of them, having nothing to do, lazily lay on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Chen looked at the two stunningly beautiful women beside him, who were only wearing tank tops. He stroked his chin, and a very interesting idea suddenly popped into his mind. The Super Clothing Mall auxiliary space has just been unlocked, so let's use the two of them as a test subject. Let's see if the clothes in this side room are as magical as they're described.
Jiang Chen then used his mental power to connect to this auxiliary space.
This way, he can directly retrieve the corresponding items from inside without having to go to this auxiliary space himself. This is a new use he developed after unlocking the top-tier buffet restaurant feature. Then Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly identified his target. Two sets of clothes appeared out of thin air on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Jiang Chen straightened up, picked up a set of clothes, and handed them to Qin Lan.
Sister Lan, this set is yours. I want you to wear new clothes for me to see. Chapter 31 Office Lady and Flight Attendant Uniforms. Qin Lan took the clothes and teased Jiang Chen. You just want to take a look? Don't you want to try it out?
However, as soon as she took the clothes out and her fingertips touched the fabric, her beautiful eyes lit up. Then, without waiting, he took out the clothes one by one and placed them in front of him. The outermost garment was a women's suit of excellent quality, and inside was a white silk shirt, the fabric as smooth as milk, with a subtle pearlescent sheen. She paired it with a neatly tailored black pencil skirt. There was also a pair of very stylish black stilettos with red soles, and a pack of unopened premium black stockings.
This outfit, is it Armani Haute Couture? Qin Lan is a female CEO with billions in assets, so her judgment is naturally very sharp.
She gently touched the collar of her suit and the cuffs of her shirt, and sighed. The stitching and the fabric must be a custom-made set costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity.
Honey, where did you get this?
Although I also have a similar style of custom-made suit, I have left those at my villa estate.
This is definitely not one of the clothes I put next door.
The clothes next to mine are all my personal favorites, but I've basically never worn them out. Qin Lan paused, then stood up and gestured, smiling as she said.
And do you know what?
As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her proud, snow-white skin and ran her fingers over her long, slender, jade-like legs. With my rather unique body type, I always have to go to Paris to have an old tailor make a custom-made outfit if I want a piece of clothing to fit me well. Although the clothes you brought are of very good quality, they may not fit me. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation.
After all, how could a system be such an inconvenient thing? You haven't even seen all of your husband's abilities yet. Go and give it a try. Remember to recapture the domineering aura of a cold and aloof CEO later.
After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. I never expected him to actually like that kind of thing. Maybe that's the kind of contrast men love most.
Who can blame me when this is my own man?
There's no other way but to spoil them. Jiang Chen noticed that Qin Lan had already started unpacking. Then he picked up another uniform and turned to look at Xiao Shui, who was standing to the side, looking both expectant and nervous. Shui, this set is yours. Xiao Shui took the clothes with both hands, and then she saw the style of the clothes in her hands. Her face flushed red instantly, but a strange excitement flashed in her eyes.
It was a very formal red flight attendant uniform.
The red of this uniform is understated yet sophisticated, exuding a high-class burgundy quality. The cut is very appropriate, with the hemline falling just 10 centimeters above the knee, making it both dignified and subtly alluring. It comes with a pair of sheer, high-quality flesh-colored stockings that give your legs a soft glow, yet you can't tell you're wearing stockings. There was also a pair of patent leather black high heels, which looked very high-end. Jiang Chen even thoughtfully prepared a professional flight attendant hat for her, along with matching hair accessories, scarves, and other small items. After Xiao Shui unwrapped the garment, she couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a charmingly disdainful look, just like Qin Lan.
My husband just loves to keep finding new ways to tease them, but they actually enjoy it to some extent.
Xiao Shui took a deep breath and immediately began to unpack the clothes. Just as the two finished unpacking their uniforms and untied their suspenders to change, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped them.
Etc.
He seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. I've prepared the outerwear, but I almost forgot about the innerwear. It's more comfortable to wear more clothes. The two women rolled their eyes at Jiang Chen, thinking he had deliberately not taken it out earlier. After all, he has a criminal record.
Jiang Chen then waved his hand again. All right, let's begin. A moment later.
The moment the two of them changed their clothes and turned around,
Jiang Chen felt his breath catch in his throat. The scene before him was simply too beautiful.
At this moment, Qin Lan had completely reverted to her image as a decisive, powerful, and aloof female CEO. But when she looked at Jiang Chen, beneath that powerful and domineering aura lay an incredibly submissive and alluring charm.
Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he swallowed. Qin Lan's powerful aura is absolutely captivating.
After carefully appreciating Qin Lan, Jiang Chen's perspective shifted back to Xiao Shui's. At this moment, Xiao Shui had completely transformed into the perfect flight attendant that every man dreamed of. Jiang Chen was now lost in thought about the future. His eyes gleamed with rationality and wisdom. After all, we are now in the apocalypse, and it is absolutely not enough to just know how to enjoy life. He and his forces need to become even stronger.
Chapter 32 Xiao Shui's Limit.
Shui, come and try out your special ability.
Ha?
Oh, okay, let's try out my superpower.
Ha?
What kind of superpower?
I now possess superpowers?
Xiao Shui's mind was still a bit muddled at this moment, and she only knew to blindly obey Jiang Chen's orders. After a while, she gradually realized what Jiang Chen meant by what he had just said. Jiang Chen then looked at Qin Lan and said, Sister Lan, why don't you teach Shui how to use her superpowers? Qin Lan leaned lazily on the sofa, her impeccable business attire slightly disheveled. Although she was fully dressed, some clues could still be seen from certain details. Her beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, were casually draped over Jiang Chen's thighs.
After hearing what Jiang Chen said, she nodded seriously.
He then sat up straight and began to seriously teach Xiao Shui how to sense supernatural abilities. Shui, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Feel the flow of energy within your body, don't resist it, try to guide it. Xiao Shui is very quick to learn, and under Qin Lan's careful guidance, she quickly got into the swing of things. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Shui suddenly opened her eyes. A glint of icy blue light flashed in those originally gentle and charming eyes. She slowly extended her right hand, palm facing up.
Condense!
With a soft shout, an indescribable energy surged forth.
Click!
A crystal clear, chilling icicle appeared out of thin air in her palm.
I succeeded? I'd become a superhuman too?
Xiao Shui looked at the ice pick in her hand, somewhat incredulous, and then tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. In this cruel apocalypse, a beautiful appearance will only bring disaster. Her own experience is the best example.
But things are different now. She is no longer just a pretty vase that can be manipulated at will.
She now has the power to protect herself.
Thank you, husband. Thank you, sister.
Xiao Shui threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, crying her heart out. Jiang Chen patted her on the back with a smile, and at the same time opened his attribute panel.
Host, Jiang Chen. 2.7. Strength, 2.1. Mortal limit 1. Agility, 1.9. Constitution, 2.3. Spirit, 2.9. Currently possesses the following superpowers: Space SS rank, Ice and Snow S rank.
Jiang Chen looked at his steadily increasing numbers and nodded in satisfaction. Except for one particular statistic, all of his stats have improved significantly, with most now at twice the limit for ordinary people. It might be because the use of superpowers relies heavily on mental strength. After copying Xiao Shui's superpower, his mental strength was already close to 3 times the limit of an ordinary person.
Given this trend, it would be great if he could recruit a few more high-level talents of S rank or above in the future. Wouldn't that make him an all-around, all-powerful warrior? A master of both magic and martial arts, an all-around mage who achieves physical immortality? Such a future is truly something to look forward to. He watched as Xiao Shui was still excitedly researching her superpower. Jiang Chen smiled and prepared to show her the fruits of his labor. Ahem, actually, that's not how you use an ice pick. He casually stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Click. Several long, sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air in front of him. Jiang Chen looked around and finally focused his attention on the sturdy door. Sheltered door reinforcement level 1, upgraded to a bank vault grade alloy protective door, capable of withstanding small explosive charges. Go! Whoosh whoosh. A whooshing sound rang out, followed by a deafening roar. Several fist-sized dents immediately appeared on the alloy protective door. Qinlan and Xiao Shui both gasped, their eyes widening in shock, speechless. This power is ridiculously exaggerated. I suppose this is about the extent of damage that an anti-material sniper rifle can cause. Bite. Minor damage detected to the shelter door. Would you like to spend 30 survival coins to repair it? Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly when he saw the notification that appeared before him. Deadly. Why did you act like you were in a bind just now, insisting on testing the power of the vault door? That one careless move cost me 30 survival coins. However, this also indirectly revealed the shelter's protective capabilities, so it's barely worth it. Jiang Chen then silently recited it in his mind. Repair. However, he did some calculations and found that the gate cost 300 survival coins to build, and repairing it cost 30 survival coins. Based on this calculation, this door can probably withstand about 10 attacks of the same magnitude as just now. His internal superpowers would allow him to launch 4 more attacks of this magnitude. The reason he possesses such a reserve of supernatural abilities is entirely due to the fact that he copied the supernatural abilities of Qinlan and Xiao Shui. If Xiao Shui were simply allowed to launch an attack, it would probably be enough to make her shout loudly twice. No, no. I can't take it anymore. The sheltered gate glows as it is slowly being repaired. Zhang Chenfeng said calmly and with an inscrutable expression, in a very pretentious manner. See? This is how superpowers are used. Remember this principle when you fight with others in the future. Attack the enemy with 3 parts, and keep 7 parts for yourself. Wow! My husband is so amazing. Xiao Shui opened her clear, bright eyes wide and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. At this moment, only Jiang Chen's image remained in her eyes. However, after hearing this, Qinlan seemed thoughtful and tentatively said, Will your composure allow your inner power to reach its full potential at the most crucial moment, going from 3/10 to 10/10? Jiang Chen patted his chest, somewhat surprised, and said, It seems you have quite a bit of comprehension. Qinlan pressed down Jiang Chen's mischievous hand, gave him a charmingly disdainful look, and said irritably, You're just taking advantage of our Shui's naivety. What if she actually takes what you say as gospel? Xiao Shui retorted softly, somewhat lacking confidence. I would never do that. Qinlan then rolled her eyes at her in return. You still say you can't? What kind of person are you? No matter what Xiao Chen asked you to do, you never refused and took it all on yourself. There are some things that even someone who specializes in this wouldn't be as free of psychological barriers as you are. Xiao Shui, her cheeks flushed, hugged Qinlan and began to hum softly and sweetly. Sister. Qinlan held the long-legged flight attendant in her arms, who was about the same height as her but had a completely different temperament, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. She has the figure of a mature woman, but she acts more like a sweet girl. No wonder Jiang Chen liked to bully her so much he wanted to see her cry. However, then, her gaze also fell on the reassuring yet incredibly handsome figure on the sofa. Having such a pillar of strength by your side is like having a stabilizing force in the sea. This apocalypse doesn't seem so terrible after all. Chapter 33 Toxin Immunity. Jiang Chen then withdrew his supernatural abilities, grasped the hands of the two people, and said earnestly, You should practice more often. If you become stronger, I will become stronger as well. That way we can live more safely and comfortably during this doomsday. At this moment, Jiang Chen once again expressed his gratitude to the apocalyptic survival system in his heart. With it, it's perfectly natural for me to lie around and live off women no matter what. Be lenient with yourself, but strict with others.
After hearing these words, Qin Lan's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear, saying with a mischievous smile, "Honey, isn't it a bit too slow for just the two of us to practice? In my opinion, the best solution is still. Since both ladies have said so, then I have no choice but to agree." Jiang Chen sighed, feigning nonchalance. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "I've been so busy from last night to tonight that I almost forgot about the other pill. Now that we have some survival coins to spare, let's exchange them." Jiang Chen then flipped his hand, and 3 pills emitting a faint white light appeared in his palm. Toxin Immunity Pill. After consumption, it can permanently modify human genes, granting complete immunity to unknown toxins in the apocalypse. Xin Lan and Xiao Shui curiously came over. "Is this yet another new pill that can enhance everyone's experience?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at them. Why did it seem like they were even more addicted to that thing than he was? "Don't talk nonsense, I've always given you legitimate pills. After taking this pill, the deadly poisonous snow outside will be no different from ordinary snowflakes to us." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, both of them gaped in shock. Immunotoxic snow? Is this really not a joke? If what Jiang Chen said is true, then the meaning of this pill will be beyond imagination. This means that in this apocalyptic world where everyone is trapped by unknown toxins, they can regain their freedom. In this way, she will gain a huge early advantage. Seeing Jiang Chan's serious expression, Xin Lan picked up one of the pills without hesitation and swallowed it. Xiao Shui followed closely behind, also taking out a pill and swallowing it. As for the last remaining pill, Jiang Chen tossed it into his mouth. Seeing that everyone had taken the pills, Jiang Chen then said, "Although this pill should provide immunity to the snow poison outside, we still need to find a lab rat just to be on the safe side. We'll have him do an experiment to confirm the safety of this pill. This concerns everyone's safety, so we must be cautious." Xin Lan and Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. Seeing how meticulous Jiang Chen had been in his considerations, they felt more at ease. It's truly a blessing to be able to follow a man like this during the apocalypse. After taking the pill, everyone quickly felt as if an invisible barrier had been added to their bodies. This must mean the elixir has successfully taken effect. Upon sensing the changes in her body, Xin Lan's keen intuition as the group's president instantly awakened. She got to this position not because of empty boasts, but because she has real talent and ability. Xin Lan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, slightly diminishing the languid allure in her eyes. Instead, it is replaced by shrewdness and decisiveness. Xin Lan sat up straight, exuding a powerful aura, as if she were presiding over an important meeting concerning the future development direction of the group. "Husband, this pill is of great significance to us. If it can really achieve the effects you described, then we will have gained a crucial advantage in the apocalypse. Since we are not afraid of the poisonous snow outside, and you have such strong development potential, then we can no longer stay in our corner. We need to take over our territory and establish our own power as soon as possible." Xin Lan's voice was calm yet powerful, revealing an unparalleled captivating quality. This apocalypse is not just a crisis, but also an opportunity to reshape the world. Now that order has collapsed, whoever has the bigger fist is right. But individual martial prowess alone is not enough. We need resources, we need manpower, and we need to build a powerful force with ourselves at its core. This current residential area is far from meeting the requirements. We need to move to a bigger stage. Jiang Chen listened to Xin Lan's analysis and nodded in agreement. Although he also has a general plan for future development, he is indeed not as good as Xin Lan in implementing specific plans. Having navigated the business world for many years, Xin Lan's vision and perspective are unmatched by him. Xin Lan has a more perceptive, far-sighted, and systematic approach to problem solving. You're right. Jiang Chen frankly acknowledged Xin Lan's analysis, without the slightest hint of male chauvinism. I can take charge of providing security and producing special supplies. However, you are better at things like management and planning. He smiled and gently pinched Xin Lan's small feet, which were clad in elegant high heels and black stockings. Sister Lan, can you let me experience the joy Liu Bei felt after acquiring Zhuge Liang? Don't worry about anything, just go around killing indiscriminately and divide the world into 3. Xin Lan rolled her eyes at him and then quickly removed her foot from his palm. Don't touch my high heels, there's something inside, they're dirty. However, Xin Lan was overjoyed to see that Jiang Chen was listening to her advice so seriously and was even willing to delegate authority to her. This shows that Jiang Chen truly respects her and treats her as a partner who can fight alongside him, rather than a mere toy to vent his desires. This feeling of being needed and trusted made her radiate a unique glow. Qianlan took a deep breath and began to explain the next steps with a serious expression. Chapter 34 Secretary reports on work. At this moment, Qianlan was giving a work report, and the atmosphere in the living room was filled with both seriousness and ambiguity. She was wearing a haute couture Armani business suit at the moment. However, this is a powerful and decisive female CEO with billions in assets. At this moment, however, he was not sitting at the solemn conference table, listening with a cold and critical expression to his subordinates' trembling reports. Instead, she nestled in Jiang Chen's arms like a docile cat. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, trying her best to maintain the cool, aloof tone of an elite businesswoman. She began to report on her work diligently, just like a secretary. Regarding the future development of our power, we definitely can't avoid the issue of choosing a base location. Qianlan stretched out her finger and drew a circle in the air. Although the neighborhood we are in now is relatively safe, it is still too small and in a poor location, making it inconvenient for us to establish a solid presence. To gain a foothold in this apocalypse, and even to grow stronger and radiate influence to the surrounding areas, we need a larger, more independent, and easier to defend doomsday base. At this point, a sharp glint flashed in Qianlan's eyes, and her domineering aura as a female CEO returned. I own a luxury villa in the Cloud Top Manor on the outskirts of the city, which is my top choice. Cloud Top Manor? Jiang Chen's finger paused for a moment as he began to ponder why Qianlan valued this place so much. That's right. Qianlan nodded. The villas of Cloud Top Manor are all built on the mountainside. The terrain there is high and the view is wide, making it a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, its location is also excellent, being very close to several large resource sites in the vicinity. From now on, it will be much more convenient for us to go out and gather resources or expand our influence. Qianlan then gave a mischievous smile. In this Cloud Top Manor, there are several other top-tier villas similar to mine. These villas alone cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan to renovate, and they are extremely comfortable to live in. Besides that, there are some other villas that are slightly less luxurious. However, even the worst batch of villas can easily sell for tens of millions. With so many luxury villas, wouldn't it be perfect for you to keep your mistress in a golden cage? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately after hearing these words. If every villa in the Yunding Mountain Villa complex were filled with top-tier beauties, then he can go door to door collecting rent. Just thinking about such a day is incredibly exciting. Moreover, if he succeeds in replicating the Earth and would superpower in the future, he can completely hollow out the mountain and build more defensive facilities. But at this point, Qianlan frowned again and sighed softly. Everything there is great, the only downside is that it's so far away from here. It's about 20 kilometers from here to Hentaying Manor. If there's no traffic, it takes me less than half an hour to get there in my Rolls-Royce. But now, Qianlan turned her head to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. There was almost no light outside the window, and the whole world was deathly still. The snow outside is more than 3 meters deep, and all the roads are completely buried. Without a dedicated means of transportation, it is impossible to walk on it. But if we only rely on our 2 legs to walk. Qianlan shook her head, her eyes full of hesitation. The risk is just too great, it might take several days to get there. Not to mention that we may encounter other unknown dangers along the way. If you hadn't just taken out that poison immunity pill, which can protect us from the poisonous snow, I wouldn't have dared to make this suggestion. After saying that, Qianlan bit her lower lip with some worry. Looking at the sorrowful appearance of the beauty in his arms, Jiang Chen felt a surge of heroic spirit. He tightened his arms, holding Qianlan even closer. Your suggestion was perfect, and I completely agree with it. As for the transportation, don't worry, there's always a way out. Jiang Chen's voice was steady and powerful, exuding an unquestionable confidence. If we don't have any transportation, then we'll find a way to get some. If we can't find it, we'll resort to the most primitive method, skiing. In short, we're definitely going to Cloud Peak Resort. If we just stay here and do nothing, becoming a neighborhood war god, how can we build a powerful force? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Ski? Qianlan and Xiao Shui both widened their eyes, somewhat shocked by Jiang Chen's persistence. That's right. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. After taking the pill, the poisonous snow outside will no longer pose a deadly threat to us. And with such thick snow outside, it's practically a natural ski resort now. We can certainly make some simple sleds or skateboards for walking on snow. If you don't have enough time in one day, you can simply find a residential area along the way to stop and rest.
I refuse to believe it. Can this mere 20 kilometers really stop us from moving towards a better future? Chapter 35 Private Secretary Su Qingli. Looking at Jiang Chen's incredibly determined and confident demeanor, Qin Lan was also influenced by him and stopped worrying so much. Okay. I'll do as you say. Qin Lan stopped worrying and regained her capable demeanor. Target cloud top manor. If we can get there, we will not only get a perfect base. We can also use that place as a core to seize several strategic resources in the surrounding area. At that time, we will become the undisputed strongest force in that region. After setting the general direction, Qin Lan's thinking became increasingly clear. She then adjusted her posture. The issue of the stronghold has been resolved. Next is the issue of the faction's members. Qin Lan pushed up her glasses, her eyes becoming somewhat playful. We must extract every last drop of value from this community before we leave. And the most valuable thing in this community, besides supplies, is people. To be precise, they are top talents. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen with a half smile. President Jiang, do you have any instructions regarding the hiring standards? Jiang Chen stated directly without any hesitation. It's very simple, the higher the quality, the better. You know my abilities. I can help people awaken their superpowers and replicate my own. However, all of this is based on the premise that the other party must be an exceptional talent. Looks, figure, and temperament are all indispensable. People like you and Xiao Shui can bring the greatest boost to our power. If they are just ordinary women, even if there are many of them, it won't be of much help to me. Hearing this, Qin Lan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Although she had promised Jiang Chen that she wouldn't stop him from taking in other beautiful women. But the way he said it so bluntly made Qin Lan feel a little jealous. Your request is really simple and unpretentious. Do you think people like Shuer and me are as common as cabbages? You can just grab a handful from the ground? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Shui, though a little shy, replied with considerable confidence. It might sound a bit narcissistic, but even among airlines full of beautiful women, I'm often the one chosen to film promotional videos. Besides my sister, I've never met a woman more beautiful than me. If you want to find beauties like me and my sister in this neighborhood, that's really too difficult. Even though Xiao Shui is usually quite insecure, she is exceptionally confident in her looks and figure. This is the arrogance that belongs to top-tier beauties. None of you are as pretty as me. However, after this discussion, Jiang Chen became even more determined to leave the neighborhood. There are simply too few resources here, and there is no prospect of development whatsoever. Staying stuck here will only stop you from having the desire to improve. Seeing Jiang Chen deep in thought, Qin Lan assumed he was feeling down and offered words of comfort. What? Are you already discouraged? Qin Lan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a sly glint in her eyes. Honey, there really is a top talent right here in our neighborhood. She absolutely meets your requirements. Qin Lan said confidently, her tone carrying a hint of nostalgia, as well as a complex mix of emotions that were hard to describe. She is your boss, Su Qingli. This is my personal secretary who has been with me for many years and is also my most capable right-hand woman in the group. Sister Li? Upon hearing this name, a figure instantly flashed into Jiang Chen's mind. How could I not remember? Before the apocalypse, when he was selected as the president's assistant, Su Qingli was his immediate superior. That person always wore a meticulously tailored black business suit, buttoned up to the top, liked to wear silver-rimmed glasses, and always had a cold face, exuding an aura of unapproachability, a cold and aloof female demon. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, but then nodded. Really? Although she has a cold personality, like a stone that can't be warmed up. But to be fair, her looks and figure are definitely no less than Xiao Shui's. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Secretary Su. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, with a cool and beautiful first love face, her shirt always buttoned up to the top, and those long, straight legs that were covered in thick black stockings but still couldn't hide. But then... He then recalled what Qin Lan had told him before the hidden side of this cold beauty. Seeing Jiang Chen's enthusiastic expression, Qin Lan's smile deepened. She leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and said seductively, Honey, have you always felt that she's been very cold to you, or even deliberately targeting you? It's not just indifference, it's like I'm guilty, they really dislike me, Jiang Chen complained. No matter what I do, she can always find something to criticize. If it weren't for Sister Lan's kindness to me back then, I would have even considered quitting my job. He.
Xinlan covered her mouth and chuckled, her voice carrying a teasing tone of watching the fun.
That's because she sees you as a rival in love.
After all, you didn't know about the special relationship between her and me back then.
A love rival?
Jiang Chen was taken aback, but then he understood.
Xinlan nodded, her eyes becoming dreamy and playful.
Xingli, she's always been infatuated with me. Over the years, she has not only been my secretary at work, but also my little pet in life. The reason why neither of us has ever had any scandals with men is that we have always maintained the image of strong women.
It's entirely because we had already absorbed it internally when we needed it.
Xinlan's words immediately caused Jiang Chen to feel a surge of heat throughout his body.
So that's how it is.
No wonder she used to think her nose wasn't a nose and her eyes weren't eyes. It turns out she was jealous and possessive of her food. She's treating him like a love rival.
Chapter 36: The Contrast of Su Qingli.
Xinlan licked her rosy, alluring lips and said with a touch of emotion. But after I met you, I realized that I don't hate men or like women.
I just haven't met anyone I like. The feeling of having a man is much happier than being with her.
Since I was the one who turned her gay, I have an obligation to turn her back. Xinlan seemed to think that this wasn't enough of a stimulant, and continued to add details to Jiang Chen's ear.
Do you remember that Friday night when you came to my office to deliver some documents, preparing to give a work report?
What? Jiang Chen gasped, feeling a sudden rush to his head. He hadn't had time to think about it in detail when Xinlan mentioned it before. But now, after Xinlan's description, the scene that happened before suddenly became clear. He still clearly remembers the time he went into the president's office to deliver a report. Xinlan sat motionless in the boss's chair, her breathing somewhat rapid. When he was reporting on his work, Xinlan was unusually cold towards him.
He would just nod occasionally and then send me away.
At the time, he thought Xinlan was sick or angry.
Looking back now,
it turns out that back then, his usually frigid female boss actually. On the surface, Su Qingli is a stern, rigid, and aloof female boss who looks down on him. In private, she is a docile, obedient, and even somewhat humble lapdog by Xinlan's side.
So, are you even more interested in your sister Li now? Xinlan raised an eyebrow smugly.
I'm so interested.
Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement.
So that's why she targeted me before. Good, very good. Once I bring her here, I will definitely learn a lot from this director Su.
What exactly is the correct way to report to President Qin?
Then a stimulating thought popped into Jiang Chen's mind. I wonder how Sister Li will react when she finds out about her current relationship with Xinlan. After she joined this faction, at Xinlan's request, she became his secretary. Then I saw her reluctant expression, yet she had no choice but to report to me. Seeing that female boss who had once treated me coldly now showing me that kind of expression. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chen feel his blood boiling.
What mischief are you thinking about now? Xinlan noticed Jiang Chen's increasingly intense gaze and scolded him playfully. Don't worry.
Xinlan reached out and stroked Jiang Chen's face, her eyes filled with tenderness.
Qingli, that girl, listens to me very well now.
She never said no to my orders. Once we bring her here, I'll find a way to make you happy with her. Hee, then thank you for your hard work, Sister Lan.
Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously.
Xinlan was caught off guard. She took a deep breath, glanced at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes full of spring water, and hesitated to speak.
That scoundrel. Is it any different now from when Su Qingli reported to him?
Xinlan took a breath, forcing herself to calm down from her confused and chaotic emotions, and continued to talk about business. But her slightly trembling voice proved that she was not as calm as everyone thought.
These past few days, I've been keeping in touch with her via my phone. The situation in Qingli is currently relatively optimistic.
She lives in Jinqiu Garden, which is less than 2 kilometers away from here.
That's a newly opened upscale residential area with a low occupancy rate, so the riots and conflicts among people aren't too serious.
Moreover, this girl is very capable in managing her life. She has a habit of stocking up on things, and there is still a lot of food and drink left at home.
She lives on the top floor and there are no neighbors around.
Apart from it being a bit cold at home, she is relatively safe for the time being. As Jiang Chen listened, he casually fondled Xinlan's exquisite legs encased in black stockings and remarked,
"It seems like things are going well for her. Do we really need to rush over?"
"No." Xinlan immediately shook her head, her tone becoming serious. The situation on her end has changed now. When she messaged me this morning, she said that a gang of thugs composed of survivors had appeared in her neighborhood. This group is now breaking down doors and looting, plundering supplies, and has even killed people. Although Qingli had locked the door from the inside and blocked it with a cabinet, she was, after all, just a girl and didn't have any decent weapons. If those thugs really break in, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, a hint of worry flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. I see. Jiang Chen sneered, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Even though Sister Li is sometimes hostile towards me, she is still a trustworthy person. Moreover, she is very likely to be an S-class beauty, and once we take her into the refuge, this will help you unlock more special abilities and increase your daily survival coins. Anyone who tries to lay a finger on her is going against Jiang Chen. Once we've confirmed that this toxin immunity pill is truly effective, we'll bring her over as soon as possible. Qinlan nodded, then, as if remembering something, continued speaking to Jiang Chen. Apart from Qingli, who is relatively close, the situation of the other sisters in my phone's photo album is not so easy to deal with. She opened her phone, scrolled through her chat list with them, and sighed regretfully. Most of them are not in this area, some are even in other provinces or abroad. It's definitely not as simple as Su Qingli bringing them here. The good news is that most of them are still alive. After all, most of the people who can get into my circle are relatively rich and powerful. They live in higher quality houses and have more stuff stored at home, so they can withstand more stress than ordinary people. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, at the very beginning of the apocalypse, the chances of the wealthy surviving were higher than those of ordinary people. And some of my sisters seem to be showing signs of awakening their supernatural abilities. Chapter 37. Which man could withstand this test? When her sister was mentioned, Qinlan even gave a helpless smile. My sister, she even kept shouting about it. When the opportunity arises in the future, let me find a way to move to her place, and she can protect me. But little did she know that on the very first day of the apocalypse, thanks to someone, I had already successfully awakened my superpowers. Maybe she'll need me to protect her in the future. However, Jiang Chen seemed thoughtful after hearing Qinlan's words, and then said to the two women, "It seems that the awakening of superpowers is not an isolated case. The world is undergoing changes that we are unaware of. Perhaps there will be more people with superpowers in the future. The future world will definitely become more dangerous and unpredictable. However, in any case, it's never wrong to master power." The two women nodded in agreement. This world is no longer the same as before. If you can't adapt to the new rules as soon as possible, you'll only perish. However, when they looked at Jiang Chen, whom they were leaning on, they felt that the future was not so hopeless. As long as he's there, they'll definitely be able to survive this apocalypse. Who knows, life might even be better than before. Qinlan gently kissed Jiang Chen's cheek and continued speaking to him. It seems we have another reason to go to Cloudtop Manor. Seeing Qinlan's actions, Xiaoshui boldly kissed Jiang Chen's other cheek. Then, somewhat shyly, she buried her face in Jiang Chen's arms. Listening to his steady and strong heartbeat, I felt inexplicably at ease. Qinlan smiled at her new sister's actions but didn't say anything more. She turned around, opened a friend's WeChat moments, and then handed the phone to Jiang Chen. There's a photo of her from behind that she posted on her WeChat moments. Even just a glimpse of her back exudes an air of mature elegance. The exaggerated curves of her waist and hips, along with her cascading long, wavy hair, all proclaimed her charm. My sister, she also lives at Cloudtop Villa. Her name is Wenwan. Although she is a bit older, she is already 33 years old this year, but she is a top-notch mature woman and a perfect lady without a doubt. She is very generous when it comes to skincare. Her skin is so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it, and you can't tell her age from her appearance at all. As for her figure, it's ridiculously good. Jiang Chen's throat went dry as he listened. And, more importantly, Qinlan leaned closer to Jiang Chen, lowered her voice, as if she were telling him a secret. She also has a younger sister who is a university professor. Her name is Wenya, and she has a very intellectual and charming temperament, especially her gentle and refined scholarly air, which is simply amazing. A voluptuous mature woman and an intellectual professor. They're all at Cloudtop Manor, waiting for you to rescue them. After saying that, Qinlan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chen, her eyes conveying a knowing look. Jiang Chen then took a deep breath and placed his hand on it. It's clear that Qinlan is making empty promises to herself. However, this pancake was indeed fragrant and sweet, and he wished he could eat it in one bite. Jiang Chen held his phone in his other hand and started scrolling down Wenwan's WeChat moments. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's breathing became heavier. This account is clearly not a public account. Its WeChat moments are only open to a small number of friends. Therefore, the photos here are extremely daring. The first set of photos is a 9-grid yoga photo series. The background should be a private gym in a home, with floor-to-ceiling windows and sunlight shining on the yoga mat. Wenwan was wearing an extremely tight-fitting light purple yoga outfit. The fabric was so thin it felt like a second skin. It perfectly captured the exaggerated, almost unfair, curves of her figure. She is doing a difficult vertical split with her legs tucked behind her. He was in a vertical split, then leaned back, opened his chest, and hugged his calves with both hands. Her yoga clothes were soaked with sweat from the strenuous exercise. Jiang Chen's fingers then unconsciously slid downwards. The following photos are even more thrilling. Some of the photos were taken in the bedroom, showing him trying on a bikini in front of a mirror. The black bikini was held together by only a few thin straps, with very little fabric, which made her skin appear as white as milk. She wasn't the skinny type, but rather had a very voluptuous, mature woman's figure. Next up is a photo of her emerging from the bath. In the photo, the bathroom is filled with steam, and water droplets are still hanging on the mirror. Wenwan had just finished showering and was only wrapped in a large white bath towel. The bath towel was loosely tied around his chest, seemingly about to slip off at any moment due to its immense weight. She held a towel in one hand to dry her wet long hair, while taking a selfie with her phone in the other. Her cheeks flushed a beautiful, intoxicating red from the steam. Her eyes were dreamy and languid, exuding a unique charm characteristic of a mature and beautiful woman. The bottom of the bath towel revealed a section of round, plump thigh, with water droplets sliding down her fair and smooth skin. This is just too amazing. Jiang Chen felt his throat getting even drier, and the fire inside him was rising rapidly. But as he continued scrolling down, he saw several photos of her sister, Wenya. The restlessness in my heart turned into another, more complex thought. The person in the photo should be Wenya, the professor's sister that Qin Lan mentioned. Her charm and maturity were completely different from her sister's. Wenya was wearing a traditional hanfu at this moment. An elegant moon-white long gown paired with a light blue horseface skirt. Her long skirt trailed to the ground, and a warm, white jade hairpin adorned her elaborate and delicate hairstyle. She was holding a book in her hands, sitting at an antique-style desk, looking out the window. The scholarly air and intellectual beauty emanating from her very being were simply the perfect image of a well-bred lady. Even in loose-fitting hanfu, one can vaguely see the broad-mindedness hidden beneath the clothes, which is in no way inferior to her older sister. However, the two sisters clearly share a 7 or 8/10 resemblance in appearance and figure. However, the two exuded completely different temperaments. My elder sister is gentle and graceful, like a ripe peach or a bewitching red rose. One look at her makes you want to completely conquer her. My younger sister, Wenya, is like a snow lotus on a high mountain, or a pure and elegant white magnolia. Her dignified and elegant demeanor made people dare not easily defile her, yet it also made people want to tear off her disguise and see her lose control and collapse. She was alluring and seductive, her desire written all over her face. She is elegant and intellectual, with charm hidden deep within. Putting these two stunning sisters together is the ultimate test of a man's self-control. Chapter 38. A large glass of honey water. Call. Jiang Chen let out a long breath, feeling a bit dizzy. He spent a long time scrolling through all of the mature woman's WeChat moments from the past 6 months. After all, Cloudtop Manor is his next target, and he needs to investigate it thoroughly. The best way to assess someone is by studying their social circle. However, after careful and meticulous examination, besides marveling at the sisters' exceptional qualities, a question suddenly popped into his mind. Sister Lan. Jiang Chen pointed at the screen and asked with some curiosity. This gentle life seems quite fulfilling, with yoga practice and travel. But why are there not a single man in these photos? Even in the group photo of the party, you can't see a single man? Logically speaking, a mature and stunning beauty like her should have no shortage of suitors, right? Even if you're divorced and single, surely you should have at least one potential romantic interest, right? Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Qin Lan nestled in his arms and shifted into a more comfortable position, her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed as she playfully blinked. Didn't I tell you? She stretched out her finger and drew circles on Jiang Chen's firm chest, saying in a mysterious tone. Both of them are single. And he's been single for many years. Single? Jiang Chen was taken aback. No way? Wenwan is 33, and Wenya is almost 32. Neither of them are married? We've been married.
Xin Lan pouted.
When Wan was married once, but it was merely a business marriage. The man seemed to have studied in Chengdu, and the two divorced less than 6 months after getting married. As for Wenya, that female professor who only focuses on studying the classics, she has hardly ever been in a relationship. However, Xinlan leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear, lowered her voice, and said with a mischievous smile, I heard that the two sisters got along very well after they started living together. You know, when women reach this age, they always have needs.
Since there are no men. Xinlan gave Jiang Chen a meaningful look, the implication in her eyes couldn't be clearer. Maybe. Xinlan gently bit Jiang Chen's earlobe, her breath sweet as orchids. What unexpected surprises will you find when you get there? For example, although they are both mature in age and figure. However, he may still be rather inexperienced in some aspects of interpersonal relationships and conduct.
Boom! Xinlan's words made Jiang Chen's head spin, and he felt like his head was about to split open. A pair of stunningly beautiful mature sisters. The older sister is charming and alluring, while the younger sister is dignified and intellectual. However, it's already the end of the world, and I now possess considerable strength. If Xinlan is added to the mix, and her good friend tries to influence things, they can easily be recruited into their own faction. With the help of these two, my combat power will definitely be enhanced once again. That's right, he really wanted to improve his combat skills. As for those gorgeous mature female sisters, he doesn't care at all, okay? Very loudly. Just thinking about how his power could become stronger made Jiangchen wish he could fly to Cloudtop Manor right now. It seems that the importance of visiting Cloud Peak Resort needs to be emphasized even more.
Sister Lan, you really are.
Jiang Chen roused himself and used his mind to connect with the top-tier buffet restaurant. A moment later, he had 2 huge glasses in his hands.
The cup contains warm honey water with a faint floral scent.
This is made with top-quality wild honey, and it tastes quite good.
Here, have some water. Jiang Chen handed the 2 glasses of water to the 2 women's lips.
Xinlan and Xiao Shui's eyes lit up immediately when they smelled the sweet fragrance. The 2 women then held the huge glass in both hands, tilted their heads back, and began to gulp it down.
Glug. Glug. This scene made Jiang Chen's throat tighten. This is the ultimate goddess, even drinking water exudes a unique charm. A little over a minute later, the 2 large glasses of honey water were completely drunk.
Ha! Xinlan let out a long sigh of relief and placed the empty cup on the coffee table. She leaned back and slumped limply into the back of the sofa. Those long, beautiful legs, wrapped in tattered black stockings, were stretched out without any restraint.
He's alive, he's finally alive.
Although her voice was still a little hoarse, it had regained some vitality.
Chapter 39 We Will Win.
Xiao Shui also put down her cup, her fair and flawless face flushed with a charming blush. But the next second, she looked at Xinlan beside her with a rather resentful expression.
Sister, it's all your fault. Ahem, well.
Xinlan pushed up her decorative gold-rimmed glasses, trying to salvage some dignity.
Sister, I never expected him to be such a pervert.
Who knows? She glanced at Jiang Chen, her expression complex.
This guy is a complete beast.
But don't worry, little sister, Xinlan said, patting Xiao Shui's head.
We'll bring Qingli over tomorrow.
Qingli, that girl, usually seems cold and aloof, but she's actually in great physical condition. With her joining us, we're sure to win. Xiao Shui sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness and a hint of doubt.
I hope so. Sister Lan, that's what you said when you first brought me here.
They say that when sisters are of one mind, their strength can break metal.
Jiang Chen is nothing to worry about. I can definitely kill him at your feet. And then what happened?
Xiao Shui looked down at her flight attendant uniform, now reduced to strips of cloth, and felt like crying.
Husband. Xiao Shui propped herself up and crawled to Jiang Chen's side like a docile kitten.
She leaned closer and gently kissed Jiang Chen's left cheek with her delicate and pretty face.
Pa. I'm sorry, honey.
Xiao Shui spoke softly, her tone filled with guilt and a desire to please.
It's my fault for being so useless, I couldn't satisfy you. Once I've rested, I'll definitely make it up to you many times over.
Jiang Chen smiled and gently smoothed her messy hair, his heart softening as well.
Look, this is the professionalism of a top-notch flight attendant.
Even though I was exhausted, I was still thinking about how to better serve the passengers. Jiang Chen's body had already been cleaned up, so he didn't feel very uncomfortable and wasn't in a hurry to take a shower. At this moment, Jiang Chen was at his most rational.
This is a good time to think about future plans.
Jiang Chen composed himself and summoned the system panel. System, check for issues related to shelter relocation. Since we've already decided to go to Cloudtop Manor, we need to make plans in advance.
Ding. Checking shelter relocation rules.
The system's mechanical voice echoed in my mind.
Relocation rules.
1. Time limit. The host must wait at least 10 days after the current shelter is established before applying for a voluntary relocation and establishing a new shelter core.
2. Cooldown penalty. Each time the shelter location is changed, the cooldown time for the next relocation will increase tenfold.
For example, the first relocation requires a 10-day wait, the second requires a 100-day wait, the third requires a 1,000-day wait, and so on.
Note, using special items can shorten the relocation waiting time.
3. Forced relocation. If the host chooses to forcibly move the shelter core during the cooldown period, all current shelter enhancement levels will be reset, restoring it to its initial state. Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the rules.
10 days. He glanced at the system time. Today is the 5th night since the apocalypse began.
He needs to stay in this community for at least 5 more days before he can move the shelter to Cloudtop Manor without damage.
Forced relocation is definitely not an option. Jiang Chen shook his head.
He has already put thousands of survival coins into this shelter. The doors, windows, and walls have all been reinforced to the highest level of quality.
If this is reset, it would be a huge loss.
Moreover, the relocation penalty of 10 times the time forced him to be cautious. If you use your first relocation opportunity now, you'll have to wait more than 3 months to move again next time. As for that special item, he hadn't even seen a glimpse of it, so there was no way he could count on it.
It seems we can't save these 5 days. But it's good, we can use these few days to bring Su Qingli back. Then we'll loot this neighborhood and the surrounding area for any valuable resources. After another 5 days, once we are fully prepared, we will head straight for Cloudtop Manor.
The timetable has been established.
So the question then becomes, how do we get there? Jiang Chen glanced at the dark and silent view outside the window and fell into thought. Chapter 40 Shameless Merchant. The snow outside is at least 3 meters thick.
To reach Cloudtop Manor from here, it is necessary to travel at least 20 kilometers. Although they have already consumed the toxin immunity pill, they don't need to worry about being corroded by the poisonous snow. However, the 3-meter deep snow remains a huge obstacle. This 20-kilometer snow off-road adventure would be impossible if you only relied on your 2 legs to walk. Even if they are now superhumans with greatly enhanced physical attributes, it would probably not be an easy task for them to accomplish. More importantly, if they cannot reach Hentang Highlands within a day and establish a new shelter.
This would take more time and affect the daily settlement of survival coins.
He can now accumulate 1,100 survival coins per day, and wasting even a day of his time would be a huge loss.
We must solve the transportation problem. Ordinary cars certainly wouldn't work, they were all buried in the snow. Even if he uses his spatial abilities to transport them out.
But this thing is too heavy and has too low a chassis, so it will probably get stuck in the snow and be unusable.
Ideally, we could get a snowmobile.
At the very least, you should get some snow walking equipment like sleds or skis. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him.
Yeah. Didn't I just unlock a super clothing mall?
That place claims to have all the clothing styles on Earth.
Does that mean outdoor sports equipment counts as clothing?
Jiang Chen then opened the interface of the super clothing mall, with great anticipation. His consciousness was immersed in it, and a huge virtual shopping mall appeared before him.
Search, skis. Search results, 0. Search term, sled. Search results, 0. Search, snowmobile. Search results, 0. Seeing this string of 0s,
Jiang Chen, the straight man, felt as desperate as if he had arrived in Chengdu. It seems that this system's judgment is very rigid.
Clothes are clothes, but vehicles and sports equipment are not within the scope of service. To obtain this equipment, we'll probably need to unlock more auxiliary spaces. Although this shopping mall has all kinds of professional polar cold weather clothing, and even spacesuits worn by astronauts.
However, the snow transportation he urgently needed was not available here.
Wait, what's that?
Just as Jiang Chen was about to exit the auxiliary space, he found something very interesting in the footwear special functional shoes section.
Polar snow walking shoes.
Description: featuring a specially designed extra-large outsole that effectively distributes body weight and prevents sinking in deep snow. Built-in heated insole provides exceptional grip. Zhang Chen examined the shoes closely. Its sole is like a small tennis racket, very wide. Walking in it will definitely not be as nimble as walking on flat ground, and it might even seem a bit clumsy. But in deep snow, this thing is a godsend. Although it's not as fast as skis, with these shoes, at least we don't get stuck in the snow and have to walk through every little hole. At least it's more than enough to pick up Suqingli at Jinsho Garden, which is 2 kilometers away. As for Cloud Top Manor, which is 20 kilometers away, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Since we still have a few days, we can go to the nearby shopping malls to search and see if there are any suitable outdoor equipment stores. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least I won't have to tie wooden boards to the soles of my shoes when I go out tomorrow. After resolving the issue of travel gear, Zhang Chen's gaze swept over the torn uniforms on the carpet. His gaze then returned to the search box in front of him. The experience he had just had with those 2 Armani suits and the flight attendant uniform was indeed very good. He still reminisces about it now. I wonder if I can still buy another apartment in this mall. Zhang Chen had also begun to enjoy it. He then found the Purchased History section. Armani Personalized CEO Su Qinlan version, price, 1,000 survival coins. Limited edition premium flight attendant uniform Xiao Shui version, price, 1,000 survival coins. Hiss. Upon seeing the price, Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Tao Xiao? A set of 1,000 survival coins? System, are you robbing me? This pile of junk on the ground is worth 2,000 survival coins? Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. You need to know. He could restock an Australian lobster at the top-tier buffet restaurant for just 1 survival coin. 1,000 survival coins, that's a whole 1,000 Australian lobsters. Or 5 high-efficiency recovery pills. Even 2 AK-47 rifles. Now you can only buy 1 set of clothes? Is your fabric made of gold, or are the buttons made of gold? Zhang Chen trembled with heartache. This is almost 2 days' worth of survival coins he's earned. He used to spend money lavishly in that side space of the cafeteria. There's plenty of food there, so he rarely needs to restock. Even if I come across something delicious, I want to eat it again. You only need to spend a few survival coins occasionally, and that should be enough. It's as shady as a clothing mall. The price for restocking here is practically robbery. However, Zhang Chen calmed down and thought about it carefully. If we were to convert these 2 pieces of clothing to their pre-apocalyptic value, Xinlan's haute couture suit, just the cost of the fabric and the craftsmanship alone, would have cost at least several 100,000 yuan before the apocalypse, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was worth over 1 million. Xiao Shui's uniform was definitely a limited edition from a top designer, on par with that custom-made suit. Based on this calculation, 1 survival coin in the secondary space is roughly equivalent to 1,000 yuan in the real world? The reason why the food in the self-service restaurant is cheap may be because the food is classified as a basic commodity by the system. And this kind of top-notch custom-made clothing belongs to the category of luxury hedonism. Therefore, its price is very likely to be set a little higher. Once Zhang Chen understood this, he stopped caring so much. He simply shook his head with some regret. It seems these 2 outfits are temporarily out of print. It will probably be a long time before I can find the exact same 2 pieces of clothing again. Zhang Chen looked at the product icons that had turned gray and couldn't help but feel helpless. Although he still has some spare money. However, spending 2,000 survival coins at once just to enhance the experience is still too wasteful. Even if you want to buy it, you have to wait until your daily survival coins are settled so that they can completely cover the cost of this sharing activity. Looks like I'll have to be careful with how I use these top-tier clothes next time I get them. However, Zhang Chen soon discovered something new. Although such a complete set of top-tier haute couture clothing is extremely expensive. However, the prices of some items are still within his budget. I'm being chased by a mysterious force. Dear readers, if you enjoyed this story, could you please give the author some encouragement? Chapter 41: Some Little Things in Daily Life. Balenciaga Premium Stockings, 2 survival coins. New Victoria's Secret Lace Lingerie Set, 5 survival coins. Hey. Upon seeing the prices of these goods, Zhang Chen's face broke into a pleased smile. Stockings and underwear aren't that expensive. Although I can't afford to tear $1 million haute couture dress, tearing a few $1,000 stockings or underwear is no problem at all.
As for the fun in life, these are more than enough.
Jiang Chen was satisfied and then picked out several other types of haute couture dresses, along with matching diamond-encrusted high heels, and put them into the system space. Among these formal wear, there are even more expensive pieces than the two uniforms we're wearing today. The dazzling design and the gorgeous accessories were so appealing that even he, a man, found them captivating. Although he didn't intend to try it himself, he did have the idea of putting it on Qinlan and Xiao Shui. This idea not only exists, but it's also very big. After selecting these, he then selected dozens or even hundreds of items, including high heels, stockings, and lingerie of various types and styles, and placed them into the system space as well. I also backed up these items in my shopping cart. If he finds a style he likes in the future, he can buy it in bulk directly from his shopping cart. The items in these auxiliary spaces are like this: only the first item can be exchanged for free. If you think it's good, the second item will require spending extra survival coins. Fortunately, items like stockings and underwear don't seem to be too expensive, otherwise he would have incurred a huge daily expense. As for Jiang Chen, why didn't he choose some cheaper styles? It's entirely due to the difference in experience, and it's quite obvious. Take the stockings he got from the market yesterday, for example. When Qinlan put it on, it felt quite nice to the touch, very smooth. But when she put on Balenciaga's high-end stockings, touching the original stockings felt no different than touching sandpaper. Whether it's texture, luster, or comfort, it completely outclasses those cheaper products. Jiang Chen sighed. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. However, it's perfectly fine to spend some money, time, and energy on your hobbies. These are all just human nature. Then he thought about tomorrow's operation. It was over 30 degrees below zero outside, but even after taking the immunity pills, I wasn't afraid of the unknown toxins outside. But the coldness in my body was real. He had seen a news report before. A girl from the south came to Harbin to celebrate the new year. Wearing only an ordinary coat, she dared to play on the streets for a whole night in temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius. As a result, both legs suffered severe frostbite and almost had to be amputated. Going outside in such extremely cold conditions without taking proper precautions to keep warm is a very dangerous thing. Jiang Chen then searched for polar cold weather clothing and replaced his snow boots with the matching shoes inside. After all, the situation outside is somewhat different from that in the polar regions, so we can't simply copy it entirely. Polar research-grade cold weather suit set including thermal underwear, windproof mask, gloves, etc., 25 survival coin set. This price is much more reasonable. Jiang Chen nodded. The system is somewhat ethical. The prices for these functional garments aren't set too outrageously. Including Suqing Li's share, Jiang Chen directly exchanged for 5 sets of winter clothing. Buy. Ding. 100 survival coins consumed. Except for the first set, which cost no money, the remaining 4 sets together cost exactly 100 survival coins. Adding to the miscellaneous expenses from before, Jiang Chen subconsciously glanced at his remaining balance. Current balance, 500 survival coins. Call. Jiang Chen looked at the number and felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, at least I've said goodbye to the living paycheck to paycheck lifestyle and I've managed to save some money. Looking back on the past few days, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If I hadn't met Qinlan, an SS-level goddess, on the very first day. If it weren't for her, providing me with a constant supply of 1,000 survival coins every day. Even if I had successfully taken in Xiao Shui, this S-class goddess, I would probably still be struggling to make ends meet, barely able to afford a gun or a pill. How could things be like this now, where not only are we well fed and clothed, but we can even afford to spend money on our hobbies? Qinlan, she really is my lucky star. Jiang Chen gazed tenderly towards the bathroom, listening to the sounds of running water and giggling coming from inside. It seems I'll have to treat Sister Lan even better in the future. From now on, if there are any new clothes, we should still give them to her first. After all, if she's happy, I'll be happy too. This is a win-win situation. And the quality of the girls in her contact list is shockingly high. Isn't this much better than searching for a needle in a haystack and relying solely on luck to expand one's influence? Jiang Chen happily imagined the future scenario and casually closed the system panel. Just then, Jiang Chen heard Qinlan and Xiao Shui's increasingly loud laughter coming from the bathroom. They seemed to be all ready and about to come out. The living room and sofa outside are still in the same messy state as before. Jiang Chen knew inwardly that something was wrong. They quickly activated the shelter's built-in cleaning function. Soon, the clutter on the floor and sofa was cleaned up completely. Even the coffee table in front of the sofa was polished to a shine. Jiang Chen also picked out some of their favorite foods, desserts, and drinks from the side room and arranged them neatly on the coffee table. This can help them replenish more energy and water. All of these items together cost no more than 5 survival coins, but their effectiveness is well worth the price. Jiang Chen used to not understand why the protagonists in novels had to treat their women as master and servant. If it were in bed, that would be fine. It wouldn't matter if it were master and servant, or even father and daughter. But in everyday interactions, there's no need for all that stuff. It's easy to do small things by myself, and it doesn't take much effort. They wouldn't lose their dignity and status over such a trivial matter. But it's often these little things that make them happier and feel that they are cared for. If they're happy, won't I be happy too? That's how we'll find our time together to grow more and more comfortable. After Jiang Chen finished organizing these things, the bathroom door clicked open. A plume of hot, fragrant white steam rose out. Chapter 42 Paradise. Jiang Chen was pouring red wine into a wine glass. Hearing a noise coming from the bathroom, I looked up. Even though I was already quite familiar with these two stunning beauties, I was still shocked when I saw them looking like this. Jiang Chen's breath hitched involuntarily. Their bodies, having been transformed by the white tiger pill and having just taken a hot bath, had exceptionally smooth and moisturized skin. Qin Lan walked ahead, having changed into a deep emerald green silk slip dress. This color is very selective, most people simply can't pull it off. However, against the backdrop of Qin Lan's flawless white skin, she exudes a breathtaking nobility and aloofness. The silk fabric flowed like water, perfectly conforming to her devilishly curvaceous body. Her skirt swayed as she walked. Those smooth, flawless, slender legs gleamed with a beautiful, porcelain-like texture under the light. She must have just taken a shower, because her thick, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her hair was slightly damp, with a few stray strands clinging to her slender neck, giving her an exceptionally languid and alluring look. This unique charm, a blend of mature woman and sophisticated woman, particularly captivated Jiang Chen. I don't know whether to call her sister or mom. Behind her, Xiao Shui looked like a young and innocent princess, wearing a light pink chiffon suspender dress. Her face was rosy, like a ripe peach, and her eyes still held a hint of lingering dreaminess and shyness. Those long, straight, angelic legs were a little weak from the previous exercise, making her walk look exceptionally delicate, which made people want to tease her again. Honey! Seeing Jiang Chen's burning gaze, Qin Lan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She deliberately walked with elegant cat-like steps to Jiang Chen's side. When Qin Lan saw the tidied sofa and the food laid out on the coffee table, a touching tenderness flashed in the depths of her eyes, and the smile on her lips became even more pronounced. These foods happen to be exactly what she likes to eat. Wow, there's so much delicious food. Xiao Shui also came over, her clear eyes sparkling. Everyone had done a lot of exercise just now, and although they drank honey water, they didn't replenish much of their energy. Upon seeing these delicious foods they loved, the two women were enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. A warm and comfortable house, soft lighting, delicious food, and a husband waiting for them with a smile. Is there anything more delightful than seeing this scene after a relaxing shower? Especially after they awaken their superpowers, their bodies consume much more energy than usual. This means that they have the perfect physique to eat as much as they want without gaining weight. Even if you stay at home and do nothing, you can still maintain the most perfect and alluring figure. They are now living a happier life than before, even after the apocalypse. Are you hungry? Jiang Chen smiled and patted the spot next to him. Come and eat something. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance, and with perfect understanding, they sat down on either side of Jiang Chen, close to him. Honey, I want you to feed me. Qin Lan opened her pink and alluring little mouth as if she were being coquettish. If those executives who had been severely reprimanded and couldn't lift their heads saw her acting like a little girl, their jaws would probably drop in astonishment. This could absolutely not be that aloof, arrogant, and ruthless CEO. Okay, here you go. Jiang Chen forked a piece of cut steak and fed it to Qin Lan. Qin Lan chewed gently, the rich and mellow meat juices bursting in her mouth, the deliciousness making her squint her eyes in comfort. Then she picked up a fork, speared a piece of succulent salmon, and held it to Jiang Chen's lips. My husband eats it too, to get some protein. Xiao Shui on the other side was not to be outdone. She picked up a bowl of mushroom soup, carefully blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to Jiang Chen with a spoon. Honey, have some soup to warm your stomach. And so, as the two women took turns eating, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, living a life of being waited on hand and foot. The warm and happy atmosphere inside the house contrasted sharply with the dark, desolate, and biting world outside the window. One is a beautiful and bright paradise, the other is a cruel and merciless hell. After eating and drinking their fill, the two women rinsed their mouths and applied some light makeup and perfume. After making sure she still smelled nice and hadn't picked up any food smell, she sat back down on the sofa. Since Jiang Chen gave them such a wonderful experience, they should repay Jiang Chen with an even better experience in return. This time, however, they no longer sat upright, but completely relaxed. Xin Lan was like a boneless cat, nestled in Jiang Chen's left arm, her head resting on his chest, one hand gently circling his abs. Xiao Shui nestled to Jiang Chen's right, holding his arm and pressing her cheek against his warm shoulder. The three of them stayed like that for a while, and then, at Jiang Chen's suggestion, they parted ways. They each took out their phones and began checking what was happening outside. There's no way around it, I'm just too busy every day. Only during this time period can I get a proper rest. As the phone screen lit up, the warm atmosphere in the room faded slightly. If it weren't for the overwhelming amount of brutal news online, they really wouldn't realize that they were living in the midst of the apocalypse. Although the global network signal is not very good right now, it is impossible to send videos. However, information such as pictures and text can still be sent out with difficulty. Through this information, the three of them gained a basic understanding of the current state of the apocalypse. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be shocking. Chapter 43 Hell. Countries around the world are now covered in toxic snow, making travel impossible. Could it be that this unknown natural disaster, rather than nuclear war, is what will destroy human civilization? Multiple laboratories and research institutes worldwide are jointly analyzing the unknown elements in the toxic snow, but no progress has been made. Experts speculate that these elements may very well originate from outer space. The world has descended into a gray hell, with severe riots erupting in many places and civilized order being destroyed. Shocking. Giant rats have been discovered in the snow, seemingly unaffected by the toxic snow. Has nature abandoned humanity? Jiang Chen scrolled through the screen, his brows furrowing slightly. The impact of this apocalyptic disaster has escalated to the point of being completely out of control. The blue planet now seems to have turned into a strange planet overnight. This planet does not welcome humans. The gray snowflakes drifting in the sky are no longer a romantic sight, but something deadly. They are like flowing magma. Life that touches them dies instantly. At this time, humanity is like being trapped on isolated islands and in cages. Once they go outside, they will face the threat of death. That's terrible. Xiao Shui looked at a photo on her phone and couldn't help but cover her mouth. In the photo, a man dressed in a thick cotton coat appears to be trying to rush into a convenience store to grab food. Before he even got inside, he had already fallen in the snow. Judging from the tangled snow around him, he must have suffered greatly before he died. A cotton-padded coat may provide temporary protection against the cold outside, but it can block the poisonous snow after it melts. Once this poisonous snow melts into toxic water, it can cause poisoning when it comes into contact with human skin. The consequences would be far more severe than direct contact with concentrated sulfuric acid. Xin Lan pushed up her glasses, her tone chillingly cold. No food, no clean water, and we have to face this extreme cold and poison. In this environment, it is very difficult to maintain social order. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Although the authorities are still making efforts, their resources are limited. Faced with such an unknown global disaster, let alone a nation, the entire human civilization appears pale and powerless in its presence. This world is facing the most bloody and brutal reshuffling. In the most basic law of the jungle, only the strongest creatures are qualified to survive. Just then, Xinlan suddenly saw a comment posted by someone and pointed at the screen, saying, "Honey, look at this. I think I have a fever, a really bad one, but I feel like there's a fire burning inside me. I accidentally crushed a glass just now, but even the shards didn't cut my hand. Have I mutated?" However, few people replied to him seriously under this comment. Most of them mocked him for being delirious from the fever. But Jiang Chen and the other two exchanged glances and understood what was going on. "This should be a sign of the awakening of superpowers," Xiao Shui said softly. Although her awakening of her superpowers was not as intense or difficult as his. However, they can still correspond in terms of the way they are expressed. Jiang Chen then continued searching for keywords. He noticed that while there weren't many similar posts, they were slowly increasing at a subtle pace. Some people say they become incredibly strong, some say they can see things a kilometer away, and others say their skin has become so hard that even a kitchen knife can't cut through it.
Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said,
"It seems that this apocalyptic disaster has brought both destruction and a glimmer of hope.
It is both selecting humans and forcibly pushing humans to keep evolving.
The future world will definitely belong to those with superpowers, to the strong." At this point, Jiang Chen felt a sense of urgency, though not a very strong one.
There's nothing we can do, he's got cheat codes.
While others are still struggling on the brink of life and death, relying on luck to awaken their superpowers. He was already able to help people awaken their superpowers in batches and had begun preparing for the next step of his power expansion plan. For others, the poisonous snow outside is an extremely deadly presence. However, for him, it no longer posed much of a threat. He can buy 11 toxin immunity pills a day, each costing 100 survival coins. If this pill could be sold outside, those so-called wealthy and powerful people would be willing to risk their lives for it.
However, Jiang Chen suddenly realized a detail.
According to his calculations, these 100 survival coins are worth about 100,000 yuan.
The pricing within the system's marketplace should represent its original value.
This amount of money is neither a lot nor a little. But for ordinary people, it might be a year or two's income. From this perspective, this toxic snow is not insurmountable. If humanity continues to develop in this way, I believe it won't be long before we find the right way to solve this toxic snow problem.
But given how strangely this apocalypse came about, can humanity really overcome it so easily?
If this disaster is not a natural phenomenon, but rather something is manipulating it from behind the scenes.
After we get through this disaster of poisonous snow, will we face an even more serious disaster? All of this is still unknown. However, based on the system I have, this apocalyptic disaster is definitely not as simple as we imagine. Only by becoming stronger can one gain the right to control one's own destiny. It's just a pity.
Jiang Chen glanced at his system panel and sighed inwardly. This system is powerful, but it also has its limitations. However, due to its various rules and restrictions, Jiang Chen was forced to take the elite route. Those below grade B are unlikely to offer him any assistance. Therefore, grade B is a watershed moment. Even if you recruit a B-level member, you can only earn 1 survival coin per day.
1 toxin immunity pill costs 100 survival coins.
In other words, it will take them more than 3 months to repay Jiang Chen's initial investment. From this difference, Jiang Chen once again felt the terror of goddesses above S level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them money printing machines. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of finding an A-grade beauty, it's barely enough to break even, just enough to break even. If he didn't have this private shelter that he can now handle most risks. In this brutal apocalypse, ensuring her survival for more than 10 days is not an easy task. And the space inside his refuge was not infinitely large. For a long time to come, unless he can solve the problem of space in the shelter. Otherwise, everyone who can enter his sanctuary must be a top-tier goddess who can stand on her own. Only those who meet at least the grade A evaluation criteria are eligible to enter his shelter. As for grade B, unless someone has special talents, it's unlikely that Jiang Chen would give them much consideration.
For those below grade B, they simply cannot be found.
Unless she possesses immeasurable value, Jiang Chen would never allow her to enter this core circle.
Better to have none than something of poor quality. Rather than sowing the seeds of future trouble,
it would be better to establish strict rules in advance to avoid making things difficult for everyone later.
People influence each other.
He learned these principles from Qin Lan.
Qin Lan's understanding of Jiang Chen's growth cannot be summarized in just a few words.
Of course, those 2 words are an exception.
Jiang Chen grew up in an orphanage.
He said those 2 words without any pressure.
Anyway, Qin Lan can always call him back. Chapter 44: The tragic scene in the neighborhood. Honey, what are you thinking about?
Qin Lan sensed Jiang Chen's silence, reached out her fair, jade-like arm and hooked it around his neck, asking in a sweet voice. Jiang Chen snapped out of his reverie, played with the small hand Qin Lan offered him, and smiled slightly.
It's nothing.
I was just thinking about how our force should develop in the future.
Qin Lan then gently pressed her soft, pink lips to Jiang Chen's cheek, and said tenderly, "Don't worry, I'm here. I will make sure we survive to the very last moment of this apocalypse. I promised you'd be like Liu Bei, enjoying a life of ease and comfort, so how could I not do my best? Remember, in this world, there may be someone who can lend you a hand. But only your sister Lan will really help you out." After saying that, Qin Lan couldn't help but laugh, then she said seriously, Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. Although we have decided to go to Cloudtop Manor, according to your plan, we still need to prepare for a few more days. So before leaving, I might be able to squeeze some more benefits out of this neighborhood. You mean, looking for someone? Jiang Chen immediately understood what she meant. That's right, our team is still too short-handed and needs to be reinforced. Qinlan nodded, her tone becoming more serious. That commanding presence of a female CEO reappeared. Although we are doing well now, it's not enough for just a few of us to build a real power. We need more talent, we need more people with superpowers. She paused briefly, looked up at Jiang Chen, and continued with some regret. However, honey, I also need to give you a heads up. The results of our screening and recruitment process may not satisfy you. Qinlan stretched out her finger and gently poked Xiao Shui, who was obediently peeling grapes next to her. Do you think that a top-tier beauty like Shui is someone you can just meet anytime? The reason why there are so many beautiful women in my circle is because they have all been screened. These women either come from prominent families and have been raised in luxury since childhood, which has instilled in them a sense of nobility, or they have excellent personal qualities and have made it through layers of selection to the final stage. These people are all extraordinary. Qinlan then changed the subject, glancing down at the homeowner groups in her chat list. However, this is just an ordinary residential community. Although the housing prices are not cheap, it is only a place where middle-class people live. In such an environment, there won't be many beautiful women. The vast majority are just ordinary people with average looks, at most a few pretty girls. But the kind of thing that catches your eye and is unforgettable is almost impossible to find. To be honest, we're incredibly lucky to have found a snowflake here. Xiao Shui, who was called out, blushed a little embarrassedly, but in her heart she still agreed with Qinlan's judgment. Goddesses of their caliber are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After thinking for a moment, Qinlan gave a reasonable suggestion. If our forces want to grow faster, we need to find a large number of high-quality targets. Maybe we can go to the university town in the south of the city in the future, which is not too far from Yunding Mountain Villa. There are hundreds of thousands of young girls over there, and there are also many well-known art colleges and dance colleges. The number and quality of the beautiful women there must be several levels higher than in this neighborhood. Jiang Chen listened to Qinlan's analysis and nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, the system's filtering criteria are far too stringent. Reality isn't the internet, there's no such thing as beauty filters in real life. Normally, those beauties who catch the eye are at best B or C grade. Finding a suitable candidate is not so easy. Based on the probabilities provided by the system, even just the chance of getting an A-level goddess is already 1 in 10,000. In this community now, it would be difficult to even gather 1,000 people. The benefits that can be obtained from beings below grade A are too small, so Jiang Chen does not plan to consider them for the time being. Qinlan wanted to find someone in the group, so she was allowed to do so. Since we're already here, who knows, we might run into another one. Alright, stop thinking about it. Jiang Chen smiled and gently stroked Qinlan's pert nose. Whatever you do, just do it your way. It's never a bad thing to give it a try. What if we get lucky and actually stumble upon another treasure? After listening, Qinlan smiled slightly, picked up her phone, and opened the owner's group chat. Then let's give it a try. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well find some fun to do. Maybe we can actually find a good companion before we leave? After the three opened the owner's group chat, they did not rush to send messages. Instead, she first scrolled up to check the chat history to see how things had been going recently. As the apocalypse dragged on, the situation in the community deteriorated again. The extreme cold, lack of water, hunger, and violence, any one of these can be overwhelming. It's not uncommon for someone to die these days. People often send messages in the group saying that they went to knock on their neighbor's door to borrow a couple of sips of water. When they opened the door, they found their neighbor already lying stiffly on the bed. Especially for elderly people with poor health, it is really difficult to survive the current extreme environment. And because many people see no hope of survival, their thoughts gradually become more and more extreme. With more and more negative news coming in, many people's mental state couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Chen saw a photo in the group. A young man is holding an empty bottle of cheap liquor, with a bottle of melatonin next to him. The caption reads, "This fucked up world, I'm done." If you fall asleep in such a cold environment, it's probably really hard to wake up again. Rather than suffer slowly in the cold and hunger, it's better to get drunk and end it all in your sleep. The supplies available in the community alone are simply not enough to support so many people.
The number of people directly killed by this poisonous snow is probably less than a fraction of those indirectly killed by it. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to survive in such a resource-limited space. However, amidst the wailing and despair of the residents of the community. However, there is another group of people who live a particularly comfortable life, and can even be described as arrogant. Those were Wang Mang and his men. Being elbowed in for 3 days was really tough. Dear readers, could you please give this humble author a free 5-star review to encourage me? Chapter 45: Qin Lan's Ambition. How can we solve the problems of food and water shortages? It's very simple, just one word. Rob. One more word, that is. Kill. Wang Meng's group of underlings exemplified these 2 words very well. After realizing that the world had completely fallen into an apocalyptic crisis and that the authorities were no longer able to provide assistance. Compared to their restraint a few days ago, these people have now become even more unscrupulous. They committed robbery, murder, and all sorts of evil deeds. They were like a pack of hyenas, living extremely arrogantly, yet also extremely comfortably. With food and water being plundered so ruthlessly, there was no risk of dying of thirst or starvation. Any woman who was even slightly attractive would be forcibly abducted by them. Those women were completely reduced to playthings and tools for their venting. Their power was not weakened by the apocalyptic disaster, on the contrary, it grew even stronger. Nowadays, ordinary people don't even have the chance to join Wang Meng's forces and become their lackeys. Oh. After learning about what Wang Meng and his group had done, Qin Lan let out a disdainful sneer. When the tiger is away, the monkeys reign supreme. These bastards only dare to be so arrogant when the 3 of us are engrossed in Sarihat. Everyone says they're amazing, but I don't see it in them at all. Honey, you only used 1 gun yesterday, and you wiped them all out. A single pistol is enough to take care of them. We don't even need to use our superpowers to dominate this neighborhood. At this moment, even the obedient Xiao Shui nodded in strong agreement. Only after becoming a superhuman could she understand how terrifying the power she possessed truly was. Just considering physical attributes, even an elegant and dignified goddess like flight attendant like her can run faster than Bolt and punch harder than Tyson. Not to mention the ice spikes, which are more powerful than anti-material sniper rifles. Although she didn't shoot as many as Jiang Chen, she still managed to fire 6 ice spikes with roughly the same power. Any one of these 6 ice spikes could turn a person into a cloud of blood mist. Even Xiao Shui wouldn't take this group of clowns seriously. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui, nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, looked up at Jiang Chen again, her eyes filled with endless love and admiration. This is the man who changed his destiny. It also gave me something I could never have imagined. Qin Lan, on the other side, even showed a maternal smile when she saw Xiao Shui's actions and eyes. Wow, Shui's eyes are practically drooling. Upon hearing Qin Lan's teasing, Xiao Shui's pretty face flushed red, and she sweetly coaxed. Sister. They're not nearly as exaggerated as you say. Besides, sister, you're the one talking. Look at the way your husband's eyes are practically sparkling with desire too. Oh ho, you little hussy, you dare to talk back now? Just wait till tonight I get my hands on you. Sister, I was wrong. After hearing what Qin Lan said, Xiao Shui quickly backed down. After all, Qin Lan's skills and abilities are simply too formidable. A mere flight attendant like her simply cannot compete with her. Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss the 2 goddesses in his arms, seeing how adorable they were. Qin Lan wiped her face and said with a touch of arrogance. Humph, what else can you do besides spit on my face? Elbow, come inside? No, honey, I was wrong. Once I'm done with my work, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. I promise I'll listen to my husband then. Xiao Shui was right about one thing, Qin Lan's gaze towards Jiang Chen was indeed tinged with lust. She was even more infatuated with Jiang Chen than Xiao Shui was. Since she decided not to restrict Jiang Chen from finding other sisters and expanding his influence, she suddenly felt that her mind had become much more open. The world has now entered such a cruel apocalypse that just surviving is a struggle. The so-called rules from the past are meaningless here. How could a powerful man like Jiang Chen only have eyes for one woman? Besides, even if Jiang Chen really wanted to stay with her alone, let alone him, she would be the first to object. Nothing more. It's simply a matter of lower back pain and weak legs. I'm not in good health. If Jiang Chen hadn't taken out that mysterious little blue pill, she probably wouldn't have survived. After seeing the world from a different perspective, Qin Lan felt much more relaxed. If she hadn't met Jiang Chen, she probably would have always felt that there was something wrong with her orientation. How fragrant and soft those girls are, each with their own unique temperament and captivating charm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trained Su Qingli, transformed her into the kind of person she wanted, and then done those kinds of things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have added so many outstanding girls' contact information and saved so many of their photos on her phone. Of course, ever since I've experienced Zhang Chen's good qualities, she no longer cared so much about those absurd things she had done in the past. Men smell good. However, under her guidance and subtle psychological suggestion, her little hobbies, however, are not something she can completely give up. She could easily have multiple wives now. Besides, it's already the end of the world, so even if she wanted to get her marriage certificate with Zhang Chen right away, the Civil Affairs Bureau wouldn't be open. There was once a teacher who taught very well. I married 8 women at the same time, but we didn't register our marriages and held the weddings on the same day. Do you think this constitutes a crime? No, I'm just trying to make you all envious. Xinlan felt that she could be bolder in her future plans. You can balance life and your hobbies. As long as she occupies the largest place in Zhang Chen's heart, that's enough. What are you laughing at? I always feel there's a hint of sleazy in your smile. Zhang Chen looked at Xinlan, who was grinning foolishly at him, and inexplicably felt a little confused. Although Xinlan's appearance is flawless, her eyes are full of loyalty to herself. But he always felt that something was not quite right. Xinlan immediately suppressed her somewhat unrestrained smile and gently punched Zhang Chen in the chest. Humph, mind your own business when it comes to pretty girls. I was just thinking about how our force should develop in the future. In the future, you will only need to make decisions, while I, the female strategist, will have to consider many more things. After saying these words, Xinlan gently rubbed the spot where she had just punched Zhang Chen. This is an important humanoid weapon for me to conquer the world and achieve a better life in the future. It definitely needs a lot of maintenance and care. If it gets really damaged, you'll have nowhere to cry. Now let's see how my girlfriends can still mock me. You are a good person. Although you are very beautiful, with a perfect figure and temperament, even I am very attracted to you. But you're really useless. Let's just stay best friends from now on. Honey, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Oof. Those who looked down on me before, I'll make them kneel before me crying one day. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion upon hearing Xinlan's resentful words. Even a goddess as perfect as her has her own troubles, right? Zhang Chen then wrapped his arms around Xinlan's slender, supple waist and softly comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely avenge those who bullied you. Xinlan's 2 small hands also pressed against the large hand, radiating scalding heat on her waist. The large hand gently warmed her lower abdomen, making her feel incredibly safe and happy. Xinlan looked at Zhang Chen, who was clearly distressed for her, and smiled sweetly. Thank you so much, my dear husband. I love you the most. At this moment, Xia Shui, on the other side, was looking at her sister, who was sitting on the other side, with a speechless expression. She had the nerve to criticize herself just now. Doesn't she even realize how charming she is right now? I'm afraid that now, it's not just her eyes that are showing signs of drooling. Certainly. She certainly wouldn't dare say these words to his face. She could only think them secretly in her heart. No way. My older sister is frighteningly capable of everything. Chapter 46, Large-Scale Recruitment Scene. Alright, we can't keep indulging in male beauty. It's time to get down to business. Xinlan picked up her phone from the side and instantly switched to a battle mode. Her face once again displayed the serious, calculating expression of a female CEO. Certainly. At this moment, Xinlan was still nestled obediently in Zhang Chen's arms like a kitten. After all, sending messages only requires using your hands, so she couldn't bear to leave this haven of comfort. Xinlan's fingers flew across the screen as she typed out a message, then clicked send. Xinlan, job posting. Xinlan, we are currently recruiting several personal assistants. Women with excellent figure, appearance, and temperament will be given priority consideration. Candidates with special talents or professional skills may have their requirements relaxed. Xinlan, once accepted, you will be provided with absolutely safe accommodation, as well as unlimited food and drinking water. Xinlan, those interested, please send me a full body photo without any filters or retouching, and without makeup. Serious inquiries only. As soon as Xinlan posted these messages, the previously lifeless homeowners group immediately erupted in excitement. Everyone stared at the few lines of text on the screen, wondering if they were hallucinating from the cold. A completely safe place to live? Sufficient food and drinking water? In this cruel apocalypse, these words combined are so fantastical that it's almost unbelievable. Even though it was almost midnight, the group messages suddenly flooded the screen. Nobody slept at all. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? What kind of heavenly treatment is this? There are still people who can produce these things? This person is too bold. She exposed her supplies. Isn't she afraid of attracting Wang Mang and his gang? In the post-apocalyptic world, food and water are extremely scarce, and many people break down the empty houses next door just to find a drop of toilet water. And now, someone is actually offering such important strategic materials for public recruitment at this time? No one could believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A user with the ID AAA Bamboo Wholesaler Boss Han popped up. Don't believe it. This is definitely a scam. Does anyone have any surplus grain now? Even I can only afford to eat dry bread, so how does she have so many survival supplies? However, his doubts were quickly overwhelmed by more news. For those who are on the verge of dying of thirst, hunger, or cold, even a 1 in 10,000 chance is a lifeline they must grasp. At Qinlan. Look at me, boss. A homeowner whose profile picture is of a middle-aged man sent a message. I have money. I have lots of money. If you can give me a bite to eat or a drink, I'll transfer the money to you right now. 1 million. 5 million. I'll give you whatever you want. At Qinlan, I work in real estate. I have property ownership certificates for many houses. If you're willing to take me in, all these houses will be yours after the apocalypse. Their combined value is tens of millions. Jiang Chen, Qinlan, and Xiao Shui all smiled dismissively as they looked at the messages before them. Money and houses have lost all value in this apocalypse. However, before Qinlan could even speak, some people in the group had already started mocking those people above. Hey, have you all lost your minds from the cold? What kind of time is this to still dare to make empty promises? And even offer a property deed as a gift? Didn't you see the news? The whole world is paralyzed. This world is beyond saving. Your money isn't even worth as much as a piece of toilet paper now. Trying to trade waste paper for survival? Dream on. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, it seemed that the person's mind was on the verge of collapse. This person, who was on the verge of a breakdown, was overwhelmed by the constantly refreshing messages. Immediately afterwards, someone else jumped out to refute the man who tried to buy a spot with money. Are the people at the top blind? Didn't they read the job requirements? They want pretty girls. What are you doing getting involved, you old geezer? You dare to challenge me? At this point, a rather unusual comment emerged. At Qinlan. Could you please not be so strict about gender? Is Xiao Nanliang okay with that? I look amazing in women's clothes, I can even wear my thermal underwear inside out. I'll do anything for a bite to eat. Jiang Chen almost vomited the fruit Xiao Shui was feeding him when he saw the message. What the hell? I'm a straight man. Get this kind of person out of here. At the same time, Qinlan's green credit account was completely overwhelmed. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The friend request notifications were coming in one after another, and my hand was almost numb from the vibrations of my phone. The application list not only includes various young girls, but also a large number of men trying to take advantage of the situation. There was even that oddball who said he wanted to wear his long johns inside out, and I added her as a friend. So annoying. How am I supposed to watch this? Qinlan frowned and immediately enabled the setting to disable adding friends through group chat. Then, he coldly posted a message in the group. Qinlan, please don't add me as a friend anymore. If you're interested, just post your photos in the group. Only one available. Please choose carefully. Also, men need not apply. Any further harassment will result in immediate blocking. As soon as Qinlan said this, the men in the group who were itching to make a move immediately groaned in despair. Upon seeing this sentence, I was so angry that I trembled all over, and my hands and feet turned ice cold. When will this world's oppression of men finally end? Yeah, why only hire women? This is blatant sexism. Exactly. Good men are no less capable than women. Men can hold up half the sky too. At this moment, a person with the ID moral exemplar jumped out and righteously accused. At Qinlan. What time is it now, and you're still only thinking about satisfying your own base desires? Since you have so many supplies, you should share them with everyone. You can't handle all of this by yourself. How about this? You hand over the supplies to me. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. I will be in charge of storing and distributing these supplies to ensure that everyone can live longer. Before he could finish speaking, he was bombarded with criticism. The guy who took the property certificate may be stupid, but at least he knew to exchange it for something else. You're really something, trying to get something for nothing? Have you no shame at all? Get the hell out of here. You think you can distribute everything uniformly? You'd better just eat it yourself. I know you. You're the one who ousted our community's property management company and replaced it with the one run by your brother-in-law, right? What do you know? This is called selecting the virtuous without avoiding relatives. The reason why property prices in our neighborhood have plummeted is because of this terrible property management company. Holy crap, so you're the one who brought down housing prices. Wait, I'll come over tomorrow and have a good talk with you. Count me in, +1 +1 +1. After an argument, someone in the group started making sarcastic remarks. No one has posted any photos for so long. It seems that everyone still has some backbone. Are you stupid? Still thinking of using this talent show thing? You think you're boss, Sue? That's hilarious. However, it seemed as if it was meant to slap this person in the face. The next second, the group chat interface suddenly started scrolling wildly. P.S. Thank you so much for your encouragement and support, dear readers. I'm adding another chapter. I'm still getting elbowed and I'm completely exhausted. Chapter 47. Change a batch. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of photos were released almost simultaneously. The person who had just made the sarcastic remark was stunned, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. However, it's probably because the network signal is very poor right now. The photos didn't appear immediately. Instead, they formed gray squares with circles spinning around them. That's good. Now no one is arguing or making a fuss in the group anymore. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. The chat group, which was originally filled with hostility, instantly became harmonious. Everyone is doing the same thing right now, waiting for the photos to load. Those are photos of dozens of pretty girls. For these men who are stuck at home and about to go crazy, this is a rare treat. Moreover, if it weren't for Qinlan giving them the opportunity, how would they ever have the chance to see so many beautiful women and have them lining up to share photos? This is probably the kind of happiness that only big bosses and top-tier scumbags can understand. Finally, the first photo loaded. Then came the second one, the third one. The group chat instantly turned into a large-scale beauty pageant critique session. Holy crap! This is amazing. Those legs, those black stockings, the legacy of Wei Wu is unforgettable. Such a beautiful married woman. The taste upstairs is terrible. If you ask me, it has to be that JK in white stockings. Her smile is so sweet and innocent. Youth is an asset. Her face is full of collagen. I just want to kiss her. Only mature women are perfect. Look at that gaze, isn't it captivating? Don't you guys think that petite, gorgeous Lolita-dressed little beauty is amazing? And she's already an adult. These legal Lolas are the real treasures. The group of perverts in the group were making comments and even arguing about which one was prettier. Finally, although everyone had their own preferences, their attention gradually focused on one of the photos. She was a beautiful woman with a pure and innocent appearance but a very hot figure. She was wearing a tight white t-shirt that looked like it was about to burst, and super short hot pants that revealed a pair of dazzlingly white long legs. Both her looks and figure are top-notch. This is definitely it. If I could take this down, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. However, before everyone could reach a consensus, a seasoned internet user suddenly posted a whole set of pictures, immediately launching into mockery. What an idiot! This is a picture from the internet. It's from a lesser-known welfare girl. I've been following this woman for years. If the internet weren't so bad right now, I could even share her videos directly in the group for you guys to judge. Using online photos to scam free meals and drinks? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? After these words were spoken, the group was silent for a moment, and then a more intense barrage of curses erupted. Inside Jiang Chen's shelter. Because there is an independent satellite network signal here, we are not bothered by the speed of external networks. The photos they posted loaded almost instantly. However, they needed to carefully examine the photos, which took a lot of time, so they didn't have time to post anything in the residents' group chat. Qinlan and Xiao Shui were each holding their phones, giving their comments in a very professional manner.
This won't do.
Although it's not very obvious, based on my experience, she definitely photoshopped the picture.
This nose looks like it's been operated on, it's not all natural, and it looks too fake.
She has a good figure, but her face is just average.
Her husband doesn't like it with the lights off.
Both of them are top-tier beauties, and they can see through many problems and details with a single insight.
Moreover, unlike Xiao Chunan, they don't have any filters when it comes to these so-called beauties, so they are particularly picky when commenting.
The result was obvious: these people's performance was not ideal. After flipping through dozens of photos, not a single one was pleasing to the eye. Most of the women who post these photos are just average-looking pretty girls. Judging by the rating in Jiang Chen's system, he would be at most AC level. Those who can reach grade B are extremely rare.
As for grade A, hey, honey, look at this.
Xiao Shui suddenly pointed to a photo on the screen and exclaimed. It was the same beauty in a white t-shirt and hot pants that everyone in the group had just agreed on.
She looks pretty. And her figure is pretty good too.
She's just lacking in presence, but she's still quite nice. Xiao Shui was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there was such a beautiful woman in this neighborhood.
Qinlan also came over to take a look and nodded slightly.
Indeed, she looks great. Her facial features and body proportions are excellent.
If I really look like that, I might consider it.
Just when the two women thought they had found the right person,
Jiang Chen glanced at the photo indifferently and then lost interest.
Fake. He made a definitive conclusion immediately.
Huh? It's fake?
Xiao Shui was taken aback. But it doesn't look photoshopped. Qinlan scrolled down through the group chat history and already knew what had happened.
Qinlan then gave Jiang Chen a half smile, with a hint of sourness. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you're quite knowledgeable.
You even managed to recognize such an obscure welfare girl. I saw you eliminate this beautiful woman without hesitation just now, and I thought you had changed your ways and weren't lustful anymore. Oh, so we've stumbled upon someone's area of expertise.
Ahem, well.
Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to explain, and could only pretend to be clueless. After all, he came from an orphanage. Although he was quite handsome, his personal qualities weren't great, and there was no need for him to ruin the future of those good girls.
They may be immature, but he can't be immature.
As for why he didn't date those bad women, the reason he doesn't dare to gamble is simply because the current economic climate is so bad.
Boys must protect themselves when they're out.
If he accidentally gets into some trouble, he'll have to work for the government for another 3 years. Then he probably really has no way to turn his life around. For someone like him with no background or resources, life really doesn't offer much room for error. After careful consideration, it's still better to rely on my own hands.
After all, your own hands will never betray you.
Through such persistent training, he developed a strong ability to gather and discern information.
When that photo appeared,
he knew then that this was the teacher he had rated as excellent.
Unfortunately, this teacher received critical acclaim but not commercial success.
Despite having excellent qualifications, she never became truly famous.
This is a collector's item that only true connoisseurs can find. However, Jiang Chen no longer respects his former teacher.
According to the system's evaluation criteria, this teacher is at most an A+ level and can only be described as beautiful. Compared to goddesses like Xiao Shui and Qinlan, who are at the S or SS level, there is still a significant gap between them.
Qinlan glanced at Jiang Chen but didn't say anything more.
A smart woman knows when to shut up.
What man doesn't have some learning materials?
Besides, that welfare girl isn't even as good as Xiao Shui, let alone compare to her. If Jiang Chen still can't forget these teachers even after he has his own life,
then she can't blame all the problems on Jiang Chen.
Instead, she should look for the reasons within herself. With such good conditions and such an amazing start. As a result, she even managed to push her man aside, preferring to go see those teachers rather than pay attention to herself. How much trouble must I have caused myself?
Alright, since it's fake, there's nothing more to say. Qinlan immediately blocked the person who posted the photos.
Turning to the end, the three had to admit a reality.
The probability of finding a top-tier beauty in this neighborhood is extremely low. These people struggle to even meet the basic requirements to join them.
Looks like I'll have to make a trip to that university town again sometime, Jiang Chen sighed.
Forget it, I'm not going to watch it, it's a waste of time. Lan also seemed somewhat disheartened. She picked up her phone and slowly typed 3 words in the lively homeowners group chat. Lan, change batch. Chapter 48. You think you're qualified to hire a personal assistant in a group chat? Change to a different batch. When these 3 words appeared coldly in the homeowners group chat, carrying a sense of familiarity and weariness, the entire group fell silent. The lively and joyful atmosphere of writing that had been just moments before was gone. All the survivors in front of the screen. Whether it's those beauties who originally felt good about themselves and were waiting to be chosen or not. Or perhaps it's those men who treat these photos as spiritual nourishment, arguing heatedly about which one is prettier. At this moment, only one thought remained in their minds. How dare she? These are dozens of top-tier beauties who would rank among the best in the entire 10,000-person community. Beauties of all shapes and sizes, with varying temperaments, pure, alluring, cute, intellectual. Although they may not be comparable to celebrities or internet influencers, they are definitely considered extremely beautiful women in the eyes of ordinary people. Moreover, most of them posted photos without makeup as required. There weren't many filters or adjustments used for retouching. These women are absolutely stunning beauties, 1 in 100. And what was the result? That woman named Lan, just like she was in a karaoke bar, casually said, "Let's change to another batch?" So you didn't like any of them? This isn't even a rejection, it's blatant contempt. This kind of contempt is even more unbearable than directly calling them ugly. Boom! After a brief silence, the entire homeowners group chat exploded. The first to lash out were the women who posted the photos. Which of them wasn't praised from childhood to adulthood? Which one doesn't have several, or even dozens, of sycophants around them? They usually post selfies on Kuaishou and Douyin, and they get hundreds or thousands of likes and comments. If they weren't in the midst of the apocalypse and had no other choice, they wouldn't be so despicable as to be chosen by others. Before the apocalypse, they were the only ones who had the right to choose others. Those sycophants often consider it an honor to be able to treat her to a meal. Even worse, they often get into fights, and it's not uncommon for them to end up in the police station. And now, all for that one bite to eat. They have abandoned their dignity and risked being seen by all the men in the neighborhood by posting their bare-faced photos. This is already the biggest concession and sacrifice they can make. And what was the result? These people were treated like trash, they were completely ignored. Lan, right? What do you mean? Who do you think you are? A minor internet celebrity was the first to fire a shot. In all my years, I've never been one to ignore anyone, and no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Change the batch? What do you take us for? Bar girls in a KTV? Stop pretending. I think you're a big liar. Another girl followed suit, saying even harsher things. Don't believe her. She definitely doesn't have any supplies. She's a pervert, deliberately trying to trick us into giving her photos to satisfy her twisted desires. Yes. He's just putting on a brave face. People like that should die. This might just be that perverted guy deliberately playing a female character to scam free meals and drinks. Everyone, be gentle with your insults, be careful not to let him get his fill of insults. Shame, anger, cold, and hunger caused these women to completely shed their usual gentle and charming facade. She has now turned into a hysterical shrew. Lan, you just wait. Don't let me find out which building and which apartment you live in. Otherwise, I'll definitely send my boyfriend over there and tear your stinking mouth apart. I'll show him what real power is. This threatening statement immediately received a unanimous response from the remaining women. That's right. I'll send my backup guys in a team too. Dare to mess with us? We'll kill you. I know a guy from the sports school in this neighborhood. If I just say the word, he can bring people over right away. Lan, if you've got the guts, give me your house number. Yes. I also know a sycophant who's a manager at Walmart, and he's the one who listens to me the most. Sisters, stop wasting your breath on this trash, let's dox her right now. In this day and age, it's perfectly normal for someone to die. At this point, the hostility in the group was growing stronger. Sure enough, when women start arguing, men have nothing to do with it. What was supposed to be a beauty pageant instantly turned into a denunciation meeting targeting Lan alone. Those men who were already fawning over beautiful women got angry when they saw their goddess. In order to show off and win the favor of the beauty, they all joined in the insults. Various vulgarities began to flood the screen. However, what frustrated these people even more was, no matter how much they curse or tag them, the account named Xin Lan seemed to have vanished, never replying to them with a single word again. P.S. At this moment, Xin Lan and Xiao Shui didn't have time to look at their phones at all, they had more important things to do. What drove them even more crazy was that Xin Lan's WeChat account was clearly a secondary account. Aside from a name and a simple landscape photo as her profile picture, her WeChat moments is completely blank. There is absolutely no information about this Xin Lan. Her account was added to the group by her subordinate through the property management, and there was no note or annotation made at all. This residential complex is so big that, apart from Xin Lan's account in the owner's group, all these people can see it. I had no idea where she lived or who she was. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Zhang Chen's refuge is already being pounded on by some well-trained dogs. This feeling of powerlessness, like punching cotton. This made the group of people who wanted to make a good impression on the goddess even more agitated. Just as the atmosphere in the group was getting more and more tense, almost turning into a nationwide manhunt. Sudden. An ID that had never spoken before, with a profile picture of a bloodstained machete, appeared in the chat interface. Xianzi, hey, it's quite lively here, isn't it? Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you're watching a monkey show? As soon as this message was posted, the barrage of insults on the screen immediately stopped. Because this profile picture is the standard for Wang Meng's gang. Then, this guy named Xianzi immediately started mocking. Xianzi, where's that woman named Xin Lan? Come out and let me see her. Xianzi, are you still hiring personal assistants? Are you going to replace them? Xianzi, if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up for me. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down for me. You want to compare yourself to us? Do you even have the strength? Xianzi, in this neighborhood, besides our brother Meng, who dares to talk so big? I bet you've never been beaten before. His tone was extremely arrogant, with the rudeness typical of a thug. If this were before the apocalypse, people like this would definitely be attacked by the masses. But at that moment, his words, except for our brother Meng, sent a chill down everyone's spine. Wang Meng. That tyrant who occupied 5 villas, had more than 100 thugs under his command, and killed without blinking an eye. They not only outnumbered each other and were all armed, but most importantly, they have food. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Xianzi directly showed them several photos. I'll show you poor bastards what's what. What is true strength? What is true foundation? What is true all-inclusive service? The first photo was taken in the living room of an extremely spacious and luxurious villa. The marble floor was piled high with countless unopened cardboard boxes. Braised beef noodles, signature pork bone soup noodles, old hen soup noodles, ham sausage, braised eggs. These foods, which are usually readily available in supermarkets, now look like mountains of gold and silver, radiating an incredibly tempting glow. These boxes were piled up almost to the ceiling, taking up most of the living room space. Just those instant noodles alone, I estimate there are hundreds of boxes. The second photo shows a relatively large, empty bedroom in the villa. The room was filled with rice, flour, cooking oil. The room next door was piled with hundreds of cases of Nongfu spring water and various beverages. This is practically a small grain and oil wholesale store. The third photo, however, is even more impactful. It was a room with the window slightly ajar, and the natural light of day allowed one to see what it looked like inside. Inside this room, there were pieces of pork and mutton frozen solid. In another room, there were some vegetables and fruits that looked a little wilted, but were perfectly fine. In this sub-zero temperature, simply opening a window slightly can turn a room into a natural giant refrigerator. These ingredients may not look very appealing, but they are definitely not spoiled. Hiss. The entire homeowners group chat erupted in excitement upon seeing the photos he posted. Chapter 49. You asked for a hammer and you got a hammer. It wasn't because of anger, but because of craving. I'm so hungry. Those instant noodles, those sausages, that bottled water. For those who have been without food for several days, this is hardly food. This is clearly a life-saving elixir. Xianzi continued sending messages, his words brimming with arrogant arrogance. Xianzi, see that? That's what you call strength. Xianzi, our Meng Ji occupied the community's water pump room long before the apocalypse began. We have plenty of water. Xianzi, as for food. Humph, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Xianzi, don't even mention that the apocalypse hasn't even started for a week yet. Even if this apocalypse lasts for several more months, we won't starve. We can still eat meat every meal and drink alcohol every day.
Xiangzi's words completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone in the group. Although Qin Lan's promises were tempting, they were ultimately just empty words, without even a single photo.
Wang Meng and his group actually threw photos of the supplies in their faces. Those boxes of instant noodles and bottled water can't be faked.
Those who were just criticizing Qin Lan suddenly changed their tune. At this moment, everyone was like sharks that had smelled blood. They all fawned over the man named Xiangzi.
They cast aside all notions of dignity and morality. Brother Chang, I'm your long-lost younger brother. Brother Chang, are you guys still hiring?
I used to practice Sanda Chinese kickboxing. I'm really good at fighting.
As long as you give me a bite to eat, I'll cut down whoever I'm asked to.
Brother Chang, I have 2 bottles of Matai at home.
I'll bring them to you. Could you let me join your faction?
The group chat was instantly filled with all sorts of sycophantic comments.
As for Qin Lan? Who is it? I don't know them. That's a psychopath driven mad by the apocalypse. Why bother with her? It's much more practical to curry favor with Brother Chang.
Meanwhile, the beautiful women who had just posted photos started to get restless.
Personal assistant? We're all adults here who doesn't know what those 4 words mean? Isn't it just sleeping with someone? It doesn't matter who you sleep with.
I don't even know if I can keep my promise to Qin Lan, who doesn't even dare to show her face.
However, if this allows me to join Wang Meng's faction, that means they actually have instant noodles to eat and water to drink. It's absolutely obvious which one is more appealing. Looking at the mountain of supplies, several girls' stomachs started growling uncontrollably. If
I could handle that guy named Wang Meng. A girl, dressed in a cotton coat and wrapped in a thick quilt, looking pale and thin from hunger, stared at her phone, a hint of ambition flashing in her eyes. I heard that those thugs are uncultured and only fall for the Green Tea Act. With a little effort, and with my years of experience in social skills and dog training, I'll surely have him completely bewitched.
Isn't that how it's written in novels and short plays? If they can do it, so can I. By then, all the food and drinks in this villa will be mine, won't they all be mine?
Thinking of this, several girls who considered themselves quite attractive and capable had already quietly clicked on Xiangzi's profile picture and sent him friend requests, their messages filled with ambiguity.
Right now.
Even the majority of people who remained silent in the group began to waver. They adhered to the so-called rules and bottom lines, but ended up just waiting to die at home. Look at Wang Meng and his gang, they do all sorts of evil deeds, yet they live a more comfortable life than anyone else. This world is truly too kind to bad people and too cruel to good people.
Damn it. Either way we're going to die, so let's fight. Many people gritted their teeth in the darkness, their eyes gleaming with a dangerous light.
Seeing the overwhelming praise and fawning in the group, Xiangzi felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life.
If it weren't for Brother Meng personally selecting him, how could he have achieved what he has today? Indeed, choice is more important than effort.
Before the apocalypse, he was a petty thug who got into fights, and everyone avoided him.
But what about now?
Those elites who usually drive luxury cars and live in big houses are now begging him like lapdogs. Those goddesses who were usually high and mighty now wished they could kneel before him.
Is this what power tastes like? This is the transformation that the apocalypse brought him.
Xiangzi got carried away, completely carried away. While enjoying the adulation of the crowd, he never forgot Qin Lan, who dared to show off in front of him.
He wanted to thoroughly humiliate Qin Lan in front of everyone.
They used this opportunity to establish their authority in the community and demonstrate their power.
As one of Meng Ji's top lieutenants, he has this responsibility and this obligation. So he directly tagged Qin Lan in the group chat.
Xiangzi, at Qin Lan, hey, you show off, why aren't you saying anything?
Weren't you bragging a lot just now? Xiangzi, ha, were you stunned by what I've just done?
Xiangzi, open your dog eyes and see clearly.
This is what real supplies are. This is what real strength is.
Xiangzi, where are all those so-called generous benefits you promised?
Show them to me. Don't tell me they were just empty promises, ha.
Xiangzi, remember this, to show off when you go out, you need to have the ability, and I happen to have it. Xiangzi, as for you, you'd better pray I don't catch you, or I'll show you what it means to be unable to live, unable to die.
As Xiangzi opened fire, his lackeys in the group followed suit.
Like a tsunami, they unleashed a torrent of abuse on Qin Lan.
Exactly. Stop pretending to be all high and mighty.
You're nothing but a fart in front of Brother Chang.
Lan, get out here right now and apologize to Brother Chang. Everyone chimed in, as if the harsher they cursed, the better impression they would leave on Brother Chang. If I perform well, I might actually be able to join Wang Ming's faction. Wouldn't that mean we'd never have to worry about food and drink again? This is the real boss Jipin.
Seeing that Lan still did not respond, Xiangzi became even more smug. He concluded that the other party had backed down and had been intimidated by his domineering aura. Although he had heard that there was a group of ruthless men with guns in the neighborhood. But he didn't connect that group with this woman at all. It's all because all of Jiang Chen's colleagues who had met him were dead. Besides, so what if we have guns? Their Mengu is an evolved being. That's a Superman who can punch a hole in a load-bearing wall. Pistol? Compared to Mengu, he's probably just a toy. Xiangzi, at Lan, speak up. Are you mute? Xiangzi, if you're so capable, why don't you post a picture to slap me in the face? Come on. I'm asking to be slapped. Xiangzi, if you can come up with something better than this, I'll live stream myself running a 5-speed electric fan right here and now. At this time. Inside the shelter. After Lan and the others finished posting the new batch of photos, seeing that no one else was posting anymore, they put down their phones and went to do other things. After all, this group of people is not only of low quality, but also of questionable character, so they have no interest in them at all. Since they couldn't seize this opportunity to defy fate, Lan and the others stopped paying attention to this place. Wouldn't it be better to spend more time with your husband and nurture your relationship? They had just finished flirting and were about to turn off their phones to enjoy a wonderful night together. Lan then noticed that someone in the group was tagging her repeatedly. That thug named Xiangzi buzzed around like a fly, spewing out profanities. TSK. Lan frowned, feeling annoyed that her mood had been interrupted. This fly is really annoying. She buried her head in Jiang Chen's chest and nuzzled against him affectionately. Honey, this person is so annoying. Could I teach him a little lesson? Although we don't intend to lower ourselves to their level, they've been so arrogant, we can't let them think we're easy to bully, can we? Moreover, a sly glint flashed in Lan's eyes. Isn't he just asking to be proven wrong? I also want to see what kind of expression these starving people will have when they see what we've left over. Jiang Chen glanced down at the late-night snacks that hadn't been cleared away yet on the coffee table. I only ate a small piece of the deluxe cream cake, the huge bucket of fried chicken was barely touched, several plates piled high with expensive fruit, a lot of leftover Western food, and half a bottle of decanted Romanée-Conti red wine. Even leftovers exude a kind of luxury. Compared to the instant noodles and frozen cabbage that Xiangzi distributed. This is simply a case of overwhelming force. Sure, Jiang Chen laughed, he also had a bit of a mischievous streak. Since he's so eager to be proven wrong, let's grant his wish. Take the picture. Upon receiving approval, Lan immediately sat up straight. I picked up my phone, found an extremely Versailles-like angle, and snapped a photo of the leftovers on the coffee table. Edit and send. And a sentence was added. Lan, that's it? Lan, I really don't have any of your instant noodles, bottled water, or rotten vegetable leaves. Lan, my dog won't eat that kind of junk food. I find it disgusting to look at. Lan, image, loading. After Lan posted the message. When Xiangzi saw that Lan, who hadn't replied to him until now, finally answered, he burst into laughter. When it comes to things like being slapped in the face, it's only satisfying when it happens face to face. After glancing at her message, Xiangzi became smug, like the fiercest general in the Three Kingdoms period. Xiangzi, ha ha ha. You're bragging. Xiangzi, do you know what this is in my photo? It's instant noodles. It's a sausage. Xiangzi, in this apocalypse, your life isn't even worth as much as this box of cash. Xiangzi, what the hell are you pretending for? He hadn't finished his taunts yet. The photo Lan just posted has finally finished loading in the group chat. It was displayed very clearly on everyone's screen. That instant, Xiangzi's finger, which was frantically tapping the screen, froze. He swallowed the hundreds of words of profanity that followed, leaving him red-faced and choked with rage. And the entire homeowners chat group. And at this very moment, a deathly silence, even more profound than before, descended. Chapter 50, the goddesses collectively break down. Just this small photo. They effectively locked down the entire homeowners group for quite some time. Those who were previously fawning over Wang Chang and pledging their loyalty were now completely dumbfounded. As everyone can see, although this photo was taken at a slightly different angle, it was just a casual snapshot. The composition and lighting are extremely casual, even revealing a sense of nonchalance. As if there were more important things to do next, he cared about the photo, but not much. In the center of the picture is a high-quality marble coffee table, illuminated by warm yellow light, which seems to gild it with a layer of gold. I only ate a small piece of the huge cream cake. The delicate cream was decorated with exquisite frosting and chocolate, and the dense cake base was still visible at the cut. Next to the cake was a huge bucket of fried chicken that hadn't been touched much. The golden, crispy skin of the fried chicken glistened temptingly under the light, making your mouth water just by looking at it. On the other side of the table, there were still many leftover exquisite Western dishes. The perfectly cooked Wellington steak had only a small corner cut off, and the rich black truffle pasta was barely touched. In addition, there were several plates piled high with expensive fruits, with plump cherries and emerald green shine muscat grapes stacked into small mountains. This coffee table is filled with exquisite food, which not only looks and smells delicious, but is also all fresh and just made. It's not instant noodles made with preservatives, not frozen meat that's rock hard, and not wilted, rotten vegetable leaves. This is top quality food, fresh fruit, and expensive red wine. Plop. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the cold rooms of the residential complex. Everyone was stunned by the photo and fell into a blank. My God, this is so luxurious. Does this kind of food still exist? Is it still the apocalypse? Has the poisonous snow outside disappeared? If what's in the photo is true, then why would we abandon our dignity for a bottle of water, a packet of instant noodles, or even sell our husbands for a piece of bread? A tremendous sense of absurdity and disparity instantly shattered everyone's psychological defenses. If Shangxi's massive stockpile of supplies made them envious and jealous, so Xinlan's photo gave them a feeling of questioning life itself. How can the difference between people be greater than the difference between people and dogs? Before everyone could recover from the shock, the so-called goddesses in the neighborhood couldn't hold back anymore. They were just moments ago gloating over being able to be Wang Meng's life assistants and getting a bowl of instant noodles. They even went so far as to belittle and undermine other women in order to compete for the job. In their view, they had sacrificed their dignity and bodies in exchange for supplies, which, though reluctant, was a kind of unavoidable exchange. But now, this photo of Qinlan has appeared. They completely belittled their enormous sacrifices and contributions to nothing. On what grounds? Why should they have to wag their tails like dogs and sell their dignity in the apocalypse in order to get a little bit of survival supplies? And this woman named Qinlan actually lives such a luxurious life? Why aren't they the ones living this kind of life? Jealousy and hatred completely destroyed their last shred of sanity. It's fake. It must be fake. A minor internet celebrity who had previously posted photos and considered herself to be good-looking took the lead in the group chat. Nini Yang, hee, don't be fooled by her. This picture is obviously photoshopped. Or it's an old photo that I saved before. Nini Yang, Qinlan, are you crazy? To show off, you actually dare to use photos from before the apocalypse to fool people? Is that funny? Nini sheep, don't you all know what's going on outside? Anyone who touches the poisonous snow will die, and no one can leave the house. So what makes you think you can have such luxurious food? Her tone was full of sarcasm and contempt, and extremely aggressive. It seems like she's trying to use this method to cover up her inner doubts and jealousy. Following that, several other girls whose self-esteem had been hurt by Qinlan's replacement also joined the group. Exactly. You can fool your girlfriends, but don't actually fool yourself. If this is true, I'll eat my phone on livestream. The apocalypse is about to begin a week ago, where am I going to find so many high-end ingredients? Even if you did have those ingredients, with the water and gas supplies cut off and the electricity unreliable, what makes you think you could cook it? Do you really think you're a Michelin-starred chef? I think she's been driven insane by this apocalypse. She can't see reality at all. She's using old posts from her social media feed from years ago to show off. People like that are disgusting. They're incredibly vain. Those sycophants who are already loyal to their goddesses will climb the ranks to show their loyalty and win favor with them. Without distinguishing right from wrong, they join their goddess in cursing. At Qinlan, delete it quickly, don't embarrass yourself. Exactly, don't they even look at what time it is? What's the point of posting this fake picture? If you really have this ability, why don't you dare to show your face? I think you're just an ugly monster who can only live in beauty filters and Photoshop. This group of people has been blinded by jealousy. They don't need the truth, they just need an outlet for their anger. Only if Qinlan is proven to be fake can their pitiful self-esteem be comforted and soothed. What I don't have, you can't have either. Just as these goddesses were going all out in their battles, and their devoted followers were cheering them on, almost solidifying the accusation that Qinlan is a fraud. Sudden. A long, seemingly out-of-place rational analysis appeared amidst the barrage of insults. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural designer. Everyone, calm down a bit. I'm an architectural designer, and I just took a closer look at the original image of this photo. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. I think this photo was probably taken recently, and it's not from pre-apocalyptic stock. After the message was posted, the group chat quieted down for a moment, but people immediately started criticizing him. Who are you? Are you probably a paid troll hired by Qinlan? Chapter 51. What? The photo is real? Zhang ignored the mindless trolls and instead posted several enlarged images marked with red circles, along with detailed analysis. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. The reasons are as follows. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. First, although the perspective of the photo is focused on the food on the coffee table, the house layout, baseboard style, and window frame material revealed in the background of the photo do indeed fully meet the delivery standards of our community's fully furnished apartments. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. Regarding this point, I participated in the acceptance inspection of our community, so I can't be mistaken. This at least proves that the other party does indeed live in our community. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. Secondly, and most importantly, please look at the wall in the upper right corner of the photo. There's an electronic clock hanging there. He then posted a close-up image, which was somewhat blurry, but the numbers were still vaguely discernible. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. The date shown above is today, and the time is 23:42. Qinlan posted the photo at exactly 23:45, with an error of no more than 3 minutes. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. Unless she's a top-tier Photoshop master, capable of not only adding the food scene in 3 minutes but also flawlessly modifying the time in the background, there's only one explanation: it was filmed on the spot. After this well-reasoned analysis, the entire group fell silent once again. Those goddesses and their sycophants who were just shouting wildly suddenly seemed to have their throats grabbed, all their swear words stuck in their throats. The evidence is conclusive. The background matches, and the timing matches. How could this be fake? The onlookers were so shocked they couldn't even close their mouths. Oh my god. These are all real? It's the middle of the night on the 5th day of the apocalypse, almost the 6th. Everyone's starving, and she's eating fried chicken, steak, and drinking red wine? This isn't the end of the world. Qinlan is clearly here for a vacation. How could the difference between people be so huge? I'm still glad I found some toilet water from next door, while they're already appreciating Roman e Conti? Despair. A deep sense of despair. Compared to everyone suffering from cold and hunger together, this extreme disparity in living standards is what is most heartbreaking. I could have endured the hunger if I hadn't seen the fried chicken. The goddesses in the group who were just saying fighting, so exhilarating, completely shattered when they learned that the photo was very likely real. They couldn't hold it in at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely photoshopped. With AI technology so advanced these days, changing the time is no problem at all. The internet celebrity named Nini Yang is still stubbornly denying it. She can't accept the fact. If we admit that Qinlan is living a life 10,000 times better than her, then wouldn't all those despicable things she did to please Wang Meng's underlings just now become the biggest joke? That engineer Zhang is definitely a shill. They're in cahoots. However, the engineer Zhang who made the conclusion earlier seemed to be a meticulous person, and immediately showed a screenshot of the EXAF information. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. Stop arguing. This is the metadata information of the photo. The camera was a brand new mobile phone, and the photo was taken just now. 1604 Zhang Gong, architectural design. This photo shows no signs of being edited by any photo editing software. It's straight from the camera. I'm a professional. You can't fool people with this kind of thing. This confirms it completely. The evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for rebuttal. While those so-called goddesses were blushing and racking their brains for excuses to refute and protect their pitiful self-esteem, another person in the owners group stepped forward. The person speaking this time was a business owner who lived in Building 1 and ran an import and export business. He usually carries a lot of weight in the group chat, and everyone calls him General Manager Chen. 0101 General Manager Chen. Everyone, I think Engineer Zhang is right. Moreover, I have more direct evidence to prove that this Ms. Qin does indeed have this capability. 0101 General Manager Chen. When Lan posted the job advertisement just now, I felt that the name sounded familiar. After all, there aren't many celebrities named Lan in our city. 0101 General Manager Chen, but I really can't be sure if this is the person I remember, because that important person is just too unapproachable. 0101 General Manager Chen. Just now, I specifically contacted a business partner who had some collaborations with this General Manager Chen before. Everyone in the group held their breath, sensing that some shocking revelation was about to be revealed. Shinha Group? That's a huge company that's well known in the city and even the whole country. 0101 General Manager Chen. After confirmation, although it's unbelievable, it's true. The homeowner in the group is none other than the legendary female president of Shinha Group, President Lan, whose net worth is in the billions. Boom! These words were like a boulder dropped into a small fish pond, instantly creating a huge wave. Female CEO of Shinha Group. Worth billions. Once these two labels are attached, all the doubts and irrationalities instantly become reasonable. Holy crap! A billionaire CEO? Now that explains it. No wonder Lan has so many resources, she's actually a top-tier tycoon. It's the end of the world for us, but for big shots like them, it's just moving to a different place to live. They might have already built shelters and stockpiled enough top-tier supplies to last several lifetimes. So it's President Chen. No wonder he looked down on Brother Chang's instant noodles. With a net worth of billions, even a dog wouldn't eat instant noodles. Since she is a top-tier billionaire, that means those photos she just took are 100% real. Now, everyone's eyes turned red. That red wasn't from anger, but from greed and desire. Some people even dug up the photo that Lan had just posted in the group chat. Even just looking at the photos makes them drool. Moreover, observant people quickly discovered a blind spot. Look everyone, there are details. Look at these foods in the photos. Only a small corner of that big cream cake was cut off, only 2 or 3 pieces of that steak were touched, and that big bucket of fried chicken looked like it hadn't been touched at all. Our CEO Chen, doesn't he definitely have a tiny appetite? Yeah. She ate so little, she left so much. She's a female CEO, she's not short of money. Someone like her must pay special attention to her figure and be extremely picky about food. At this time, these people, who were already starving, suddenly had a bold idea pop into their minds. Chapter 52 The True Goddess. Lan, a pampered and wealthy CEO worth billions, must be very particular about food. Otherwise, why would most of the food on the table only be eaten once and then left uneaten? Given their status, cut fruit and decanted red wine like these would not be fresh overnight. How could they possibly eat leftover food from the previous day? That's absolutely impossible. What about the rest? Throw it away? What a waste! It's an absolute squandering of resources. To prevent food from going to waste, we can do it for you. Even what President Chen left behind was top-notch cuisine. Even if it's leftovers, or even if President Chen has already chewed them, I'd still eat it. At this moment, dignity and face are utterly insignificant in the face of survival and hunger. As a result, the sentiment in the homeowners group chat underwent another dramatic shift. This time, it's not a 180-degree turn, but a direct takeoff from the spot. Xiangzi, who was just moments ago arrogant and fawned over by everyone, suddenly became a nobody. His instant noodles and bottled water suddenly seemed bland and even shabby in comparison to Lan's fried chicken, steak, and cake. These people in the homeowners group started frantically fawning over Lan. President Chen. President Chen, are you still there? I'm your biggest fan. Mr. Chen, look at me. I'm willing to help you with the leftover food problem. I don't want anything in return, I just want to help you clean up. President Chen, I'm willing to be your dog. Really? I can bark. Woof woof woof. Just give me a couple of bites of food. Mr. Chen, weren't you just looking for a personal assistant? I'm willing to give you everything I have. Seeing the frantic fawning comments flooding the screen, those goddesses who had previously turned their backs on Lan and mocked her were now completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with remorse and regret. This Lan, she definitely did it on purpose. If you're so capable and a multi-billion-dollar CEO, why didn't you say so from the beginning? Why did you have to pretend to be an ordinary person? Yeah. She's just playing us. What kind of time is this to be playing this domineering CEO incognito drama? They felt like they were being teased by Lan, like monkeys.
If they had known earlier that this was President Chin, if they had known she had so many top-tier resources, they definitely wouldn't have acted the way they did just now. They'll definitely fawn over her more than anyone else. Even being a cleaner for President Chin would be a million times better than serving a loser like Wang Meng. Such a good opportunity was wasted because of their short-sightedness and arrogance. The pain of almost becoming rich completely broke these women, plunging them into a state of frenzied rage. Since I can't lick her anymore, I'll destroy her. Otherwise, how can we prove that their worldly ties have ended and the sea of gold has dried up? So, these women started cursing wildly in the group chat. So what if he's President Chin? Isn't he just like all of us, trapped in this community by the toxic snow disaster? Ha, you can only be happy now. Who knows how long this apocalyptic disaster will last? If you just sit around and do nothing, you'll run out of money, and sooner or later you'll be crying. If you waste food like this now, you'll become a beggar sooner or later. Rich people are just pretentious and don't know how to manage their money. When you have nothing left, I hope you won't break down and commit suicide. So what if he's a billionaire CEO? Doesn't he still have to come to the group chat to recruit a personal assistant? Does he think he can't take care of himself without someone around him? A woman as beautiful and thrifty as me is perfect to be a personal assistant. Missing out on me would be your biggest loss. His words were full of sarcasm and barrage of attacks, brimming with the vicious message, if I can't have you, you won't have a good life either. Some scheming women even took this opportunity to subtly promote themselves to Chin Lan. If we succeed, we'll be set for life. However, after that girl said, someone as beautiful as me, missing out on me would be your biggest loss. The CEO Chen, who just revealed Chin Lan's identity, couldn't help but send a message. 0101 General Manager Chen, judging from what you just said, do you not know Chin Lan at all? 0101 General Manager Chen, or rather, don't you know that General Manager Chin is a woman? And her own qualifications. Before Mr. Chen could finish speaking, the girl named Mimi Yang retorted directly. Mimi Yang, why would I need to get to know her if I have nothing better to do? There are so many CEOs in the country, do I have to memorize them all? Mimi Yang, besides, even though his WeChat account is female, what if he's a psychopath who enjoys using female accounts? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sexually repressed as to hire a personal assistant. Mimi Yang, besides, so what if she's a woman? To reach the position of a billionaire CEO, she must be some kind of menopausal old hag or a nun. Mimi Yang, how could she possibly be younger and prettier than me? I'm only 22. Besides having a little money, what else is she? She continued her relentless mockery, trying to regain some ground in the two areas that women care about most, age and appearance. In her view, such top-tier career women often signify dominance, aging, and a lack of femininity. Upon seeing this message, Mr. Chen from 0101 sent a string of ellipses. 0101 General Manager Chen. 0101 General Manager Chen, speechless. You are truly courageous. 0101 General Manager Chen, I can't refute what you said before. But your last sentence, well, that was a complete mishap. 0101 General Manager Chen, when they said they'd replace you with a new batch, they probably weren't just showing off, they simply looked down on you. After saying that, Mr. Chen stopped wasting time and posted several photos in the owners group chat. This is a photo of Chin Lan at a semi-public event, which he obtained from his business partner. Let me show you what a real goddess is. Chapter 53, Licking the Dog and Biting the Master. Photos have finished loading. When the photo was clearly presented to everyone present, regardless of gender, immediately gasped. They then realized that what President Chen said was absolutely right. The scene depicted in the photo was taken in a huge conference hall that could accommodate 1,000 people. At the very front of the conference hall was a huge LED screen that read Global Future Economy Summit. Those seated below the stage were all well-known business tycoons: Jack Ma, Pony Ma, Thor, Donzi. These top domestic business leaders were all sitting upright, their eyes fixed on the stage. Chin Lan stood right in the center of the stage, under the spotlight. She wore a perfectly tailored black Armani suit with a white silk shirt underneath. This outfit accentuated her tall and slender figure, making her aura appear incredibly cold, elegant, and noble. Chin Lan wore a pair of gold-rimmed narrow-rimmed glasses, rested her hands on the podium, and leaned slightly forward. That posture exuded immense pressure and control, as if she weren't giving a report, but rather issuing instructions to her employees. However, what is even more impressive, or even shocking, is her near-perfect face and figure. Even in this long shot, her breathtaking beauty is still evident.
Her features were so exquisite they resembled a perfect work of art, her skin was as white as snow, and even under that sharp suit, one could still vaguely sense her devilishly curvaceous figure. Especially her legs, even wearing dress pants, their astonishing length was still evident. After she put on high heels, she was over 180 centimeters tall, which is something that most people can't handle. Even when facing a group of billionaires in the audience, her aura remained undiminished, instead exuding a queenly presence that seemed to transcend all others. High above, exuding an aura of dominance, cold and majestic. The photo also captured the expressions of several audience members. The men's eyes were filled with an extremely complex expression. They wanted to see the dazzling Qianlan on stage because her beauty was simply too radiant. It was an instinctive human yearning for beautiful things. But they dared not look her in the eye, because her powerful aura and status made them feel ashamed and dared not have the slightest thought of disrespect. But after they lowered their heads, they couldn't help but steal another glance at her. This is a true reflection of most people in the audience. This contradictory, complex, yet irresistible attraction is precisely the embodiment of Qianlan's unique charm. She's not just rich, she's a flawless goddess. It is the ultimate fantasy that combines wealth, wisdom, beauty, and temperament. After seeing these photos, everyone in the group fell into a long silence. Everyone understood what President Chen had just said. Qianlan said to change to a different batch, so there's absolutely no problem with that. This is not arrogance, it's an objective fact. Looking back, those women who posted makeup-free photos in the group chat, thinking they were so beautiful. After seeing Qianlan's photos, everyone suddenly felt a bit bored. This isn't even in the same dimension, it's pure dimensional reduction. Even if we only consider looks, these so-called pretty girls are nothing compared to Qianlan. That was just ordinary, nothing memorable at all. Compared to Qianlan, they are not even worthy of being called supporting characters. To call them soil would be an understatement. Compared to ordinary people, these women can indeed be considered beauties, and they would certainly attract attention on the street. However, compared to a top-tier goddess like Qianlan, who has undergone elite education, perfect maintenance, and has cultivated herself through years of holding a high position, they still need to practice more. The difference is just too great. They're from completely different worlds. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. This is a real goddess. All those other girls I was chasing before were just ordinary, mediocre women. No wonder people say to replace her with a new batch. If I saw that face every day, I'd see other women as if they were Ruhua. As a result, the sentiment in the group changed dramatically once again. This time, it's a complete defection. Everyone in the group became Qianlan's die-hard fans. Even those who used to fawn over internet celebrities like Mini Young seem to have awakened some kind of attribute now. They all turned against Qianlan and became her fervent followers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin. I was blind just now. President Qin, you are the real goddess. Those who criticize you are just jealous. Admiring, look at her, and then look at yourself. You think you're worthy to compare yourself to President Qin? You even dare to call her an old hag? I think you're the real clown. Exactly. You're not even worthy to carry President Qin's shoes. Mr. Qin, may I call you Mom? Those so-called goddesses were completely devastated. They looked at the group chat and saw that those sycophants who usually fawn over them were now turning around and attacking them fiercely for Qianlan's sake. Rebellion. Rebellion. How dare this sycophant betray its master? You bunch of scumbags, do you have any conscience? You promised to pamper me for life. However, in this dog-eat-dog world of the apocalypse, and with Qianlan's absolute strength and stunning looks dominating the competition, their cries at this moment seemed so pale and powerless. Just as everyone was fawning over Qianlan and the group chat was in complete chaos. Wang Meng, who had disappeared for a long time, has reappeared. Xianzi, hey, everyone's having a lively chat, huh? Can I join in? This sentence is short and spoken in a flippant tone. But the effect of these words was immediate. The chat interface, which was refreshing rapidly, suddenly stopped. Those homeowners who were still trying to come up with flattering words, hoping to get a share of the spoils, had their fingers frozen in front of their phone screens. The entire residence group fell silent once again. This silence stemmed from a deep-seated fear. Xianzi's appearance extinguished the greed in everyone's minds. He brought everyone to their senses, making them realize a crucial issue once again. It's no longer the law-abiding, stable, and peaceful society we once knew. This is a bloody and brutal apocalypse. There is no order, no morality. Here, whoever has the strongest fist is the rule. In such a world, having enough resources is indeed something to be envied. But if you don't have enough strength to defend these things, the more supplies you have, the more dangerous you are. So what if Qinlan is a wealthy CEO? So what if she's beautiful? In the face of those thugs who carry weapons and kill without hesitation, can her status and wealth withstand a rusty machete? Even if her room has a reinforced security door, it probably wouldn't take Wang Mang and his gang much longer to pry it open. Thinking of this, those who were just fawning over Qinlan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. They overlooked who truly holds the reins in this community. P.S. Today is the 8th day I've been in the little black room, a place for criminals to stay in jail. It's so hard being a lowly nobody like me. Chapter 54. A dog relying on its master's power. They suddenly realized that Qinlan's actions were like raising a torch in a dark forest. What they just did was like pouring oil on the torch. Now, the wild beasts of the forest have arrived. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Is this female CEO, worth billions, really going to meet a tragic end? Just then, those goddesses who had previously been ignored and humiliated by Qinlan, and others who had privately contacted Xiangzi and even sent explicit photos to express their loyalty, finally found an opportunity to fight back. They keenly noticed that the sentiment within the homeowners group had shifted. In this era where violence reigns supreme, Qinlan's display of refinement and extravagance before demonstrating equally formidable martial prowess was her biggest mistake. This Qinlan is already courting death. So, the little internet celebrity known as Mimi Yang jumped out once again and took the lead in launching a group buy. This time, her tone no longer carried the jealousy and resentment she had before. Instead, there is a smug arrogance after currying favor with a powerful figure, and a viciousness and resentment as if looking at the dead. Even if Qinlan is incredibly talented, what can she do? I can destroy you just the same way. Mimi Yang, at Qinlan. Hey, President Qin, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you being pretty tough just now? Mimi Sheep, post photos. Keep posting. Let us see how many delicious things you still have. Mimi Yang, what? You're too scared to say anything now that you see Brother Chang is here? Mimi Yang, hee, do you think that just because you have money and resources, you're the boss? Mimi Yang, our CEO Qin is so naive, he's obviously never been beaten down by reality. She then posted a sarcastic emoji and continued sharing her life experiences. Mimi Sheep, everyone, wake up. Don't be fooled by this stupid woman. Mimi Yang, Qinlan, haven't you ever heard of this principle? Mimi Sheep, my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns, my neighbor is my granary. Mimi Yang, what's the use of having a lot of resources in this world? They're for the strong. Mimi Yang, as for a beautiful woman like me, I only need to rely on the strong. This was true before the apocalypse, and it will still be true after the apocalypse. Mimi's words struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Too blatant. That's too cruel. But it's so damn real. Before Mimi could finish speaking, the other women who had already joined Wang Mang's gang immediately joined in to provide support. Their tone was full of schadenfreude. Exactly. Thank you, President Qin, for stocking up on so much delicious food for Brother Meng. When Brother Meng brings his people over, I hope you can still maintain your elegant and aloof demeanor. Oh my, I can't wait to see President Qin kneeling in front of Brother Meng and begging for mercy. That scene will definitely be spectacular. Qinlan, this is the price you pay for your arrogance. The more you have, the faster you'll die. While we may not be as wealthy as you, we know how to rely on the strong. We can survive. As for you, you only deserve to be Brother Meng's lowly plaything. These women seemed to have found their pillar of support, and suddenly felt incredibly confident. They justified their act of selling their dignity, calling it being pragmatic, while viewing Qinlan's actions as foolish. This twisted mindset made them particularly zealous when attacking Qinlan. If they don't work harder, how can they prove that they are right and that their lives will be better? Especially when this high and mighty goddess was brought down to earth, their perverse desires were intensely satisfied. Even if they get nothing in return, they still want to ruin Qinlan. Why did I not get those things that Qinlan could have? This world is so unfair to women. Looking at these vicious remarks that he couldn't even conceive, Xiangzi was extremely satisfied with these loyal dogs. He seemed to enjoy being fawned over. Xiangzi then resumed his calm, cat and mouse-like demeanor, slowly typing in the group chat. Xiangzi, tsk tisk, listen to this. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Xiangzi, as expected, only women understand women better. Their insults are much dirtier than mine.
Xianzi, weren't you putting on quite a show just now? Complaining about instant noodles and bottled water. Why aren't you pretending anymore? Xianzi, speak. Have you been scared out of your wits after realizing your current situation? Xianzi, ha ha ha.
At this moment, inside the shelter, Jiang Chen, Qin Lan, and Xiao Shui watched the clown's performance in the group chat and felt utterly speechless. Xiao Shui shook her head, feeling that her understanding had been severely impacted. She said with an incredulous look,
"These people are insane. How exactly do their brains work? We just posted a photo and didn't say anything else, so how did they come up with so many things?"
Qin Lan said calmly, taking an elegant sip of red wine. There was no panic in her eyes, but rather a mocking look as if she were looking at a fool. Because of fear, and also because of jealousy. They put themselves in the role of the weak, believing that we have wealth but are unable to protect it. That's why they can't wait to see us suffer, in order to balance the extremely distorted sense of loss in their hearts. To put it bluntly, it's resentment towards the rich, coupled with bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Now that we finally have the power to bully others, of course we have to vent our anger.
Jiang Chen smiled and put his arm around Qin Lan's shoulder. Then shall we play along with them?
Qin Lan nodded, picked up her phone, typed only 2 words, and sent them.
2702 Qin Lan, hee hee.
These 2 simple words may not cause much harm, but they are extremely insulting.
It represents utter contempt, a disdain that doesn't even consider you a threat.
When Xianzi saw those 2 words in the group, his face instantly darkened. But soon, he revealed a smug, confident smile.
He continued speaking to himself in the group chat. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up.
Ha! I know why you're so confident. Xianzi typed rapidly on his phone, his messages coming out like a machine gun, never ending.
Xianzi, Qin Lan, the reason you dare to act so arrogantly in the group is because you're taking advantage of the fact that no one knows your exact location, right? Xianzi, you think that just because this neighborhood is so big, and you just hide in your room and don't make a sound, we won't be able to find where you live? Xianzi couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of Qin Lan's panicked and desperate expression.
The feeling of controlling other people's lives made him tremble with pleasure. Then, he dropped a bombshell that was enough to make Qin Lan despair.
Chapter 55 Box Weapon. Xianzi, didn't expect that, did you? It's all thanks to you women who reminded me privately just now.
Xianzi, I have already checked your homeowner registration information in the backend through the property management system and the building manager's mobile phone. Xianzi, Qin Lan, female, 28 years old. President of Shinha Group.
Xianzi, address, Phase 2, Building 5, Room 2702, Room 2702. Xianzi, how about that? Is the location clear enough? Unless you can move out of the house tonight, you can just wait to die tomorrow. Xianzi, all your supplies will become ours. And our boss really likes a top beauty like you.
Xianzi, I almost forgot to tell you, our boss is incredibly strong.
I hope your body can withstand the strain, hee hee.
After saying these words, Xianzi immediately felt a surge of pride and his mind became much clearer. In this neighborhood, besides their leader Wang Meng, such an awesome person must never exist.
Qin Lan? A billionaire CEO? After tonight, she'll be nothing more than a dog begging for mercy under Mengu.
The residents in the group felt a chill run down their spines after seeing what Xianzi said.
It's over.
Their worst fears came true.
Xianzi used a box weapon to completely reveal Qin Lan's exact location. Phase 2, Building 3, Units 2702 and 2701.
With this precise address, even if Qin Lan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for her to successfully escape overnight in the apocalypse where the outside world was full of poisonous snow. Now, Qin Lan probably only has one path left, to wait for death. At this moment, although they were filled with regret, they felt even more envy and jealousy.
Sigh, what a pity.
Qin Lan had such a good hand, but she played it terribly.
How can a CEO with billions in assets not understand such a simple principle as not flaunting his wealth?
He couldn't resist showing off, and now look what's happened, he's about to lose his life.
Now that's bad.
Not only will she have to give up the abundant supplies she stockpiled in advance, but she herself will also soon be in trouble.
This is what happens when you act recklessly and arrogantly.
She messed with someone she couldn't afford to offend.
Showing off requires capital, and Qin Lan obviously doesn't have any.
These people kept sighing in the group, their words filled with sympathy for Qin Lan and deep-seated, unspoken envy of Wang Meng.
That's Qin Lan. She was a top-tier goddess they could only admire from afar. Even Mr. Chen, who is doing quite well in the neighborhood, is not qualified to talk to him. Wang Meng is really going to have both wealth and beauty this time. He was able to take a goddess of Qin Lan's caliber as his own, and have her do whatever he wanted with her. They could even make her kneel on the ground, wearing that elegant suit. That's practically every man's ultimate dream. If this were before the end of the world, this would be something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Wang Meng really hit the jackpot. Everyone had already accepted Qin Lan's fate tomorrow. However, at that moment, inside the shelter, Jiang Chen stared at the screen full of vulgar language on his phone, his eyes instantly turning icy cold. There is no need for Wang Meng and Xiangzi to continue living. These people deserve to die. Wang Meng, who was holding the sleeping woman in his arms, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. He had no idea how big a mess his men had made for him. Jiang Chen took the phone directly from Qin Lan's hand. This fly is buzzing so loudly. Jiang Chen sneered and tapped rapidly on the screen. The next second, a message appeared in the owner's group. Qin Lan, I'll be waiting for you to come tomorrow. Qin Lan, if you don't come, you're a coward. After sending that message, Jiang Chen locked the screen and tossed the phone aside. There's no need to read the rest of the trash talk. Insulting someone online won't hurt them. It will only add to your troubles and won't serve any purpose. Xiangzi had better take the initiative tomorrow. Otherwise, after he picks Su Qingli up tomorrow, he will definitely go offline to see them in person. By then, if we don't beat the shit out of them, we'll consider it a clean spit. After confirming the extra side quests for tomorrow, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the two beautiful women beside him who were still a little worried. He then gave a bright and gentle smile, not wanting to pass on his bad mood to the two of them. Sister Lan, swear, don't overthink it. I will make them pay the price for what they just said. Moreover, I'm worried that I'll need a guinea pig to test the effects of the toxin immunity pill when I'm getting ready to go out tomorrow. If the pills don't work, I can't bear to let you all go on this dangerous journey with me. Hopefully, Xiangzi won't back down and will come over with his men tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll have to go and grab one before we leave tomorrow, which is a real hassle. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui were taken aback at first, but then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Xiangzi was arrogant and domineering, fawned over by everyone in the neighborhood, yet also extremely fearful. Is she only fit to be used as a guinea pig for Jiang Chen's experiments? You're so naughty. Qin Lan smiled and tapped Jiang Chen's nose, her eyes full of love. Is there anything happier in the world than having a man who dotes on and loves you, and stays by your side? Her judgment, after careful consideration, proved to be correct. With a Jiang Chen this good, those little sluts will really benefit from him in the future. Qin Lan then deliberately leaned into Jiang Chen's arms, feigning weakness, and said in a coquettish voice. People are terrified, and you're still thinking about doing experiments. Bad guy. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Qin Lan's slender waist and kissed her luscious red lips hard. Don't worry, with your husband here, even if the sky falls, it won't hit you. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Jiang Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was almost 1 a.m. We have to set off tomorrow to pick up Su Qingli, so make sure you're well rested for tomorrow's show. The two girls nodded obediently after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Yes, I'll do whatever my husband says. Chapter 56. The End of the Simp. Within the homeowners group chat, Xiangzi stared at the message "If you don't come, you're a coward" on the screen, and was so angry he almost smashed his phone. He originally thought that after revealing his hand and the address, Qin Lan would be so scared that she would wet herself and send voice messages in the group, crying and begging him to let her go. That way, he can also enjoy the thrill of playing cat and mouse. But what was the result? Instead of begging for mercy, the other party confronted him head-on. They even called him a grandson? Damn it! You shameless bitch! Xiangzi slammed his fist on the sofa, his eyes turning red. Xiangzi, fine. You've got guts. If you dare not leave tomorrow, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Xiangzi, just wash your neck and wait. Tomorrow I'll personally lead the team to tear your door down. Xiangzi, I hope you'll still be this stubborn tomorrow. Xiangzi, a billionaire CEO is nothing in the apocalypse. Times have changed. Xiangzi. Then he launched into a long string of insults and swear words. However, no matter how much he cursed, Qin Lan's profile picture never appeared in the owner's group, and she never replied with another word.
This feeling of being ignored made Xiangzi feel like a clown throwing punches at thin air, which was extremely embarrassing. In the end, he could only utter a harsh statement. Xiangzi, tonight is the last time you'll get a good night's sleep. Xiangzi, tomorrow, I'll show you what the underworld is, and what naked violence is. After sending that message, Xiangzi disappeared from the group chat. However, everyone knew that he wasn't scared, he was just about to call for help. He needed to contact his underlings, prepare weapons, and even report this great news to his boss, Wang Meng. Before the apocalypse, he was a low-level hoodlum who was bullied everywhere, and anyone could step on him. But now that it's the end of the world, with Wang Meng as his backer, if he doesn't indulge himself a little, then this apocalypse will have been for nothing, right? Tomorrow's operation is not only about seizing supplies and women, but also about establishing our authority. With Xiangzi offline, the atmosphere in the group chat not only didn't ease, but became even more eerie. Those women who had already connected with Xiangzi and thought they had found a powerful backer all jumped out at this moment. Although they hadn't met Xiangzi yet, they already considered themselves his women and became smug. Hee, see that? This is what happens when you go against Brother Meng. Nini Yang is one of these women. She sent a voice message in the group, her tone filled with endless superiority. That Qin Lan is an idiot, she's about to die and she still dares to talk back. Sisters, everyone says that choice is more important than effort, and now it seems that's really true. We're about to live a life of luxury, while that self-righteous Qin Lan will become a piece of trash that anyone can sleep with tomorrow. The other women who had already surrendered immediately echoed this sentiment. They remembered how their sycophants had dared to turn around and bite them because of Qin Lan's photo, and they were furious. As a result, they all turned their anger towards those backup suitors who had once been obedient to them. Hey, where are those sycophantic bootlickers who were just cursing us? Why aren't they barking anymore? Your goddess Qin Lan is about to become someone else's plaything, why don't you dare to say a word and go to save her? If you ask me, you cowards are really useless. You deserve to be backup options your whole lives. Even if I were to go out and sell myself, even if I were to be Brother Chang's dog, it's none of your trash's place to touch a single hair on my head. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror, do you even deserve it? Those words were too harsh. The men in front of their screens, who had just become fans of Qin Lan, were completely stunned. Is this still the goddess they admire? How could it be so ugly? So vicious? Although they might have been a little carried away and betrayed him slightly, they were still stunned by Qin Lan's charm. Where could they have ever met such a perfect, top-tier goddess before? Then, reflecting on their experiences over the past few days, they felt incredibly wronged and saddened. The survival supplies these goddesses need after the apocalypse, which one wasn't obtained by risking their lives or squeezing it out from between their teeth? They gave them everything they could. They brought clean drinking water to the goddess, but they themselves could only endure the nausea and force themselves to drink iced tea to keep themselves alive. They gave the goddesses the little food they had left in their homes as snacks, while they themselves had to endure hunger. They thought it was love, it was being moved. And what was the result? In these women's eyes, they are not even as good as a scoundrel who only knows how to kill and rob. What is wrong with this world? Thinking of this, countless men were overcome with grief, and tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. Was I really wrong? But these goddesses in their eyes. Back then, she even wore a wedding dress to a concert by the Poop Scoopers, crying her eyes out, saying she wanted to marry her youth. I was just a little jealous at the time, and I wanted her to treat me a little better too. Then she retorted, you think you're worthy of comparing yourself to the poop scooping boys? Now, we've only reversed the things they did back then a little bit, and it's already broken their defenses? So this is what happens to a simp? Heh, simps never get a good death. The people in the group, watching this absurd scene unfold before them, felt a surge of helplessness. This apocalypse has changed so much. It tore away the disguise of civilization, exposing without reservation the ugliest, greediest, and most selfish aspects of human nature. Chapter 57 Home Delivery. The next morning, around 9 o'clock. For Jiang Chen, who is used to sleeping until he naturally wakes up, today is a rare early start. What woke him from his warm, comfortable bed was not youth or dreams. Instead, it was the system alarm that kept ringing in his mind. Beep. Alarm. Alarm. An imminent armed attack by unidentified individuals has been detected outside the shelter. Alert level raised. Jiang Chen opened his eyes groggily, and the soft, smooth touch in his arms made him instinctively tighten his arms. Who's so inconsiderate so early in the morning? Jiang Chen yawned, feeling a little more awake. Then he remembered that he had activated full-scale alert when he upgraded the shelter's defenses a few days ago. He didn't rush to get up. He hugged the soft, comfortable pillow in his arms, changed to a more comfortable position, and then gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, display the view outside the door. The next second, a 360 holographic image, whose position could be freely adjusted, was projected directly into his mind. Jiang Chen hugged his pillow and snuggled in the blanket, watching the live broadcast with great interest. Outside his heavy alloy gate, a large group of 7 or 8 burly men had gathered. This group of people were all over 1.8 meters tall and were wearing heavy military overcoats or down jackets. Although they were wrapped up tightly, their fierce, bandit-like aura was impossible to hide. They had a variety of tools: crowbars, hammers, chisels, and even a few machetes and red fire axes. You can tell just by looking at this setup. These people were well trained and prepared. They were clearly a group of repeat offenders. The one leading the charge was none other than Xiangzi, who had been the most vocal in the group chat last night. At this moment, Xiangzi was wearing a mink coat, had a cigarette in his mouth, and looked extremely intimidating with his fierce appearance. Brother Chang. One of the henchmen came up to him, pointed to the doors on both sides of the corridor, and asked, somewhat bewildered. There are only 2 apartments on this floor, and Qin Lan bought them both. Which door should we break into? This floor is a large, single-level apartment with 2 elevators serving 2 households. On the left is the gate to Jiang Chen's current shelter. It is made of silver-gray metal with a smooth surface and no gaps. It looks as solid as a rock. The door on the right was the door to Qin Lan's original home. Although it was also a high-end security door, it looked much simpler and more shabby compared to Jiang Chen's door. Xiangzi squinted and sized him up, then kicked the underling with his backhand. Bang! Are you out of your mind? Xiangzi spat out his cigarette but pointed at Jiang Chen's door and cursed. Is that even a question? Look at this door. The quality. The class. It's obviously custom made at a high price. That Qin Lan is a billionaire CEO, she's very particular about appearances. If she doesn't live in this nice place, does she think she'd live in that rundown one? Pry this off for me, you bastard. Jiang Chen, who was lying in bed, almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Pfft, these idiots. The moment these people arrived, he couldn't hold back anymore. They didn't do enough preparation and guessed the wrong room right from the start. His door had been enhanced by the system, which is why it looked exceptionally luxurious. Actually, that rather simple door was the room where Qin Lan originally lived. But even if they pried it open, it wouldn't make a difference. After he and Qin Lan awakened their unique personal space abilities, they had already moved the valuable supplies from next door. Even if these people open the room over there, they won't get anything useful from it. In the picture, a group of burly men swarmed around Jiang Chen's door. One of the burly men took out professional lock-picking tools from his backpack, just as he was about to show off his skills. After touching the door for a long time, he was completely dumbfounded. Boss. Boss. The locksmith turned around, looking completely bewildered, his voice trembling. This door is strange. What's wrong? Stop dawdling. Xiangzi shouted impatiently. It doesn't have a keyhole. The little brother was almost crying, pointing at the bare door panel. Forget about a keyhole, there aren't even any fingerprint or facial recognition sensors. It's just a big iron plate. How am I supposed to pry this open? There's nowhere to put my tools. Xiangzi was taken aback when he heard this. He leaned over to take a closer look and it was true. The entire alloy door is a single, seamless piece, as if it grew out of the wall. Damn! These rich people are freaks. They even have so many fancy tricks up their sleeves when they get a door. Enraged, Xiangzi kicked the underling aside. You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Since there's no hole, let's not bother with all that fancy technical stuff. Anyway, we haven't opened many houses properly using lockpicking, most of them are forced open. And this is the 27th floor. Do you think the people inside can jump out of the window and escape? Xiangzi then waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Brothers! Let's get the weapons out there. Smash it! Smash this turtle shell to pieces. Yes! At Xiangzi's command, the 7 or 8 burly men instantly perked up. Bang! 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 Fire axes, crowbars, and heavy sledgehammers weighing over 10 kilograms were swung wildly at the shelter door, accompanied by the whooshing sound of the wind. It was as if he wanted to vent all the resentment he felt from being scolded by Qiangzi on this alloy door. Beep. Continuous violent attack detected on the shelter. System defense mechanism activated. Host, would you like to activate the active defense mechanism's hidden weapons electric shock laser poison gas? In Jiang Chen's mind, the system's cold notification sounded again. Several red virtual options kept flashing in front of him. The moment he had a thought, the group of people outside the door would instantly turn into a pile of corpses. No. Jiang Chen refused without hesitation. Just kidding, he reserved these live lab rats in the group yesterday, and they were delivered to his door today. If the defense authorities were to kill them all at once, where could he find such strong and healthy test subjects that he wouldn't feel bad about killing? Before actually venturing out into the toxic snow today, we still need to use them to finally verify the clinical efficacy of the toxin immunity pills. While the items produced by the system are indeed very powerful, there's no need to experiment with your own life. On the first day of the apocalypse, the corpses scattered all over the ground, killed by the poisonous rain, left a deep impression on him. A single toxin immunity pill costs only 100 survival coins. What's so hard about spending such a small amount of money? Smash it, let's see what you can come up with. This door is far more sturdy than the protective armor of a tank. Jiang Chen then blocked the system's attack alerts, leaving only the monitoring footage. However, the shelter's soundproofing is just too good. Even if the noise outside the door is deafening, there is still no obvious sound inside the room. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen's physical attributes were enhanced by supernatural abilities, and his hearing wasn't exceptionally sharp. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have even heard the faint noise coming from the other side of the door. Just as Jiang Chen was watching the demolition drama outside with great interest. At this moment, the plush toy in his arms finally woke up. Chapter 58 Professional Equipment. Xinlan's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Those peach blossom eyes still held a hazy, sleepy look, making them exceptionally alluring. She stretched lazily, her beautiful curves fully revealed beneath the silk sheets. Good morning, honey. Xinlan leaned over and gently pecked Jiang Chen on the cheek, her voice so soft and sweet it could be drawn out. Xiao Shui, on the other side, also woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes and obediently nuzzling Jiang Chen's shoulder. Good morning, husband. Good morning, sister. Xinlan casually picked up her phone from the bedside table, glanced at the time, and raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of mockery. Wow, is the sun rising in the west today? It's only 10 o'clock now. When have we ever not gone to bed early in the morning and woken up in the afternoon? She stretched out her finger and drew circles on Jiang Chen's firm chest, grinning mischievously. What? You're awake so early? Are you a little too eager to see my Shaoli? TSK tisk, men, they really are all fickle and greedy. They've already been bewitched before they've even seen the person. Jiang Chen wasn't annoyed. He smiled and reached out to gently stroke her pert nose. What are you saying? I just want you sisters to be reunited as soon as possible. Besides, the early bird catches the worm, and the early rising husband catches the worm. Get lost. You're never serious. Xinlan rolled her eyes at him, gave a soft snort, but a blush crept onto her cheeks. I can't be bothered with you. Do you think I don't know your little tricks? Did you do that so that we could be reunited? You're clearly just lusting after her body. Jiang Chen chuckled, having his thoughts exposed, and without arguing, simply rolled over and got out of bed. All right, get up and wash up. We have a lot of work to do today, so we need to hurry. The three of them ran playfully into the spacious bathroom. After washing up, the three of them came out feeling refreshed. With a thought, Jiang Chen retrieved a sumptuous breakfast from the buffet restaurant. The Cantonese dim sum includes crystal shrimp dumplings, steaming hot congee with preserved egg and lean pork, freshly fried dough sticks, and several baskets of delicate xiaolongbao soup dumplings. The house was filled with a warm atmosphere, just like the sweet life after marriage. It's impossible to tell that the world is currently in the midst of a brutal apocalypse. While eating, Xinlan was elegantly picking up a shrimp dumpling and putting it into her mouth when her ears suddenly twitched. She looked towards the door with some confusion, put down her chopsticks, and asked softly. Husband, Schwer. Did you hear a little noise from the other side of the door? It looks like someone is smashing the wall. Xinlan, as a person with superpowers, may not have the same five senses as Jiang Chen, but they are still far beyond those of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately stopped drinking her porridge, listened for a while, and then nodded hesitantly.
It seems there is some sound. But the sound is so soft. If you don't listen carefully, you probably won't hear it at all.
Seeing the two people's puzzled and wary expressions, Jiang Chen calmly took a sip of porridge without even lifting his eyelids.
Oh, that one. Jiang Chen spoke casually, his tone incredibly relaxed.
Those are the lab mice I booked for home delivery through the group chat yesterday, and they've arrived. Anyway, they won't be leaving anytime soon, so let them wait outside for now. We'll go sign for it after we finish breakfast. Xin Lan and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance and immediately understood. It turns out that the commotion on the other side of the door was caused by Qiangzi and his men. However, looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed and carefree expression, he even seemed a little amused.
The slight tension in their hearts vanished instantly. 2. With this omnipotent man in front of us, what's there to care about a few overconfident clowns? Then let's listen to our husbands and have them wait outside.
We're going on a long trip later, so we need to eat our fill. Xin Lan picked up a shrimp dumpling and fed it to Jiang Chen, looking at him with a smile. In her eyes, all she could see was the man in front of her. As for the others, they didn't interest me at all. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Chen activated the shelter's automatic cleaning function. The entire room was instantly restored to its cleanest and tiddiest state. Even the air was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance.
Next, it's time to prepare for going out today. Before Jiang Chen could even take out the equipment he had gotten from the clothing store yesterday, Xin Lan immediately took out a pile of clothes from her personal space.
Those were several thick down jackets, windbreakers, and other cold weather gear such as scarves and gloves. Holding a Canada Goose down jacket, she frowned slightly and said with some concern, "Honey, these clothes are already the warmest clothes my neighbor has. But the outside temperature has dropped to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, which is much colder than when we went to the underground parking garage a couple of days ago. I don't know if these clothes alone can keep me warm in the cold outside for long. And the shoes also need to be addressed." Xin Lan pointed to the several pairs of fleece-lined cotton boots on the ground.
"The snow is so deep that you can easily sink up to your knees with one step. You can't walk in these shoes at all. How about we find some thick wooden planks and tie them to the soles of our shoes? That way, we won't sink in so easily."
Xiao Shui, who was standing to the side, nodded as well, a hint of worry appearing on her face. Seeing the two women looking worried, Jiang Chen smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. It seems that although the two women didn't say it, they had already been preparing many things for him in advance.
Is this what it feels like to have someone care and concern for you?
He stepped forward, pulled Xin Lan into his arms, and kissed her on the forehead.
Fools, how could your husbands not have thought of the problems you've all considered? Watch closely.
Jiang Chen released his embrace, took a step back, and snapped his fingers with his right hand.
Buzz.
With a ripple in the air, 3 silver-white metallic boxes appeared out of thin air on the living room floor.
The box opened automatically after landing, revealing a complete set of equipment neatly arranged inside.
That was a highly professional, polar research-grade cold weather combat suit.
This set of equipment has a sophisticated matte white finish, adorned with streamlined ice blue stripes. The fabric doesn't look too thick overall. In fact, it could be described as somewhat thin.
However, you can tell from the texture of the fabric that the level of technology involved is definitely not low.
This is...
Xin Lan and Xiao Shui were both stunned and curiously gathered around.
This is the most professional cold weather clothing set on the market. Jiang Chen began his introduction. Don't underestimate this outfit. You can walk in the polar regions without any problems wearing it. The most crucial thing is... Jiang Chen picked up the pair of oddly shaped shoes.
They were a pair of one-piece boots with a wide sole like a tennis racket, covered with intricate anti-slip patterns and traction teeth.
These are specially made snow walking boots.
Wearing this, you can walk on the snow as if it were flat ground, and you won't sink in at all.
Wow! Honey, you're amazing. I thought you could only pull out some QQ uniforms from your space for us to wear. Chapter 59. Hey! You're a fucking genius.
Upon hearing Xin Lan's question, Jiang Chen coughed lightly, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he only spent a very short time choosing this winter coat last night. And within the system space were over a dozen sets of clothes of various types, dozens of different pairs of high heels, and hundreds of stockings of various types and colors.
This is sufficient proof that he devoted the vast majority of his energy to it. Well, don't worry too much about those trivial details. Let's figure out how to put this outfit on first. There's so much equipment in here, it looks like it'll be hard to put on.
Xinlan gave him a charmingly disdainful look and went with Xiao Shui to inspect the professional equipment. Xiao Shui picked up the clothes from the silver-white box and touched them with obvious affection. A hint of surprise flashed in Xinlan's eyes after she touched the clothes. As a woman who pursues perfection and refinement, if she had a choice, she certainly wouldn't want to go out wrapped up like a ball. This outfit is not only highly protective against the cold, but also has an extremely flattering and streamlined cut, making it very aesthetically pleasing.
Honey, you're amazing. Xiao Shui looked at Jiang Chen with admiration.
That's right. Xinlan's eyes flickered, and she suddenly took Xiao Shui's hand and walked to Jiang Chen. She gave a slight bow, performing a traditional Chinese lady's curtsy, and said in a charming voice, "Since Mr. Jiang Chen has made such thorough preparations,
then let us servants personally help master change his clothes?
Shui, aren't you coming to help?" Xiao Shui blushed, but obediently walked over, knelt down at Jiang Chen's feet, and took off his slippers. So Jiang Chen sat on the sofa with his arms outstretched, enjoying himself as if he were being treated like royalty. Two stunningly beautiful goddesses, one helped him undress, the other helped him put on his pants, were incredibly considerate and gentle. He only needs to raise his hand or leg. The two women put on this extremely complex and professional cold weather suit without him having to put in any effort. This snowsuit is not only highly functional, but also aesthetically pleasing in design. When Jiang Chen put on that black winter coat, his smooth muscle lines were outlined, making him look exceptionally handsome and dashing, full of masculine charm. And after Xinlan and Xiao Shui changed into the blue and white women's winter coats, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Both girls wore their hair in a cool and neat high ponytail, looking very dashing. The cold-proof fabric tightly wrapped their bodies, but did not make them look bulky. Xinlan's impressive bust, slender waist, and pert hips are all accentuated by this outfit, making each feature appear exceptionally stunning. Xiao Shui's long, straight legs were perfectly accentuated, making her look like a battle goddess straight out of an anime. This combination of power and technology adds a unique charm to the two women.
How is it? Does it look good?
Xinlan twirled around, extremely satisfied with her current look.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Chen exclaimed sincerely.
Just then, Xinlan, who was adjusting her collar, suddenly twitched her ears again. She turned her head to look in the direction of the gate, her eyes becoming somewhat strange.
Husband. Those people seem to have stopped banging on the door. But judging from that sound, it sounds like they've switched to smashing up the wall?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile.
Oh? So these people finally realized they couldn't break down the door and started using their brains?
Let's go, now that we've changed our clothes, let's go out and see what these lab rats are up to. Although Jiang Chen said that, he actually did it while changing clothes earlier. He was already multitasking, seeing everything happening outside clearly through the images in his mind.
Outside the door,
the burly man who had been holding the crowbar collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, barely able to hold onto the crowbar.
Huff, huff, Brother Chang.
The burly man stared at the still gleaming door in front of him, his expression one of utter despair. Apart from a few faint white marks and small dents, the metal door was almost completely undamaged.
This door is fucking sturdy. We've been smashing this for almost an hour.
Is this thing made of aircraft carrier steel plates?
My hands are about to crack from the impact.
If I smash it again, I'll be crippled before the door even opens. The other underlings were also complaining, their faces red from the cold and their noses running. Their hands were also numb from the shock.
Yeah, Brother Chang.
This door is way too big for us to open with the equipment we have. Xiangzi stood at the back of the crowd, his face grim. He stared at the door, seething with rage.
Damn it. No wonder Xinlan was so confident in the group last night.
So that's why you're relying on your turtle shell.
Xiangzi was filled with hatred. If he can't even get through the door, then all the harsh words he said in the group yesterday will become a joke. And how is he going to explain this to Brother Meng when he gets back? No. We can't just let it go like this.
If Brother Meng finds out we can't even handle this little thing, we can forget about getting a full meal and playing with women today.
Suddenly, one of the henchmen seemed to have a sudden inspiration. He pointed to the wall next to the iron gate and shouted excitedly. Brother Chang! Brother Chang! I've got it. Even if this door is specially made and we can't open it, this wall can't be specially made either, right? This is a residential building. The walls are just ordinary brick concrete structure. If we just smash through this wall, we can still get in, right? Hearing this suggestion from his subordinate,
Xianzi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up.
Hey! You're a fucking genius. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? If I can't break down the door, then I refuse to believe I can't break down the wall either. Unless this place is like a novel I saw before in Wangshi. Qinlan installed 200mm thick alloy plates on all the walls around the room. Chapter 60 Qinlan's Charm.
After thinking they had found the right solution, Xiangzi immediately perked up, and a ferocious and cruel smile appeared on his face again.
He waved his hand.
Then he picked up the crowbar from the ground and put it back in his underling's hand.
Brothers! Cheer up! Forget about that broken door. Smash the walls. As long as we break down this wall, the boss will definitely reward us handsomely. Food and women, enough to fill you up and have your fill. Yes.
The group of people then charged towards the wall with a roar, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was standing inside the door watching the scene, couldn't help but chuckle.
Smash the wall? TSK, if even you guys could come up with a solution, how could I not have prepared in advance?
Back at the very beginning of the apocalypse, I strengthened the defenses of this shelter to their current limit.
Trying to break through my wall? Unless you can blow up the whole building, there might be some chance. A moment later, all three of them were dressed in highly professional snow gear.
Jiang Chen stood in front of the metal gate, a cold smile playing on his lips.
He glanced back at the two women behind him, nodded, and then a thought struck him. Click.
A crisp sound of a lock being opened rang out clearly in the quiet room.
Immediately following was the specially made alloy door that Xiangzi and the others considered incredibly sturdy.
Under the control of a mysterious force, it slowly slid to the sides.
Boom! As soon as the door opened, a visible wave of heat rushed into the corridor.
The temperature fluctuated between hot and cold, and a gust of wind even swept through the doorway. The sudden gust of wind made it difficult for the unsuspecting burly men outside the door to open their eyes.
Holy crap! What's going on? Where did that hot wind come from? Look, the door is open?
The burly man who was swinging a large iron sledgehammer to smash the wall was startled by this sudden turn of events. The hammer slammed into his foot with a loud thud, making him wince in pain. The burly man, exhausted like a dog and holding a crowbar, stared wide-eyed at the now open door. They were freezing cold outside, like little kids, trying to pry open that door. After a lot of effort, prying and smashing, all they managed to do was add a few scratches to the door. Just as they were filled with despair and preparing to tear down the wall, they never expected that the door would open by itself. And the people inside just swaggered out like that? What does their hard work of more than an hour amount to? Is this considered voluntary, unpaid overtime work, demonstrating a spirit of dedication? As the gate closed, the gale gradually subsided. The three figures standing at the doorway also became clearer. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing when he saw these people standing there dumbfounded. He gave a flippant whistle and teased.
Hey guys, busy? They're doing renovations here so early in the morning, aren't they worried about disturbing the neighbors? Jiang Chen's sarcastic remark finally brought Xiangzi back to his senses after his lapse in concentration. He was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Ha ha ha. It's open. The door is really open.
Xiangzi quickly pushed aside the underlings blocking his way and stepped to the front.
A ferocious smile appeared on his fleshy face.
You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none.
Ha ha ha. If you keep hiding in this turtle shell, I really won't be able to do anything to you for a while. Perhaps in the end we'll have to ask the boss to come out of retirement and use his unparalleled power to blast open this door. But you shouldn't have dared to come out on your own. Isn't that Chun Chun who came to deliver the vegetables?
Xiangzi brandished the machete in his hand, a cruel glint in his eyes.
Without that tortoise shell, you're nothing. Brothers, surround them. Kill the man, take the woman with you.
Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, the henchmen around him also realized what was going on.
Regardless of how this door opens, once the people inside come out, they'll be completely at their mercy.
There were 7 or 8 burly men, all armed. There was a young man with 2 women on the other side.
Isn't this just giving away freebies? The boss is right, this is a fat sheep delivered to our door. Hey guys, grab your weapons.
A group of men chuckled lewdly and, brandishing weapons, began to surround them. Qinlan, who was standing behind Lin Xia, couldn't help but snort coldly after hearing these words. Based on just a few oddballs. Let alone Jiang Chen, even if she herself wanted to kill all these people, it wouldn't take much effort. Since awakening her superpowers, she has increasingly felt that people with superpowers and ordinary people are from two different worlds. Qinlan then walked up to Lin Xia. The powerful aura she exuded, stemming from her long-standing high position, emanated from within. Qinlan looked at the several burly men, each over 6 feet tall, with disdain and spoke with an air of authority. It's not certain who will go to hell next. Are you ready to face my wrath? Qinlan's powerful aura, which commanded respect without anger, completely intimidated the henchmen who were about to rush forward. Xiangzi, who was standing at the very front of his younger brothers, was the one who felt this most clearly. He felt an invisible pressure coming at him. The pressure caused his pupils to tremble violently, and his legs involuntarily took 2 steps back. This woman. Xiangzi swallowed hard. His previous arrogance was instantly dampened by half. But then, when his gaze truly focused on Qinlan, all his fear was replaced by a more primal, more fervent emotion. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The woman in front of me is so beautiful she seems almost inhuman. She was standing behind that pretty boy, so he couldn't see her very clearly. When she walked to the front, Xiangzi was instantly captivated by her beauty. That cold, elegant, and perfect face, the dashing figure with her high ponytail and that top-tier supermodel figure faintly visible beneath her winter coat. Xiangzi became completely absorbed in the sight. He could swear that the woman in front of him was 10,000 times more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen in his life. Glug! Xiangzi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he stared intently at Qinlan, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Then his heart was filled with regret and resentment. Damn, what an amazing woman! If it weren't for the fact that the outside world is full of poisonous snow that kills instantly, and if the boss's strength weren't so outrageous. He really wanted to forcibly take Qinlan away, hide her somewhere, and keep her as his personal property. If this were before the apocalypse, he would be willing to go to jail even if it meant that. Qinlan is absolutely gorgeous. She's 100 times more beautiful in person than in the photos I posted in the group yesterday. Chapter 61 still needs more practice. Countless filthy thoughts flashed through Xiangzi's mind in an instant, and his eyes became increasingly naked and greedy. Just as he was about to say something flirtatious. But his gaze inadvertently swept over another figure behind Jiang Chen. Xiangzi's eyes lit up again. Although this beauty may be slightly less stunning than Qinlan, she is definitely a top-tier goddess, far surpassing those ordinary beauties. In particular, her gentle, obedient, and dignified demeanor, like that of a well-bred lady, is truly captivating. Hiss. Xiangzi felt as if his heart had been struck hard again, and his eyes were immediately dazzled. This is also top-notch. If you asked him to make a choice. Qinlan's aura is too sharp and assertive, making her seem extremely difficult to get along with. This gentle goddess over here is clearly more to his liking. The other one looks well-behaved and obedient. In daily interactions, she will definitely treat you like her everything. Thinking about this, Xiangzi couldn't help but start daydreaming. He did such a great service for the boss this time, managing to snatch 2 stunning beauties. He deserves a reward. He can forget about finding a perfect goddess like Qinlan. But maybe he could have a couple of sips of soup from the other, slightly less attractive, gentle goddess? Xiangzi became more and more excited as he thought about it, and the expression on his face became increasingly lewd, with saliva practically dripping from his mouth. Beautiful lady, he. Seeing Xiangzi's dazed expression, Qinlan felt even more disgusted with these men. Really? She still hates men, just like before. She had seen that look in her eyes far too often at parties and negotiating tables before the apocalypse. Those so-called business elites and successful people, once their seemingly glamorous exterior is stripped away. Isn't that the same filthy, disgusting desire hidden in their eyes? If it weren't for work, she really wouldn't have bothered with these stinky men. If she utters even half a word more, it's considered an insult to her mouth. From this perspective, she is actually somewhat grateful for this apocalypse. Order collapsed, and rules disappeared. She could finally shed her pretense and escape those boring jobs. She can finally do whatever she loves. Of course, among the men mentioned above, Jiang Chen, her beloved, is definitely not included. Only in front of Jiang Chen was she willing to let down her guard and become a little woman who only wanted to please him. Snort. Qinlan took a deep breath, composed herself, and said coldly to Xiangzi. If you dare look at me with those dog eyes again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Trash like you doesn't even deserve to look at me. Xinlan's icy, piercing voice finally jolted Xiangzi awake from his sweet dream. He suddenly snapped out of his daze and realized that he had been standing there in a daze for so long without even noticing. Looking back, his underlings were behaving even worse. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their drool freezing into ice crystals around their lips. Their eyes were fixed on the two beautiful women, and they didn't even bother to pick up the things they had dropped on the ground, acting like complete lechers. Cough, cough. Xiangzi coughed awkwardly twice to cover up his embarrassment. He took a deep breath, feeling as if the air was filled with a captivating fragrance. Sure enough, he didn't like this kind of fierce and extremely domineering woman. A woman like Xinlan would probably stay on top in bed the whole time. The gentle goddess standing beside him was the one who suited his temperament best. Xiangzi cleared his throat slightly, and even his back straightened up a little involuntarily. Looking at Xinlan's flawless face, his tone softened involuntarily. Beautiful lady, I. However, before he could finish speaking, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang in his ears without warning. Call. Xiangzi's pupils contracted sharply, and he only saw a white afterimage flash before his eyes. That looks like Xinlan. Just as Xiangzi glanced at her again, Xinlan lightly touched the ground with her toes. In an instant, he dodged and rushed straight towards Xiangzi. There was no unnecessary talk, no fancy moves. It was just a simple straight punch. Bang! This punch was delivered without any restraint. Xinlan's seemingly delicate and fragile hand transformed into a merciless iron hammer, slamming fiercely into Xiangzi's chest. This punch lacked the charm and gentleness she displayed when she was being affectionate with Jiang Chen. Snap! A muffled thud, followed by the distinct sound of a rib breaking, rang out. Xiangzi didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was sent flying backward. Whoosh! Xiangzi's nearly 200-pound body arced through the air, creating a gap as he crashed through the group of his underlings behind him. Then, thump! It slammed hard into the wall on the other side of the corridor. The impact was so great that it even damaged the fire door next to it. Xiangzi clung to the wall like a painting for a second before slid down limply and collapsed onto the ground, motionless. His chest was visibly caved in, and blood and foam kept gushing from his mouth. Quiet. A deathly silence. The underlings who had been knocked off their feet by Xiangzi earlier didn't bother to get back up. They all looked at Changgu, who lay on the ground, lifeless, as if they had seen a ghost. Then he turned to look at Xinlan, who was still in a punching stance with a cold expression. Everyone opened their mouths wide. They simply cannot understand. Such a noble and aloof goddess could actually possess such powerful strength. Moreover, she acted without warning, giving no one any time to react. That's so brutal. However, Xinlan didn't care at all what these scumbags were thinking. She withdrew her fist as if she had done something insignificant. If Jiangchen didn't need to use these mice for experiments later, she would have held back in that attack. Otherwise, if the punch had been slightly off to the side, it could have hit his heart. This person would probably die on the spot. The physical attributes of superhumans, which exceed human limits, are no joke. Xinlan's punch may not have been a top-level fighting technique like Tyson's. But if we only look at the power of his punches, Tyson is no different from a child in front of Xinlan. He needs to practice more. Chapter 62: The Right Way to Avoid Getting Your Hands Dirty. Xinlan then had a sudden thought. A clean, soft new towel appeared out of thin air in her hand. This is one of Jiang Chen's favorite parts, so she definitely has to take good care of it. It's a pity that after the apocalypse, there's no way to get all sorts of pretty manicures. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's affection for it would have reached an even higher level. Xinlan then carefully wiped her slender, fair, and flawless hands with a towel, which were enough to surpass any hand models, and said with some disdain, "It's so filthy." After wiping her hands, she casually tossed the towel onto the ground like trash. Xinlan raised her head, her eyes filled with impatience and disgust, and coldly surveyed the entire room. I already emphasized that. Scum like this doesn't deserve to look at me. So what if you can't understand human language? You actually dared to look? You even dared to talk to me? Xinlan's imposing and awe-inspiring aura was fully revealed at this moment. The thugs in front of her all lowered their heads, none of them daring to look Xinlan in the eye. Didn't you see that their leader has already set an example for them? Xiao Shui, standing to the side, looked at the heroic and domineering Xinlan with stars twinkling in her eyes. My sister is so cool. My sister stepped on me. However, after she finished speaking those domineering words, the next second, Qin Lan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. As if she had changed her expression, she immediately suppressed all her murderous aura and coldness. Qin Lan turned around and faced Jiang Chen. That pretty face, which had been cold and aloof, now blossomed with an incredibly sweet and gentle smile. She jogged a few steps back to Jiang Chen's side, hugged his arm with both hands, and pressed her whole body against him. Qin Lan's voice was soft and charming, with a hint of trying to appease and coaxing after doing something wrong. Honey. He just lost his temper. It seems I accidentally damaged one of your lab mice. Qin Lan blinked her large, clear, watery eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Honey, you won't be mad at me, will you? If you really have to blame me. She bit her lower lip, tiptoed, and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. After we get back, you can punish them severely again. At this time, the thugs in the corridor who had been eavesdropping had their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Their worldview completely collapsed at that moment. This world is just too crazy. The woman who just punched someone half to death had an aura so strong it was like a stunning goddess capable of suppressing darkness and turmoil. In the blink of an eye, she has become such a docile, spoiled little wife who begs for punishment? The contrast is too great. Is this really the same person? This world has indeed become so chaotic that they can't understand it. Jiang Chen was speechless as he watched Qin Lan seamlessly switch between modes. Goodness. You forced me to put on a show, and now you want more rewards? So you get all the good things? As expected of a stunningly beautiful CEO who has never lost in the business world, you understand how to maximize profits. Jiang Chen said that he had successfully learned another trick. So he reached out and put his arm around Qin Lan's slender waist, gently pinching her fair and pretty face. Are you trying to punish me? I'm too embarrassed to call you out, but you're clearly just after my body. My husband found out. My husband is super amazing. As expected, I'll be completely manipulated by you, my husband, for the rest of my life. Jiang Chen smiled and skipped the topic. This Qin Lan always seems to find a way to make herself look like a placenta. It's definitely not your fault. Anyway, that person is still breathing, he's not dead yet. As long as he's not completely dead, it won't affect the experiments I'm about to do. However, Jiang Chen changed the subject, his eyes becoming meaningful. Although I won't blame you, the punishment that is due still needs to be given. Once we get back, we'll get that punishment done. Qin Lan blushed upon hearing this, but a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. She blinked her watery, alluring eyes, her body limp as if boneless, and said in a soft voice. Yes, sir. This servant understands. However, this servant is a little afraid of pain. Master, please, punish the servant gently when the time comes. Watching her sister's textbook-level operation, Xiao Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is it possible for her to learn such advanced techniques without spending money? Really? Your sister will always be your sister. This skill, this emotional intelligence, this flirting technique, it's simply masterful. Seeing Qin Lan, who was both innocent and alluring, Jiang Chen couldn't resist her charm. Involuntarily, I thought to myself, demon. If he didn't have other important business to attend to, he would have loved to head home right now. At this moment, he had even already chosen the style of clothes for Qin Lan to wear in the system space. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to leave this warm and comfortable refuge. With two stunning goddesses like Qin Lan and Xiao Shui by my side, life is incredibly comfortable. But right now, business is more important. He has made far too many sacrifices for the sake of expanding his power. Jiang Chen quickly suppressed his lustful thoughts, a determined glint in his eyes. He patted Qin Lan's hand and said with a smile. All right, let's talk about these things after we bring Qingli back. And dealing with this garbage doesn't actually require such a complicated process. What if I overwork myself? Watch me. The right way to avoid getting your hands dirty. With that, Jiang Chen released Qin Lan's embrace and took a step forward. He flipped his wrist. A pistol, entirely black and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The thugs opposite hadn't even seen what Jiang Chen had just produced. A dark bullet hole appeared right in the center of each person's forehead. These people collapsed almost simultaneously and then never woke up again. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Except for Qiangzi, who was slumped in the corner. At this point, all the remaining thugs were killed by headshots. The corridor was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. Jiang Chen blew on the muzzle of the gun and casually handed it to Qin Lan. See, isn't this much easier? If you encounter something like this again, you'll know what to do, right? Such beautiful hands, please don't let them get hurt. Chapter 63, Become a Cuckoo. Qin Lan took the pistol and carefully placed it into her personal storage space. She knew that Jiang Chen was worried that she had just awakened her spatial ability and didn't yet have any effective way to attack. They lack means of self-defense in case of an emergency. With this gun, she will no longer have to rely solely on her hands to attack others. This small detail represents Jiang Chen's care and love for her, as well as his complete trust in her. Just thinking about it for a moment warmed Qin Lan's heart. She was right about him. Jiang Chen is worth everything she has to give. Qin Lan then quietly buried this feeling of being moved in her heart. I can always repay Jiang Chen properly later. Anyway, they have a long future ahead of them. She is a perfect goddess who is top-notch in terms of IQ, EQ, looks, and figure. She is absolutely confident that she can manage the most important and cherished relationship of her life well. After composing herself, Qin Lan moved to a spot slightly behind and to the right of Jiang Chen. She looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and asked in surprise. Ah. Honey, didn't you just say you needed to use these lab mice for experiments? Then why did you kill all of them? Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. It's just an anti-toxicity experiment, one sample is enough. He raised his chin and looked at the corner of the wall on the other side of the corridor. Isn't there one left over there? Anyway, he's not completely dead yet, so it's enough. Jiang Chen sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. And the way that bastard looked at you just now really annoyed me. My woman, is she someone he can even look at? Wouldn't it be too easy for him to die so quickly? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Lan revealed a knowing smile. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Shui beside her with a grin. Look, little Shuier. I told you, our husbands are just very generous to us. But actually, he is a very selfish and petty person. If anyone touches his things, let alone looks at them, they will suffer extremely cruel retaliation. Xiao Shui nodded in response, saying nonchalantly, I think my husband did the right thing. Xiao Shui took Jiang Chen's arm and pressed herself against him, her pure and obedient face full of approval and affection. I am my husband's property, and he can do whatever he wants to me. My husband's possessiveness makes me so happy. This means my husband likes me and cares about me. And that guy named Shangzi, the look he gave me just now was absolutely disgusting. This reminds me of those bad memories from a few days ago. If I hadn't met my husband and sister then, I probably would have died once by now. My husband did this, which just helped us vent our anger. Yo yo yo. So you're protecting her again? Seeing this, Qin Lan couldn't help but reach out and poke Xiao Shui's pretty face with her finger, teasingly saying, I wonder who it was last night who was bullied by her husband and cried her eyes out, only able to keep shedding little pearls to beg for mercy. Why didn't you say your husband did the right thing back then? When the topic of last night came up, Xiao Shui's pretty face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Sister. Xiao Shui gave a coquettish sigh, lightly stomped her foot, and then shyly retorted in a low voice. No, they don't have that. And even if someone drops a little pearl, it still means they're happy and pleased. At this point, Xiao Shui, seemingly wanting to get back at him, boldly retorted. Besides, didn't you lose a lot of little pearls back then too, sister? How much better can they be than me? Hey! You little brat, you dare talk back, huh? Sister! Jiang Chen walked in front and rolled his eyes when he heard Xiao Shui and Qin Lan flirting behind him. He silently complained to himself. You, Qin Lan, have the nerve to say that my methods of revenge are extremely cruel? Before I could do anything, she suddenly jumped out. Then Bang Bang punched the person, and the person fell asleep immediately. This is much more violent than what I would do myself. However, complaints aside, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with what had just happened. At the very least, they don't have a saintly heart and dare not attack those who intend to harm them. You should know that in the apocalypse, sometimes a bad teammate can be more terrifying than a group of powerful enemies. Some women scream at the sight of a dead body, condemn violence at the sight of killing, and even succumb to moral ideologies. No matter how beautiful such a person is, they are still a menace. He would absolutely not allow such a person to enter his territory. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui performed very well.
Qinlan even offered emotional guidance and psychological suggestions to Xiao Shui. This will allow her to better adapt to the apocalypse and better integrate into their team. Xiao Shui's performance was also very good. Perhaps it's because Xiao Shui had experienced that kind of life or death crisis and had tasted that feeling of despair. Therefore, she has no aversion to these values. On the contrary, she expressed strong agreement with some of the more extreme viewpoints. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh again. He was incredibly lucky to meet Qinlan just as the apocalypse was about to begin. This stunningly handsome CEO not only provided him with survival coins and superpowers. Moreover, they are truly remarkable in team building and corporate culture cultivation. She can subtly influence others to accept her values and guide them to act according to her ideas. It can also make the whole team more harmonious and cohesive. As expected of a billionaire CEO, he truly possesses considerable skill and ability. In other words, one must be intelligent and rational enough to step outside this level and look at problems independently. That's how he wasn't manipulated by Qinlan. This time, he's on the 5th floor. However, on the other hand, what Qinlan has shown so far is not all of her advantages. The vast network of contacts she has in her phone's address book is also a very valuable resource. Just thinking about the photos of so many stunning goddesses that Qinlan showed him in her album. Jiang Chen's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Chapter 64. You're awake. The sterilization surgery was a success. Honey, is this okay? Qinlan and Xiao Shui stood obediently beside Jiang Chen, watching his actions with some curiosity. Jiang Chen nodded and then said, I've already put the toxin immunity pill into his mouth. Later, we can just get some poison snow from the balcony outside the corridor and feed it to him. As long as he doesn't die, we can go out without worry. Jiang Chen then walked to the side, took off his gloves, and casually tossed them aside like trash. After all, he also thought it was dirty. I have already given him the medicine. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's next plan, Xiao Shui's eyes lit up. She volunteered, sidling up to Jiang Chen and tugging at his sleeve, saying, Honey, you can leave this task to me. My special ability is to control ice and snow. I can bring the poisonous snow from outside into the room and feed it to him without touching it with my hands. Oh? Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao Shui with some surprise, not expecting her superpower to have such a use. So he also tried to activate the supernatural power he had copied from Xiao Shui and sensed the balcony. Really? Although the distance was a bit far, his special ability allowed him to clearly sense the snow on the balcony outside the window. The connection, though weak, does exist. It seems this girl is secretly making progress behind his back. Jiang Chen naturally supports this positive attitude. Xiao Shui is the source of his ability to replicate superpowers. The better she develops her superpowers, the more superpowers she accumulates within her body. The stronger the superpower he can copy, the greater the benefits he will receive. That's what you call a win-win situation. Jiang Chen won twice straight. Okay, then I'll leave it to you in a bit. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, agreeing to Xiao Shui's request. The three didn't have to wait long. The toxin immunity pill took effect quickly. After all, it takes 100 survival coins to exchange for this pill. Although its primary function is to fight off unknown toxins, it also has some basic therapeutic effects. At least it can help Changzi recover from a state of exhaling more and inhaling less to the point where he can speak a little. As the medicine took effect in his body, a warm energy rapidly repaired Changzi's damaged body. 2.5 minutes later. Cough cough, cough cough cough. With a violent cough, Changzi, who was on the verge of dying, miraculously woke up. Although he was still pale and his broken ribs had not healed, he had indeed been pulled back from the brink of death. His breathing became much more steady, and his eyes regained focus. Xianzi opened his eyes groggily. He stared blankly at the three figures towering over him. What's wrong with me? Xianzi's mind seemed to have gone blank. He couldn't remember anything that had just happened. How did he end up lying on the ground in the blink of an eye? What about his underlings? And... ouch, that hurts. A sharp pain shot through his chest, causing him to gasp and feel as if his internal organs had shifted. Jiang Chen looked at Xianzi, who was completely bewildered, and a smile appeared on his lips. He bent down slightly and asked gently, Oh, you're awake? Congratulations, the surgery was a success. Surgery? What kind of surgery? Xianzi asked instinctively, his mind still reeling. Jiang Chen's smile deepened, and he slowly uttered a few words.
Sterilization surgery. Congratulations, you'll have no more worries from now on. Holy crap? This sentence completely terrified Xiangzi. Sterilization surgery? What the hell is this? Xiangzi's expression changed drastically. A primal fear, typical of men, instantly enveloped him. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, he hurriedly struggled to lower his head, wanting to see if his little brother was still there. However, this bowing of the head is not a big deal. However, the already broken ribs were instantly squeezed and displaced due to this violent movement. Ah! A sharp pain exploded in my chest and shot straight to my head. Xiangzi immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His face turned from white to green, and he almost fainted from the pain. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Qinlan and Xiaoshui, who were standing to the side, could no longer hold back and covered their mouths to laugh. My husband is so naughty. Qinlan laughed heartily, looking smug. Isn't this just rubbing salt into someone's wound? They didn't touch that spot at all, but they still try to lie to people. Now look what's happened. Not only are people scared half to death, and it also forces him to bend over, putting pressure on the wound on his chest. Wouldn't that be excruciatingly painful? Xiaoshui smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. The thought of the evil deeds these people committed after the apocalypse made her feel extremely relieved. Countless people have experienced their forced entry, and then been murdered or robbed of their money. The number of innocent lives lost on the shoulders of these people is certainly not small. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly when he heard the two onlookers teasing him. Is this my fault? The atmosphere was just right, and I couldn't help but say the next line. I didn't think that much. I'm not some kind of psychopath or bad person. Jiang Chen spread his hands innocently, then pointed to the obvious indentation in Xiangzi's chest and retorted. Moreover, to be honest, his chest injury was clearly caused by your punch, Sister Lan, wasn't it? I haven't even had a chance to do anything yet. Now look what happened, I've ended up playing the bad guy. You two just stood by and watched the show, pretending to be demure goddesses, as if what just happened had nothing to do with you. I'm not taking the blame for this. Xiangzi was in so much pain that he saw stars, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. But what made him even more desperate than the physical pain was the attitude of the three people in front of him. Indifference, disregard. The man was making a cruel joke on him, while the woman who had beaten him up was just watching the show with a grin. The three of them were even discussing who bore more responsibility. In their eyes, they are not human beings, but ants used for amusement. Xiangzi had been in the underworld before and had seen ruthless people, but he had never seen anyone this ruthless. He turned his head and glanced around. His henchmen were lying quietly in pools of blood. Xiangzi's heart immediately turned cold, and he instantly plummeted to the bottom. He knew that if he didn't do something or say something of value, he might really be doomed to die today. The man in front of him really dared to kill him. Chapter 65 Primitive Man vs. Trisolaran. Cough cough. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Xiangzi forced a smile that was more like a grimace, and pleaded hoarsely for mercy from the three demons before him. Big brother, big sister. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I admit you were very strong. I, Xiangzi, was blind to your greatness. But Xiangzi abruptly changed the subject, pulling out his last straw. But don't forget, I have Brother Meng behind me. You guys are good, but you still need to practice more to compare with our boss. In order to survive, Xiangzi began to boast about Wang Meng's fighting prowess, trying to intimidate Jiang Chen in this way. Or at least make them wary, so they'll let themselves off the hook. Why don't you let me go and let me go back and talk things out with the boss? From now on, we'll keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. We could even form a strategic alliance. In this apocalypse, having more friends means having more options. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our two families joined forces and shared the resources and women of this community? Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't refuse immediately, but instead showed a thoughtful expression. There was one thing that bothered him. He knew the power of Qinlan's punch just now as a superhuman. His physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. That punch would cripple an ordinary person, even if they didn't die. However, after personally experiencing this terrifying punch, Xiangzi, although he was severely injured, he didn't seem too shocked by the power in his words. It was as if
He had seen this superhuman power before? Could it be that?
Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he decided to try to get some information out of him.
Oh? Jiang Chen pretended to be somewhat interested and continued to probe. From what you're saying, your Mangu seems to be even more powerful than us? Could he unleash a punch with even greater power than the one he just delivered?
Upon hearing the mention of the boss's immense strength, Xiangzi's originally hunched body involuntarily straightened up a bit, and he proudly said,
Of course.
That punch was powerful, but it only broke my ribs.
But our boss.
Xiangzi swallowed hard and described it in an exaggerated tone. When our boss practices boxing, he can punch a load-bearing wall and create a huge crater with one punch. That's a load-bearing wall made of reinforced concrete. It's like tofu dregs under his fist. With one punch, rubble flew everywhere, and the steel bars inside were exposed.
Can you do it?
Upon hearing this description, Jiang Chen, Qin Lan, and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes.
This kind of power is not something ordinary people can achieve.
The ability to shatter a load-bearing wall with a single punch demonstrates a destructive force that exceeds the physiological limits of human beings.
It seems there's another superhuman hiding in this neighborhood besides us.
Jiang Chen quickly made a judgment in his mind.
He made a rough estimate. If Qianzi's description just now wasn't exaggerated.
Therefore, Wang Meng's strength attribute is at least 5, which is 5 times the limit of a mortal's strength. After he copied Qin Lan and Xiao Shui's awakened superpowers, the portion of their physical attributes that he gained was added.
Its own strength attribute is currently only 2.1.
In other words, if it were simply a contest of physical strength, Wang Meng would be far superior to him. It seems, this person is a superhuman who has awakened a power-type ability.
This conclusion did not surprise Jiang Chen.
After all, unknown changes have occurred around the world since the apocalypse. In recent days, there have been signs of some people with superpowers awakening online. Although Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked that there was another person with superpowers in the community, it was actually within his acceptable range. It is believed that in the future, the number of people who awaken superpowers and become superhumans will only increase. However, after determining the other party's type, Jiang Chen's vigilance lessened considerably. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui's strength lies in their special abilities, not in their physical strength. Their current physical attributes are merely the result of being modified by unknown energy after becoming superhumans. After all, everyone has their own area of expertise. It's quite reasonable that they are not as physically strong as those with superpowers. However, in the system rating, one of them is SS level and the other is S level. The strength and potential of her superpower must far surpass that of Wang Meng. After all, it's impossible for just anyone to come along and have a combined strength that surpasses the two of them. If that's the case, then this apocalypse is unplayable.
You might as well just go and be reincarnated as soon as possible.
Although Jiang Chen thought so, he still asked again just to be on the safe side.
Besides his great strength, does Wang Meng have any other special abilities? For example, can it breathe fire? Can it become invisible? Or can it conjure things? Upon hearing these outrageous questions, Xiangzi exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!"
Then he looked at Jiang Chen with an expression as if he were an idiot.
Breath breathing? Invisibility? Dude, you've been watching too many movies. Isn't such immense power terrifying enough? Do you understand the saying one force can overcome 10 techniques? In the face of absolute power, no amount of fancy maneuvering will make a difference. Hearing Qianzi's question, Jiang Chen and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, the case is solved. It seems that Wang Meng is just a power-type superhuman. This brute force seems quite strong, and is even very intimidating in close combat. But actually, it's just so-so. Short reach, slow inflict damage, low damage output. He's just a primitive man, nothing compared to the Trisolarans. Take Qin Lan for example. That punch she just threw was merely a boost to her basic physical attributes, a result of her awakening her abilities and being strengthened by the White Tiger Pill, as a spatial ability user. Although her spatial ability has not yet revealed any effective means of attack, she has only developed a personal space. However, anyone who has read the novel understands one thing. Time reigns supreme, space reigns supreme. The potential of spatial abilities is limitless. If Qin Lan advances in the future and her understanding of spatial abilities deepens, what if we could develop a skill like dimensional slash or spatial leap? So, how can someone like Wang Meng, who is only a physical strength type superhuman, possibly block with his head? 1 slash. No matter how thick your skin is or how strong you are, you'll be cut in half. Chapter 66: The True Appearance of the Gentle Goddess. Even if Qinlan has spatial abilities, she still needs a certain amount of time to develop. She is an ability user who will become powerful in the mid to late stages. But Xiao Shue's ice and snow powers don't require that much development time. Xianzi just boasted about his attack power, claiming he could punch a big hole in a load-bearing wall. Although it looks intimidating, its actual power is probably not as strong as the ice spikes released by Xiao Shui. After all, the alloy protective door of Jiang Chen's shelter is much stronger than ordinary load-bearing walls. According to Jiang Chen's estimate, with Xiao Shue's current supernatural abilities, she could probably condense and launch about 9 ice spikes of this power. Jiang Chen himself, with the superpower reserves he copied through cheating, can launch 25 of these ice spikes. This doesn't even include the firearms he has in his storage: space pistols, rifles. The long-range damage alone would be enough to kill Wang Meng, that primitive man. Therefore, Wang Meng, a power-type ability user, really doesn't deserve to be taken seriously by Jiang Chen. At best, it's just a slightly more durable punching bag. However, at this moment, Xianzi was unaware of what Jiang Chen and the others were thinking. Seeing the three of them silent and even somewhat dazed, he assumed they were stunned by Wang Meng's true strength. My confidence instantly returned. Xianzi struggled to sit up straight from the ground, a confident smile returning to his face. How about that? Are you scared now? Why didn't you do this sooner? Our brother Meng's strength is something you can't possibly contend with. Humph, but don't despair too much. Xianzi's eyes darted around, his gaze sweeping greedily over Qinlan and Xiao Shui. If you let me go, I will definitely put in a good word for you with the boss. If you are sincere, the boss might take pity on you and spare your lives. However, Xianzi revealed his purpose with a lewd smile. Hey. To show my sincerity, I need these two beauties to come with me and accompany me back to meet the boss. Looking at Xianzi, who was still rambling incoherently on the ground, completely oblivious to his own situation. The mockery in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually faded, leaving only a coldness. Anyway, we've already obtained the intelligence we needed. It's not too late to deal with Wang Meng after he's finished with his business. A strength-type mutant has both obvious strengths and weaknesses. Faced with firearms and ice-based superpowers, he was nothing more than a target. The most important thing right now is to bring Su Qingli over. Then I'll have her teach me properly how to report my work. Jiang Chen, somewhat impatient, interrupted Xianzi, who was rambling on and on. Alright, you stop talking nonsense. Shuer, let's begin. Remember to increase the dosage later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui obediently nodded. Okay, honey. Upon seeing this scene, Xianzi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt a spark of hope ignite in his eyes. When he heard the words, increase the dosage, he thought Jiang Chen was afraid of Wang Meng and was going to have this beautiful woman treat his injuries. As expected, Brother Meng's name is really effective. Xianzi thought to himself, but his thieving eyes couldn't help but linger on Xiao Shui again. This beautiful woman has a gentle temperament and soft eyes. She looks like the obedient type who would never refuse any of your requests. Really? This kind of gentle goddess is every man's ultimate dream. So, Xianzi, enduring the pain, forced a fawning smile and said to Xiao Shui, Beautiful lady, thank you. I knew you were kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer. Don't worry, I definitely have a lot of influence with our boss. As long as you cure me, I, Xianzi, will protect you from now on. In this neighborhood, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll cripple them on the spot. At this point, Xianzi glanced at Qinlan, who had a cold expression, and said with schadenfreude. As for that fierce-looking Qinlan over there. Good luck to you. Who told you to hit me so hard? I won't say a single nice word for you. Xianzi thought his words were brilliant and would definitely increase Xiao Shui's favorability towards him, making her fall for him. However, he did not see the moved look in Xiao Shui's eyes that he had expected. On the contrary. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Xiao Shui's usually serene and gentle face turned cold at a visible speed. Her alliance was fueled by pure disgust and murderous intent. Even the professional fake smile she had developed while working as a flight attendant couldn't be maintained at this moment. Act recklessly. Xiao Shui parted her red lips slightly and uttered 4 words. This piece of trash, even when he's about to die, he still dares to bark like a dog? How dare you insult Sister Lan? How dare you try to sow discord between her and her husband right in front of her? They really have a death wish. No nonsense.
Xiao Shui slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingers making a grasping motion in the air.
Buzz. An invisible wave spread out. On the balcony outside the window at the end of the corridor.
The dark gray poisonous snow there was suddenly drawn by a force, whistling as it converged towards Xiao Shui's palm.
Just 2.5 seconds.
A ball of poisonous snow, the size of a wash basin and grayish-black in color, drifted in out of nowhere like a dark cloud.
The dark cloud hung over Qianzi's head, emanating a dangerous aura. Holy shit. Holy crap?
Qianzi, who had been rambling on, was suddenly dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets.
What is this thing? Magic? Special effects? This doesn't make sense. How could snow fly here on its own? Qianzi's brain was working frantically at that moment, and his survival instinct made him suddenly think of a possibility. Could it be that you are also superhumans? Do you also possess the same magical power as Brother Meng? If that's really the case, then what just happened can be explained.
No wonder that woman was able to send him flying with one punch. No wonder this man asked him those strange questions about Wang Meng's abilities. It turns out they were all the same kind. Moreover, judging from their appearance, their abilities seem to be even more bizarre and powerful than those of Wang Meng, who only knows brute force.
An unprecedented fear instantly filled Qianzi's mind.
Beautiful lady, it's all a misunderstanding, please stop.
Qianzi trembled and tried to beg for mercy.
But Xiao Shui had already lost patience with his nonsense. She remotely controlled the poisonous snow, looking down at Qianzi with an icy gaze as if she were looking at a filthy insect.
You're talking way too much nonsense. Chapter 67. A warm and harmonious family. Qianzi stared in astonishment at the gentle goddess before him.
I don't know why, but her expression changed so quickly. Just seconds before, he thought this was an angel who would save him. But now, her tone was so cold.
That murderous aura was completely at odds with her gentle and obedient appearance. This is hardly a little white rabbit. This is clearly a cold-blooded and ruthless venomous snake. Wait, no. Before Qianzi could react,
Xiao Shui pressed her palm down sharply.
Awa.
A piercing scream instantly echoed down the corridor, only to be immediately silenced.
So cold.
Under Xiao Shui's control of her supernatural abilities, the ball of poisonous snow instantly transformed into a giant funnel, which landed directly on Qianzi's face. The bottom of the funnel was sealed over Hadron's mouth and nose, leaving no gaps. Unable to breathe, Qianzi struggled desperately, kicking his arms and legs wildly.
The feeling of suffocation made him instinctively open his mouth wide, trying to breathe. However, this is exactly what Xiao Shui wanted.
As soon as he opened his mouth, the suspended poisonous snow seemed to burst forth like a flood finding an outlet.
They kept pouring it into his mouth.
Gurgle, gurgle. The gray-black poisonous snow mixed with ice shards was forcibly stuffed into his mouth, slid into his esophagus, and froze his internal organs. Qianzi rolled his eyes, clutching his neck tightly with both hands, trying to vomit. However, he was unable to move due to the suppression of his superpower. Xiao Shui only stopped when Qianzi's body stopped convulsing and only his chest was still rising and falling. She waved her hand. The remaining poisonous snow in the air instantly dissipated, turning back into snowflakes and falling outside. The corridor fell silent again. Zhangchen stepped forward and carefully examined Qianzi, who was lying unconscious on the ground. At this moment, Qianzi's face was purple from the cold, and his lips were black. However, Zhangchen examined his skin and mouth and found no signs of ulceration or poisoning other than frostbite.
Those poisonous snows that can kill an ordinary person upon contact. After entering the Hadron's body, it disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Zhangchen nodded in satisfaction, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes.
It seems that this toxin immunity pill is quite effective. If an ordinary person were to swallow the poisonous snow raw like that, they would probably have been killed by the unknown toxin long ago. But apart from being a little dazed from the cold, he didn't show any signs of poisoning.
Experiment successful.
At this moment, Jiang Chen, Qin Lan, and Xiao Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they possess powerful superpowers, they still harbor fear of the unknown toxins outside. After all, nobody wants to die without knowing why.
But now, thanks to Qianzi's selfless dedication, all my concerns have disappeared.
Very good. Qin Lan excitedly clenched her fist, a blush of excitement spreading across her pretty face. Since the toxin immunity pill is effective, the outside world is no longer a forbidden zone for us.
Jiang Chen nodded.
His gaze drifted through the window to the distant, gray expanse.
With the biggest obstacle removed, many subsequent plans can now be put on the agenda.
Then, images of Qin Lan's stunning faces from her photo album flashed through his mind.
The Wen sisters live in Yunding Mountain Villa.
And nearby, in the university town where dance and art colleges are clustered. Thinking about his lofty goals, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In this brutal apocalypse,
there are so many suffering people waiting for him to rescue them. How could he so easily stop in his tracks?
Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a sense of responsibility and mission welled up within him.
He turned around, looked at the two beautiful women behind him who were fully dressed and ready to go, waved his hand, and said with great pride, "Walk. Let's go. Rescue Su Qingli."
Looking at Jiang Chen, who suddenly became so passionate. Qin Lan's eyebrows curved, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly.
Right. That's how it has to be. That way, one's future life of polygamy will be more promising. Qin Lan then took Xiao Shue's arm and followed behind Jiang Chen. "Let's go pick up our new little sister." However, just as we were about to turn the corner,
Xiao Shui suddenly stopped and pointed.
"Go!" A slender, sharp ice needle flew toward the location of Qianzi's heart. After the ice needle pierced Qianzi's body, it exploded in the center of his heart.
Qianzi's violent gang, which had been committing robbery and murder with impunity in the neighborhood, was wiped out right at Jiang Chen's doorstep. Qin Lan nodded in agreement as she watched Xiao Shue's actions. Although he was practically dead.
But if we eliminate the problem completely, there won't be any issues.
Please continue to maintain this good habit in the future. Xiao Shui smiled sweetly and adorably when she heard Qin Lan's praise.
It's all thanks to my older sister's excellent teaching. Xiangzi may never understand this, even until his death.
Ultimately, it was this gentle goddess, whom he had fallen for at first sight, who ended his life. Unfortunately, Xiao Shue's gentleness and obedience were only revealed to Jiang Chen.
As for the others, all they could see was her coldness and cruelty.
Just then, Jiang Chen, who had reached the stairs, saw them still lingering behind. Unable to resist stopping, he urged.
"Hey, what are you two doing? We've already wasted a lot of time, let's get going. Go early and come back early, nothing is as comfortable as home outside."
Upon hearing this, Qin Lan immediately put on a smile and quickly followed after Xiao Shui.
"Here we go. Let's set off."
As she walked, she leaned close to Xiao Shue's ear and whispered playfully.
"Look, our husbands can't wait any longer. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly if I run into that boss I don't get along with later." However, Xiao Shui nodded indifferently, showing no sign of jealousy. It would be good to bring Qingli over sooner rather than later. That way, someone can help share our burden. Moreover, there is strength in numbers. When we're together, we'll be more confident in facing this apocalypse.
Qin Lan looked at her well-behaved and pretty younger sister beside her, and then glanced at the strong and reliable figure in front of her, feeling a sense of satisfaction.
This is life.
This is the harmonious and warm happy family she envisioned.
Chapter 68 Mysterious Footprints.
Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind, carrying gray ice crystals, howled and swept through the desolate city. The world was shrouded in a gray haze, with streets and shops completely buried under more than 3 meters of snow. Even the streetlights on both sides of the street seemed so close that you could easily touch them with just a wave of your hand. On this gray snowfield, 3 figures lined up in a long, winding line, struggling to move forward.
"We're here, almost there." Qin Lan stopped, slightly out of breath. Her pretty face was completely covered by a windproof mask. "Phew. This road is difficult to travel. If my body hadn't been enhanced by superpowers, I probably would have been exhausted by the time I got here."
Qin Lan looked up, gazing at the buildings of the residential area ahead through her goggles, her voice carrying a hint of relaxation. She patted the clothes she was wearing, which were made of a special material, and said with emotion, "Honey, thank goodness for your professional snowwalking gear, otherwise we definitely wouldn't be having such an easy time right now. If this were ordinary cold weather clothing, we would probably need to spend much more time and energy to get to this position." Xiao Shui, who was standing to the side, also stopped. Her face was flushed, and although she was a little out of breath, she seemed to be in good spirits. She looked at the footprints more than 20 centimeters deep in the snow behind her and nodded in agreement.
"Yes, my sister is right. These snow boots have been a huge help.
The snow, which is 3 meters thick, is so soft that it is difficult to support the weight of a person. If you were wearing ordinary shoes, you'd probably sink halfway into them if you stepped on them.
Jiang Chen was standing next to a street lamp covered in snow.
He turned around and said with a smile. Fortunately, the temperature got even colder in the following days, and the snow in the sky froze into ice crystals before it could turn into fluffy snowflakes. These ice crystals are quite dense, so walking on them in snow boots is relatively easy. If the ground is covered with soft snow, even if we are wearing professional equipment, we will sink into a big hole with every step we take.
After hearing Jiang Chen's professional explanation, Xiao Shui looked at him with admiration and said, "Wow! Honey, you're so amazing. You know so much. I feel like I'm clumsy in front of my husband."
Seeing the flight attendant goddess's undisguised admiration, Jiang Chen chuckled. Although he was quite pleased with himself, he still put on a normal expression.
Basic operations.
In this apocalypse, the more you know, the greater your chances of survival. Xin Lan, meanwhile, hid to the side and secretly smiled. It seems that the knowledge she taught Shuer is quite effective. Harmony in the family leads to prosperity in all things. With just a few simple words, you can make your man happy.
Is there a better deal than that?
I really don't understand what those women who keep making a fuss are thinking.
The more they make a fuss, the more they push their men away, right?
No wonder these people can't manage love and marriage well, and end up leaving behind only a mess. The three of them rested for a while. Once the route was determined, we continued towards our goal. As Jiang Chen led the way, he silently made plans in his mind. It took us almost 45 minutes to walk just over 2 kilometers, even when we were fully armed.
Walking in the snow is much more difficult than I imagined.
At this speed,
Jiang Chen frowned slightly and looked towards the distant suburbs. Yunding Manor is about 20 kilometers away from here.
If I still have to walk there on these 2 legs. He quickly calculated in his mind. 20 kilometers, and under these road conditions, you must find a suitable residential area to rest.
In that case, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to get there. This is assuming everything goes smoothly and no unexpected events occur.
2 or 3 days.
Jiang Chen shook his head inwardly. The time cost was a bit too high.
For him, time is money, survival currency, and strength. If the shelter can last for 1 more day, you can earn more than 1,000 survival coins, which can be exchanged for more valuable supplies. If you waste this time traveling, you'll lose 2 or 3,000 survival coins. The thought that this huge sum of money might disappear made Jiang Chen feel like his heart was bleeding. No, we have to find a way to get a means of transportation as soon as possible. Whether it's snowmobiles or any other kind of vehicle, even if we have to steal them, we have to get a few.
Jiang Chen secretly made up his mind. After bringing Su Qingli back, finding a vehicle must be our top priority. Once a suitable vehicle is available.
Whether you're going to Cloud Top Manor or to the university town to find future partners, efficiency can be significantly improved. Just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought about his future plans, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual in the snow ahead.
Stop! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. What's wrong with my husband?
Xin Lan and Xiao Shui behind him were startled and quickly stopped, looking around nervously.
Look over there.
Jiang Chen pointed to a patch of snow about 10 meters to his left.
Following the direction he pointed, the 2 women looked in that direction.
On the snow, an incredible mark appeared. It was a row of neat footprints.
But these footprints are not the kind of marks that a human could make. Because these are giant footprints shaped like plum blossoms.
They are deeply embedded in the snow, stretching into the distance in the wind and snow, and finally disappearing at the end of the snowstorm.
What is this?
Xin Lan gasped, her voice trembling slightly. The 3 of them carefully approached. Upon closer inspection, the visual impact becomes even stronger.
This shape looks like a cat's paw print?
Xiao Shui said somewhat uncertainly.
But if the cat stays, that would be too much. Could this have been left by a tiger or a lion?
Xiao Shui's eyes were filled with fear and confusion.
And isn't the snow outside poisonous?
A human's skin would rot if even a tiny bit of it got on it, but how did this enormous animal manage to walk barefoot in the snow?
Isn't it afraid of poison?
Xin Lan also looked somewhat pale at this moment, a sign of fear of the unknown. She stared intently at the huge plum blossom prints, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind.
Mutant. This is a mutated creature. Chapter 69 Giant Mutant Cat. Xin Lan suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen and said in a very fast voice, Honey, do you remember the news that other countries have reported before? They have detected unknown mutations in marine organisms. Furthermore, in the comments section here, some people have mentioned that they seem to have spotted an unknown figure outside. There were relatively few such comments at the time, and we didn't take them to heart. But now it seems. Qinlan swallowed hard and pointed to the footprints on the ground. Those messages are very likely true. This apocalyptic catastrophe brought not only destruction, but also unknown evolution. As the former president of a multi-billion-dollar group, Qinlan's memory and logical analysis skills were on full display at this moment. After her reminder, Jiang Chen and Xiao Shui slowly recalled the fragments of words they had seen before. Mutant creature. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he slowly squatted down, extending his gloved hand to gesture above the huge footprint. The result made his heart sink. That footprint was 2 or 3 times larger than his large hand. There are no zoos or anything like that around here, so the chances of lions and tigers appearing here are very low. If these are footprints left by a mutant cat, its size would probably be enormous. Jiang Chen stood up, his expression grave, and analyzed. It can be inferred from the size of these footprints and the depth they sink into the snow. This mutant cat is at least 10 times the size of a normal domestic cat. 10 times? Upon hearing the number, both women gasped in surprise and instinctively covered their mouths. Xiao Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale and her voice trembled. 10 times. Doesn't that mean that even if this cat doesn't stand up, it would still be 2 or 3 meters tall? This is no longer a cat. It's a monster. A giant mutant cat, 2 or 3 meters tall. Just thinking about it sends chills down your spine. This is much bigger than any lion or tiger. Moreover, it possesses the agility and explosive power of a feline, coupled with its mutated and powerful physique. An ordinary person would probably be nothing more than a slightly larger rat in its presence. The two women realized that there might be a giant mutated cat lurking in the corner, ready to launch a fatal attack on them at any moment. I panicked a little. Although Qinlan usually acts strong, she also lost her composure in the face of this terrifying unknown monster. She instinctively grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, her knuckles turning white from the force. Husband, we. Jiang Chen noticed their fear, gently patted Qinlan's hand, and said in a steady voice. Don't be afraid. He pointed to the thin layer of snow covering the footprints. Look carefully. The footprint was covered with a layer of snow, and the edges were blurred by the wind. This means that this big guy has been gone for at least some time. It must have just been passing by. Jiang Chen straightened up and looked at the tall building in front of him. Sister Lan, could you double-check the exact location of the building where Qingli lives? We need to speed things up. Qinlan snapped out of her daze after Jiang Chen asked her that question. She forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress her fear of the mutated behemoth. She squinted, trying to make out the surrounding buildings in the wind and snow. A moment later, Qinlan raised her hand and pointed to a tall building about 500 meters ahead. Over there. I remember Qingli lived in Building 9 of Jinqiu Garden. Although many landmarks are covered by snow, it should still be that building over there. Jiang Chen looked in the direction she pointed, then looked down at the direction of the footprints on the ground. Jiang Chen then smiled and said, This mutant cat is quite sensible. Judging from the direction of its footprints, it should be heading out of the city, which is the opposite of our route. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shouldn't encounter it. Although he was relieved to see the two women, he was still a little worried. After all, they've finally achieved a good life and don't want anything to go wrong. In this big family, it's unacceptable for anyone to be missing. Jiang Chen noticed that both women seemed somewhat distracted. He turned around, opened his arms, and embraced the two still trembling women, offering words of comfort. Don't worry, it's lucky for it that we didn't encounter this mutant cat. No matter how dangerous that mutated cat is, it's only dangerous to ordinary people. We have 3 superhumans on our side. Even if we really did encounter this mutant cat, then it should be the one that's afraid. No matter how powerful that mutated cat is, it can withstand a pistol, but can it withstand an ice spike with the power of a rocket launcher? Looking at Jiang Chen, who had a confident and reliable expression, the inexplicable worry in Qinlan and Xiao Shui's hearts gradually dissipated. Although they do experience anxiety when faced with unknown threats to their lives. But they are no longer ordinary people, they have now become superhumans. And they were right beside them. There is also such a powerful, mysterious, and omnipotent man. With him around, they suddenly felt secure and no longer felt so insecure. Honey, it's so good to have you here. Xiao Shue's eyes were filled with admiration, and this time the admiration was pure and unadulterated. She nestled tightly in Jiang Chen's arms, feeling a sense of security. Xin Lan also gave Jiang Chen a deep look, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a unique light. It seems my cheap husband is good-looking, healthy, and has a good character. In addition to possessing some incredible powers, he also possesses many excellent qualities that enable him to achieve great things. This kind of character is something that even many successful people in high positions cannot achieve. Even when faced with an unknown threat to her life, she would involuntarily pause for a moment. Jiang Chen, however, was able to adjust quickly and, in turn, offer them support and comfort. It seems she really struck gold. Jiang Chen was far more outstanding and reliable than she had imagined. She is absolutely the perfect partner to entrust your life to. Led by Jiang Chen, the three of them stepped over the row of huge plum blossom footprints. Braving the wind and snow, I continued striding towards the splendid garden. Chapter 70: A Pie Falling from the Sky. Jinqiu Garden, a high-rise residential building. This is the building with the best view in the entire community, and it is also the stronghold of the Sky Wolf Gang, the largest force in the community. On the 26th floor, in a luxuriously decorated living room, the curtains were drawn tightly shut, leaving only a slit to observe the outside. The air in the room was foul, a mixture of the smells of smoke, sweat, and instant noodle seasoning. A young man with dyed yellow hair and a face full of acne was curled up in a beanbag chair by the window. He held a bowl of freshly made braised beef noodles in both hands, the aroma of which was very enticing. Hiss ha! Yellow Hair took a deep breath, greedily inhaling the aroma of the instant noodles, a look of ecstasy on his face. Oh my god, this smells so good. In this apocalyptic world where survival is extremely difficult for most people, being able to eat a steaming bowl of instant noodles with ham is like living the life of a god. And this is how the Sky Wolf Gang is treated now. Last night, they wiped out another group of hostile forces in the community. Within this community, there was no other force that could rival them. They can plunder and loot all the supplies here at their leisure. Following Mr. Li's lead, their quality of life improved significantly. Now you can even eat steaming hot instant noodles. Slurp. Yellow Hair couldn't wait to grab a roll of noodles and put it in his mouth. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the gray, snowy ground below through the gap in the curtains. With just that one glance, he was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. The fork in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. But he was completely oblivious, staring intently downstairs with his mouth agape. Holy shit! Holy crap! I'm seeing things? Yellow Hair rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. But when he looked again, the scene hadn't changed at all. Downstairs in that deadly, poisonous snow, there were three people dressed in strange clothes walking in a single file. They were moving quickly, and the deep snow did not hinder them. And most importantly, they were surprisingly unafraid of the unknown toxin in the gray snow. That's poisonous snow that kills instantly upon contact and can corrode the skin in an instant. Are these three people human or ghosts? How is this possible? Could it be that the snow outside isn't poisonous anymore? The thought flashed through Huang Mao's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Yesterday, while they were fighting against that other group, someone accidentally touched a bit of poisonous snow, and as if touching lava, he died screaming in front of them. If the gray snow poisoning hasn't disappeared, then there's only one explanation. These three people have a way of walking through poisonous snow. I'm rich. I'm rich now. The blonde-haired guy instantly realized this was a golden opportunity. He didn't have time to savor it anymore. He picked up the bowl and gulped down the noodles and soup in a few mouthfuls. He didn't care even though his throat was burning from the heat. After finishing his instant noodles, he casually tossed the bowl aside. He scrambled out of the room and ran wildly towards the boss's residence upstairs. President Li. President Li. Something terrible has happened. Inside the penthouse mansion, Li Shang, the leader of this group, is known as Boss Li. He was sitting on a leather sofa, with two scantily clad, trembling women in his arms, and playing with a dagger in his hand. He was slightly overweight, had an oily face, and his small eyes always gleamed with calculation. What's the panic? We're on our way to a funeral. Seeing the blonde-haired man barge in, Li Shang frowned and reprimanded him unhappily. If you're disturbing my enjoyment without something important to say, I'll throw you into the poisonous snow. Yellow Hair shuddered in fright, but disregarding his fear, he pointed out the window and shouted breathlessly. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Look out the window. Someone's walking on the poisonous snow. What?
Upon hearing this, Li Sheng suddenly jumped up from the sofa. He even forgot about the woman in his arms and rushed to the French windows. He yanked open the curtains, picked up the binoculars beside him, and looked in the direction the blonde-haired man was pointing. In the footage, the three figures dressed in special clothing are clearly visible. They were quickly walking through the central garden of the community, heading towards Building 9. This is... Li Sheng's hands began to tremble, a sign of extreme excitement. He could see clearly that the three people were not wearing heavy protective suits. She was simply wearing a rather unusual outfit. But when he saw the strange, oversized shoes on their feet, his eyes lit up. As a ruthless individual who quickly assembled a team and took over the entire neighborhood in the early stages of the apocalypse, Li Sheng's vision was incredibly sharp. He saw the key point at a glance. Ha ha! Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Heaven has truly forsaken me. Li Sheng laughed loudly, his fat face filled with ecstasy and greed. I've finally waited for this day. With that equipment, we'll have a way to walk through the poisonous snow. The outside world, isn't that where I can roam freely? All the supplies in those supermarkets, shopping malls, and pharmacies, aren't they all mine? Li Sheng became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his breathing became rapid. Although he now controls the entire community and has a lot of supplies, he can't just sit around and wait for his resources to run out. Over time, the supplies in the community will eventually be looted. He's been worrying about his future these past few days. Unexpectedly, someone provided a helpful gift when I was feeling sleepy. This is like a windfall. Good. Very good. Excellent. Li Sheng turned around, patted the blonde-haired man's shoulder heavily, and grinned from ear to ear. You've done a great job this time. This news is so timely. Go. Go to the warehouse and get a case of braised beef noodles. It's a reward for you. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. Upon hearing the words "a box of instant noodles," Huang Ma was so excited he almost knelt down. That's a whole box. If we eat it sparingly, it'll last him half a month. Li Sheng ignored the blonde-haired man's profuse thanks. His gaze returned to the window, and as he watched the three figures enter the building's unit, his eyes instantly turned sinister. Now that we've entered this beautiful garden, we've entered my territory. No matter what kind of dragon you are, once you get here, you all have to coil up obediently for me. Mr. Li licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hungry wolf. He whirled around and yelled at the door. Someone come here. Call all the brothers over here. Even those who are playing with women, kick them out. Pack your gear. Get ready to meet at Building 9. Tell the brothers, we've got a big fish on the hook. If you pull off this job, everyone gets a case of instant noodles and a case of bread. In the corridor outside the door, a burst of wild cheers and howls erupted instantly. This life or death battle is about to begin. Chapter 71. Luckily I have a cheat code. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks suddenly broke the silence of the room. In the dimly lit bedroom, Su Qingli, curled up in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart leaped into her throat, the rapid pounding almost drowning out the knocking at the door. Su Qingli didn't dare to make a sound. She scrolled through her chat history with Qin Lan on her phone. Qin Lan was saying that she would be coming to see her soon and that she should be prepared. Su Qingli glanced at the direction of the gate, somewhat incredulous. Could it really be Sister Lan knocking on the door? How did she manage to get here through the poisonous snow? In the days leading up to this apocalyptic event, many people died in the Jinsho Garden residential community. Just last night, a massive firefight broke out in the building next door. A group calling themselves the Sky Wolf Gang took advantage of the darkness and, relying on their numbers and superior weaponry, wiped out another group. The screams coming from over there could even be faintly heard on her side. Even more terrifying, in order to establish their authority, the serious gang members actually posted the bloody photos of the scene directly to the residence groups of each building. The cruel and bloody scene horrified everyone. They threatened other people in the community in the group chat. If you don't voluntarily hand over some of your supplies, you'll end up like the people in the photo. For a time, the entire community was filled with panic. Su Qingli was no exception, facing both mental and physical torment. Although she still has some food reserves at home, these supplies will eventually run out. Moreover, this room is really too cold. The biting cold seeped in everywhere. Even though she was wearing thick cotton clothes and covered herself with all the blankets in the house, her hands and feet were still ice cold. In order to avoid revealing that someone was living in the room and thus attracting thugs to rob it, she dared not light a fire nor make any loud noise. These past few days, she could only hide under the covers, munching on dry, cold bread and instant noodles, and drinking mineral water with ice crystals, barely managing to survive. She was on the verge of a mental breakdown every time she closed her eyes. She was plagued by nightmares. She dreamed of vicious thugs who broke into her house with bloodstained knives and brutally murdered her. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking started again, this time louder. Su Qingli trembled, her heart filled with tension and fear. She reached out with trembling hands and touched a sharp fruit knife on the bedside table. Holding the cold knife hilt in her hand finally made her feel a little more at ease. She adjusted her breathing, threw off the heavy blanket, and walked step by step toward the entrance. With each step she took, her heart pounded with tension. If it were those thugs. Su Qingli gripped the fruit knife tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes hardened. Even if she died, she would not let those beasts defile her. Finally, she moved behind the security door, held her breath, and cautiously looked out through the peephole. The corridor was dimly lit, with only the emergency exit indicator lights emitting a green glow. There were 3 people standing at the door, 2 women and 1 man. They were wearing winter coats, face masks, and goggles, completely covered up, so their faces were not visible. But to Su Qingli's relief, their hands were empty. There were no fire axes, no machetes, and no iron bars. They don't look like the bad guys from the neighborhood. Xiaoli, are you inside? That voice sounds so familiar. Su Qingli was stunned for a moment. Could it really be Sister Lan? She could no longer be on guard and hurriedly unlocked the door and opened it. Click. The door opened. A gust of cold wind rushed in. Su Qingli looked at the 3 people at the door, and before Qin Lan could speak, she suddenly poked her head out to look at the empty corridor. After confirming that there was no one else there, she grabbed the arms of the 2 women and pulled all 3 of them into the house with all her might. Quick! Come in quickly. It's dangerous outside. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. Squeak! The door was carefully closed and then quickly locked from the inside. Only then did Su Qingli lean against the door, panting heavily as if she had used up all her strength. Using the dim light in the room, she looked up at the 3 fully armed men in front of her. The woman standing in the middle was wearing a thick winter coat, and her face was mostly covered by a mask. But that familiar scent, posture, and demeanor, along with those eyes that made her feel at ease even through the goggles. Su Qingli recognized him immediately. That was the woman she had followed and admired for many years, who had accompanied her through countless days and nights. Lan. Sister Lan? Su Qingli's eyes instantly reddened, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Is it really you? Sister Lan. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jiang Chen, the usually decisive and efficient female manager, burst into tears. She could no longer control herself and rushed forward, hugging Qin Lan tightly. Wa'ada. Sister Lan. I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so scared. I'm really so scared. Su Qingli buried her head in Qin Lan's arms, her body trembling violently. All the fear, grievances, and despair he had been feeling during this time finally erupted the moment he saw Qin Lan. Qin Lan removed her mask and goggles, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. She looked at Su Qingli, who was crying her eyes out, with eyes full of heartache and doting. Silly girl, why are you crying? Qin Lan gently patted Su Qingli's back and said in a soft voice. It's all right, your sister is here. With me here, no one will be able to bully you from now on. Don't cry, sweetie. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 women who were hugging each other, showing their deep sisterly affection. She didn't make a sound to disturb them, but just stood quietly to the side watching, just like Xiao Shui. Fortunately, after entering this building, he had already used his ice and snow powers to clean the poisonous snow and ice crystals off their clothes. Otherwise, Su Qingli's hug just now might have been dangerous. He'll have to conjure up a toxin immunity pill on the spot. This apocalypse is far too dangerous. One moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the fragility of life. What? Do I have a cheat code? That's all right then. Chapter 72 Bipolar Reversal. Seeing that the 2 were still whispering sweet nothings to each other, Su Qingli snuggled against Qin Lan like a kitten, whispering secrets. Jiang Chen wisely refrained from being a third wheel. Since the meat is already rotten in the pot, he doesn't need to get involved in any unnecessary jealousy. Seeing these two stunning beauties so close together is actually quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the better their relationship is, the more harmonious their life together will be in the future. After admiring the beautiful scenery for a while, Jiang Chen turned around and began to look at the room with great interest. This was the first time he had ever visited the home of his cold and aloof boss. Unlike Su Qingli, who always pursues simplicity and efficiency in her work and even has a workaholic style, the interior design of this two-bedroom apartment is full of a cute and cozy feel. The living room sofa was covered with plush toys, the curtains were lace-trimmed, and the tablecloth was pink and white checkered. Even the decorative paintings on the walls are cartoon patterns, full of girlish charm. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, unable to help but sigh inwardly. I never expected this. Su Qingli, who always wears a neat OL business suit, silver-rimmed glasses, never smiles, and has eyes so cold they could kill. She actually has such a girlish heart hidden in private. Indeed, work is work, and life is life. You can't judge a book by its cover. Jiang Chen imagined Su Qingli wearing pink pajamas, looking adorably dazed as she crawled out of bed, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is so different from my previous impression of her. It seems Qin Lan was right, this woman does indeed have many unknown aspects waiting for him to explore. It took a short while for Su Qingli's emotions to stabilize. She pulled away from Qin Lan's embrace, a little embarrassed, wiped away her tears, and sniffed. Only then did she turn her attention to the other two people in the room. She first glanced at the beautiful stranger next to her and was stunned by the woman's stunning looks. This is an exceptionally beautiful woman whose figure and looks are no less than her own, but whose temperament is completely different from hers. Then, her gaze, somewhat embarrassed, fell on the tall, imposing man. The man had already removed his mask, revealing a handsome face with a hint of a wicked smile. Jiang Chen. Thank you for coming with Sister Lan to save me at this time. Su Qingli tidied her messy hair, trying to regain some of her previous aloof and stern managerial demeanor, but her voice still sounded a bit unnatural. Just thinking about the suggestive things Qin Lan said to her in the chat box made her feel a little. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, smack! A delicate hand gently tapped her forehead. Qin Lan withdrew her hand, deliberately keeping a stern face, her tone carrying a hint of reproach and discipline. How can you talk like that? What does stay with me mean? Qin Lan pointed at Jiang Chen, her eyes becoming extremely serious and earnest. This operation was entirely planned and led by my husband. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it this far. And Qin Lan leaned close to Su Qingli's ear, lowered her voice, and spoke in a somewhat ambiguous tone. Shaoli, have you forgotten what I told you before? What should we call him? Upon hearing this, Su Qingli trembled violently. Her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, the blush spreading all the way to the roots of her neck. Su Qingli secretly glanced at Qin Lan. She noticed that her boss was looking at her with an encouraging gaze. Then he glanced at Jiang Chen again and said in an extremely unnatural manner, Master. As soon as those two words left her lips, Su Qingli felt all the strength drained from her body, and her face burned. She never imagined the world would change so quickly. The intern who used to be able to boss her around and obey her every whim is now able to ride on her head. Even Qin Lan, whom she revered like a god, willingly submitted to him. What kind of magic does this man possess? Although Qin Lan had already prepared her beforehand, she still found it unbelievable. This is even more outrageous than the apocalypse. When the word master came out of the mouth of the usually aloof and serious female manager, its destructive power was comparable to a nuclear bomb. In Jiang Chen's eyes, his boss was far more terrifying than President Qin Lan. Is this truly a case of one thing subduing another? When he heard the call, he felt all 36,000 pores on his body open up, and a surge of intense pleasure rushed to the top of his head. Cool. That was awesome. Is this what it feels like for liberated serfs to sing songs of liberation? Recalling the fear of being dominated by Su Qingli and the company before the apocalypse. Jiang Chen, redo this plan. Jiang Chen, your tie is crooked. Pay attention to your appearance. Jiang Chen, the coffee's cold. Is this your work ethic? At that time, Su Qingli was like an unmelting iceberg, high above everyone else. They subjected him to incredibly cruel workplace bullying. And now, the iceberg stood right in front of him, head bowed, face flushed, obediently calling him master.
Jiang Chen looked at the humiliated and indignant Su Qingli in front of him and vented his anger. Sister Lan is truly amazing. However, there's plenty of time in the future. As for now, there's no need to go through all that. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen waved his hand magnanimously, a smile appearing on his face. Alright, what era are we living in? We don't do this kind of thing with each other. As for that form of address, let's save that for another time. Jiang Chen walked up to Su Qingli, reached out and lifted her chin, looked into her somewhat flustered eyes, and said with a smile. Just call me husband like you do with Sister Lan and Shuer. Su Qingli was forced to raise her head and meet Jiang Chen's deep, fiery eyes. Her lips moved, as if she were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. But under Qin Lan's expectant gaze and Jiang Chen's oppressive aura, Su Qingli eventually gave in. She took a deep breath, her voice still weak, but more determined than before. Husband. Oh. Such a good boy. Jiang Chen responded with satisfaction and casually pinched Su Qingli's smooth cheek. It feels really good. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't continue to make things difficult for Su Qingli, Qin Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She walked forward with a smile, taking one arm around Su Qingli and the other around Xiao Shui, who had remained silent, and said with a grin. That's more like it. You might feel a little awkward being called this now, but you'll get used to it as you go along. And also. Qin Lan winked at Su Qingli, her smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning. This is just the beginning. There are many more interesting names waiting for you to unlock in the future. Chapter 73 Black Flame Ability. Come on, let me introduce you to each other. Qin Lan pointed to the gentle and elegant beauty next to her. This is Xiao Shui. She used to be a flight attendant, and now she's our good friend. Shuer, this is Su Qingli, whom I often mention to you, my head housekeeper. From now on, we'll be the closest family ever. Xiao Shui politely extended her hand, revealing a sweet and elegant smile. Hello Qingli, please take care of me in the future. Su Qingli quickly returned the greeting, and looking at the equally beautiful and polite woman in front of her, her impression of her improved. While the three women exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Chen was happy to have some peace and quiet. Anyway, he and Su Qingli were already quite familiar with each other, so there was no need for such small talk. However, now that their roles have been reversed, Su Qingli felt a little awkward when she spoke to him. After we meet openly and have a thorough discussion later. Their interactions should no longer be as awkward as they are now. Jiang Chen then took a step back, focusing his gaze on Su Qingli, and silently recited in his mind. System, scan for target. Ding. Scan successful. Name, Su Qingli. Appearance, 96 Ice Queen. Body, 97 top-tier beauty. Rarity, S rank 1 in 100,000. Special ability, Black Flame Unawakened. Special ability description, a special type of black flame whose temperature and function can be freely controlled by the host. It can reach 0 degrees Celsius in low temperature states and up to 3000 degrees Celsius in high temperature states, and can continue to grow. The black flame has extremely strong adhesive and corrosive properties, making it extremely difficult to extinguish. Condition, cold and weak, tense, mild malnutrition. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the data panel that appeared in front of him. Black flame? It can freely change the temperature, and it can continue to grow afterward? I wonder if this superpower, when developed to its fullest potential, could reach absolute zero, freezing everything, or the tens of millions of degrees Celsius at the core of the sun, burning everything? This ability has quite a lot of potential. No wonder it was rated as an S-level talent by the system. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These superpowers are truly more incredible than the last. I wonder what kind of amazing superpowers he might encounter in the future. After recruiting all these top-tier superhumans into his own forces? Maybe he could become the governor of Earth for fun. Is there anyone in this world more powerful than him? This is what you call being invincible. Jiang Chen then snapped out of his thoughts and stretched. This interrupted the three women's increasingly enthusiastic conversation. Alright, there'll be plenty of time to catch up later. He glanced out the window. Although it was broad daylight, the oppressive gray sky still made him feel somewhat uneasy. Now that we've picked them up, we should head back. Although it's warmer here than outside, the room temperature is only around 0 degrees Celsius, so it's not comfortable to stay here for too long. Let's head to the refuge as soon as possible. It's much more comfortable there than here. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance and immediately understood. It seems my husband is craving something and wants to come home early for a big meal. However, Su Qingli was somewhat bewildered by the unspoken understanding between the two. How come my once closest CEO has become so compatible with someone else? I can't even understand their conversations anymore. A strange, bittersweet feeling welled up in her heart. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was tall, handsome, and sunny, standing in front of her. It was this man who caused all these changes. Jiang Chen ignored their silent exchange. With a thought, he flipped his hand. Two pills, each emitting a different luster, appeared out of thin air in his palm. One pill is a toxin immunity pill that can grant immunity to unknown toxins in the poisonous snow. The other one is a bright silver pill with mysterious tiger stripes on its surface, exuding a chilling aura. Jiang Chen walked up to Su Qingli, held two pills to her lips, and grinned mischievously. Come on, Supervisor Qingli, open your mouth. Your husband bought you a lollipop. Hearing Jiang Chen's teasing nickname, Su Qingli's face turned bright red again. She glared at Jiang Chen, embarrassed and annoyed, and really wanted to slap the pill in his face. This is absolutely outrageous. But under Qin Lan's threatening gaze that seemed to say, if you dare not eat, I'll punish you, Su Qingli obediently opened her mouth. After all, Sister Lan is now his woman, and as a mere dowry maid, she should quickly recognize her place. Gulp. She put the two pills into her mouth. When Qin Lan and Xiao Shui saw the silver white pill, they exchanged a glance. They exchanged another knowing glance. In his eyes, there was both sympathy for Su Qingli and anticipation of watching a good show. Oh dear, the silver one was eaten too. Xiao Shui muttered softly. Hee, my husband still prefers that kind of thing. Qin Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. There'll be a good show when we get home. After Su Qingli swallowed the two pills. The two pills melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that surged wildly throughout the body. She couldn't help but let out a soft, comfortable groan. That warm current was like a gentle spring breeze, caressing her weary body and parched cells. Her eyes, which had been bloodshot from staying up late and being anxious, instantly became moist, clear, and bright. Her face, which had appeared pale and haggard due to malnutrition and the cold, regained its rosy color at a visible speed. Her skin also became fair, delicate and radiant, even with a faint pinkish-white tinge. Even her long-standing occupational ailments, such as back pain and neurasthenia, were affected. They all vanished at that moment. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of ease and abundant energy. Su Qingli felt as if she had been reborn, her whole body filled with inexhaustible energy. My energy and spirit were instantly replenished. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? Su Qingli stared in shock at her fair and rosy hands, finding it utterly unbelievable. The way she looked at Jiang Chen suddenly took on a different meaning. How many more surprises does this man hold that she doesn't know about? Chapter 74. I thought you'd gone mad. Inside the room. Although the light was dim, Su Qingli's figure could still be seen moving quickly back and forth between the rooms. They carried the items to the open silver suitcase in the center of the living room, one trip after another. Instant noodles, luncheon meat, canned braised pork. While muttering to herself, Su Qingli carefully and neatly packed these precious supplies into her suitcase. Jiang Chen stood to the side with his arms crossed, and asked with some confusion. Qingli, what are you doing? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Su Qingli stopped what she was doing, looked up, and said, slightly out of breath. Aren't we supposed to be leaving here? Before leaving, I quickly packed up these precious supplies. Although I've been staying indoors all this time, I've learned from various chat groups that these survival supplies outside are extremely precious right now. Su Qingli pointed to the pile of carefully selected supplies in her suitcase, her eyes serious and focused. These things are all hard currency in this post-apocalyptic world. Anything in here, even just a packet of instant noodles, could potentially cost a life. If I weren't worried that the luggage would be too heavy and slow us down in the snow, I would have taken all the supplies I had at home. At this point, Su Qingli's face was full of regret, as if giving up those supplies that hadn't been packed yet was like cutting off her own flesh. At this moment, Xiao Shui was squatting next to the suitcase, holding a dark green oval-shaped tin can in her hand. She examined the writing carefully. Braised pork canned food? As a top-tier beauty who has lived a life of luxury since childhood, this is the first time Xiao Shui has ever encountered this kind of old-fashioned military-style food. She curiously weighed the can in her hand, finding it quite heavy. However, after hearing Su Qingli's explanation of trading a pack of noodles for a life, Xiao Shui couldn't help but look up and exclaim ah. She glanced subconsciously at the tin can in her hand, then at Su Qingli, and asked in disbelief. Qingli, is this thing very precious?
In Jiang Chen's shelter, they ate top-quality Australian lobster and A5 Wagyu beef, and drank Romani Conti. Compared to those, this tin can is practically like. Su Qingli rolled her eyes at her newly recognized naive and innocent sister. I thought to myself that this person was probably too well protected and had no idea about the hardships of life. Of course it's precious, Su Qingli emphasized. If those starving people outside find out about this suitcase full of stuff, it'll probably cause another bloody battle, and a lot of people will die. Although Su Qingli kept talking, she didn't stop doing anything. Seeing that her suitcase was almost full, she quickly took out 4 unopened bottles of purified water from the refrigerator. Come on, everyone, drink some water to replenish your fluids. She handed 3 of the bottles to Jiang Chen, Xinlan, and Xiao Shui, keeping one for herself. Then, under the strange gazes of the 3, Su Qingli unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back, and gulped it down into her mouth. Glug! Glug! She drank most of the bottle in one go, until she couldn't drink anymore. Then she took a long breath and took the bottle away from her mouth. Ah, that feels so good. Su Qingli wiped the water from the corner of her mouth, and when she looked up, she found Jiang Chen and the other 2 staring at her in disbelief, their water bottles still unopened. Drink up! Why aren't you drinking? This clean water is extremely precious now. Su Qingli urged him somewhat anxiously. You have no idea how serious the water pollution is outside now. They've even started targeting toilet water. If this were before, I would have to save this bottle of water for at least a day. Now that we're leaving, and we can't take that much with us, instead of leaving it for others, let's have a good drink ourselves. Seeing Su Qingli's meticulous calculations over a few bottles of water, Xinlan couldn't bear it any longer. Ahem, Xiao Li. Xinlan casually placed the bottle of mineral water she was holding on the table next to her. Stop for a moment. Xinlan looked at Su Qingli, who was still busy packing her suitcase, and said with a mix of helplessness and amusement. We won't take your things. Ah? Su Qingli, who was squatting on the ground, froze instantly. She suddenly looked up, staring wide-eyed at Xinlan, her face full of confusion. Sister Lan, what did you say? You're not bringing it? Why not? This is our guarantee for survival in the future. Seeing Su Qingli's anxious expression, Xinlan knew that it would be difficult to convince her with just words. In this cruel apocalypse, far too many people have given their lives for supplies. To break Su Qingli's perception, we need to be more direct. Xinlan then simply reached out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of Su Qingli. Buzz. With a slight spatial fluctuation, a white porcelain plate appeared out of thin air in front of Su Qingli. There is a roast chicken on the plate. The roast chicken is golden brown, glistening with oil, and steaming hot. A rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air, permeating every corner of the living room. This. Su Qingli's gaze was immediately drawn to the roast chicken. The alluring color, the rising heat, and the irresistible aroma. Gulp. Su Qingli couldn't help but swallow hard, making a clear swallowing sound. Her stomach, too, started growling. See? Xinlan pointed at the roast chicken and said with a helpless expression. Your instant noodles and luncheon meat are really nothing special. Su Qingli finally came to her senses. She struggled to look away from the roast chicken and looked at Xinlan with a shocked expression. Sister Lan, you. So the superpowers you told me about before actually exist? I thought you were hallucinating and talking nonsense to me because of the immense mental stress caused by this apocalypse. Put. Xiao Shui and Jiang Chen, who were standing next to them, couldn't help but turn around, cover their mouths and giggle, their shoulders shaking. Xinlan was speechless after hearing her good friend's truth. So that's why she didn't react much to what I said in the chat channel. He thought he was crazy and talking nonsense to her. Xinlan then rolled her eyes at Su Qingli in annoyance. Whether it's an illusion or not, why don't you try it yourself and see? Chapter 75 The Pain of Losing the Freedom to Dress. Su Qingli looked at the fragrant roast chicken in front of her and reached out her hand with trembling hands. She tore off a large, plump chicken leg, and the scalding hot touch told her that it was all real. Without further hesitation, she opened her mouth wide and took a big bite. Sizzle. The chicken skin is crispy, the chicken meat is tender and juicy, and the oil mixed with secret spices bursts in your mouth. This long-lost taste of happiness instantly conquered her taste buds and shattered all her rationality. Su Qingli's eyes lit up suddenly, and then she didn't care about her image anymore and began to wolf down her food. She devoured the large chicken leg in just a few bites, even sucking the bones clean. It smells so good. Wow, it's so delicious. As Su Qingli ate, she mumbled incoherently, her eyes stinging with tears. What has she been eating these past few days? Dry, hard instant noodles, cold canned food. Compared to the steaming hot roast chicken, they're practically pig swill. Seeing that Su Qingli had almost finished eating, Xinlan flipped her wrist. Whoosh! The unfinished roast chicken, along with the silver suitcase full of supplies, vanished into thin air in an instant. Xinlan clapped her hands, looked at the stunned Su Qingli, and said in an annoyed tone. Now look again, who was actually hallucinating? Su Qingli was dumbfounded. She reached out and touched the spot where she had just put her suitcase, looking shocked. Empty. There was nothing there, just air to touch. But the lingering aroma of roast chicken in her mouth and the warm, full feeling in her stomach told her one truth. Xinlan is not crazy, nor is she hallucinating. She truly possesses incredible spatial abilities. This is just too amazing. Su Qingli muttered to herself, feeling as if her worldview had been turned upside down. Seeing her silly expression, Xinlan waved her hand again and conjured the suitcase back into existence. Su Qingli touched the box she had lost and found, somewhat dazed, as if confirming its authenticity. Okay, stop spacing out. Xinlan stepped forward, helped Su Qingli up from the ground, and then looked at Jiang Chen, who was watching the scene unfold, with a meaningful smile in her eyes. Superpowers are amazing, right? Soon, you too will have this power. Su Qingli followed Xinlan's gaze and looked at the tall and handsome man. At this moment, Jiang Chen was looking at her with a half smile, his eyes filled with an aggressive quality that made her heart race. The awakening condition that Xinlan had mentioned to her on the phone before instantly flashed into Su Qingli's mind. At the time, she thought Xinlan was crazy and that it was all nonsense. But now, the facts are clear. To obtain this power, one must. Su Qingli's face flushed red instantly, all the way down to her ears. She certainly understood what Xinlan meant. However, she didn't say much, nor did she show any resistance. The moment Xinlan and Jiang Chen appeared to save her, and the moment she called out husband, she had already accepted her future fate. However, this drastic change in identity made her a little shy and she couldn't quite adjust to it for a while. Just a few days ago, he was nothing more than a lowly employee whom I could manipulate at will, but now he has suddenly become my master. This identity change happened way too fast. Xinlan seemed to read her mind, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. Shaoli, don't bother tidying up the water and food. We have plenty at home, we can't even eat them all. Instead of wasting your time cleaning up this trash, you should go and clean up your clothes, stockings, high heels, and the like. At this point, Xinlan gave a mischievous smile. His gaze swept over Su Qingli's good figure, which was covered by a thick coat. She has a lot to say about her best friend's figure. After all, once you get home, you won't have much freedom in what you wear. What you want to wear is no longer up to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli was so ashamed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. She glanced at Jiang Chen and found that he was looking at her with an admiring gaze. She bit her lip, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and lowered her head, unable to utter a single word. But her body language betrayed her. She was pulled by Xinlan and obediently walked towards the dressing room. In the dressing room, the neatly arranged business attire and casual wear had now become Xinlan's main targets for sweeping. This one is too conservative, I don't want it. This one, TSK, the color is too old-fashioned, my husband doesn't like it, I don't want it. Hey! This one's nice. Xinlan held up a black lace blouse against Su Qingli, then nodded in satisfaction. I have to bring this, it's my battle armor. Su Qingli looked at the scantily clad undergarment, her cheeks burning. This dress was bought for her by Xinlan, and she would only reluctantly wear it under a suit when Xinlan asked her to. When I'm alone, I'm too embarrassed to even touch it. And these stockings, black ones, flesh-colored ones, rhinestone ones, bring them all. High heels too, these red-soled ones, these stiletto heels, my husband loves this style the most. With Xinlan's spatial abilities, the luggage that would normally take a long time to pack was packed in just a few minutes. Moreover, the style of the things that were cleaned up completely changed. There were no down jackets or thermal underwear, only light and sexy clothing and accessories. Xinlan watched as that pile of blush-inducing equipment was stored into her spatial storage. Su Qingli felt that her serious and aloof boss persona in front of Jiang Chen was gradually collapsing. Strangely, besides feeling shy, she also felt a faint sense of anticipation. It seems that things aren't so bad as they are now. Soon, the two of them came out of the room together. Zhang Chen saw the two of them come out and asked with a smile. Is everything packed? Su Qingli took a deep breath and tried to calm her still wildly beating heart. She looked up at Zhang Chen, her gaze somewhat evasive. Gone was her previous aggressive demeanor. Instead, she showed more submissiveness and dependence. She nodded obediently and said softly, "Yes, everything is packed. Let's go, honey, husband." Chapter 76: The Secret Under the Winter Clothing. Although Su Qingli's use of husband was still a bit awkward, it was much more natural than when she called him master when they first met. Hearing that clear, soft voice calling out, Zhang Chen felt a surge of comfort. That desire for conquest was greatly satisfied. A beautiful, aloof, and serious female boss who once struck fear into your heart. Now he stands obediently in front of you, calling you husband, waiting to go home with you. This sense of accomplishment is hard to describe in words. All right. Let's get ready to go. Zhang Chen was in a great mood, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Smack! With a crisp snap of her fingers, a silver-white metal briefcase appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of Su Qingli. The box has a high-tech sheen, making it clearly not an ordinary product. Qingli, change into these clothes before you go out. Zhang Chen pointed to the box and said with a smile. There is a specially made polar cold weather suit inside, the same style as the ones we are wearing. It's minus 30 or 40 degrees outside right now. The little bit of clothing you're wearing won't be enough to keep you warm. Su Qingli stared in surprise at the box that had appeared out of nowhere. Although she had already witnessed Qinlan's spatial abilities, she was still shocked every time she saw such a supernatural scene. She opened the box and felt a warmth in her heart when she saw the exquisitely made, uniquely made blue and white winter coat inside. It turns out he had already prepared for this. Thank you, husband. Su Qingli thanked them in a low voice, and then, with the enthusiastic help of her two good sisters Qinlan and Xia Shui, she began to change into her new clothes. Soon, Su Qingli was dressed. This winter coat not only has excellent warmth retention, but also boasts a highly stylish design. Wearing it didn't make her look bulky at all. Instead, it perfectly accentuated Su Qingli's tall and slender figure of 1.72 meters. The three of them stood together, and after putting on windproof masks and goggles, they really did look like triplets at first glance. After all, they are all tall and have perfect mature female figures. After these clothes covered them up completely, their natural charm became less apparent. It's really hard to tell who's who at first glance. However, not long after she finished dressing, Su Qingli frowned. She shifted her body slightly, feeling that something was amiss. Since the room temperature was too low, she didn't take off her innermost clothes, but just layered her winter gear on top of them. Sister Lan. Su Qingli looked at Qin Lan with some doubt, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. I feel a little unwell. I feel like something's off, a bit weird. Upon hearing this, Xia Shui, who was tidying up her gloves, couldn't help but chuckle and looked at Qin Lan with a teasing gaze. Qin Lan smiled too, a smile that carried a hint of slyness and unspoken understanding. Both of them knew exactly what was going on. What do you mean by feeling unwell? This is clearly the effect of the strengthening and health-enhancing pill that I just took. However, the two of them tacitly refrained from revealing it. After all, it wouldn't be very interesting to say this now. It would be better to give her a big surprise after we get home. So Qin Lan stepped forward, casually adjusted Su Qingli's hat, and said with a grin. Oh dear, it's probably because you haven't showered in a long time and you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Besides, this outfit is brand new and unopened, so it's normal to feel uncomfortable wearing it for the first time. Just bear with it, we'll get back later. Qin Lan leaned close to Su Qingli's ear and said in an ambiguous tone. We'll take you for a nice hot bath, so you can soak in it to your heart's content. Then, you can do whatever makes you comfortable. Upon hearing that she could take a hot shower, Su Qingli's eyes lit up immediately. She had completely forgotten about the strange feeling she had initially had. God knows how much she wanted to take a bath. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, she dared not even wash her face too often in order to save water, as she felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. If only I could soak in hot water and wash away all the grime and fatigue. Just imagining that scene made Su Qingli feel extremely happy. Really? Can I really take a hot shower? That's wonderful. Su Qingli excitedly grabbed Qinlan's hand and urged her quickly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Anyway, everything that needed to be packed has already been put into your space. I can't wait to go home and take a nice hot bath. Seeing Su Qingli's impatient look, Zhang Chen also put on his mask, concealing the meaningful smile on his face.
Alright, now that everything is ready, let's set off. There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. He was also very curious about Su Qingli's reaction after she finished showering. When Jiang Chen gave away those 2 pills, he actually had a little selfish motive. However, the main reason is that Su Qingli's health is currently very poor. If she doesn't recover her health in advance, the long journey will likely make her seriously ill. In such situations, the benefits of the body strengthening pill become apparent. Although this pill has a very slight side effect. But for Su Qingli's health, even if she knew the truth, she probably wouldn't blame him. The 4 then lined up and prepared to go out. Just as Jiang Chen was passing by the entrance hall, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something on the shoe cabinet next to him. It was an exquisitely crafted name tag with a photo of Su Qingli in professional attire, looking serious. The caption reads below the photo: Administrative Supervisor, Su Qingli. Jiang Chen stopped and casually put it into his personal space. Previously, when Su Qingli wore an office lady uniform, she wore this name tag around her neck. At that time, the way she looked at him with a cold and fierce expression was extremely intimidating. This is a really good thing. It must be kept safe. Chapter 77: Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump, taking advantage of ease to wait for the enemy to tire. Jinqiu Garden, Building 9. The cold wind howled and wailed through the gaps between the buildings. Although it was noon, the sky was overcast and there was no warmth at all. The high-ceilinged lobby on the first and second floors of Building 9 was cold and noisy at this moment. The temperature here is very low, but the air is filled with a strong smell of sweat and smoke. 20 or 30 burly men, dressed in miscellaneous winter clothes and carrying a bunch of random weapons, gathered here. Their eyes were fierce and greedy, and their faces showed the excitement of about to kill. This is the local bully in Jinqiu residential area. The main force of this serious gang. In the center of the hall, a set of genuine leather sofas was occupied. Before the apocalypse, Li Shang was just a construction foreman, but now he's become the local tyrant. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a cigarette between his fingers, impatiently puffing out smoke. Through the smoke, his face was full of menacing features, and his expression was arrogant, as if he had the other party completely under his thumb. Li Shang flicked his cigarette ash, squinted, and asked a weasel-faced underling beside him. Monkey, are you sure those people are still upstairs? Don't let the cooked duck fly away. The underling, nicknamed Monkey, immediately bowed and scraped, fawningly approaching him. Boss, you can rest assured. It's absolutely right. Ever since those 3 entered this building, I've been keeping an eye on them from the building across the street, and they haven't come out yet. The monkey pointed to the fire escape leading upstairs and said with certainty. And look, the snow left at the entrance of the building only shows footprints going in, not footprints coming out. They're definitely up there right now, they just haven't come down yet. Hearing this, Li Shang nodded in satisfaction and sneered. Okay. As long as they're here, that's fine. Just then, another burly, somewhat simple-minded henchman next to Li Shang scratched his head and asked, puzzled. Boss, now that we know they're in this building, why don't we just rush in and surround them with so many of us? We have weapons and there are many of us. If we just charge in, we can drown them with a single spit from each of us. With such a huge advantage, why bother waiting here to freeze? Upon hearing this, Li Shang's face darkened, and he slapped the simple-minded younger brother on the forehead. Smack! Are you stupid? Ha! Is your brain filled with mush? Li Shang flicked away the cigarette, but he had finished smoking, and the sparks fell and extinguished on the cold floor tiles. He pointed to the dark stairwell and scolded with exasperation. This building has over 30 floors. It's so tall, do you know which floor they just climbed to? Do you have X-ray vision or something? If we rush in now with a lot of noise, what if they hear the commotion and take advantage of our scattered forces to sneak away from somewhere else? Or what if they hide in some empty house? Li Shang snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. What we're doing now is called waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump, or taking advantage of the situation to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Do you understand? Anyway, if they want to leave this building, there's no other way but through the lobby. Even if they try to run back, there will be someone watching at the stairwell. Let's just stay here comfortably and wait for them to come to us. And Li Shang stood up, looked around the spacious hall, and arrogantly spread his arms. This hall is so spacious. This makes it much easier for so many of us brothers to work together. If we're crammed into those narrow stairwells, how can we leverage our numerical advantage? In that case, it would be easy for them to use the terrain to their advantage and ambush you. Don't all the villains in movies fail this way when they try to capture Jackie Chan?
Li Shang's insightful analysis immediately drew praise from his underlings.
Our leader is brilliant. Our leader is mighty. It has to be the boss.
His brain works much better than ours. This is that, strategizing within the command tent, winning battles 1,000 miles away.
That's right.
If we follow our boss, we'll eat 9 meals a day for 3 days.
Those 3 idiots are definitely dead this time.
Listening to his underlings' flattery, Li Shang smiled so broadly that his face was full of wrinkles, and he felt completely elated. He could almost see himself successfully leaving the community, growing bigger and stronger in this apocalypse, and creating new glories. Just as Li Shang was having a sweet dream, a henchman who was keeping watch at the top of the stairs suddenly ran over excitedly.
Boss! Boss! I've got it! I've got it!
The younger brother, panting, pointed upstairs and shouted excitedly in a low voice.
Footsteps!
I heard footsteps.
They're coming down. They're walking this way.
Oh! Upon hearing this, Li Shang's eyes lit up, a greedy glint appearing in his murky pupils.
Ha ha ha! Great!
He laughed loudly, grabbed a hollow steel pipe from beside the sofa, weighed it in his hand, then turned and roared at the 20 or 30 henchmen in the hall.
Brothers! Listen up! The big fish is finally about to take the bait. Everyone, get your act together.
As Li Shang spoke, he fiercely scanned the entire room, sternly instructing.
And one more time.
The clothes these 3 people are wearing are our treasures for navigating the poisonous snow. They are the foundation for our Sky Wolf gang to dominate the apocalypse.
So, when you make your move later, you better watch out. Try to hit the head, legs, and feet. Don't ruin that precious outfit. Even if it's just a small cut, I'll hold you accountable. Did you understand?
Yes, boss.
I understand.
The henchmen responded in unison. When these people heard that the people upstairs were finally coming down, they were all incredibly excited. After squatting in this freezing hall for most of the day, my hands and feet were almost frozen.
Now I can finally stretch my muscles and let off some steam.
Splash! Everyone picked up blunt weapons that had been prepared beforehand, such as wooden sticks, steel pipes, and hammers. After all, killing as secondary looting equipment is the main goal. For those few sets of winter clothing, they would rather go through the trouble of beating someone to death than damage the clothes.
He, just 3 little lambs.
A burly man with a face full of scars grinned and swung a baseball bat. With so many of us, one spit from each of us would be enough to drown them.
That is.
No matter what, with a troop strength ratio of 10-1 in the battle, the advantage is in our hands. The atmosphere in the hall instantly reached a fever pitch, with everyone eager and ready for the impending massacre. Meanwhile, in the stairwell of Building 9, Jiang Chen, Qinlan, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli, who had just joined, were walking slowly down the fire escape.
Honey, there seem to be quite a few people downstairs. Qinlan walked beside Jiang Chen.
Although her spatial ability did not allow for long-distance reconnaissance, her enhanced senses allowed her to vaguely hear the noise downstairs.
Jiang Chen responded indifferently, without stopping. There are probably more than 30 people guarding the lobby on the first floor.
In this world, there will always be people who fail to see the gap in strength.
Chapter 78: The Mutant Cat Attack.
As early as 10 or so floors down, Jiang Chen's powerful mental perception had already locked onto the movements downstairs. Jiang Chen was fully aware of the ambush and shouting of the people downstairs, and even what weapons they were carrying. But he didn't care at all.
Let alone using ice-type and space-type abilities.
The AK-47 in his spatial storage alone, along with Qinlan's pistol, would be enough to send those people downstairs to another world to be reborn. Under the firepower suppression of firearms, the numerical advantage of these ordinary people is nothing but a joke.
Once the trigger is pulled, it's no different from harvesting wheat.
Otherwise, why do you think those fierce nomadic peoples of ancient times have become so good at singing and dancing now?
Qingli, don't be nervous.
Jiang Chen felt that Su Qingli, who was holding his arm, was a little stiff, so he gently comforted her.
They're just a bunch of ants sent to their deaths.
I'll use them to practice on.
Su Qingli took a deep breath.
Although she was still a little scared, she slowly nodded under the influence of Jiang Chen's calm tone.
The group continued their descent.
However, when Jiang Chen reached the corner of the 8th floor staircase,
sudden,
a terrifying killing intent pierced through the wall and shot straight towards Jiang Shangchen through the wind and snow outside the window.
Stop! Jiang Chen's pupils contracted, and he froze in place. This murderous aura is just too strong. He's hundreds of times stronger than those 30-odd thugs downstairs combined. This is definitely not the kind of aura a human could have. This is the undisguised, terrifying, and pure killing intent of a top predator when it locks onto its prey. What's wrong? The three women behind him were startled by Jiang Chen's reaction and quickly stopped in their tracks. Jiang Chen didn't answer. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, and looked out through the frost-covered window. Not far away, on the roof of a 5-story-old residential building. Amidst the howling wind and snow, a gigantic figure stood out. That was a cat. But it's definitely not an ordinary cat. It is enormous, with a shoulder height of 2 to 3 meters and a body length of over 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in tangled yellow fur, stained with dark red dried blood and bits of flesh. At this moment, the enormous creature lowered its head slightly, its huge vertical pupils, flashing red light, staring intently at the window where Jiang Chen and the others were. That was the look in his eyes when he looked at food. Hiss. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, the three women gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. That is. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui had seen the huge footprints in the snow. Therefore, I was somewhat prepared for the existence of this mutated cat. But when they saw this mutated behemoth, which looked like a small truck, the visual impact almost took their breath away. Su Qingli, who was seeing this monster for the first time, was so frightened that her face turned pale, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. A monster. Such a big orange cat. How is this possible? What's wrong with this world? Su Qingli's voice trembled the scene before her eyes overturned her understanding. Compared to such a behemoth, the fierce tigers and lions of ordinary times are nothing more than little girls. In that brief moment of shock for the four people, the mutated giant cat seemed to have lost patience. It moved. Ha! Accompanied by a hoarse, low breath, like that of a cobra. Its massive body displayed incredible explosive power. It pushed off the ground with all four limbs. Boom! A corner of the roof of the 5-story building collapsed instantly, sending debris flying everywhere. The giant cat, using the reaction force, soared into the air, leaving a trail of gray snow arrows in the wind and snow. The arrow was aimed at Building 9, where Jiang Chen and his group were located. It's so fast. It's so fast that there's no time to react. It has already taken Jiang Chen and his group for lunch. Not good. Jiang Chen's expression changed. In the open area, he was not afraid of this mutated beast. But right now, they are inside a residential building. The space here is too small and the terrain is too complex, making it difficult for them to use their special abilities. Once this behemoth charges in, it'll be like catching a turtle in a jar. Quick! Let's go! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grabbed Su Qingli, whose legs were weak, and carried her in his arms. He turned to Qin Lan and Xiao Shui and said urgently, "Don't take the stairs. Just jump. Quick. Let's get out of here. The terrain here is terrible. We must leave this building immediately." Qin Lan and Xiao Shui also reacted very quickly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's order, the two did not hesitate and immediately understood the critical situation. Walk. The two women gave a sharp shout and stopped climbing the stairs one step at a time. Instead, relying on his enhanced body, he simply braced himself against the railing with one hand, leaped into the air, and jumped down at high speed. Thump! 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 They moved with such grace that each landing covered a full floor. Jiang Chen carried Su Qingli with astonishing speed. Su Qingli huddled tightly in Jiang Chen's arms, her hands wrapped tightly around his neck. Because of fear and the feeling of weightlessness, she closed her eyes immediately, not daring to look at the rapidly receding scenery around her, and could only hear the whistling wind in her ears. Thump! 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 Jiang Chen carried Su Qingli with lightning speed, followed closely by Qin Lan and Xiao Shui, the three of them running swiftly through the stairwell. Faster! Faster! In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the corner of the 4th floor. Through the gaps in the staircase, one could already see the figures of people in the lobby on the 1st floor. At this moment, the members of the Sky Wolf gang who were guarding downstairs also heard the unusual noises upstairs. They're here. They're here. This noise, something doesn't sound right. Forget it. Brothers, grab your weapons. Get ready to go. Li Sheng stood at the front, waving a steel pipe, his face full of excitement.
He had no idea that there was a Grim Reaper outside, rushing toward them at lightning speed. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his group appear at the fourth-floor stairwell, one of the clueless henchmen immediately jumped out, pointing at Jiang Chen and shouting, "Hey! You guys up there! You finally come down! If you know what's good for you, stop right now. As long as you're willing to take off your outer clothes and hand them over to us intact. Our boss Li is kind-hearted. He might be willing to spare your lives and take you in as his underlings, serving you tea and water. If you dare say no." Humph. As he spoke, the henchman brandished the iron rod in his hand menacingly. However, all he received in response was Jiang Chen's cold gaze and his unwavering presence. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with these idiots. They're about to die, and they're still dreaming of robbing and getting rich? Chapter 79 Bloody Massacre. As the cat drew nearer, its ferocious killing intent grew increasingly palpable. The moment Jiang Chen reached the third-floor platform, he abruptly stopped his descent. Right here! Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the room and instantly locked onto the large glass window in the stairwell on the third floor. Sister Lan! Schwerer! Jump out the window! Jiang Chen made a quick decision and conjured an ice spike to shatter the glass window. Good! The two women had absolute trust in Jiang Chen's orders. Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them jumped almost simultaneously, leaping towards the window. Splash! With a sound of shattering glass, three figures burst out of the window, leaving behind a shower of glass shards. It was at that very moment. Boom! A loud bang came from the second floor. The mutated giant cat smashed through the glass of the second-floor exterior wall. The massive body, carrying tremendous force, slammed into the atrium on the second floor from the outside. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Jiang Chen was holding Su Qingli in mid-air, falling towards the snow below. The mutated giant cat was opening its blood-red mouth, preparing to pounce from the second-floor window. The two groups of people passed each other in mid-air, less than 2.5 meters apart. Jiang Chen could even smell the blood on the mutated cat in the air. That's the smell of human blood. The mutated giant cat seemed to have no idea that its prey would suddenly jump off the building. It let out an angry roar in the air, and its huge claws swung in the air, trying to grab Jiang Chen. Sizzle! The sharp claws sliced through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. But in the end, it still fell short. Jiang Chen and the others accelerated their descent, while the giant cat, relying on its momentum, crashed into the second-floor hall. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds. Jiang Chen, Qin Lan, and Xiao Shui landed steadily in the thick snow below. The enormous impact created 3 deep craters in the snow, sending snow flying everywhere. Phew, that was close. Jiang Chen bent his legs slightly, thus absorbing the force of the fall. As enhanced superhumans, this level of height is nothing to them. Even while holding someone, Jiang Chen remained as steady as a mountain. But Su Qingli, who was in his arms, was not. Although she had taken a body-strengthening pill and her physical condition was much better than that of ordinary people, she was still not a true superhuman. The violent jolt she had just experienced, coupled with the weightlessness she felt during the fall, left her pale and nauseous. Vomit. Su Qingli lay in Jiang Chen's arms, feeling dizzy and almost vomiting. However, before she could say anything, roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the building behind them. Immediately afterwards. Ah! What is that? Help! Monster! There's a monster! No! Don't eat me! Help me! A series of piercing screams instantly shattered the silence of the neighborhood. That was a desperate wail from a person on their deathbed. Jiang Chen and the others turned around and saw a chilling scene through the broken floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. The mutated giant cat that had rushed into the building had now landed in the middle of the group of Sky Wolf gang members. It's a meat grinder. Those thugs, who had been wielding steel pipes and wooden sticks and were initially aggressively trying to rob the beast, were now as fragile as paper in the face of the giant beast. With a casual swipe of its paw, the giant cat turned 3 or 4 strong men into minced meat, spraying blood and entrails everywhere. It opened its blood-red maw and bit off half of a person's body in one bite. The crunching sound of chewing bones could be heard clearly even from a distance. Blood instantly stained the floor and walls of the entire hall red. The serious gang, who originally planned to wait in comfort and catch the enemy like fish in a jar, have now become food in the mouth of the mutated giant cat. Oh my god! Su Qingli saw the bloody scene through Jiang Chen's shoulder, and was so frightened that she trembled all over, closed her eyes tightly, and dared not look a second time.
Honey, what if that monster eats all those people and then comes after us?
Su Qingli's voice trembled with tears in her eyes. Jiang Chen quickly pulled his leg out of the snow pit, adjusted his posture, and his eyes were calm and sharp.
It's best if they don't chase after us. However, even if it really chases after us, we're not afraid of it.
Jiang Chen patted Su Qingli on the back, giving her strength. In close combat with this kind of mutated giant cat with enhanced physique in a cramped building, everyone is at high risk of getting injured. But on this open snowfield, we have many more options.
Humph.
If it dares to chase after us, then it can prepare to die. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui quickly adjusted their state, standing on either side of Jiang Chen, their eyes flashing with supernatural power.
Don't worry, Xiao Li.
Qin Lan's eyes were icy as she looked at the rampaging beast inside the building, her tone confident. We're all superhumans, and now that the terrain is open, we can kite it to death. Xiao Shui nodded, and a sharp ice spike materialized in her hand.
Exactly. We're not afraid of that kind of beast.
Nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, Su Qingli listened to their confident words and witnessed their powerful aura, feeling a mix of emotions. Envy, longing, and a touch of inferiority.
If only she were also a superhuman.
Su Qingli thought to herself. If she had that kind of power, she wouldn't be a burden right now, only holding everyone back. If she also had superpowers, she could stand beside her husband and fight alongside him, just like her sisters. At this moment, Su Qingli's desire to become stronger was stronger than ever before. She remembered the method Qin Lan had mentioned for awakening superpowers, and all her previous shyness and hesitation vanished at that moment.
As long as I can become stronger, as long as I can help everyone.
She's willing to do anything.
Jiang Chen did not linger in the same spot.
Taking advantage of the moment when the mutated cat was distracted by the buffet in the building, he quickly led the three women away and retreated to the outskirts of the community.
A moment later,
the screams in the lobby of Building 9 gradually subsided. The entire first-floor lobby had been completely transformed into a battlefield, with not a single living person remaining.
Ah! Suddenly, a huge head popped out of the broken window on the second floor.
The mutated giant cat's face was covered in blood and bits of flesh, with half a piece of intestine still hanging from its mouth.
The bloody heat emanating from its body continued to rise into the cold air.
Those bloodthirsty, cold vertical pupils stared intently at the three small black dots on the snow-covered ground, which were moving further and further away, through the swirling snow. At this moment, the mutated giant cat seemed to still be a little hungry.
Chapter 80: The Tragedy of the Bell. Honey! That mutated giant cat seems to be catching up with us. What should we do?
Qin Lan turned around and looked behind her, her face pale, and asked anxiously. The giant cat, which had just finished eating inside the building, had already poked its head out of the second-floor window. It shook off the bits of flesh and blood from its body, pushed off with all four legs, carved a deep trench in the snow, and rushed toward them at high speed. Those red eyes stared intently at them.
Jiang Chen sensed the killing intent the moment he peeked out.
He sneered, stopped, and handed the trembling Su Qingli from his arms to Qin Lan. He turned around to face the charging beast. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and composed, even carrying a hint of eager excitement.
What to do? Since it's courting death, wouldn't it be impolite not to send it on its way?
Sister Lan, Shuer, take Qingli aside and cover me.
I'll go and confront it head-on.
Although Qin Lan and Xiao Shui were somewhat worried, they nodded out of trust in Jiang Chen.
Honey, be careful.
After saying that, the two immediately lifted Su Qingli up and quickly moved her to a safe area at the edge of the battlefield. They knew that Jiang Chen was the strongest among them, possessing dual elemental abilities and having better physical attributes than them, so dealing with this mutated cat shouldn't be a problem. What they need to do now is protect Su Qingli and not cause Jiang Chen any trouble. However, although she couldn't stand by Jiang Chen's side and fight alongside him, she could still provide support and deal additional damage from a distance without any problems.
Bang!
After the three people had walked away, Qin Lan did not hesitate and took out a black pistol from her personal space. She held the guns in both hands and fired at the rapidly moving mutant cat. A tongue of fire shot out from the muzzle, and the bullet whistled away.
Puff!
The bullet struck the mutated cat precisely in the side of its abdomen, splattering a little blood. It could be because the pistol bullets were too small, or the mutated beast's fur was too tough. The mutated cat only swayed slightly, as if it had been bitten by a mosquito, and did not suffer any real harm.
It charged toward Jiang Chen's position with unwavering momentum. Damn it! He's got too thick skin. Qin Lan gritted her teeth. Watch me. Xiao Shuejiao shouted, took a deep breath, and pointed forward with one hand. In this icy and snowy environment, ice-based abilities have a unique home field advantage. Go! As she moved, several sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air and shot towards the mutated giant cat with a whooshing sound. Put! Put! The ice spike pierced the mutated cat's shoulder and thigh from the side, and blood gushed out. Awah! The mutated giant cat, in pain, let out an angry roar. But the intense pain did not deter it. Instead, it completely aroused its ferocity. Its savage vertical pupils instantly turned crimson, locking onto Jiang Chen, who was standing directly in front of it. In its view, as long as it tears apart the little mouse blocking its way, the remaining few will only be its dessert. Roar! The giant cat roared and accelerated again, its massive body crushing through the snow as it pounced straight at Jiang Chen. Faced with this overwhelming and extremely oppressive offensive, Jiang Chen remained standing still, completely unmoved. On solid ground, facing a mutated beast that surpasses humans in size and strength, he might have been more wary and chosen to fight on foot. But now... Jiang Chen glanced down at the 3-meter thick snow at his feet and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This is a snowy area. He possesses ice-type superpowers that are stronger and have more energy reserves than Xiao Shui. This snowy field is undoubtedly his home turf. Condense! With a thought, Jiang Chen felt an invisible energy fluctuation instantly travel to his feet. The soft snow beneath his feet was instantly compressed and solidified, turning into a firm ground. After finding a place to stand, Jiang Chen looked up. At this moment, the mutated giant cat was less than 20 meters away from him. For a behemoth of this size, it's just a matter of leaping. Roar! The mutated giant cat opened its huge mouth, revealing dagger-like teeth, and a stench rushed towards Jiang Chen. It will tear it apart in one bite, just like it would kill those little mice. However, at the very moment it leaped into the air, Jiang Chen made a move. Whoosh! Relying on his superhuman physical abilities and the pre-frozen foothold, Jiang Chen pushed off with his feet and slid 5 or 6 meters to the side and back. Boom! The mutated giant cat missed its target. Thump! Its massive body slammed heavily onto the spot where Jiang Chen had been standing, stirring up a cloud of snow dust. This mutated giant cat was not as relaxed and carefree as Jiang Chen was at this moment. The more than 3-meter thick snow was far too soft for its large and heavy body. When accelerating in a straight line, it's simple, you can rely on inertia and explosive power to get through. However, this soft, thick snow becomes a big problem when you want to turn or stop suddenly. Its lunge missed, and the immense inertia made it impossible for it to stop. His limbs could only slide around in the snow pits he had created, unable to get any leverage. A great opportunity. Jiang Chen, who had already moved to the side, had a glint in his eyes. He certainly wouldn't let such a good opportunity to counterattack slip by. Jiang Chen made a grasping motion to the side with his right hand, and supernatural power surged in his palm. Rise! With a low shout, the snow on the ground instantly began to swirl and condense. In the blink of an eye, 3 ice spikes, thicker than those Xiao Shui had used in her attack, materialized out of thin air. Go! Jiang Chen waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 3 thick, large ice cones swirled in the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Absolutely precise. He stabbed the mutated giant cat, who was still struggling in the snow pit, in the back with a vicious thrust. Put! The sound of the ice pick piercing flesh was very clear. Awah! The mutated giant cat let out an extremely shrill scream. Heartbreaking. The damage caused by Jiang Chen's attack this time was far greater than the combined attacks from Qin Lan and Xiao Shui. Of course, Qin Lan and Xiao Shui, who were standing at a distance, were not idle either. Seeing Jiang Chen succeed, the 2 women perked up and kept slamming their pistols and ice picks into the mutated cat. Although the damage was minor, it was enough to disrupt its movement and cause it continuous pain and bleeding. Ha! The mutated giant cat has gone completely mad. It suddenly struggled out of the snow pit, its fur standing on end, activating its Spinosaurus mode. The mutated giant cat glared fiercely at the 3 women in the distance, its eyes filled with boundless killing intent. However, Jiang Chen's next attack with 3 ice spikes once again drew the mutated giant cat's aggro. It turned around, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, clearly indicating that the little mouse in front of it posed a greater threat. It will surely avenge the loss of its offspring.
The mutated giant cat growled in its throat, as if it wanted to tear the person in front of it to pieces and swallow them whole. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about its threat at all. He crossed his arms and looked at the seemingly strong but actually weak behemoth. Getting impatient? The real show has only just begun. Chapter 81: Easily slaughtering the mutant giant cat. Dealing with a berserk mutated behemoth in other places might be a bit difficult. But now. Jiang Chen looked at the snow at his feet and smiled coldly. This is his home field advantage. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's hand, and 3 thick, large ice cones were continuously condensing. The mutated giant cat seemed to sense a threat to its life. Without further hesitation, it roared and charged at Jiang Chen again, waving its powerful limbs. It wants to tear this damned human to pieces as quickly and cruelly as possible. However, reality is cruel. At this moment, the mutated cat was digging wildly in the snow with its 4 legs, kicking up a pile of snow with each effort. But because the snow was so soft, it couldn't get any leverage. It's like a cat stepping on a smooth floor, its limbs just spinning around in the air, making its movements look clumsy and funny. In contrast, Jiang Chen. With each step he took, the snow beneath his feet hardened under his supernatural power, providing him with stable support. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the 3 giant ice spikes that had been prepared flew out again. Put! 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 Another muffled thud. This time, the ice spike pierced the mutated cat's chest and shoulder accurately, and blood splattered again. The mutated giant cat convulsed in pain, but its ferocity was also unleashed. Enduring the excruciating pain, it raised its sharp claws, as large as a clay pot, and with the momentum of its charge, fiercely pounced on Jiang Chen, who was nearby. This strike was powerful and heavy, accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it could split mountains and shatter rocks. However, Jiang Chen was not flustered at all. Like a bullfighter, calm and composed, handling things with ease. Just as the cat leaped up, Jiang Chen precisely caught the cat's attack animation. With a misstep, his body slid 3 meters to the left like a swallow. Brush! The enormous claw grazed past the afterimage left by Jiang Chen. But it was just an afterimage. Jiang Chen dodged the fatal blow unscathed. However, the mutated cat, due to excessive force and slipping, lost its balance once again. Boom! It tumbled and scrambled out, crashing into the snow and creating a large crater, splashing out countless snow particles. At this moment, the mutated giant cat was covered in ice spikes, half of its body was stained red with blood, and it was panting heavily, clearly at its last gasp. It struggled to stand up, but its limbs were already weak and trembling due to excessive blood loss and strenuous exercise. It's over. Jiang Chen looked at the dying giant beast before him without a trace of pity in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, palm up, fingers slightly spread. Condense! Accompanied by his icy voice. The moisture in the surrounding air and the snow on the ground were instantly drawn together, frantically converging above his palm. A few breaths later. 3 enormous ice spikes, each over a meter long, with tips gleaming with a chilling light, appeared out of thin air above the mutated giant cat's head. These 3 ice spikes are much bigger and sharper than the previous ones. Like 3 sharp swords hanging over our heads. The mutated giant cat seemed to sense its impending death. It raised its head, and its once fierce vertical pupils now revealed fear and despair. Goodbye. Jiang Chen pressed his palm down sharply. Put. 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 3 enormous ice spikes pierced the mutated giant cat's head and nape. Snap. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The mutated giant cat didn't even have time to let out a final scream. Its massive body twitched once before it collapsed heavily into the snow pit, never to move again. Red blood flowed down the icicle, quickly staining a large patch of bright red on the white snow. All around was deathly silent. Only the cold wind is still blowing. Jiang Chen lowered his hand, looked at the messy snow all around, and couldn't help but sigh. What a vulgar brute. How could someone who trains to the point of exhaustion possibly defeat a noble mage like me? Jiang Chen carefully examined the state of his supernatural abilities. This battle, not counting the additional attacks from Xiao Shui and Qin Lan just now. He probably fired about 12 ice spikes while keeping the snow beneath his feet hard. It probably only consumed about 1/3 of the total amount of my superpower. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This battery life is quite impressive. Moreover, this was only after he had recently acquired ice-type superpowers and was not yet proficient in using them. Once he becomes more proficient, or once Xiao Shui is trained to be even stronger, his combat power will only become more terrifying. Seeing that Jiang Chen had dealt with the giant cat, the three women who had been hiding in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over. They looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. So cool. He's so handsome. That behemoth, which could easily tear a tiger apart, was utterly powerless against Jiang Chen. It was nothing more than a toy. Such immense power and such composure are simply irresistible. Honey. You're so handsome. Xinlan was the first to rush up, throwing herself into his arms and kissing him on the cheek. That ice spike that just came down from the sky was so cool. Xiao Shui, standing to the side like a little fangirl, her face flushed with excitement, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes. Honey, you're amazing. You use your powers much better than I do. Su Qingli was speechless with shock when she looked at the giant cat's corpse in the snow pit. She stared wide-eyed at the giant beast covered in blood and wounds, then at Jiang Chen, who looked completely relaxed. Is this still Earth? Is this truly a power that humans can possess? Su Qingli felt that her worldview had been refreshed once again. This supernatural power, this domineering aura that controls life and death. However, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she remembered what Xinlan had told her before. As long as I also. Then wouldn't I be able to have this magical power very soon? Thinking about this, Su Qingli's feelings of uncertainty and fear about the world vanished instantly. That's all. This ability is great. I love using it. I want to use it more. So, Su Qingli mustered her courage and squeezed next to Jiang Chen. She looked up at him with a hint of shyness but also with anticipation, her bright, moist eyes sparkling. Husband. Can I really possess this power too? Chapter 82 Superpowered Armor-Piercing Incendiary Bomb. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful boss in front of him, who was originally cold, ruthless, and decisive. At this moment, however, she revealed this obedient, shy, and utterly adoring little woman's demeanor in front of him. The stark contrast gave him a secret thrill. TSK, is this what they call gapmo, a Japanese term for unexpected charm? She only shows her most authentic and adorable side to her closest people. As for others, they can only see her extremely cold, serious, and sexually indifferent side. I really don't know where Sister Lan found such a goddess. Her food used to be so good. However, the thought that he could eat this kind of fine bran every day in the future made Jiang Chen feel much better. Moreover, there are many more hidden gems of goddesses waiting for him to discover in Sister Lan's photo album and chat box. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel even more excited about his future life in the apocalypse. He then reached out and pulled his stunning female boss into his arms, saying with great pride, "Of course, no problem. As long as you behave, I'll give you any power you want." Jiang Chen paused for a moment at this point. He looked at Su Qingli, and a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind. Qingli's special ability is black flames, which can be freely adjusted in temperature and have strong adhesion and corrosiveness. And the ice-type abilities that Shuer and I possess can launch ice spikes forward. So, Jiang Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. What if I combine these two superpowers? For example, covering the outside of an ice cone with a ball of black flame. After the ice spike pierces the enemy's body, detonate the black flames encasing the ice spike. This is a homemade armor-piercing incendiary bomb. Jiang Chen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his breathing became rapid. If this idea is feasible, then dealing with that mutated giant cat wouldn't have been so troublesome. It is estimated that just 3 of these ice and fire composite ice spikes would be enough to kill it completely. This is definitely a combination of superpowers where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Could it be that this is the correct way for multi-elemental ability users to utilize their abilities? Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to drag Su Qingli to the refuge right now and start trying out this brilliant idea. No way. In this dangerous apocalypse, he desperately wanted to become stronger. It's not that I'm lusting after Su Qingli's body. Seeing Jiang Chen embracing Su Qingli with a burning gaze and a silly grin on his face. Standing to the side, Xinlan felt a surge of extremely complex emotions. One is her best confidant in both her career and life. The other is the life partner they have chosen. When this scene actually comes, her heart was filled with both joy and bittersweet emotions. However, Xinlan then rolled her eyes and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips, leaving these complicated emotions behind. She walked straight up, opened her arms, and hugged the two people who were gazing deeply into each other's eyes, saying with a grin, "Hey! Hey! Hey! The victim is still standing here, can't you two at least try to cover it up a little? Aren't you being a little too affectionate in front of me, showing no respect for me as your double original spouse?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's face instantly turned bright red. Like a frightened quail, she buried her head deeply in Jiang Chen's arms and whispered her defense. "Lan's sister Lan. I have followed your orders meticulously and strictly, haven't I? These are all things that you told me to do before. Now you're blaming me instead. What? There's no turning back now that the arrow's been released. You might regret it now, but they won't let you get away with it. After all, your current authority isn't as high as your husband's." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan was both amused and annoyed. She reached out and pinched Su Qingli's burning earlobe, teasingly saying, "Oh my! You little hussy! Now that you have your husband backing you up, you think you're all grown up and independent, huh? You dare to talk back to me? Looks like I'll have to enforce some family discipline when I get back." Xiao Shui, who had been neglected the whole time, immediately became a little unhappy seeing the three of them being so sweet and flirtatious. Why does it feel like she's been excluded from this small circle? That won't do. Then, she let out a soft cry, opened her long arms, and pounced on the three of them, hugging them all together, and said with a grin, "You didn't even call me when you wanted a hug. I want a hug too. Count me in." The four of them frolicked and hugged in the snow for a while, enjoying this rare moment of warmth in the apocalypse. After a while, Jiang Chen patted the three women in front of him and said with a smile, all right, that's enough. Let's hurry and find a safe haven. There's heating, delicious food, and soft beds there. Isn't staying at home much more comfortable than being out here in this freezing weather? And..." Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingli, who was still a little uncomfortable in his arms. After all, she is still just an ordinary person and not a superhuman, so her physical abilities are much worse than theirs. Qingli needs to go back and take good care of herself. Qin Lan rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and released his hand in an annoyed manner. Then, he took Xiao Shui's arm with one hand and Su Qingli's arm with the other, and gave a haughty snort. "Okay. After running around outside for most of the day, fighting and walking, I'm really starting to miss home." Xiao Shui chuckled and leaned closer to tease him. "Sister Lan, you'd better say you really miss home. Instead of thinking about a specific person or thing at home." Qin Lan's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she reached out to tickle Xiao Shui's ticklish spot. "You brat! You talk too much. Don't you want to? I wonder who it was last night. Ah! Sister Lan, spare me. I want to. Of course I want to. Ha ha ha." The three women burst into laughter, their silvery laughter carrying far across the silent snowfield. Su Qingli was caught in the middle, looking at the two stunning goddesses who were usually aloof and unapproachable. At this moment, however, she acted like a young college girl, playing and frolicking freely, her eyes filled with envy. "Will I be able to live happily with everyone like this in the future?" she asked herself silently in her heart. She might not know Xiao Shui, the sister she just met, very well yet. But she knows Qin Lan very well. She is much happier now, and this happiness comes from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 83 Magic Crystal. Before the end of the world. Qin Lan, as the female president of a multi-billion-dollar group, may appear glamorous on the outside, but in reality, she bears enormous pressure every day. So he always wore that cold, aloof mask on his face, keeping people at arm's length. Only in private, when it's just the two of them together. Only then could Qin Lan let her guard down and relax a little. However, that kind of relaxation is fundamentally different from the heartfelt, uninhibited joy I feel now. Just how magical is Jiang Chen? Su Qingli secretly glanced at the tall figure walking at the front, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. I suppose I'll be able to truly understand it soon. Just as Jiang Chen and his group were preparing to leave and return to that warm refuge. Sudden bite. A crisp system notification sound rang out in Jiang Chen's mind without warning. A mutated lifeform that is completely dead has been detected. Host, would you like to condense and refine the remaining energy within their body into magic crystals? Magic crystal? Upon hearing the new term pop up in his mind, Jiang Chen paused and asked curiously in his mind. System, what exactly is the use of this magic crystal? I explained it in detail. A mechanical voice from the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, clearly listing the effects of the magic crystal. Answer: magic crystals are the concentrated essence of energy from the entire body of mutated creatures. They are high-purity energy crystals. Its uses are extremely wide-ranging, including but not limited to 1. Energy replenishment. The superpowered user can quickly recover the superpowers consumed in combat or daily use by absorbing energy from the magic crystal. 2. Advanced assistance. When a superhuman needs to break through a bottleneck in advance, magic crystals are an essential auxiliary material, providing the massive energy support required for the breakthrough. 3. Energy core. The magic crystal contains a high concentration of energy, which can be used as an energy source for special equipment or weapons. Looking at the long list of information provided by the system, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. Understood. Isn't this just like the spirit stones in cultivation novels, or the mana potions and experience pills in games? It can restore mana, upgrade your character, and even be used as an energy battery. This is really good stuff. In this perilous apocalypse, strength is the key to survival. Such items, which can directly enhance strength and restore condition, are extremely valuable. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately turned around and strode towards the snow pit. The enormous corpse of the mutated giant cat lay in the center of the snow pit. The surrounding gray snow was stained dark red and emitted a strong smell of blood. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly turn back, Qinlan followed him, somewhat puzzled, and asked curiously, "Honey, what's wrong? Didn't we agree to hurry home? Why are we staring at this corpse now?" Jiang Chen didn't explain further, and casually said, "Wait a minute, Sister Lan, there's one more good thing we haven't taken yet." "Nice one?" Su Qingli, who was standing nearby, also came over. Looking at the mutated giant cat, its body riddled with ice spikes and its death gruesome, she asked with a puzzled expression, "Honey, you're not talking about this mutated giant cat, are you? Besides being a bit bigger and having thicker skin, what other use is this thing? Do you intend to take it and eat it?" Jiang Chen turned his head, looked at Su Qingli's wildly imaginative expression, and smiled mysteriously. "You're half right, but it's not for eating meat. Our family has never lacked food. Watch closely, you'll find out soon enough." After saying that, Jiang Chen stopped arguing. He stood beside the mutated giant cat's corpse, took a deep breath, and mentally issued a command to the system. "System, begin condensing magic crystals." Buzz. As the command was given, a pale blue energy screen, visible only to Jiang Chen, descended from the void. This light curtain, like a giant net, tightly covered the enormous body of the mutated giant cat. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the system's control, the remaining energy within the mutated giant cat's body transformed into wisps of gray light and was drawn out of its body. These rays of light formed and swirled in mid-air, as if drawn by some mysterious force. They slowly converged towards the top of the giant cat's head. A few breaths later, after all the light had gathered, it suddenly receded. A palm-sized, grayish-white, semi-transparent octahedral pyramid with pointed top and bottom appeared out of thin air above the giant cat's head. The magic crystal rotated slowly, emitting a faint glow. "It's done!" Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. However, he did not reach out to take it directly. After all, the corpse was quite large, exceeding the range of spatial abilities. If you step on it to get it, it will get a bit dirty. Most importantly, such actions severely undermine his invincible aura as a top-tier expert. Jiang Chen then raised his hand, and with a thought, activated his ice and snow powers. Condense! The surrounding snow swirled and quickly condensed into an icebox in the air. The icebox flew to the area below the magic crystal, steadily enveloping the suspended crystal and isolating it from the blood and filth below. Immediately, Jiang Chen waved his hand. The icebox containing the magic crystals traced an arc and floated lightly to Jiang Chen's side. The moment it touched Jiang Chen's palm, the ice and snowbox seemed to have completed its mission, automatically dissipating into specks of snow powder that fell down. The grayish-white magic crystal landed steadily in Jiang Chen's palm. You know what? Using this ice-based ability to show off is really useful. Jiang Chen lowered his head, and the detailed information about the magic crystal appeared in his mind. Item name, Tier 1 Magic Crystal. Item origin, formed from the concentrated essence of a level 1 mutated creature. Item efficacy, contains pure universal energy, which can be used to efficiently replenish the energy of those with supernatural abilities when they are low, and can also assist in cultivation. Let's see how it goes. Looking at the grayish-white magic crystal in his hand, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and immediately closed his eyes. He manipulated the supernatural power constantly circulating within his body, sending a wisp of it to touch the magic crystal in his palm. Boom! The moment this wisp of supernatural power made contact, a pure and enormous energy surged out from the magic crystal. Following the meridians in his palm, it continuously flowed into his body. Jiang Chen felt that every cell in his body was greedily absorbing this foreign energy. Chapter 84: The Power of Magic Crystals. This magic crystal was like a fully charged superpower bank, frantically replenishing the superpowers that Jiang Chen lacked. A moment later, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and deliberately severed his connection with the magic crystal. He felt the surge of supernatural power within him and was deeply shocked. That's incredible. This is really good stuff. The small amount of superpower I used up in the battle has been mostly recovered in just a short while. This efficiency is more than 100 times faster than the recovery speed of normal rest. If you carry a magic crystal with you at all times during battle, wouldn't that be equivalent to having unlimited firepower? Seeing Jiang Chen holding the dusty little stone with a joyful expression, the three women beside him were puzzled and full of curiosity. Xiao Shui couldn't help but lean closer, blinking her big eyes curiously, and asked, "Honey, is this the good stuff you were talking about? It looks quite beautiful, crystal clear, a bit like an unpolished gemstone. But what exactly is it used for? Is it just pretty?" Jiang Chen chuckled, handed the magic crystal in his hand to Qin Lan and Xiao Shui, and said mysteriously, "Come on, don't just look. You two are also superhumans. Try to activate some of your superhuman abilities and make contact with this magic crystal. Trust me, there will be a big surprise." Qin Lan and Xiao Shui reached out their hands with some skepticism, muttering to themselves, "Is this thing called a magic crystal? The name is quite magical." As they spoke, Qin Lan and Xiao Shui's hands touched the magic crystal. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, he closed his eyes and used his internal powers to contact the magic crystal. The next second, the two women's beautiful eyes widened simultaneously, revealing expressions of disbelief. A few breaths later, the two women recoiled as if struck by lightning, opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Oh my God!" Looking at her hands and feeling the overflowing supernatural power within her body, Xiao Shui said in utter shock, "My superpowers have actually been fully replenished? Although I only had time to place a few ice spikes just now, I didn't use much of my special ability. But this feeling of instantly replenishing my powers is still too amazing." Qin Lan, on the other hand, looked very serious. After all, she had been a CEO before, and she immediately realized the strategic significance of this magic crystal. She took a deep breath and sighed solemnly. "Honey, this thing is of paramount strategic importance. With this, it's like carrying a power bank with unlimited battery life with us. No more worrying about being weakened and vulnerable after exhausting your powers. Our sustained combat capability can definitely be raised to a new level." Jiang Chen looked at the magic crystal in his hand, which had shrunk in size because some of its energy had been absorbed by the three of them, and nodded with a similar sense of gankai, a feeling of mixed emotions, including nodding in agreement. "Yes. Unfortunately, there are too few mutated creatures around here. We only encountered this one mutated giant cat by sheer chance. Otherwise, I would really like to get a few more magic crystals to store for future use. If each of us had a few magic crystals, as long as we controlled the pace of the battle, we wouldn't have to worry about running out of our powers before we ran out of magic crystals." Hearing the conversation between the three, Su Qingli, who was standing to the side, could only stare blankly. She wasn't a superhuman, nor could she feel that wonderful sensation of her body being filled with superpowers. I could only watch them excitedly discussing it, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. This feeling of being excluded from the circle. This left Su Qingli, who was always competitive and never admitted defeat in the workplace, feeling very resentful and unwilling. "I want to become stronger too. I want to get into this circle too. I also want to become a superhuman as soon as possible." Su Qingli bit her lower lip, her desire to awaken her superpower growing stronger. So she eagerly stepped forward and interrupted the increasingly excited discussion. Now that everyone's finished with their business, let's head home early?" Su Qingli tightened her winter coat, finding a rather plausible excuse. "It's too cold outside, -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. What if we catch a cold if we stay here too long?" Upon hearing this, Qin Lan turned around and glanced at her best friend with a half smile.
As her best friend of many years, how could she not know Su Qingli's little scheme? Qianlan exposed her without any mercy. Oh? You little glutton, can't wait already? Is it really because you're afraid of the cold and catching a cold? Qianlan chuckled and leaned over to pinch Su Qingli's pretty cheek. You want to go home as soon as possible so you can awaken your superpowers, right? Don't worry, what's meant to be yours will be yours. Don't worry, your husband isn't going anywhere. Su Qingli, whose thoughts had been exposed, dared not look into Qianlan's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered her explanation. Where is it? I just want to awaken my superpowers as soon as possible so I can help everyone. In this dangerous apocalypse, every extra person means extra strength, and I want to do my part for everyone. Jiang Chen, seeing Su Qingli's shy yet adorable contrast, was also somewhat tempted. He then thought of Su Qingli's yet to awaken superpower, Black Flame. That powerful superpower that can freely adjust temperature and possesses extremely destructive capabilities. Yes, Qingli is right. Jiang Chen nodded, his tone becoming somewhat impatient. Once Qingli awakens her superpower, our overall strength will indeed be greatly enhanced. Our ability to protect ourselves in this apocalypse can also become stronger. The battle with the mutated giant cat just now made Jiang Chen feel even more that this apocalyptic disaster was not so simple. Even a first-tier mutated beast is this troublesome. If a few more come, dealing with them will probably not be so easy. The apocalypse has been approaching for about a week. Put the progress made during this period into the game. Are you probably still in the beginner tutorial stage, having just finished watching the loading CG? Whether this apocalypse was a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe remains an open question. The road ahead will likely become increasingly difficult. However, when Jiang Chen looked at the three stunning goddesses beside him, he suddenly felt much more confident. An SS-level spatial ability user. 2 S-rank ice and fire type ability users. And then there's the S-class Twin Sisters I'll be able to meet at Cloud Peak Manor in a few days. Is there any more incredible start in the world than his? As long as you don't do anything reckless and proceed steadily, you'll succeed. Let alone being the strongest in the Chinese server, it's not impossible for us to even become the strongest in the world. Chapter 85 Information about Mutant Creatures. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt much better. He stretched lazily and said to the three women with great enthusiasm. All right. Ladies, we've been out here for quite a while now. I am indeed a little hungry. Let's go home. Dinner's ready. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's pointed remark, Qianlan rolled her eyes dramatically and said coquettishly with a charming air. Humph. Men. So you're just taking Qingli's side, huh? It's true what they say, what you can't have is always the most alluring, and the grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it? Can't you even wait this long? Even the usually well-behaved Xiao Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, teasingly adding. Hee, honey, you'd better be really hungry. Hey, I think you two deserve a good spanking. Husband, please spare me. I'll never do it again. A cheerful atmosphere immediately filled the four of them. On the way back to the shelter, the three women helped each other along in the snow, their clear and melodious laughter ringing out from time to time. I wonder what the three sisters were whispering about. Jiang Chen followed behind the three, keeping an eye on the surroundings while communicating with the system in his mind. The appearance of the magic crystal just now, and the assessment of the mutated giant cat strength. This gave him a better understanding of the post-apocalyptic survival system and the rules of this apocalypse. At the same time, it also raised more new questions for him. System. Jiang Chen silently asked himself. If I don't use your condensation ability, will the magic crystal still exist? Answer: the magic crystal is the core of the mutated organism's energy. It objectively exists. If not refined through this system, the magic crystal will remain at the core of the mutated creature's brain. However, if you choose to manually open your skull to obtain the magic crystal, about 50% of the energy will remain in your body and dissipate over time, making it impossible to purify and obtain all the essence like the system does. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Chen nodded to himself. From this perspective, using the system to obtain magic crystals not only has a high energy conversion rate, but also avoids getting your hands dirty. It's both efficient and clean. Having a cheat program is really convenient. Jiang Chen then thought of the words Tier 1 in front of the magic crystal and continued to ask. If there are first-tier magic crystals, then are there second-tier, third-tier, or even higher-level magic crystals and mutated creatures? Answer: yes.
The hierarchy for mutated creatures and those with superpowers is the same. Once the supernatural abilities within the body are fully awakened, the individual will be classified as a first-tier being. As for second-tier, third-tier, and even higher-tier beings, they need to engage in continuous battles, accumulate supernatural abilities, and deeply comprehend and develop the rules governing those abilities to achieve this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pressed for an answer.
So, what level is my current ability?
The system was silent for a few seconds, seemingly performing scanning calculations, before the mechanical voice sounded again. Based on the host's current level of control and skill in using their abilities, the rating is Intermediate Level 1. Based on the host's current total amount of supernatural abilities, the rating is Tier 1, Advanced.
High level Tier 1?
Jiang Chen stroked his chin, somewhat satisfied with the result. He had only awakened his superpower a few days ago, and he spent the entire time lying down.
The current level is entirely due to the hard work of all the women. What about the mutated giant cat we just killed? What level was it?
Answer: this creature has undergone mutation and enhancement, possessing extremely strong physical strength and rudimentary energy manipulation abilities.
Overall assessment, Advanced Tier 1. Tier 1, Advanced. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. It's tough, thick-skinned, and incredibly resilient.
If it weren't for my home field advantage in the snow, the large amount of supernatural power within me, and Qin Lan and Xiao Shui keeping me in check, it's not easy to take it down so easily and without taking any damage. Judging from this, it's really a bit of an injustice that this guy died at my hands. If we let it continue to grow, it might evolve into a higher level creature, or even become the overlord of this area. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen glanced at the three graceful figures in front of him. It seems that I will have to rely on them more on my path to becoming stronger in the future. You all need to become stronger first before I can become stronger. His post-apocalyptic survival system is based on the core logic of relying on talent. The more high-quality talents he has within his sphere of influence, the more survival coins he earns each day, and the more of his own superpower reserves he accumulates. To improve one's superpower level, those high-level talents of S rank or above need to work hard on their own. The stronger they are, the deeper their understanding of superpowers, and the stronger Jiang Chen's abilities will become. This is a win-win situation. He wins twice. If he can train them all to become gods, then he will be the king of all gods. While pondering, Jiang Chen thought of another crucial question.
System: if my ability level increases, will the items in the system shop also be upgraded?
Answer: yes. For example, the enhancement limit of shelter-related components increases as the host's ability level increases. The level and types of goods in the auxiliary spaces can only be unlocked and upgraded after the bound character's ability level is increased. Upon seeing this information, Jiang Chen suddenly felt enlightened. It turns out that the system products he saw before were just the tip of the iceberg of the system's capabilities. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the system's abilities will also improve in tandem. This is pretty good. The system's cheats won't stop working just because I get stronger. We'll have to wait and see where the limits of this system really lie in the future. Jiang Chen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and even his steps became lighter. However, when he thought of the mutated giant cat's magic crystal, he suddenly thought of a somewhat unsettling problem.
By the way, system.
Since all mutated organisms have an energy core,
as a superhuman, does such a magic crystal also exist in my brain? If I had something like that in my head, it would feel a little off.
Answer: not necessarily. In the surviving state of the mutated creature, the magic crystal is not a physical entity, but exists in the brain region as a high-dimensional illusory energy node. Only when a living being is completely dead, its brainwaves disappear, and its life magnetic field dissipates, will this energy transform from virtual to real, forming a magic crystal within the brain. Therefore, there's no need to worry, there are no magic crystals in your brain. Hearing this answer, Jiang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down.
That's good, that's good. He didn't want to have a stone weighing on his head. Wouldn't that turn into a brainstone?
After resolving all his doubts, Jiang Chen felt incredibly relieved.
Chapter 86. Wang Meng comes to the door.
Jiang Chen looked up and saw that the familiar building in front of him was already very close. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rang in his mind.
Beep. Level 1 alert.
A large number of unauthorized intruders have been detected within the shelter's security perimeter.
Number 53. A mutated life form has been detected.
Ability level, Tier 1, Beginner. Jiang Chen paused almost imperceptibly, immediately recalling the real-time footage transmitted from the alarm device in his mind. In the video, the stairwell of Building 5 in Phase 2 is crowded with people. Dozens of burly men dressed in bulky winter clothes and carrying steel pipes and machetes were pushing and shoving each other as they went up the stairs to the 27th floor. There were so many people that they filled several floors of the building. At the very front of this group was a burly man with a face full of scars and a height of over 2 meters. Within the surveillance system's view, the man was locked onto by a striking red cursor, indicating that his vital signs were unusual. A superhuman? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a name flashed through his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Wang Meng. Although they had never met him in person, he was able to raise such a large force in the early days of the apocalypse and even dared to come looking for trouble with such a grand display. Aside from Wang Meng, who wanted to take over the neighborhood, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anyone else. Jiang Chen showed no sign of panic. He turned his head and said to the 3 women beside him, "Hurry up, there are a lot of guests coming to our door." These words stunned the 3 women who were initially pleased. Guest? Xin Lan was the first to react. As a former female CEO who once dominated the business world, she possesses a level of insight and wisdom that is difficult for ordinary people to match. Looking at Jiang Chen's profile, which was calm yet tinged with a hint of coldness, she quickly recalled everything that had happened yesterday and today. "We don't know anyone in this neighborhood at all. To be able to come knocking on our door under such extreme circumstances." Xin Lan's expression changed, and she said with certainty, "These guests must be Wang Meng and his group, right? If that thug named Xiangzi can find our detailed address, then his boss Wang Meng must also know this information. Xiangzi hasn't been back for so long, Wang Meng must have noticed something. He's probably planning to personally come and seize our people and supplies." After listening to Xin Lan's words, Jiang Chen nodded. She truly was his capable wife, saving him a lot of trouble explaining. "That's right, this group is led by Wang Meng. So we need to go back quickly. After all, the other party is a first-level, low-level strength-type ability user. It would be terrible if he took advantage of our absence to vandalize our front door or damage the walls." Upon hearing that they might damage the shelter, Xin Lan, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli's expressions all changed. For them, that warm and safe shelter was an important support for surviving in the apocalypse. That place must absolutely not be allowed to be destroyed by anyone. Those bastards. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth in anger, and her pace quickened involuntarily. "We can't let them ruin our beautiful house. A mere early-stage Tier 1 strength-type ability user dares to be so arrogant? I think they're tired of living." Xin Lan also snorted coldly and quickened her pace. "Let's go. Go back and deal with them. Give them a lesson they'll never forget." As the 3 women talked, they surrounded Jiang Chen and sped towards the residential area. After the battle with the mutated giant cat, they have gained a clear understanding of their own strength. Even a first-tier high-level mutated creature died at their hands, so what is a mere Wang Meng? He still needs more practice if he wants to become their enemy. As Jiang Chen ran faster, he continued to use the monitoring system to check the movements of these people. There was actually a reason he was in such a hurry to get back that he didn't say aloud. Although it would be wishful thinking to think that Wang Meng, a single superhuman, could break into his sanctuary. But he is, after all, a superhuman, and he has so many followers behind him, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to cause some damage to the shelter. When he goes to repair the shelter, it will cost him a lot of survival coins. There's absolutely no problem spending these survival coins on yourself and your woman. But Jiang Chen always felt that spending money on these people was a bit of a waste. However, as he watched more and more people gather on the 27th floor, a bold idea suddenly popped into Jiang Chen's mind. Since these people have set their sights on us, none of them will escape. It just so happens that the active defense system in the shelter, which costs 1,000 hedonism coins, hasn't been put into actual combat testing yet. With so many live targets, it would be a shame to miss them. Jiang Chen then silently began to make plans in his mind. Although repairing the shelter may cost more survival coins later, it is more important not to make these people pay the price they deserve. If we alert them now, they might take the opportunity to escape. It won't be so easy to get all these people together again in the future. Wait a little longer. Jiang Chen then patiently watched the surveillance footage until the last person stepped into the attack range of the defense agency. His eyes turned cold as he mentally issued a command to the system. "Defense authorities, open." A few minutes ago,
Building number 5, 27th floor. Wang Mang climbed up the floor without changing his expression, while his trusted henchmen were already panting heavily from exhaustion. However, as soon as the group showed their faces, a strong smell of blood hit them. Wang Mang looked closely and saw several corpses lying haphazardly in the corridor. It was Qiangzi and his henchmen. Their deaths were extremely gruesome, especially Qiangzi's, whose chest was deeply caved in and whose face still bore the expression of extreme terror. He must have suffered terribly before he died. Oh shit! Wang Mang was furious when he saw this. He snapped at one of his trusted henchmen beside him. Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner? If I had known Qin Lan was that stunning, I would have brought my own people here. Now look what's happened, we've stirred up the enemy. If this stunning goddess manages to escape in the chaos, I will definitely not let you off the hook. The trusted underling nodded and bowed, smiling obsequiously as he said. Boss, please calm down. Qiangzi, he's just eager to make a name for himself and wants to give you a surprise, boss. We only came to you, boss, because he hadn't come back for so long. Seeing that Wang Mang was still angry, the younger brother rolled his eyes and pointed to the wind and snow outside the window, saying, Boss, look, the snow outside is so poisonous that it kills the moment you touch it. How could she possibly escape from this neighborhood? Besides, no matter how powerful Qin Lan is, she's just an ordinary woman. She can't compare to a superhuman like you, boss. The younger brother pointed to the tightly closed door ahead and said with absolute certainty. Qin Lan is definitely hiding inside the house. She must be trembling with fear right now, waiting for you, boss, to take your liking to her. Chapter 87. Wang Mang, who cares about his reputation? Wang Mang felt much better after hearing his trusted subordinate's words. He snorted coldly, his gaze lingering on Qiangzi's sunken chest for a moment. His eyes were slightly serious, but more than that, they showed excitement at being able to go all out. It seems that Qin Lan is quite extraordinary. As a CEO with billions in assets, she must have top-notch bodyguards by her side. Look at the power of that punch, and all those bullet holes. This bodyguard is definitely a trained fighter. His combat ability is quite formidable. And he should also have a gun in his possession. Wang Mang stroked his chin, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The mysterious gunman who shot Scarface must have been this bodyguard. And that stunning flight attendant, Xiao Shui, was probably also rescued by Qin Lan. Wang Mang licked his lips as he looked at the tightly closed door in front of him. The thought of the steamy scene that might unfold next made him smirk. Maybe. There's another surprise waiting for me in this room. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Top-tier supplies and stunning beauties, I want them all. Seeing that Wang Mang's expression had softened, the henchman next to him quickly flattered him, saying, Our leader is wise and mighty. Boss, you're a god descended from heaven. You're the undisputed war god of our neighborhood. How could a mere bodyguard be a match for you? He's nothing but a fart in your eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang raised his chin smugly and sneered. Do you even need to tell me? He stretched out his right arm, as thick as a thigh, and clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked like popping beans. That bodyguard must have some strength to beat Qiangzi up like that. But in front of me? Humph. If my punch leaves only a dent in my chest, then I didn't even use my full strength. Conservatively speaking, I could probably sew a hole right through someone's clothes. As for that gun. Wang Mang glanced at the dozens of armed henchmen behind him, a cruel glint in his eyes. Although it's a bit tricky, the reason I brought so many brothers along was because I had this in mind beforehand. I don't believe that his crappy gun can hold more than a few bullets. Besides, now that my superpowers are fully developed, I don't even care about bullets. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, the henchman's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. So they were used as human shields to wear down ammo? If you're really that capable, why did you bring so many people with you? But he dared not speak directly, and could only suppress his fear and continue to flatter. Boss. Boss is mighty. Boss is wise. Hopefully, the boss will unleash his power and instantly kill that bodyguard, leaving him no chance to even fire a shot. He prayed silently in his heart. Please don't shoot. Please don't shoot. Being a henchman is actually a high-risk job. Wang Mang glanced at him and scoffed disdainfully. Get out of the way. Look at you, you coward. Gun is indeed very powerful, but it also has its shortcomings. As long as you have courage and faith, it's not as scary as you think. Besides, with so many of us, we can overwhelm him.
After saying that, Wang Meng pushed aside his underlings who were blocking his way and strode to the alloy door.
Wang Meng took a deep breath and began to activate his supernatural abilities.
He reached out and touched the cold, smooth alloy door.
TSK, this is really good stuff.
This material, this thickness, is probably even sturdier than the door of a bank vault. It seems that Qin Lan has really gone to great lengths to save her life. Wang Meng sighed, then his eyes sharpened, and his aura suddenly surged.
However, in the face of absolute power, all defenses are just paper tigers. Open! With a loud shout, Wang Meng's right arm muscles bulged, and the veins throbbed like earthworms.
A pale yellow light, visible to the naked eye, enveloped his fist.
He didn't use any fancy moves, just a straight punch.
This punch, like a dump truck moving at full speed, slammed into the alloy door with unstoppable momentum.
Thump! A dull thud echoed through the corridor.
Dust fell from above everyone's heads, and the surrounding underlings were so shocked that their eardrums hurt, and they instinctively covered their ears. However, when the vibration stopped, the dust settled.
Everyone present stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The anticipated scene of the gate collapsing and the lock breaking did not occur.
The alloy door remained completely unmoved after withstanding Wang Meng's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter rocks. It only left a shallow dent where the fist landed.
This.
The henchman standing at the front was dumbfounded and instinctively said,
Boss. Boss. Is it because you didn't use enough force? Wang Meng remained silent.
He slowly withdrew his fist and put it behind his back. No one could see that his right hand, hidden behind his back, was trembling violently. At this point, the area in front of his fist was already red and swollen. If it weren't for the protective power within his body, this hand would have suffered at least a comminuted fracture.
Damn it, is this door made of vibranium? It's so hard? Wang Meng cursed inwardly, but outwardly he had to save face for his boss.
He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain, and casually shook his hand, saying indifferently,
Nonsense. That was just a test. Wang Meng commented.
I am testing the internal structure and stress points of this door.
No wonder Qiangzi and his men couldn't break through here. There's definitely a trick to this. Money really isn't as simple as it seems. It seems this billionaire CEO has put a lot of effort into his safety. Upon hearing their boss's explanation, the underlings around him finally understood, and each of them looked at him with admiration. I see. Boss, you've really thought of everything. I knew it. With the boss's superhuman strength, how could he not open a door? It was just a test. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Hearing the endless stream of flattery around him, Wang Meng immediately felt his face flush red, and his face felt hot. Chapter 88 Great Minds Think Alike. Only family members know their own affairs.
Wang Meng knew that he had used 80% of his strength in that punch. Even if he throws another punch with all his might, it will probably only make the crater a little deeper. Even if he lost this hand, he couldn't possibly break open this door. Wang Meng then coughed twice, not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer. His gaze wandered around, and he suddenly noticed the marks on the wall next to the door that Qiangzi and his men had made earlier. Although the marks were not deep, they gave Wang Meng a flash of inspiration. If you can't fix the door, can't you fix the walls? Wang Meng sneered inwardly, but his confident expression returned. He pointed to the wall and shouted to his henchmen. Listen up, brothers. One must know how to be flexible. When the main gate is too heavily fortified, the wall next to it naturally becomes a new gate. Qiangzi and his men must have thought of this back then, which is why they forced Qin Lan and her group to come out of their shells. Everyone, prepare for battle. The big one is coming. As long as I smash through the wall, you can all rush in. Whoever gets in first gets to eat their fill. Yes. The henchmen around him immediately raised their weapons excitedly, their eyes gleaming as if they could already see the mountains of top-tier supplies piled up behind the wall. Wang Meng walked up to that wall. This time, he cracked his knuckles and his eyes turned fierce. He knew this was his last chance to save face. If he can't even break down this wall, then he'll lose all face as the boss. Call. Wang Meng took another deep breath, mobilizing all his supernatural abilities and concentrating them on his right fist. His arm swelled up again, even faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. Smash it, you son of a bitch! Wang Meng roared and, with all his might, threw a punch at the wall in front of him without holding back. Thump!
Another, even deeper, louder bang. It felt as if the entire floor shook. However, reality slapped Wang Meng in the face again. When the dust settles, all that could be seen on the wall was a hole the size of a fist, no more than a few centimeters deep. Even the tiles weren't completely broken, only a small layer of cement fell off the dent. This level of damage is at best a scratch on a thick wall. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The somewhat dazed younger brother next to him looked at the shallow pit, then at Wang Meng, and cautiously asked, "Boss. Boss. You didn't exert any effort this time either?" Wang Meng ignored him. He slowly withdrew his fist, gasping in pain. His right fist was now a bloody mess, with the skin and flesh at the knuckles bursting open to reveal the white bone underneath. The excruciating pain made him tremble all over, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the henchman with a murderous look, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Look at me like this, do I look like I haven't put in any effort? Damn it, this wall is definitely custom made too. It might even be the same pouring method used to build nuclear power plants." Wang Meng finally realized that he could never break through the tortoise shell by brute force alone. If they keep fighting, he might lose his hand before he even breaks through the wall. Wang Meng was panting heavily, his eyes filled with a sinister look as he looked towards the stairwell. If one-on-one fights don't work, then gang up on them. Too many ants can kill an elephant. My men. Wang Meng shouted loudly. Is everyone here? A minor leader at the very back of the group poked his head out. When he saw the last henchman on the stairs, who had just entered the hallway, he shouted back, "Boss. All 53 brothers are here. They're all right here. Not even a fly can get out." Good. Wang Meng grinned maliciously, covered his hand, and stepped aside. Since everyone's here, then get to work. Everyone grab your weapons. Take turns smashing the wall. Do you understand the saying constant dripping wears away a stone? I refuse to believe that with so many people taking turns attacking, we still can't wear down this turtle shell. At Wang Meng's command, dozens of burly men, wielding hammers and steel pipes, charged toward the wall like a frenzied demolition crew. However, just as they raised their weapons to take action, no one noticed that in the corner of the corridor ceiling, several inconspicuous decorations suddenly and silently flipped over. A faint red light began to flash, instantly locking onto everyone present. The countdown to death has begun. At this moment, the not-so-wide corridor was densely packed with more than 50 people. Everyone was carrying a weapon, and their eyes were fierce. Under Wang Meng's command, they began their attack on the wall. However, just when everyone was eager to get started and make a big splash, sizzle! A faint mechanical whirring sound was drowned out by the noise of the wall being smashed. Immediately afterwards, several panels on the corridor ceiling suddenly and silently cracked open. Several silver white high-pressure nozzles emerged from the crack. Zzzzzzzzz. The next second, a large amount of water gushed out from those high-pressure nozzles. The water flow instantly transformed into a dense curtain of rain, completely covering the entire corridor. Holy crap! What is this? It's raining? How can it be raining in this building? Ah! Water! This is water! The crowd erupted in chaos. Normally, if they saw so much clean water, they would definitely jump for joy. But now... Ah! It's so cold. I'm freezing. Holy crap! Why is this water so cold? The outside temperature was as low as -30 degrees Celsius, and the water began to cool down rapidly the moment it came into contact with the air. When they were poured onto these people's thick winter clothes, they instantly froze into countless tiny ice crystals. The biting cold instantly seeped into everyone's pores. Even Wang Meng, who was a superhuman with physical abilities far superior to ordinary people, was stunned by the sudden drenching of water. He grabbed two of his henchmen beside him and lifted them above his head, instinctively trying to block them. However, this shield is completely useless under the impact of high-pressure water flow. The icy water instantly soaked through his expensive down jacket. Hiss! Wang Meng shivered from the cold, and his teeth started chattering. In such an extremely cold environment, getting wet means death. The water on their bodies was freezing at a visible speed. If you don't dry yourself off quickly, or find a warm place, within minutes, these people will go into shock due to hypothermia, and may even freeze to death. Chapter 89: The Drowsy Dog. Run! Run! Stop smashing! This is a fucking trap. If we don't run now, we'll all freeze to death here.
At this moment, someone finally reacted, dropped their weapon, and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the stairwell. Fear spread rapidly among the crowd, and the once fierce team instantly collapsed.
Everyone rushed toward the only exit, the stairwell. However,
when the person in the lead was about to rush into the stairwell, thinking he could escape, his steps abruptly stopped. Suddenly, a silver-white metal door appeared at the once empty stairwell.
This door, which looked very sturdy, sealed off the entire exit perfectly. What is this? When did this appear? It wasn't here just now.
A burly man with a face full of scars saw that the person in front was still in a daze, and he became so anxious that his eyes turned red. He kicked the person in front of him aside.
Get out of my way. Don't block my way. A mere broken door has scared you to death? Watch this.
The burly man roared, swung the fire axe in his hand, and chopped it down hard at the metal door with all his might.
Open it for me. However, just as the axe blade was about to touch the metal door, sizzle! A dazzling blue arc of electricity exploded from the metal door in an instant. Ah!
The burly man didn't even have time to retract his axe before he was struck by lightning. His whole body convulsed violently, his hair stood on end, he foamed at the mouth, and he fell straight backward.
Smack!
He fell heavily to the ground, his body still convulsing unnaturally, clearly having lost consciousness. And those people huddled together around him, equally soaking wet, weren't in much better shape. The electric current traveled along the puddles on the ground and through the bodies that were in contact with each other, instantly reaching everyone.
Aowa!
A series of screams rang out, and the 7 or 8 people who were close to the metal mesh fell to the ground one after another.
Electricity! This door is connected to high voltage. Don't touch it. Whatever you do, don't touch it.
The remaining people were so frightened that they scrambled backward, afraid of getting even a little bit involved.
They were completely trapped.
Behind him was a crackling high-voltage electric current, in front of him was an impenetrable alloy door, and ice water was still being poured down his head. The window next to us was open, but this was the 27th floor, and the ground was covered with deadly poisonous snow.
Jumping down would mean certain death.
At that moment, they finally realized how foolish their mistake had been. They actually dared to provoke Qin Lan, who could provide so many supplies, and calmly mock others in the owner's group.
And what was the result?
They haven't even seen the person's face or gotten inside the door, and they're already on the verge of total annihilation. Many people's mental defenses collapsed, and they slumped to the ground, letting the ice water pour over them, their eyes empty and filled with despair.
Shut up, all of you. Stop wailing. Just then, a loud shout rang out.
Wang Meng shoved aside a younger brother who was already delirious from the cold and snatched a fire axe from his hand. He looked up, his eyes fixed fiercely on the high-pressure sprinkler head above him that was still spraying water.
Smash it for me.
Wang Meng's right arm muscles bulged, and he suddenly swung his arm.
Whoosh!
The heavy fire axe, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the sprinkler head precisely.
Bang!
The metal nozzle was smashed and shattered on the spot, and the water flow could no longer cover a large area like a showerhead.
Stop fucking standing there!
Wang Meng wiped the icy water from his face and roared.
Break down the wall! Everyone, break down the wall! If we can just break through this wall, we can go inside and escape the cold. We'll be saved.
After saying that, he ignored his still bleeding right hand. He switched to his left hand, activated his supernatural power, and began frantically smashing the wall. His right hand is so badly injured that it will probably take at least a day to fully recover.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
Although he is a superhuman with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, he still cannot withstand the continuous low temperature in being soaked. He could feel his body temperature rapidly decreasing. If we don't find a warm place soon, even he will die here today.
Smash the wall. This is the only way to survive.
Upon hearing their boss's words, the henchmen around him grasped at a last straw. They scrambled to their feet, raised their weapons, and began frantically smashing the wall. Some of those carrying long-handled weapons followed Wang Meng's example and smashed the other nozzles above their heads. That way, at least I won't get wet in the rain anymore.
Clang! Clang! The sound of hammering echoed down the corridor once again.
But this was just a last-ditch effort. Under extreme cold and physical exhaustion, people continued to collapse due to severe hypothermia. His body was stiff, and a thin layer of ice had even formed on his skin. Despite the relentless attacks of these people, the wall, which had been reinforced by the system, remained incredibly sturdy. Apart from some dents and scratches on the surface, there was no sign of it being smashed through. Only Wang Mang, relying on his superpowers, managed to smash a crater the size of a bowl into the wall. But it's still a long way from breaking through this thick wall. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot as he smashed the object while cursing furiously in his mind. Just then, the water jets that were continuously spraying water from the ceiling suddenly stopped without warning. The entire corridor fell silent instantly, with only the heavy breathing and chattering of teeth remaining. Immediately afterwards, a clear sound of footsteps came from the direction of the stairwell, which was blocked by a high-voltage electric gate. De. The voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it made everyone's hearts tighten. Everyone looked over. Even Wang Mang, who was frantically smashing the wall, stopped what he was doing and turned his head away with a sinister look in his eyes. All that could be seen was a metal door flashing with blue electric arcs. 4 figures were slowly walking up the stairs and came into view. Although they were all wearing heavy winter clothes and masks, their faces were not clearly visible. However, judging from the tall and curvaceous figures of 3 of them, they must be extremely outstanding top beauties. However, even these 3 mature and beautiful women could only follow behind the man in the lead. Clearly, he is the most respected person in this team. The man standing in the middle stood outside the iron gate with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Looking at the devastating scene of ice sculptures scattered all over the ground, his expression remained unchanged. Chapter 90 Cleaning. Splash. The man simply waved his hand. The high-pressure metal door that had claimed several lives vanished into thin air in an instant, just like a phantom. Everyone present was stunned. Jiang Chen stepped over the charred corpses on the ground and walked into the corridor. He looked at the mess on the ground and the shivering rioters, smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, "Hey, aren't these all my good neighbors? What are you guys doing here at my doorstep on such a cold day? Why aren't you staying home? I don't recall inviting you here, did I?" Faced with Jiang Chen's teasing, most of the people present were too cold to speak and could only watch Jiang Chen shiver. But there are always a few idiots with relatively good physical constitutions who are eager to prove their existence. A henchman, his body covered in ice and his lips purple from the cold, trembled as he pointed a finger at Jiang Chen, shouting in a show of bravado but with a hint of cowardice. I know you. You're that gigolo bodyguard of Qinlan, the billionaire CEO, right? Don't think you're so great just because you have a broken gun. Our boss is a superhuman. He could beat you to death in a heartbeat." Upon hearing this, Qinlan, who was standing behind Jiang Chen, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She took Jiang Chen's arm and pressed herself against him, her voice, coming through the mask, carrying a hint of coquettishness and teasing. "Oh, honey. Looks like you're not famous enough. People just see you as a gigolo bodyguard. But I actually quite like this concept, a top-tier bodyguard for a beautiful female CEO. If I wrote a novel using this approach, it would be really good, and it might even become a hit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, speechless, and retorted, "Sister Lan, your knowledge is so extensive. These are all old tricks from more than 10 years ago. If you write like this now, you'll definitely flop." They watched as the man and woman completely ignored them, even flirting and teasing each other in this life or death situation. Those thugs, who were already feeling aggrieved, were now filled with both anger and envy. On what grounds? Why should they be left here freezing cold, looking like drowned rats, about to freeze to death? And the man in front of me seems to have nothing to offer except for his good looks. He was surrounded by 3 top goddesses and was able to live so carefree in this apocalypse. Is there any justice in this godforsaken world? You son of a bitch. You're nothing but a stinking bodyguard. Stop pretending. When our boss makes a move, he'll twist your head off and use it as a football." Several of the henchmen who were still able to move also started cursing, trying to use this method to cover up their inner fear and jealousy. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these small fry and simply ignored them. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed directly on Wang Mang, who was standing at the very front. Although Wang Mang was soaked to the bone, he was, after all, a superhuman. The supernatural power within his body was constantly evaporating moisture, making him look like a freshly steamed bun, his whole body emitting white steam. His expression was solemn as he stared intently at Jiang Chen.
Interesting. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Meng and snapped his fingers lightly. Smack. Since we have distinguished guests coming, how can we leave our doorstep in a mess? We need to clean up first. Just as everyone was puzzled by Jiang Chen's seemingly nonsensical remark. Boom! A low, mechanical roar suddenly came from beneath everyone's feet. Before they could even react, a large section of the wall on the side of the corridor closest to the balcony suddenly slid down and disappeared. The wind and snow outside were exposed. Ah! The biting cold wind rushed in instantly, making the already frozen crowd feel even worse. But that's not the worst part. The next second, from the other side of the wall that had disappeared, several huge metal buckets suddenly appeared. Each of these buckets is more than 2 meters wide. Swish! 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 Accompanied by several teeth-grinding scraping sounds. Those huge mechanical buckets, skimming the ground, swept violently across the corridor. No! Help! Don't push me! I'm going to fall. Those thugs who were within the range of the bucket's attack had absolutely no space or time to dodge. They were relentlessly knocked down and pushed up by tremendous force. Whether it was the one lying on the ground pretending to be dead, or the one who was shouting the loudest just now, everyone on this route was scooped out by these mechanical buckets. Ah! Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the 20-odd figures plummeted from the 27th floor. A few seconds later, even the screams could no longer be heard. The entire corridor instantly became empty. Only Wang Meng, who was standing against the wall at the very back and had narrowly escaped death, and Jiang Chen, who was calm and collected, remained. Click! The mechanical bucket retracted, and the vanished wall slowly rose again. The cold wind was kept out, and the place returned to its original state. Seeing this amazing scene, Qin Lan and Xiao Shui were already used to it. After all, the name Jiang Chen alone is enough to explain a lot. Only Su Qingli, who was seeing this scene for the first time, stared wide-eyed, her little head filled with question marks. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? Is this shelter really that magical? But now doesn't seem like a good time to talk. She suppressed her curiosity and wisely chose to keep quiet. Jiang Chen has so many secrets. It works well. Jiang Chen looked at the much cleaner corridor and nodded in satisfaction. To date, he has only developed less than 1/10 of this active defense mechanism. Even so, it was enough to easily wipe out this first-level, low-level superhuman. Even if that mutated giant cat were to come back to life, it wouldn't get anything good out of this place. I wonder what his shelter will evolve into once his superpower level increases. Jiang Chen secretly looked forward to it. However, progress in this area will depend on Qin Lan's future efforts. She was able to advance to the intermediate level of the first rank in less than a week after gaining superpowers. He should be too pleased with the progress in the future. As for him, he can just focus on lying down and enjoying himself. Chapter 91: The Fall of the God of War. Then, Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Meng's position. Wang Meng had already smashed a small dent into the alloy door. There were also many scratches and dents on the wall next to it. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Tisk, it's a bit of an eyesore. He snapped his fingers again and said casually. Repair. Buzz. A barely perceptible ray of light spread across all the damaged areas of the walls and doors. Wang Meng looked on in shock. The damage they just caused was the result of their desperate efforts. In the blink of an eye, it had automatically filled in and repaired itself. A few breaths later, it has been restored to its original state, without even a scratch. There was absolutely no indication that it had ever been vandalized or looted. This. As Wang Meng watched Jiang Chen and his group approach, his legs went weak, and he involuntarily retreated. Only when his back was pressed against the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat, did he ask, trembling. Are you a human or a ghost? Xiao Shui looked at the villain who had almost killed her before and wanted to take her back as his plaything, now cowering in the corner in a sorry state. A surge of exhilarating satisfaction, as if he had finally avenged his great grudge, welled up within him. She took Jiang Chen's arm, pointed at Wang Meng, and said with a grin. Honey, look at this person. He looks like a dog right now. Qin Lan also chimed in with a sarcastic remark, her eyes filled with disdain. And it's a drowning dog. Upon hearing the two women's mockery, a strange light suddenly flashed in Wang Meng's originally terrified eyes. His brain was racing under extreme fear and pressure, and he suddenly figured out something crucial. Ha ha ha.
Wang Meng suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, the laughter sounding somewhat manic.
I understand. I understand everything.
He pointed at Jiang Chen, a smug expression on his face revealing his complete understanding.
So, you're a superhuman too?
Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at this somewhat deranged fellow with great interest, and asked curiously.
Oh? Then what is my special ability? Isn't that simple? Wang Meng sneered, looking completely confident.
Your special ability must be one of those special abilities that can bind to a shelter or enhance a building. You can manipulate this house, making it indestructible, and even conjure up all sorts of traps and mechanisms.
As long as you stay in the shelter, you're an invincible coward. You can survive until the end of time. At this point, Wang Meng revealed a look of affirmation.
I've read plenty of novels like this.
You can't fool me.
But Wang Meng abruptly changed the subject, his eyes immediately turning fierce. You shouldn't have insisted on leaving this shelter on your own. Your superpower is powerful, but it must have limitations in range or physical limitations. Right now, without that turtle shell, you are at your most vulnerable. All that nonsense you just said, and all those fancy contraptions you set up, were just bluffing. You're trying to stall for time so that my condition worsens and my internal energy is depleted more, right? Wang Meng became more and more pleased with himself as he spoke, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt he had guessed the truth and couldn't help but admire his own intelligence.
I've seen through all your little tricks. Just obediently prepare to die. As long as I kill you, everything you own will be gone. This house, these supplies, and these 3 stunningly beautiful women. They will all become my possessions.
He finished speaking without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply.
Wang Meng roared and forcefully squeezed out the last bit of his supernatural power.
He raised his 2 fists, which were already bloody and mangled but still gleaming with a metallic sheen, and assumed a stance ready to launch an attack.
Prepare to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Chen.
Looking at this guy who was completely absorbed in his own imagined world,
Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, then shook his head helplessly.
I must say, you have quite a vivid imagination.
It's a real shame he doesn't write novels.
TSK tisk. Jiang Chen then turned to look at Xiao Shui beside him and said gently.
Schwer, this enemy. I'll leave it to you to handle personally.
Let him see what advanced superpowers are like.
Okay, honey.
Xiao Shui looked at Jiang Chen and nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew that Jiang Chen was giving her a chance. Let her personally kill the culprit who almost ruined his life. Xiao Shui turned around to face Wang Meng, her gentle expression vanishing instantly, replaced by icy coldness. She slowly raised her right hand, her 5 fingers spread open. Buzz. A chill was rising. 5 sharp ice spikes, each half a meter long and gleaming with a ghostly blue light, instantly appeared out of thin air around her. These icicles spun slowly, emitting a chilling hum.
This is...
Wang Meng, who was about to charge, was stunned when he saw this scene. His feet were frozen in place.
Ice-based superpowers? How is this possible? How could you possibly be a superhuman too? When did superhumans become like cabbages on the street?
Before he could recover from the shock, Xiao Shui's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly swung her hand.
Go! Stop!
The 5 ice spikes, like cannonballs fired from a gun, ripped through the corridor with a shrill sound as they tore through the air, heading straight for Wang Meng. Because Wang Meng was in extremely poor condition at the time, and his body was frozen stiff, his reaction speed was greatly reduced. He didn't even have time to raise his fist to block.
Put! 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 Put!
5 muffled thuds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. 5 ice spikes pierced his limbs and heart. The immense impact propelled his body backward.
Thump! Wang Meng was pinned firmly to the wall at the end of the corridor.
Blood flowed down the icicle, instantly freezing into red icicles. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Jiang Chen and Xiao Shui, his expression filled with disbelief. He never understood it until the moment he died. Why did the plot unfold in a way that was completely different from what he had anticipated? This neighborhood should clearly be his home turf. Why didn't he even get a chance to make a move?
A legendary community leader has fallen.
Jiang Chen merely glanced at Wang Meng's miserable state, not taking it to heart at all. Since you've chosen to be their opponent, don't expect a good outcome. He walked up to Wang Meng's body, stretched out his right hand, and placed his palm lightly on Wang Meng's forehead.
Condensing magic crystals.
Jiang Chen silently recited a phrase in his mind, and the system screen immediately appeared. A few seconds later, a grayish-white prismatic crystal emerged from between Wang Meng's eyebrows, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Jiang Chen held the magic crystal directly in his hand.
Chapter 92 Sisters Matching Items.
Jiang Chen frowned as he held the magic crystal. This magic crystal was much smaller than the mutated giant cat from before, probably only 1/5 its size. Moreover, the information provided by the system indicates that this is just an ordinary, Tier 1, beginner, magic crystal. It seems that even though they are both first-tier magic crystals, the difference is still very obvious. The level of a superhuman will directly affect the size and quality of the magic crystal.
Jiang Chen pondered silently.
Someone like Wang Meng, who was able to awaken his superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse, should only be considered an average genius.
And Qin Lan.
He turned his head and glanced at the stunning figure behind him, chatting and laughing with Xiao Shui. In less than a week, by taking advantage of his spare time to train his superpower, he has already comprehended the intermediate level of the first tier.
This talent is indeed worthy of the SS level talent assessment. Jiang Chen thought of that first-tier advanced mutated giant cat again and couldn't help but feel sorry for it.
It could have had a better future, but unfortunately it met them.
Of course, aside from its rather exaggerated speed of advancement, it's really just so-so.
Its awakened superpower is the ability to grow larger. This level of superpower is simply incomparable to Qin Lan's space-based superpower. Moreover, mutated beasts might have a certain advantage in improving their abilities in the early stages.
Humanity's dominance over this planet is not due to brute force. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to kill this high-level first-tier mutated beast so easily in just a few moves. Ability level is just one aspect of combat strength. There are many other factors that can influence the outcome of a match. However, even a mosquito's leg is still meat.
Jiang Chen casually put the magic crystal into his system space, then turned around and led the three women to the alloy door of the shelter.
Click. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, the heavy doors slowly slid open to both sides.
A warm breeze blew in, carrying a refreshing aromatherapy scent, instantly dispelling the stench of blood and the chill of the corridor.
Jiang Chen stood at the door and said with a smile, "Welcome home."
Yay!
I'm finally home.
Qin Lan and Xiao Shui cheered and, without any hesitation, like two little birds returning to their nest, went straight into the warm doorway. Su Qingli, who had been following behind, stopped at the door. She looked at the bright light inside the door and hesitated for a moment.
Manager Qingli?
Seeing her in a daze, Jiang Chen chuckled, his tone slightly teasing.
Come in and have a seat, it's cold outside. Su Qingli took a deep breath and tried to calm her complicated emotions.
She raised her head and looked deeply at Jiang Chen. The sternness in her eyes was gone, replaced by a hint of shyness and determination.
I understand.
She lowered her head, her voice soft but unusually firm.
Husband, from now on, I belong to you alone. Please continue to guide me in the future.
After saying that, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her face turned so red it was almost bleeding, and she ran into the room with her head down. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, then smiled and shook his head.
I never expected this.
That cold-blooded female devil who used to berate me mercilessly and make me have nightmares about work actually has such a pure and girlish side.
This contrast, TSK, really interesting.
Jiang Chen turned and went into the house, closing the door behind him. With a soft bang, the wind, snow, and carnage outside were completely shut out into another world.
This is their own cozy haven.
Jiang Chen walked into the living room and was about to change his clothes when he saw Su Qingli standing in the entryway, staring wide-eyed at the scene in the living room with a shocked expression. I followed her gaze. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui had already taken off their heavy winter clothes with astonishing speed. They changed into light, thin silk lace slipdresses and sprawled out on the leather sofa without any regard for their image. Qin Lan crossed her legs, swirling a half-empty glass of red wine in her hand. Xiao Shui hugged a pillow, curling up like a lazy kitten. Those four long, slender, white legs dazzled people under the lights. This speed is way too fast. Su Qingli muttered to herself, feeling that her worldview had been shaken. These two elegant and graceful goddesses with outstanding temperament have completely changed since returning here.
She has absolutely no burden of being a goddess.
This is too casual and too unrestrained. Jiang Chen walked over to Su Qingli and, seeing that she was still in a daze, casually asked. Why did it stop? This will be your home from now on, so feel free to relax and don't be so reserved. In our home, there aren't so many rules and regulations. Seeing that Su Qingli was still struggling with her decision, Jiang Chen changed his clothes on his own. Their polar cold weather suits are fine to wear outdoors in temperatures below 30 degrees Celsius, but they're not suitable for indoor environments. The room was kept at a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between inside and outside is almost 60 degrees Celsius. You'll start sweating after just a short while. Xinlan lay on the sofa, glancing out of the corner of her eye at Su Qingli, who was still lingering at the door, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. She put down her wineglass, stepped barefoot onto the carpet, and walked over with a smile. Oh, Xiao Li. Didn't you just complain to me that the clothes inside were a bit uncomfortable and hard to wear? Besides, it's so hot inside, why are you wrapped up so tightly? Aren't you afraid of getting heat stroke? Hurry up and take off your clothes and change into something cooler. Seeing this, Xiao Shui also got up from the sofa, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yeah. She chuckled and leaned closer, unzipping Su Qingli's winter coat as she spoke to Qi Lan. Sister Lan, look how slowly Qingli is changing. She must be worried that she won't have any clothes to change into later. Don't you have lots of nice clothes? Why don't you get her one? At this moment, Su Qingli's predicament reminded Xiao Shui of herself when she first arrived here a few days ago. Back then, she was just as shy and reserved, gradually being tricked by Qin Lan, and ultimately. Since I've gotten rained on myself, I have to tear other people's umbrellas to shreds too. Watching the aloof goddess gradually succumb to her charm is just too hilarious. Oh. Yes. Qin Lan pretended to suddenly realize something and slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. Smack. She snapped her fingers. The space rippled, and a set of neatly folded clothes appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was a set of light, thin silk camisoles, similar in style to what they were wearing. However, it was different from Qin Lan's mysterious and noble black dress and Xiao Shui's pure and flawless white dress. The one Qin Lan took out was actually a light pink color. The delicate pink color, paired with lace trim and bows, exudes a youthful charm and is incredibly cute. Here, take it. These are the same style as the other models. Qin Lan stuffed the clothes into Su Qingli's arms, her face full of smiles. Chapter 93: The Versatile Vehicle Garage. Su Qingli looked at the nightgown in her arms, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Because she found that while it was easy to say it was nothing, it wasn't so simple to overcome this hurdle when it came to actually doing it. After all, she had never been so close to a man in her life that she could wear this style of clothing in front of him. Lan's sister Lan. She stammered slightly as she said. I brought a few sets of everyday pajamas from home. Those clothes should all be in your space. Could you give me those to wear first? This is just too. Too what? Qin Lan interrupted her, saying matter-of-factly. Isn't pink your favorite color? Didn't you always wear this kind of thing when you were with me? I don't think I'm mistaken. And this outfit will perfectly tone down your aloof demeanor. You'll look absolutely adorable and charming in this. Besides, once you're here, don't even think about freedom of dress. Su Qingli bit her lip and secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who had changed into beach shorts and was sitting on the sofa. Even now that it's come to this, she still has some difficulty getting over that hurdle. Even if you've already accepted your fate, there still needs to be a process, right? This is progressing way too fast. At least start with something more conservative. I'll wear the outfit I'm wearing for now. Su Qingli clutched her collar tightly, making a final struggle. I'll wait until I'm a little more used to this style of clothing before wearing it. No, that won't work. Xiao Shui shook her head, then suddenly remembered something and pointed at Su Qingli, saying, Qingli, have you forgotten? You just ate a strengthening and health-enhancing pill. That stuff is very effective and can improve a person's physical fitness. But after consuming it, there will be a relatively strong detoxification reaction. The undergarment you're wearing right now is probably stained a long time ago, so it's definitely unwearable. Ah? Su Qingli was taken aback and retorted with some disbelief. How is that possible? I don't smell bad, and I don't feel that dirty. However, when she hesitantly took off her heavy winter coat, revealing her thermal underwear underneath, a faint sense of discomfort instantly washed over me. She looked down and saw that a light black substance had appeared on her originally white thermal underwear. These are the impurities expelled during the detoxification process. Ah!
Su Qingli exclaimed in surprise. She really couldn't take it anymore. She could ignore it for a while if she didn't know what was going on, but once she found out, she couldn't tolerate the situation any longer. As a meticulous woman with a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, this feeling is worse than death for her. She couldn't care less about her inner turmoil right now. Without saying a word, he decisively snatched the pink nightgown from Qinlan's hand. Bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Su Qingli asked anxiously. Over here. Follow me. Qinlan and Xiao Shui exchanged a smile, then each took Su Qingli's hand and led her towards the spacious bathroom. When passing by the living room, Su Qingli stopped and turned around, glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa watching the show. His eyes were filled with shame, annoyance, and reproach. Humph. All of this today must have been your doing, you scoundrel. Just you wait. After I finish my shower, I'll settle the score with you properly. Although she made some harsh remarks, her flushed ears and flustered steps betrayed her inner shyness. Bang! The bathroom door was closed. Immediately afterwards, the sound of rushing water and the laughter and playful chatter of three women came from inside. Unfortunately, it was controlled by some mysterious force. Jiang Chen was itching to try it, but that was all he could do. Jiang Chen was now the only one left in the living room. He lay back on the comfortable sofa, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. Call. The events of today have been quite informative. First, they encountered a mutated giant cat, then they killed Wang Meng's gang, and finally they successfully brought Su Qingli back. This series of events left Jiang Chen somewhat mentally exhausted. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, who knows what new challenges await him in the future? It's unknown whether he, who has lived a life of constant anxiety, will be able to successfully reach the other side. After resting for a while, Jiang Chen regained his energy. While they're taking a shower, let's see how our haul turned out. With a thought, he brought up the system panel. He already knew about Su Qingli's superpower. It was an offensive superpower with great potential. However, based on previous experience, whenever he successfully helps someone of S rank or higher awaken their special abilities, the system will unlock a new auxiliary space. Qinlan brought a top-notch buffet restaurant, while Xiao Shui brought a super clothing mall. So, what surprises will Su Qingli, who is also an S-level talent, bring? Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited S-level talent Su Qingli and provided her with a safe living environment. The talent Su Qingli has not yet awakened her special ability. After the host helps this person awaken their superpower, the shelter will unlock an auxiliary space, the all-purpose vehicle garage. Vehicle garage? Upon hearing the name, Jiang Chen sat up abruptly from the sofa, his eyes instantly lighting up. Could it be the one I'm thinking of? He couldn't wait to open the introduction page of this new space. The Universal Vehicle Garage includes all small vehicles that have appeared in the history of Earth civilization, along with their corresponding fuels and parts. Including but not limited to off-road vehicles, sports cars, armored vehicles, motorcycles, snowmobiles, hovercrafts, inflatable boats, helicopters, small yachts, etc. Feature 1: Automatic Adaptation. All vehicles have been system modified to adapt to the driver's most familiar driving style. Feature 2: Unlimited Restocking. Vehicles can be restocked using survival coins after being taken out of the vehicle garage. Jiang Chen immediately became excited as he read the lines of text. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's like my wish came true. With this additional space, I don't need to worry about transportation at all. Chapter 94: Negative Status Removal Pill. Jiang Chen was worried before, but now he's waiting for the shelter relocation cooling off period to pass in a few days. How could he safely and quickly take 3 women to Cloud Peak Villa, 20 kilometers away, in the harsh environment of extreme cold and deep snow? Although the base's cold weather suits prevented them from freezing to death outside, it still meant walking on foot, which was far too slow. The risk of encountering monsters like the mutated giant cat on the way would be far too great. He had originally planned to go out again in the next couple of days. Try searching the nearby department stores or outdoor equipment stores to see if you can find a snowmobile or other useful equipment. Now it's all right. You don't have to do anything. Just lie down and you're done. Sister Lan is truly my lucky star. With her around, it's like having everything you want come true. It's practically like having a dream come true. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the search menu of the Universal Vehicle Garage and enter the forward snowmobile. Whoosh! A series of images of snowmobiles with different designs and a high-tech feel appeared before my eyes.
Unfortunately, there are only small vehicles available here at the moment. More powerful vehicles will probably require Su Qingli to advance her superpowers to unlock them. However, the current level is actually sufficient for use. Jiang Chen then carefully analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of each model, and finally focused his attention on one of the snowmobiles. Polar Hunter 2 Snowmobile. Price, 500 survival coins. Description: 2-seater, powerful engine, top speed 120 km/h, equipped with heated handlebars, wingproof shield, and large capacity storage box. The tracks are specially reinforced, allowing for smooth movement on soft snow, ice, and complex terrain. That's it. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and immediately exchanged for 2 cars. Anyway, the first one is free, and the second one only costs 500 survival coins, which I can afford right now. As 2 beams of light flashed, 2 imposing, sleek blue and white snowmobiles were quietly parked in his system inventory. It is available for Jiang Chen to use at any time. Perfect. With his transportation problem solved, Jiang Chen felt incredibly relieved. He lay back down on the sofa, listening to the playful sounds coming from the bathroom, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. This life is so wonderful. Scenarios that could only be seen in novels before have now all become reality. And this day was even more enjoyable than the days of most protagonists in novels. Once the relocation cooling off period is over, I'll hop on a snowmobile and speed all the way to Cloud Top Mountain Villa with the beauties. At that time, that top-tier villa complex over there, and the Wen family's 2 stunningly beautiful sisters. And there's also a super university town not far away. Jiang Chen felt increasingly relaxed as he thought about it, feeling that a wonderful life was beckoning to him. The question has suddenly changed from how to hike 20 kilometers in the apocalypse to what delicious food should we eat tonight to celebrate. That's an incredible leap. In high spirits, Jiang Chen lay down on the sofa again. By the way, as is customary, with the shelter acquiring new talent, shouldn't the system shop also have some new items added? Jiang Chen then skillfully opened the system store. I first glanced at the 3 columns: supplies, weapons, and enhancements. Sure enough, some items such as premium red wine, Tang Dynasty sword, and surveillance camera upgrade package were added. Although some of the items inside were quite nice, they were more like icing on the cake and didn't bring Jiang Chen any great surprises. The system shop should serve as a safety net provided by the post-apocalyptic survival system, offering a wide variety of items, but at a low level. It can provide the host with the most basic survival ability when the number and quality of talents are too poor in the early stages of the faction, so that they will not perish prematurely in the apocalypse. However, if we really want to develop our power and acquire high-value equipment, we still need to rely on more high-quality talents to join us. For example, taking in auxiliary spaces that can only be opened by S-rank or higher individuals can bring him quite a surprise. Furthermore, the special abilities of these talented individuals can greatly enhance their combat power. However, there is one section in the system store that still occasionally surprises him. It seems that the real treasures in the system shop are in the rare items section. Having had previous experience, Jiang Chen had high expectations for the oddity section. He took a deep breath and clicked on the option bar that emitted a mysterious purple light. Whoosh! Refresh the list. First on the list is a pink pill that exudes a faint peach blossom fragrance. Negative status removal pill. Price, 200 survival coins piece. Efficacy: after consumption, it can permanently eliminate the periodic bleeding negative condition in a person's body, and maintain the peak state of various bodily functions during this period. Side effect: after taking this pill, the target will permanently lose one special ability. Note, the effects of this medicine have no other side effects and can significantly slow down aging and restore youthful vitality. To remove this condition, you need to take an additional negative status clearing pill. Holy crap! When Jiang Chen read the detailed description of the pill, he jumped up from the sofa, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A miracle drug. This is simply a miracle drug. Jiang Chen kept exclaiming wow, and his hands were trembling with excitement. As the number of talented individuals within his faction continues to increase, this problem will become increasingly serious over time. At that point, it won't just be a negative situation lasting a few days. After all, they are all healthy people, and some accidents are hard to avoid. However, if that happens, the fighting capacity of the talented individuals will drop significantly. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, this is a huge hidden danger. Now, this problem can be completely solved with just one small pill. From then on, the high-ranking personnel in Jiang Chen's forces will have these negative statuses removed, and their combat power will be greatly enhanced.
As for that so-called side effect, Jiang Chen glanced at it and let out a long sigh. If he didn't sigh soon, he would be unable to suppress the smile on his face. Alas, there's nothing we can do, everything has its gains and losses. For a better life in the future, I have no choice but to make some sacrifices now. Although the joy of fatherhood has been temporarily taken away. But this was a helpless choice made under these special circumstances. Jiang Chen glanced in the direction of the bathroom and couldn't help but feel moved by the great sacrifice he had made. For a better and happier life in the future, and for a better chance to survive in this apocalyptic world. Such a significant sacrifice. Jiang Chen admitted it. There's no other way from now on, the women will have to think of ways to make up for the precious feelings he lost. Jiang Chen then spent 600 survival coins without hesitation. I decisively exchanged for 3 negative status removal pills. Chapter 95. No, you've come at just the right time. After a while, the bathroom door opened. 3 sweet and soft-smelling mature goddesses emerged from the bathroom, dressed in lace camisoles. Xinlan's black is mysterious, Xiao Shue's white is pure, and Su Qingli's pink is shy. The 3 different styles complemented each other at this moment, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Jiang Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, the 3 goddesses stayed in the bathroom for almost 2.5 hours. I really have no idea what they were doing in there. That's such a waste of time, it's nothing like his concise and efficient approach. However, seeing the 3 women's rosy cheeks and relaxed expressions, he didn't say anything more. After all, this is for the sake of one's own food hygiene and health, so it's good to be meticulous and wash things thoroughly. All right. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa and said with a smile to the 3 women. It's getting late now, it's almost dark outside. We should go have dinner now. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Smack! With a crisp snap of the fingers, the air in the previously empty central area of the living room suddenly rippled. Immediately afterwards, a large door, carved with patterns and emitting a soft glow, appeared out of thin air and stood there quietly. This. Su Qingli looked at the amazing scene before her, even though Qinlan and the others had mentioned it earlier. But seeing it with her own eyes still left her speechless with shock. She asked, somewhat incredulously. This is the space that Sister Lan and Shuer were talking about, the one filled with food? Jiang Chen nodded and walked to the gate of light. It's been so long since the apocalypse started, you probably haven't had a decent meal in ages, have you? Shall we go in and have some? After saying that, he pushed open the portal and went inside. Looking at the glowing door, Su Qingli couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, the roast chicken that Qinlan gave her was the best food she had eaten since the apocalypse. If no one is lying to her. So how many delicious foods are hidden behind this door? Before she could think any further, Xinlan and Xiao Shui had already taken her arms on either side and pulled her inside with smiles. Come on, come on. Stop spacing out. You'd better eat a lot later, because you're going to have a tough time. You won't have the energy if you don't eat enough. Xiao Shui added with a mischievous grin. Yes. As someone who's been there, I suggest you drink more beverages or red wine later. Otherwise, you'll get thirsty very easily. Su Qingli felt her face burning from their words and reluctantly followed them inside. As soon as she stepped through the portal, Su Qingli felt as if she had entered another world. When she saw the scene before her, she was completely stunned. Oh my god! The entire space is incredibly high-end and luxurious. The enormous crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. The floor is covered with shiny marble, reflecting the dazzling array of delicious food. The area she could see was at least the size of a football field. Rows of buffet tables were filled with all kinds of dishes. Sizzling tomahawk steak, a mountain of king crab legs, an enticing sashimi platter, and exquisite French desserts. The variety of food here is even more extravagant than those multi-million-dollar banquets she had attended with Qinlan before. Moreover, all the food was still steaming hot and in its best condition. The air was filled with an incredibly enticing aroma. This place is simply heaven. Su Qingli murmured to herself, her eyes shining. In that post-apocalyptic world where people would kill for a little water and food, everything here is almost too beautiful to be real. No wonder Qinlan stopped me from packing those survival supplies back then. Compared to what's in this space, those supplies aren't even worth mentioning. Looking at Su Qingli, who seemed dazed and clueless, as if she had never seen the world before. Qinlan and Xiao Shui exchanged a smile, as if they were seeing their younger selves. Go get whatever you want to eat. Qinlan smiled and patted Su Qingli on the shoulder. By the way, let me tell you a little secret. She whispered mysteriously in Su Qingli's ear. We are superhumans, and our bodies have a particularly high energy consumption and demand. So after becoming a superhuman, you don't have to worry about gaining weight no matter how much you eat. And not only will you not gain weight, the more you eat, the better your figure will become. As she spoke, Qinlan even proudly lifted her skirt slightly, revealing her firm, flat, and beautifully shaped abs. Look, my abs are getting more and more defined. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's eyes lit up instantly. You should know that she used to put in a lot of hard work behind the scenes to maintain her good figure. Real? No wonder you two have gotten so fit, turns out you've been cheating. For women who love beauty, the temptation to eat as much as they want without gaining weight and to become more beautiful the more they eat is irresistible. Since that's the case. Su Qingli was instantly filled with fighting spirit and said excitedly. Then I'll have to make sure I get plenty of nutrition later. I'm going to make up for all the losses I've incurred these past few days. Xiao Shui pointed to a luxurious black marble dining table in the distance. Let's meet there later. Remember to grab lots of good food, and don't forget to grab lots of drinks too. Okay. Su Qingli agreed and eagerly pushed a small food cart next to her, beginning her sweeping journey. After being tormented by the apocalypse for so long, of course I have to have a big, vengeful meal. Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food, Su Qingli couldn't help but feel envious of Qinlan and Xiao Shui. They are so lucky to have enjoyed such a wonderful life for so much longer than she has. However, she then thought of what Qinlan had said to her, and felt somewhat relieved. Their family will surely grow larger and larger in the future. As the third sister to join, it's not too late, no matter how you look at it. I imagine that the sisters who join in the future will also see themselves in this way. When Su Qingli pushed the food cart, which was filled with 3 layers of food, to the dining table, Jiang Chen, Qinlan, and Xiao Shui were already sitting there. They chatted and laughed as they grilled sizzling fresh beef ribs. Looking at the 3 people enjoying themselves, Su Qingli chuckled and made a witty remark. It seems I've arrived at a bad time? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. No, you've come at just the right time. Chapter 96 Xiuhua Dress. Jiang Chen smiled and waved to Su Qingli. Then he picked up a freshly grilled beef rib, still dripping with oil, rolled it in the dry seasoning dish, and placed it on the plate in front of the empty seat next to him. Sit here. I specially baked this for you, eat it while it's hot. Su Qingli didn't stand on ceremony and placed the food cart next to the table, then walked over and sat down next to Jiang Chen. Since I'm about to give him the person anyway, isn't it only natural for me to eat something from him? Qinlan and Xiao Shui sat opposite each other, watching this scene with smiles on their faces. It was worth all the mental preparation they did for Su Qingli in the bathroom. This house is getting more and more lively. But this is good too, with more people sharing the burden, they can have an easier time. Qingli. Qinlan watched as Su Qingli still somewhat reservedly picked up a slice of meat and put it in her mouth, and couldn't help but smile and speak. You're not eating it the right way. Let me demonstrate for you. As she spoke, Qinlan blinked her charming eyes, looked at Jiang Chen beside her, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Honey, I want some too. I want you to feed me. After speaking, she tilted her head slightly, opened her cherry-like mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen with expectant eyes. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. But he still affectionately picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, coated it with dry seasoning, and then put it into Qinlan's little mouth. Delicious. Qinlan chewed gently, her eyes crinkling as she looked at Jiang Chen with a happy expression. There was no trace of the domineering female CEO she once was. She's clearly a little woman who's fallen in love and is being coquettish. Su Qingli watched in stunned silence, almost dropping her chopsticks. This. I can't bear to look. I really can't bear to look. She was internally ranting and raving. This is such a complete image overhaul. In the past, Qinlan was always very intimidating and aggressive in front of her sisters. Where can you find someone so affectedly sweet and coquettish? However, seeing Qinlan's genuine smile, Su Qingli couldn't help but feel a little tempted. For the next few minutes, the atmosphere at the dinner table became both harmonious and ambiguous. Not only did Jiang Chen serve food to the 3 women, but the 3 women also competed to feed Jiang Chen. Peeled shrimp, deboned meat, cut fruit. The 4 of them fed each other like this, enjoying it immensely. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was having a social gathering with the goddesses in their dorm.
Moreover, these three goddesses, each with their own distinct temperament, were all in love with him. She always exudes her own unique charm and temperament in front of him. Xinlan's noble charm, Xiaoshue's gentle elegance, and Su Qingli's contrasting shyness. Surrounded by three different styles, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This meal was incredibly satisfying. Jiang Chen looked at the three top goddesses beside him, then glanced at the larger empty table next to him, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I wonder how lively this place will become in the future. After a hearty meal and drinks, the four of them lazily returned to the living room and comfortably nestled in the soft sofa. The shelter was kept at a constant and comfortable temperature, and the delicious meal they had just enjoyed left everyone with a blush of satisfaction on their faces. Su Qingli leaned back on the sofa, taking in everything around her, her heart filled with emotion. At this moment, she finally understood why Qinlan and Xiaoshui were in such good spirits and looked so happy. A strong and handsome husband, a warm and safe home, endless delicious food, and loving sisters. Most importantly, I no longer have to clock in for work every day, and I no longer have to deal with those annoying people and things. Here you can shed all pretenses and freely be yourself. These kinds of days are a thing of the past, let alone now. Even before the apocalypse, it was the kind of life I longed for and dreamed of. If I could live like this for the rest of my life, that would be truly perfect. Su Qingli looked at the ceiling, a happy, silly smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Hey hey hey! Just then, a slender finger gently poked her cheek. Qinlan leaned closer, looking at her with a mischievous grin. Qingli, stop grinning like an idiot. I've eaten my fill and taken a bath. Next, there are still important things to do. Shouldn't we make some preparations in advance? Ah! Upon hearing the word major event, Su Qingli trembled and instantly came to her senses. Of course she knew what Qinlan was talking about. While she was taking a shower, her two sisters shared a lot of their experiences with her. After all, Jiang Chen is no ordinary person. Thinking about what was about to happen, Su Qingli felt shy, nervous, and even a little bit expectant. Just then, Xiaoshui, who was sitting on the other side, handed her phone to Su Qingli with a smile. Qingli, pick one. Today is your big day, you have to dress up nicely. Qinlan laughed when she heard this. Wasn't this what she said to Xiaoshui back then? It's true what they say, fortunes change, and now it's this girl's turn to mentor the newcomer. Su Qingli took the phone and looked at the screen with some confusion. The phone's photo album contained a series of exquisite photos of clothing. There were gorgeous evening gowns, elegant long dresses, exotic now costumes, and even a series of outfits, each with a different style, yet all equally breathtakingly beautiful, flashed before her eyes. Su Qingli was dazzled by the sights, and somewhat embarrassed, she secretly glanced at Jiang Chen and whispered. Are all the clothes in here okay? Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa and smiled confidently. Certainly. I can get you any clothes that exist in real life. And we guarantee it will be tailor-made, the perfect fit. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli's heart stirred. She lowered her head, her finger slid across the screen, finally settling on a photograph. It was a traditional Chinese xiuhua dress. The bright red background with gold embroidery exudes a gentle and graceful beauty while also conveying a sense of auspiciousness and celebration. This was the dress she had dreamed of wearing countless times at her wedding. This set will do, this one. Su Qingli handed the phone to Jiang Chen, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Chen took the phone and glanced at it, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. A xiuhua dress? Good taste. No problem, I'll grant your request. After saying that, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the super clothing mall. He quickly searched his mind and soon identified the most exquisite xiuhua dress. Auspicious Phoenix Song exquisite xiuhua dress. The workmanship and materials of this garment are extremely luxurious. The phoenix, outlined in gold and silver threads, is incredibly lifelike, and each button is inlaid with tiny gemstones, making it far more luxurious than the set in the photo. Exchange. Jiang Chen chose to redeem without hesitation. This outfit is worth approximately 3,000 survival coins. If the first set hadn't been free, Jiang Chen would have been reluctant to redeem this top-tier dress. Smack! Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. A dazzling and exquisitely beautiful red wedding dress. It just appeared out of thin air on the coffee table in front of Su Qingli. Chapter 97 ready to go. This. Su Qingli covered her mouth, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes instantly. So beautiful. This dress is 100 times more beautiful than she imagined.
Looking at the three people around her, she was so moved that she didn't know what to say. Don't rush, it's not over yet. Jiang Chen looked at the outfit, touched his chin, and felt that something was still missing. He snapped his fingers again. There are two more important accessories that I almost forgot about. A flash of light. Two items appeared next to the Shoha dress. They were also a pair of very stylish red high heels. The velvet satin material is studded with small diamonds, sparkling under the light. Most notably, a bright red heart is printed on the clean sole of the shoe. Another thing. It was a set of flesh-colored suspender stockings with elegant embroidered lace trim. The texture is so thin, like a cicada's wing, that you can tell at a glance that the feel of wearing it will be absolutely top-notch. Su Qingli, who was still feeling touched, suddenly had a somewhat subtle expression when she saw these two items. Wait, isn't this art style a little off? A traditional Shoha dress paired with sexy suspender stockings and red-soled high heels? Can this be assembled? Xin Lan, however, wore a knowing look on her face, rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then picked up the two items and earnestly began to impart her experience to Su Qingli. Qingli, don't underestimate these two things. These are the soul of this outfit. You need to pay extra attention to them, because their destructive power to our husbands is not just ordinary. Su Qingli stared blankly at the stockings and blurted out instinctively. So my husband is a stockings and foot fetishist? Wrong. Xiao Shui, standing to the side, added with a grin. Sister Qingli, you're mistaken. Our husbands are actually very controlling and like everything. He's just a womanizer. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being exposed. He could only pretend to be nonchalant and turn to look out the window, spouting nonsense with a straight face. What nonsense are you talking about? These are clearly accessories that complement the overall aesthetic of this outfit. They are essential and indispensable. This is art. Don't you understand? Don't get the wrong idea, I'm a very upright person. TCH. The three women simultaneously hissed in disbelief. Yes, my husband is right. Xin Lan smiled, stood up, picked up the gorgeous Shoha dress, and took Su Qingli's hand. Let's go, our bride. Let the ladies dress you up nicely. Tonight I'm going to make this hypocritical jerk completely infatuated with me. Surrounded by Xin Lan and Xiao Shui, Su Qingli carried the gorgeous bright red wedding dress and walked towards the dressing table in the living room. Three women were chatting and laughing in front of the dressing table, very busy. The two of them went to great lengths to help Su Qingli change her clothes and adjust her accessories. Xin Lan took out all sorts of cosmetics from her spatial storage and, together with Xiao Shui, applied heavy and glamorous makeup to Su Qingli. Su Qingli sat upright in front of the makeup mirror, letting Xin Lan and Xiao Shui apply makeup to her face. Don't move. These eyebrows need to be drawn slightly higher to give the look a more classic feel. Xin Lan held an eyebrow pencil in her hand, her expression exceptionally focused. Sister Lan, isn't this lipstick shade a bit too bright? Su Qingli looked at the bright red lipstick and hesitated. Not flashy at all. Not flashy at all. Xiao Shui chimed in from the side, holding a powder puff and touching up Su Qingli's makeup. Today is a joyous occasion, so of course it should be festive and vibrant. Besides, this Shoha dress is bright red, so the lipstick has to be able to cover it up. Yes. Xin Lan nodded in agreement. At such an important moment, I definitely want to stun my husband. So that from now on, every time he sees the color red, he'll think of you. Su Qingli felt a little embarrassed by her sister's comments, and her cheeks flushed. But she still couldn't help but occasionally glance up and steal a look at the man sitting on the living room sofa in the mirror. Jiang Chen in the mirror was looking down at his laptop, seemingly busy with something important. His focused profile, with its distinct lines, was remarkably handsome and clear-eyed. Su Qingli's heart involuntarily quickened. Xiao Shui saw through her thoughts and leaned close to her ear with a mischievous smile. Yes, Sister Qingli, you look absolutely gorgeous right now. When my husband sees this, he definitely won't be able to take his eyes off it, maybe, You brat, don't talk nonsense. Su Qingli pinched Xiao Shui, her face flushed, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. In the living room. Jiang Chen felt a sense of peace as he listened to the occasional laughter coming from the living room. The atmosphere made him feel as if he had entered a female dormitory at a university. It's very cozy and full of life. This house will definitely become more and more lively in the future. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, looking forward to the future. However, judging from the way the three women over there are busy,
they probably won't be finished in less than an hour or two. Jiang Qin didn't want to just sit there doing nothing, so he found something to do. We're going to Yunding Mountain Villa in a few days, so we need to plan our route in advance. He then took out one of Qin Lan's laptops from his storage space. This laptop was worth nearly 100,000 yuan, and its configuration was top of the line in every aspect. Jiang Qin pulled up a satellite map of the city and began to study it carefully. It's about 20 kilometers from here to Hentaying Manor. Normally, it would only take half an hour to drive there. But now. Jiang Qin glanced out the window. The outside was covered by 3 meters of snow, the original roads and low buildings had disappeared, and the entire landscape of the city had changed. In this situation, the old route maps are basically useless, and one can only rely on large reference points to determine direction. There's a signal tower here, we can use it as the first marker. This used to be an overpass, but now only the top of the bridge is exposed. It should be marked. And this huge billboard in the mall. Jiang Qin marked the map while mentally simulating the route. In the current environment, getting lost can have serious consequences. Even if they are superhumans and have snowmobiles and cold weather gear, we still can't be careless. Time passed slowly as both sides busied themselves. Chapter 98 Win-Win. 2.5 hours later. Clang. Honey, look over here. Qin Lan's clear and melodious voice broke the tranquility of the living room. Jiang Qin looked up and saw that Qin Lan and Xiao Shui had changed into 2 identical light red hanfu dresses. With delicate, light makeup on their faces, they looked like 2 pretty bridesmaids. They pushed Su Qingli in front of Jiang Qin, one on each side. Ta-da! Honey, how are you? Isn't it pretty? The moment Jiang Qin's gaze fell on Su Qingli, he was completely stunned. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Su Qingli was wearing the top-tier Shoha dress with the design of Luan Feng Himing, a traditional Chinese wedding dress. The bright red background resembles a burning flame, and it is embroidered with lifelike phoenix and auspicious cloud patterns in gold and silver threads. The interplay of gold and red exudes an indescribable auspiciousness, joy, nobility, and elegance. Her hair was styled into a retro bun, adorned with golden hairpins and phoenix hair ornaments that swayed gently with her movements, shimmering with light. Her exquisite makeup further accentuated her already cool and beautiful features, making them even more three-dimensional and radiant. That bright red lip gloss, like a ripe cherry, makes one want to kiss it. Su Qingli clasped her hands together, looking at Jiang Qin with a shy and timid expression, her eyes filled with both bashfulness and a hint of expectation and affection. That striking contrast of shyness and charm was enough to steal Jiang Qin's soul. Xiao Shui and Qin Lan, who stood on either side of her, were equally beautiful and charming, but at this moment they were willing to play supporting roles. He watched this scene with a smile, his eyes full of joy and blessings. Jiang Qin stared at the stunning painting before him, speechless for a long time. His eyes seemed glued to Su Qingli, he couldn't bear to look away. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? He's already stunning enough even without makeup or any other adornment. But when you put on full makeup and wear this gorgeous outfit, it gives you a completely different feeling. That feeling of nobility, splendor, confidence, and brilliance is overwhelming. It's obvious at a glance that this is an exceptional beauty that no ordinary person could possess. But now, she is a treasure that belongs only to Jiang Qin. Especially Su Qingli's current shy and timid appearance is simply breathtaking. This left Jiang Qin's mind blank. He even wondered what would have happened if she had scolded him at the company back then. It wasn't the cold and serious demeanor of before, but rather this attire, this expression. He probably wouldn't mind being scolded by her every day. Call. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. There was a pleasant fragrance of perfume in the air, which made people want to get lost in it. He slowly stood up and sincerely praised. Beautiful, so beautiful. You 3 are all so beautiful. Hearing this, Qin Lan slightly curled her lips and teased. That's it? We've been working on this for ages, and all you have is this one line? Sister Lan. Su Qingli gently tugged at Qin Lan's sleeve and whispered. Can't you see that your husband is so captivated by us that he can't even speak? Don't make things difficult for him. Yo yo yo. Qin Lan was even happier when she heard that. Fine. So you're protecting your husband now? So I'm the big bad guy now, huh? Sister Lan. You know perfectly well that's not what I meant. Su Qingli blushed even more as she shyly defended herself. Qin Lan and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance, then nodded in tacit agreement. The two pushed at the same time. Ah! Su Qingli exclaimed in surprise, her body lunging forward uncontrollably. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, opening his arms and catching her steadily. He held this elegant and gorgeous bride tightly in his arms. He embraced her soft, warm body, his nose filled with her intoxicating fragrance. Looking at Su Qingli's beautiful face in his arms, Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of reality. All of this is real, he is not dreaming. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He remembered something more important. Oh, right, I also have something for you. As he spoke, Jiang Chen flipped his wrist. He took out 3 pink pills that emitted a faint peach blossom fragrance from the system space. This is a negative status removal pill. Jiang Chen handed the pills to the 3 women. Then it detailed the miraculous effects, side effects, and methods to relieve the side effects of this pill. Simply put, if you eat it, you will never have any negative states again, and you will become younger and younger. The only drawback is... The 3 women's eyes lit up instantly after hearing the detailed information about the pill. Without the slightest hesitation, and before Jiang Chen could say anything more, they quickly took the pills from his hands and swallowed them directly. They acted so quickly, as if they were afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind. Very good. Xiao Shui looked at Jiang Chen with a happy expression, almost crying with excitement. Thank you, honey. I had already planned to go to bed early tonight and not stay up late with everyone. Great. With this miracle drug, I can happily stay up all night with everyone again. Qin Lan was equally happy. She clenched her fist and said excitedly. Yes. Being a woman is so troublesome, it's torture when you're in a bad mood. With this pill, I can devote myself 100% to the great cause of building our shelter. I no longer have to worry about unexpected events in the future, or about things falling apart at crucial moments. After taking the pill, Su Qingli felt the changes within her body, then shyly leaned over and kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. Thank you, honey. I love this gift so much. This completely relieved my worries. Jiang Chen was also very happy at this moment. It seems that exchanging this pill for something was a great deal. The 3 women were behaving even more enthusiastically than he had imagined. Looking at the genuine joy on the faces of the 3 women, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think to himself. It seems that these negative states are always a hidden danger for them, making them constantly worried. It's just that I've never shown it to him before. Now it's great. Not only have the hidden dangers been eliminated, but they can also become younger and younger, keeping their bodies in their peak and best condition. I like it, and they like it too. This is a true win-win situation. Chapter 99 Combined Abilities. The 7th day of the apocalypse, 2:30 p.m. Inside the shelter, dim sunlight streamed through the one-way glass onto the living room carpet, giving the small home a golden edge. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the sofa, his arms loosely clasped in front of his chest, his expression focused. In his palm, a crystal-clear ice cone was suspended in mid-air. But this icicle is different from the ones I've used before. Its surface is covered with a thin layer of substance that looks like black flames. The black flames burned silently, emitting no heat whatsoever, yet they exuded a chilling aura. This is Su Qingli's awakened superpower Black Flame. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was getting used to the feeling of these 2 superpowers merging. Qin Lan, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli sat around Jiang Chen with satisfied expressions, surrounding him in the middle. They looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. This man was their pillar of strength. Awesome! Jiang Chen gave a low shout. The black flames surrounding the ice cone were rapidly increasing in temperature. A terrifyingly high temperature suddenly erupted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Although there was some distance between them, the heatwave still hit them, causing the 3 women watching to squint. However, what's incredible is that the ice cone, encased in the intense black flames, showed no signs of melting. Despite being scorched by the black flames, the ice spikes retained their original shape. That's about it. Jiang Chen felt that the black flame ice cone in his hand was about to reach its critical point. So he waved his hand, dispelling the supernatural power. Call. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Although I haven't mastered it yet, at least this idea is feasible. Once I get the hang of it, I should be able to directly coat the ice spikes with black flames at high temperatures. This way, the preparation time before battle can be greatly reduced. Xiao Shui and Su Qingli raised their heads, looking at Jiang Chen with admiration. Honey, you're amazing! Xiao Shui exclaimed in surprise. Qingli and I studied this combination of superpowers for ages and still couldn't figure it out, yet you managed to do it so easily. Su Qingli nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with envy and frustration. Yes. If my black flames were applied to Schwer's ice cones at a low temperature, I could barely manage not to damage the ice cone structure. But once the temperature rises, the ice cones will instantly turn into water vapor. Moreover, once the ice spikes fly beyond a certain distance, I lose the ability to control the black flames to increase their temperature. This combination of superpowers is really too difficult. Jiang Chen smiled, reached out and ruffled their hair, comforting them. Don't be discouraged. The reason I can perfectly combine these two superpowers is probably due to my special talent. And Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingli and analyzed seriously. Although your current range and control over black flames are relatively weak, your potential is enormous. As your ability level increases, you will definitely be able to develop more and stronger abilities in the future. Right now, everyone's superpower level is just the beginning. Xinlan nodded in agreement and chimed in. That's right. Just like my spatial ability, so far it's only been used as a storage locker, and it hasn't awakened any offensive capabilities yet. But I believe that we will definitely become even more amazing in the future. Jiang Chen then added. Although I can copy and possess your abilities, I am not as meticulous as you in certain subtle operations and in the deep understanding of a single ability. My attack method is more about using force to send bricks flying, relying on my huge reserves of supernatural power and strength to crush people. The superpowers you possess actually have great potential if you train them more. Once you develop more uses for your superpowers in the future, you will definitely be much stronger than those ordinary superpower users. Jiang Chen silently thought to himself what was to come next. After all, even the worst RS-level talents certified by the system, how can they be compared to those ordinary superhumans? Didn't you see that the mutated giant cat and Wang Mang were both getting utterly crushed? Top talents like these three girls, as long as they can develop steadily, will definitely become top-tier powerhouses in the apocalypse. By then, they'll simply choose to lie down and live off his wife. However, after hearing Jiang Chen's encouraging words, the three women exchanged glances and saw fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They nodded seriously, then each found a spot, closed their eyes, and began to diligently cultivate their supernatural abilities. Jiang Chen felt ashamed as he looked at the three women exercising so hard and making the most of every minute. No wonder they were among the top people in their respective industries before the end of the world. This self-discipline means being strict with oneself. It's terrifying how they can seize any spare moment to engage in involution. People who are more talented than you are also more hardworking than you. How can other superhumans possibly win? Jiang Chen then said to the three women. Well, there's no need to go through all that trouble. It's also important to balance work and rest. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Upon hearing this, Xinlan stopped cultivating her supernatural abilities, opened her charming and beautiful phoenix eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen tenderly. Honey, let's exercise for a while first. We've had a long rest, and now we're full of energy. But you. These past few days have been filled with monster fighting and rescuing people. You've been working so hard for so long, you're the one who should be resting the most. Sweetie, you should rest for a while. We'll come back to be with you after we've cleansed up the superpowers within us. After saying that, Xinlan closed her eyes again and entered a meditative state. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the three women's earnest and focused expressions. They are also using their own methods to increase everyone's strength to survive this apocalypse. Jiang Chen then stopped bothering them. Besides, he was indeed quite tired during this period. So he tilted his body and fell down, comfortably resting his head on Xiaoshui's fair and slender thighs. A faint fragrance lingered around my nose, and I could hear the steady breathing of the three women. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and began to rest. As the three women continued their cultivation, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the total amount of supernatural power within his body was increasing at a visible rate. Jiang Chen rubbed his head against the wall, yawned comfortably, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This feeling of getting stronger just by lying down and doing nothing, even while sleeping. It's absolutely mesmerizing. Afterwards, Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep in this comfortable and peaceful atmosphere. After all, once the women have finished their cultivation, it will be their turn to rest. Everyone did their job in this way, and everyone was happy together. While the women were cultivating, they could also clearly sense Jiang Chen's presence nearby. With him by my side, even the tedious training of superpowers becomes more relaxed and enjoyable. Perhaps this is the meaning of home.
Being together as a family brings a sense of security and happiness. Chapter 100 Departure. Day 10 of the Apocalypse. In the morning, the shelter remained warm and cozy. Everyone is making final preparations, as today is the day they will depart for Cloudtop Mountain Villa. Zhangchen had already put on his winter clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for the three women to get ready. He opened his phone and checked the news articles pushed to him today. These news items caused a huge uproar among the survivors. On the screen, the bold, red title carried a sense of dread unique to the apocalypse. Shocking. Unidentified mutated creatures frequently appear in the poisonous snow. Are humans no longer the masters of Earth? Humanity is saved. Experts point out that after multiple filtrations and distillations, the toxins in snow water can be significantly reduced, barely reaching the standard for drinking. Breaking news. New humans confirmed. Superhumans can be significantly immune to damage caused by poisonous snow. Zhang Chen's finger slid across the screen, his gaze lingering on the detailed report of the last news item. Below the report are two contrasting images. The picture on the left shows an ordinary person who accidentally fell while searching for supplies, and his palm came into direct contact with the poisonous snow. In just a few seconds, his hand turned black and festered as if it had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, revealing the bare white bone underneath. The image on the right shows a superhuman with faint flame patterns on his arm. They also touched the poisonous snow with their bare hands, and even grabbed a handful. As a result, his skin, which had only been scalded by boiling water, turned a large area of redness. The same poisonous snow produced two completely different reactions. The accompanying text reads, "Observations have revealed that the poisonous snow causes significantly less damage to new humans who have awakened supernatural abilities. Furthermore, combined with their powerful self-healing abilities, this level of injury can be fully recovered in just one day." This means, for those with superpowers, this ubiquitous poisonous snow is transformed from a deadly poison that kills upon contact into boiling water that poses only a slight threat but is not lethal. In the comments section, survivors are spamming the chat. Ha ha ha. I knew it. There's always a way out. This is nature's selection. Only by becoming a superhuman can one be qualified to live in this new era. A new human. So I am the chosen one. Looking at these comments, Zhang Chen revealed an expression that said, "I knew it." Just as he had expected. No wonder the toxin immunity pill in the system shop only costs 100 survival coins. In retrospect, this so-called poisonous snow only served as an initial screening tool. As time goes by, the number of people with superpowers will increase, and their levels will also increase. At that time, this shackle of poisonous snow that has trapped all of humanity will probably be no different from ordinary snowflakes to high-level superhumans. It's even possible that over time, ordinary people may gain the ability to become immune to the poisonous snow. Certainly. For ordinary people, the first thing they need to do is survive in this apocalypse. However, these changes also tell Zhang Chen that they need to speed things up. Zhang Chen stood up and turned his gaze to the three stunning goddesses who were organizing their equipment. The three women had already changed into their blue and white polar cold weather suits. The tight-fitting cut perfectly outlines their graceful figure, and their high ponytails are neatly tied at the back of their heads, making them look very dashing. They were doing a final check on each other, making sure that no detail was wrong. Hearing Zhang Chen get up, the three women turned around at the same time. Qinlan smiled and said, "Honey, we're all packed and ready to go." Xiao Shui and Su Qingli nodded in agreement, their eyes showing both anticipation for their new home and a touch of reluctance to leave their cozy little home. Zhang Chen looked at the three people who were all ready to go and nodded. Good. He walked to the center of the living room and took a deep breath. Finally, they looked around the shelter that had been with them through the early, happy days of the apocalypse. Zhang Chen then withdrew his gaze and gave a deep command in his mind. System, activate the shelter relocation function. Ding. Host command received. Host has met the relocation requirements. The relocation cooldown period has expired. Starting to retrieve shelter enhancement modules. Starting to condense the shelter core. As the system's cold, mechanical voice faded, a miraculous scene unfolded. The originally soft and bright lights began to dim at a visible speed, and eventually went out completely, leaving only the dim sunlight coming in from outside the window. The originally smooth and solid special walls around the perimeter lost their technological feel and reverted to ordinary walls covered with white putty. The special alloy door, accompanied by a slight humming sound, degenerated into a mere, somewhat sturdy, ordinary security door. The most obvious change is in temperature. The room, which was originally kept at a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, suddenly felt inexplicably cold. The entire room seemed to have lost its soul, transforming back into an ordinary house in this apocalyptic world. Seeing all the changes before her, Xiao Shui couldn't help but shrink back and subconsciously took Qinlan's arm. But there was no trace of panic in the eyes of the three women. They knew very well that what truly gave them a sense of security was never this house. Instead, it was the man standing in front of them, Jiang Chen. With him around, home is the most reassuring place, no matter where we are. Ding! The shelter core has been successfully condensed. It has been stored in the system space. Warning, please complete the construction of the new shelter as soon as possible. Daily survival coin payments will be suspended until the shelter is rebuilt. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Chen immediately brought up the system panel and glanced at his current assets. Current survival coin balance, 3850. Time is money, and you can't afford to be careless about it. Jiang Chen can now collect 1,200 survival coins every day, which is a considerable sum of money. If there are delays on the way and we don't arrive at Yunding Mountain Villa and set up the new base before tomorrow, the losses will be too great. 1,200 survival coins can be exchanged for a lot of valuable pills. Jiang Chen glanced at this place one last time, then waved to the three women and said, "Let's go. We must get to Cloud Peak Manor before dark." After saying that, he strode towards the security door that had turned back into an ordinary one and pulled it open. Call. The biting cold wind, carrying snowflakes, rushed in instantly. Jiang Chen didn't turn around and stepped into the wind and snow. Moved to the new house. On the snow-covered plains below the apartment building, two imposing Polar Hunter snowmobiles were pulled out of Jiang Chen's space, their blue and white bodies standing out against the snow. The four people arrived at the car. Jiang Chen straddled the first snowmobile and skillfully started the engine. Boom! A deep, powerful roar sounded, and a plume of white smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. Xiao Shui consciously straddled Jiang Chen's back. Her long, slender arms wrapped tightly around Jiang Chen's waist, and she pressed her whole body against his broad back. Even through the winter coat, she could feel a strong sense of security. On the other side, Qinlan also straddled the second motorcycle with a dashing air. She put on her full-face windproof helmet, turned to look at the somewhat nervous Su Qingli, and patted the back seat. "Come on up, Xiaoli. Hold on tight, sister. Your driving skills are amazing." Su Qingli nodded, carefully straddled Qinlan, and tightly embraced her slender waist with both hands. Set off. At Jiang Chen's command, he suddenly twisted the accelerator. The tracks kicked up clouds of snow dust, and the snowmobiles roared out of the residential area like two beasts unleashed from their cages. Chapter 101: The Desolate Suburbs. At this time, the outskirts were desolate and lifeless. The once bustling highways, rows of shops, and green belts have all disappeared. Instead, there was an endless expanse of grayish-white snow, up to 3 meters thick. It seemed as if only this one color remained between heaven and earth, so monotonous that it made one's heart race. Without pre-apocalyptic satellite navigation, finding one's way in this vast, white snowfield is no easy task. After all, fast is slow, and slow is fast. Rather than taking the wrong turn and going a long way, it's better to be careful while moving forward. Jiang Chen would then stop the car from time to time, referring to the previously planned route map, and looking for tall buildings that were still visible above the snow as reference points. That spire over there must be the roof of a large manufacturing park. Those bulges in the distance, those are probably elevated highways underneath. Jiang Chen carefully examined his surroundings, confirmed his current location, and mentally planned his route. It was fine when we were in the city center, there were many tall buildings, so it wasn't easy to get lost. But once you leave the city and enter the suburbs, landmarks become scarce. Here, snow mounds look very similar everywhere, and you can easily lose your way if you're not careful. Fortunately, all of this was within Jiang Chen's expectations. When he initially planned this route, he deliberately chose a route with large buildings nearby. With his memory and keen intuition, Jiang Chen always kept a firm grip on the direction of progress. After driving for a while, Jiang Chen stopped next to a relatively large building and checked his current location again. Qinlan also stopped beside her, took off her mask, and revealed her face, which was slightly red from the cold wind but was still beautiful and charming. "Honey, are we going the right way?" she asked loudly. Jiang Chen nodded and pointed to a blurry mountain silhouette in the distance. "That's right. If we keep walking in this direction for a while, we'll soon see the foot of Cloud Peak Manor."
Sitting in the back seat behind Xinlan, Su Qingli also removed her mask and took deep breaths of the cold air. Looking at the deathly white world around her, she patted her chest with a lingering fear. Phew! We're almost there. It's so quiet in this snowy place, you can't even see a ghost. It's really creepy. If it weren't for you guys being here, I would think I'm having a nightmare right now. Upon hearing this, Xinlan smiled and turned to Su Qingli, saying, "Who can argue with that? Luckily, my husband was leading the way, otherwise, with all that snow along the way, I would have lost my bearings. If I had to walk here by myself, let alone get to Cloud Peak Manor, I would have trouble even getting out of the city. I would definitely get lost and freeze to death here." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Chen smiled and said to them, "It is indeed easy to get lost in this kind of environment, but if you are careful and observe your surroundings, you can still follow the correct route. Besides, the snowmobile's compass is very accurate, which was a great help. Let's hurry up and get to Cloud Peak Villa before this afternoon. We'll have a good meal at our new home then. Yay!" Upon hearing that they were going to have a big meal at the new house, Xia Shui and Su Qingli in the back seat immediately perked up and quickly hugged the person in front of them again. Xinlan put her goggles back on, gripped the handlebars with both hands, turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of admiration. "Seriously, honey. When I first saw this huge machine, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to handle it. I didn't expect it to be so stable to drive. It's even easier than riding an electric scooter before. You're really something else. Nothing you bring out is simple." Jiang Chen chuckled in response to Xinlan's praise. "Of course. Your husband has so many amazing qualities, this is nothing compared to what he's achieved so far. There are many more great things waiting for you to experience in the future." Upon hearing this, Xinlan gave Jiang Chen a meaningful look through her winter coat and teased him. Yes. However, no matter what new tricks you come up with in the future. Anyway, the three of us sisters have already experienced your greatest skill firsthand." At this point, she deliberately sighed, her tone tinged with distress. "Sigh. It's just that my husband is too amazing, and we're under a lot of pressure right now. Hopefully, after we go to Cloud Peak Manor, the Wen sisters can lend a hand and join our forces as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it's just the three of us without anyone's help, we'll probably have a hard time withstanding the challenges that the apocalypse will bring." As soon as Xinlan said this, Jiang Chen clearly felt the small hands wrapped around his waist tighten suddenly. Then, a warm sensation came from my back. Clearly, Xia Shui behind him had buried her face in his back in embarrassment. Jiang Chen didn't say much, but the smile on his lips deepened. He immediately put down his windproof mask, obscuring his facial expression. With great power comes great responsibility. This heavy burden is something he should bear. Hold on tight. Speed up. With a low shout from Jiang Chen, the two of them simultaneously twisted the accelerator. Boom! The engine roared. Two snow dragons instantly soared into the air and rushed forward like arrows, leaving two long trails on the snowfield. The wind whistled in my ears, and the scenery on both sides rushed past. The snowmobiles sped across the thick snow. Jiang Chen focused on driving, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead. This is the outskirts of the city, a place rarely visited by people, but that often means there may be more unknown dangers. Just as they passed a huge snowdrift. Sudden alarm bells rang in Jiang Chen's mind. With his keen intuition as a superhuman, he sensed something was amiss. Squeak! Jiang Chen slammed on the brakes and simultaneously turned the handlebars sharply to the left. The snowmobile traced a perfect arc on the snow, completing a beautiful drift and came to a steady stop. Chapter 102 First Battle of Combined Superpowers. Xinlan, who was following behind, also reacted very quickly. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly stop the car, she immediately slowed down and stopped to the side and behind Jiang Chen. What's wrong, honey? Xinlan removed her mask and asked somewhat nervously. What happened? Jiang Chen didn't turn around, his gaze fixed on a direction a few dozen meters ahead, and said in a deep voice. Look at that snow hill ahead. Xinlan followed Jiang Chen's gaze. On the once flat, massive snow mound ahead, a strange little snowdrift had appeared. The snowdrift was moving rapidly underground, heading straight towards them. Where the snowball passed, the accumulated snow surged and churned, as if something was frantically digging beneath. This is. Xinlan's pupils contracted, and she immediately realized what was happening. A mutated beast? Jiang Chen nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It should be. Judging from the commotion, it shouldn't be very big. Perfect, magic crystals delivered right to our door, might as well take them. After saying that, Jiang Chen raised his right hand and directly activated the ice-type superpower within his body. Rise! With a soft shout. On the snow beside him, the accumulated snow instantly swirled and condensed. In the blink of an eye, an ice cone about half a meter long with a sharp tip was formed out of thin air. Go! Jiang Chen pointed forward. Whoosh! The ice spikes flew with a whooshing sound, precisely targeting the small snowdrift that was rapidly approaching them. Bang! A muffled thud. The small, moving snowball was struck hard by the icicle and shattered instantly. Snow dust filled the air, obscuring the view. Squeak, squeak! A piercing, sharp scream rang out from the snow dust, filled with anger and pain. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure darted out of the blasted snow crater and landed heavily on the snow. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that there was actually a rat underneath the snowdrift. But this rat was ridiculously large, almost the size of an adult golden retriever. Its body is covered with coarse, black fur as stiff as steel needles, and its limbs are strong and powerful with sharp, hook-like claws. The pair of long front teeth were exposed, stained with scarlet blood and bits of flesh, indicating that the person had just eaten. At this moment, the mutated rat was staring intently at Jiang Chen and the others with its bright red eyes, its gaze filled with savagery and greed. For this mutated rat, this snowy plain in the suburbs is its hunting ground. The corpses of humans and animals frozen to death by the roadside or buried in snow are everywhere, at its disposal. But just now, it was leisurely grazing under the snow when it was disturbed by the increasingly loud noise from the snowfield. This made it, as the dominant power in this area, feel extremely angry. Squeak! The mutated rat arched its back and let out a threatening growl from its throat. But when it smelled the enticing aroma of meat emanating from the people in front of it, the anger in its eyes instantly transformed into a purer sense of appetite and disdain. Although it had no idea what had just happened. But in its mind, these fresh humans with their delicate skin and tender flesh are the most delicious and easiest prey to hunt. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the mutated rat pushed off the snow with all four limbs, transforming into a black shadow and charging towards Jiang Chen once again. Looking at this ignorant beast, Jiang Chen laughed instead. Instead of fleeing, the enemy dared to attack? Jiang Chen turned to look at the three women beside him and casually teased. It seems that the attack just now didn't hit its vitals. Not only did it not run away, but it also became more aggressive. But it's fine this way. It'll save us the trouble of chasing after it again, otherwise it'll be quite a hassle. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the mutated rat getting closer and closer, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Perfect, let's use it to test the newly developed combined ability and see just how powerful it is. Having said that, Jiang Chen held nothing back. He took a deep breath, and his supernatural powers surged wildly within him. During this period, Xinlan, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli put in a lot of hard work and effort to cultivate. At this moment, Jiang Chen's superpower level has reached the advanced level of the first tier. As for the reserves of supernatural abilities within him, they are very close to those of a second-tier supernatural being. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was already a peak first-tier expert at this time. Jiang Chen in this state. Who dares to kill him? Who can kill him? With such terrifying power, plus an almost monstrous combination of abilities, taking down a mutated rat would be a piece of cake. Ice pick. Jiang Chen pointed with his left hand, and an ice cone, thicker and more solid than the one before, was instantly pulled up from the snow and suspended in midair. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen loosely clenched his right hand, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Black flame. Call. A jet-black flame, exuding an eerie aura, appeared out of thin air atop the ice cone. The black flames did not melt the ice cone. Instead, under Jiang Chen's skillful control, they quickly spread and enveloped the entire ice cone. The once crystal-clear ice spike instantly transformed into a death spear burning with black flames. The terrifying fluctuations, a mixture of icy cold and scorching heat, distorted the surrounding air. Go! Jiang Chen gave a low shout and pointed his finger sharply forward. Buzz shut. The enhanced black flame ice cone activated instantly, carrying heat and cold, and with a sharp screech, it headed straight for the mutated rat. It was so fast that it left only a black afterimage in the air. The mutated rat that was charging forward clearly hadn't expected its opponent to launch such an attack. It instinctively sensed a deadly threat and tried to dodge. But faced with such terrifying speed, it simply didn't have time to react at all. Put.
The black flame ice spike struck the mutated rat's body without any resistance. Squeak! The mutated rat didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before its body was sent flying into the air. Immediately afterwards, the black flames attached to the ice spike suddenly erupted. Boom! A large ball of black flame instantly enveloped the mutated rat's entire body. This black flame is extremely domineering, not only extremely hot, but also extremely adhesive. In just a few seconds, the large mutated rat was completely engulfed in black flames and burned fiercely. At last, only a charred corpse remained on the snow, constantly emitting black smoke. Jiang Chen and his group rode snowmobiles slowly to the corpse of the mutated rat. With a casual wave of his hand, the black flames burning on the snow obediently went out and disappeared completely. Looking at the charred corpse on the ground, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is this the power of combined superpowers? This is terrifying. I didn't even use my full strength just now, it was just a casual strike. This destructive power. I'm afraid it could even put up a fight against a true second-tier ability user, right? With this in mind, Jiang Chen felt much more at ease. With this trump card in hand, even if we encounter stronger monsters in the future, he is equally confident in handling the situation. However, looking at the lump of charcoal in front of him, he suddenly became a little worried. Chapter 103: The Luxurious Cloud Peak Manor. It burns so thoroughly. Won't the magic crystals inside be burned too? If that's the case, then we'll be at a huge loss. After all, although this mutated rat was a bit stupid, it was still a mutated beast. The magic crystals within the body are also invaluable resources. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and gave the order in his mind. System, extract the magic crystal. Ding! Instruction received. Extracting. A few seconds later, a faint glimmer of light slowly drifted out from the head of the charred corpse. It was a grayish-white crystal that wasn't very large. Fortunately, even though the corpses had turned into charcoal, the magic crystal, which served as the energy core, remained intact and unaffected in the slightest. The stupid and ferocious mutant rat eventually transformed into a warm magic crystal. Jiang Chen reached out and caught the magic crystal, sensing the energy fluctuations inside. It's similar to Wang Meng's. It seems that this is just an ordinary Tier 1 low-level mutant beast. Although the magic crystal is in high grade, even a small amount is still something. Jiang Chen casually stored the magic crystal into his system space. Seeing the shocked and admiring expressions on the three women's faces, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "How was it? Not bad, right? My husband is amazing." Xiao Shui was the first to cheer. Qin Lan and Su Qingli's eyes were also filled with stars. This powerful force made them feel incredibly at ease. Jiang Chen looked towards the direction of Cloud Peak Manor in the distance, his expression becoming more serious. There will definitely be more and more people with superpowers and mutated creatures in the future. And they will continue to evolve and become stronger. In this dangerous world, it truly is a case of either moving forward or falling behind. Although we are now ahead, we must not let our guard down. Upon hearing this, the three women stopped laughing and nodded in agreement. They witnessed the ferocity of the mutated rat firsthand and understood the worry in Jiang Chen's words. I want to survive and thrive in this post-apocalyptic new world. They must constantly become stronger, find more helpers, and find ways to expand their influence. The three women exchanged glances, nodded, and then turned their attention back to Jiang Chen. It seems they need to work even harder in the future. Jiang Chen was unaware of the alliance the three women had secretly formed. But this alliance undoubtedly made his life happier afterward. Jiang Chen twisted the handlebars and turned the bike back towards the direction of Yunding Mountain Villa. Let's go! Full speed ahead to our new home. Boom! The roar of the snowmobiles echoed across the snowfield once more as they sped away, carrying the four of them. At noon, the pale sun hung high in the gray sky. The earth was firmly covered by gray, poisonous snow, empty and desolate, a scene of apocalypse. With the roar of two engines, Jiang Chen and his group finally arrived at their destination. The entrance to Cloud Peak Resort. Call. Looking at the giant archway in front of me, half buried in snow, yet still revealing its majestic outline, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. This journey of more than 20 kilometers across the snowfield was arduous, though we had snowmobiles for transportation and supernatural abilities to protect us. However, the tension of being surrounded by endless desolation and unknown dangers still drained a lot of everyone's energy. Until now, I've seen this iconic building. Only then did everyone's hearts finally settle down. We've finally arrived. Jiangchen parked his snowmobile under the archway and looked up at the gate that had once symbolized absolute class and status. The gate was constructed of expensive wrought iron and imported stone. Even when covered by thick snow, it still exudes an undeniable air of nobility. Before the apocalypse, this was the city's most exclusive and affluent neighborhood, with security measures that were outrageously tight. 2 rows of armed retired Special Forces soldiers stand guard at the entrance year-round, patrolling 24 hours a day. Let alone ordinary people, even some wealthy bosses. Without an invitation from the residents inside, even lingering at the entrance for a little longer will result in being unceremoniously driven away by the security guards. For Jiang Chen, who was still in college, this place was a completely different world, a mysterious forbidden land that he had only heard of in legends. That was the only connection he could think of with this place at that time. Maybe after graduation, when I'm delivering food, I'll receive orders from here. But now. Jiang Chen looked at the security booths that were completely buried by the heavy snow, and the extremely strict access control system. Now they've all turned into a pile of scrap metal, lying quietly under 3 meters of snow. All the rules, classes, thresholds. It all seems so ridiculous and meaningless after the apocalypse. He only needs to twist the throttle slightly to drive straight in and become the master of this place. Let's go home. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he restarted the snowmobile. After passing through the luxurious and enormous archway, the group officially entered the interior area of Cloud Peak Resort. The view here is extremely open, and the roadsides are lined with tall and precious ornamental trees. Although they have now turned into crystal clear ice trees, the exquisite garden beauty is still undeniable. Xin Lan rode her bicycle ahead, leading the way. She excitedly pointed her gloved fingers to the very heart of the mountaintop and shouted, "Honey! Look over there! I know the way best from here on out. Do you see that highest point on the mountaintop, the one with the best view? That's my Villa Cloud Top one." Looking in the direction Xin Lan was pointing, Jiang Chen saw the vague outline of a massive building standing atop the mountain, like a proud castle overlooking all living beings below. As Jiang Chen maneuvered his snowmobile to keep up, he looked around at the sparsely scattered but extremely luxurious villa complex. I couldn't help but sigh deeply in my heart. This is what a real wealthy area looks like. He had only heard of Cloudtop Resort before, but he had seen satellite images of the place while planning his route these past few days. But now that we've actually arrived here, when I experienced this extravagance up close that each house occupies an entire hilltop, I was deeply shocked. The entire mountain is filled with detached villas, none of which are less than 3 stories high. Those so-called townhouses and stacked villas simply have no place to exist here. Chapter 104 Luxury Mansion. Each villa in Cloud Top Villa has a huge private garden and a private swimming pool. Some of the most luxurious villas even have their own private helipads. Even though it was covered in snow, you could still smell the money. Jiang Chen looked at the scene and couldn't help but smile to himself. This was a level he could never reach, no matter how hard he tried before. But now, it's already the end of the world. The old hierarchical system has now completely collapsed. The future world belongs to the true strong. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the snowmobiles sounded particularly jarring in this empty and quiet villa complex. The roar of a huge engine echoed through the mountains, breaking the long-standing silence. Jiang Chen's keen senses told him that his group's arrival had already attracted the attention of some people in the area. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the villas with their doors and windows closed along the roadside. Although most of the villas looked empty, with no signs of human activity. However, Jiang Chen could still see some moving figures behind the curtain gaps on the 2nd and 3rd floors of some villas. Those figures were hiding in dark corners, and even through the thick glass and snow, Jiang Chen could feel the complex emotions in their eyes. There was shock at seeing survivors in the poisonous snow, fear of powerful strangers, but even more. It is a kind of undisguised greed and jealousy, like that of a hungry wolf. After all, at this time, it's rare to find someone who owns a top-of-the-line snowmobile and can travel around wearing professional cold weather gear. In their eyes, it was a mobile treasure trove, a hope for survival in this apocalypse. However, Jiang Chen just sneered at this and didn't take the person seriously at all. He's no longer a pushover. If these people dare to make a move, he wouldn't mind staining the snow a few more times with red. Boom! Jiang Chen twisted the throttle sharply, and the snowmobile roared as it accelerated toward the mountaintop. A few minutes later, the 4 of them finally reached the mountaintop platform. The location here is extremely high, offering a wide view and allowing you to take in the entire city.
It has a kind of majestic feeling, like when you reach the top of the mountain, you can see all the mountains below. In the very center of the platform stands a luxurious European-style manor villa with an astonishing area. This is Qinlan's private domain Cloud Top 1. Jiang Chen stopped the car, and with a thought, the two snowmobiles disappeared into thin air and were stored in his system space. The four people stood in front of the villa. At this moment, the luxurious 4 or 5 meter high bronze gate on the first floor of the villa was mostly blocked by thick snow. The biting wind had created a huge snow slope at the entrance, making it difficult to get in.
The snow is piled up so thick it's completely blocking the door. Looking at the snow wall in front of her, Su Qingli said with a hint of worry. Should we find a shovel and dig the snow away first?
Before Qinlan and Jiang Chen could speak, Xiao Shui stepped forward. She took off her goggles, revealing a pretty face slightly red from the cold, and said confidently.
No need for that. This is a small matter, leave it to me to handle.
After speaking, Xiao Shui stepped forward, raised her right hand, and ice-type supernatural power surged in her palm.
Condense!
With a soft shout, a magical scene unfolded.
The pile of messy snow in front of the door seemed to come alive, rapidly wriggling, rearranging, and solidifying.
Click, click, click.
Accompanied by a sound of ice forming.
The snowdrift that had been blocking the door suddenly transformed into a wide and flat icy staircase right before everyone's eyes. The steps, with their gentle slope, lead from beneath everyone's feet all the way to the door that was half buried.
Done!
Xiao Shui clapped her hands, turned around and smiled at everyone, looking adorable as if she was waiting to be praised.
Wow! Shuier, you're amazing!
Qinlan walked over with delight, took Xiao Shui's arm, and kept praising her.
You used this ability like a god.
Not only did it save us the effort of digging snow, but it also looks so beautiful.
You're really something. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, giving Xiao Shui an approving look.
This girl's control over her superpowers is becoming increasingly refined, which is a good sign. His path to future success is becoming increasingly smooth. The four of them stepped onto the icy, snowy steps and arrived at the expensive bronze door.
Qinlan took a deep breath, removed her mask, and walked to a hidden panel next to the door.
Although the power has been out for a long time, this gate is specially equipped with an independent backup power system in case of emergencies.
Drop.
As Qinlan's face drew closer, an infrared beam swept across her.
Facial recognition passed. Welcome home, Ms. Qinlan.
With an electronic notification sound, the heavy door, which had been silent for so long, began to open slowly to both sides with a low mechanical hum.
Click.
The long-dormant mansion has once again welcomed its owner.
Come on, let's take a look at our new home.
Qinlan turned around and made a pleased gesture.
The group went inside one after another.
When Jiang Chen and Xiao Shui crossed the threshold and actually entered the villa. Despite being mentally prepared, I was still deeply shocked by the scene before me. Hiss. Xiao Shui couldn't help but gasp, her mouth slightly open, unable to close for a long time.
What comes into view is a huge atrium with a ceiling height equivalent to 5 stories.
Above the living room hangs an enormous, intricately designed crystal chandelier. Even though there is no electricity now, the thousands of crystals still refract a dazzling light thanks to the snow light coming in from outside.
How much does this lamp cost?
Xiao Shui muttered to herself.
Not much, just a few million or so.
Qinlan said it casually, as if she were talking about a small accessory that cost a few dozen yuan.
Jiang Chen looked around.
The marble mosaic on the floor looks high-end, and the mahogany wainscoting on the wall also has an exceptional texture.
Even a vase casually placed in the corner looks like an antique.
Every detail here exudes luxury and refinement, reflecting the owner's unique aesthetic sense and financial power.
In a corner of the living room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, stands a huge black grand piano. Its smooth lines and the gold logo on the body of the instrument silently proclaim its extraordinary value. Limited edition Steinway.
That's the piano section, but this piano was mainly bought to match the living room decor. Su Qingli, Qinlan's close friend, volunteered to be her tour guide, pointing to a door nearby and explaining.
If Sister Lan really wants to play the piano, there is a dedicated soundproof practice room on the second floor, and the equipment there is much more professional than this one. And over there, that's the elevator that leads to the basement. Su Qingli then pointed to the other side.
The basement not only has a temperature-controlled wine cellar and a private cinema, but also an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool that is larger than 10 basketball courts combined. The pool's water circulation system is top-notch, making swimming there exceptionally comfortable.
It's just a pity. Su Qingli sighed, saying with some regret. Now that it's the apocalypse, no one is maintaining it.
There's no water or electricity, so that swimming pool is probably unusable.
Chapter 105, Taking Over the Mansion. Listening to Su Qingli's detailed introduction of this luxurious villa,
Jiang Chen and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes.
The happiness of the rich is truly unimaginable to ordinary people like us. What villa is this?
This is clearly a private luxury castle. No wonder Qin Lan always had a just-make-do attitude when she lived in that large apartment before. Compared to here, that place really is just a pigeonhole.
The price of a piano or even a sofa here could probably buy a house over there.
Qin Lan felt a little smug seeing Jiang Chen's shocked expression. She leaned closer, took Jiang Chen's arm, and said coquettishly,
"How is it, honey? Isn't our new home nice?"
"To make my living situation more comfortable, I've invested a lot of small goals into it. I never expected it to be able to come into play again after this global apocalypse." She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with love.
"But now, everything here belongs to you. You are the owner here, you can use it however you want."
Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, whom he could have his way with, and felt a surge of accomplishment.
"Now that this is our new home, how can we let it be so deserted?"
Jiang Chen smiled, released Qin Lan's hand, and walked to the center of the hall. He took a deep breath and mentally issued the command to the system.
"System, bind to the shelter core."
Target confirmed, Cloud Top 1 Villa.
Ding! A building meeting the criteria has been detected. Binding to the shelter core. Binding successful. Loading enhancement modules. Taking over the house control system.
As the system notification tone faded,
buzz.
A strange, visible fluctuation spread outwards from Jiang Chen in an instant. This force, gentle yet powerful, swept swiftly across every corner of the villa.
The next second, a miracle happened. The huge crystal chandelier overhead suddenly flickered.
Then it emitted a soft yet dazzling light, illuminating the entire hall in a magnificent golden glow.
A warm current suddenly surged through the originally cold air.
The central air conditioning and underfloor heating systems throughout the house were activated instantly after the system was modified. From now on, this place will no longer need to consume any energy, it will be powered directly by the system. The indoor temperature began to rise at an alarming rate. At the same time, the structure of the entire villa is undergoing a fundamental change.
Walls, doors, windows. Although it looks unchanged, it still retains its original luxurious beauty.
However, the materials inside have been thoroughly reinforced by the system.
Ordinary tempered glass has been transformed into one-way bulletproof glass capable of withstanding anti-material sniper rifles. The original concrete walls became even more robust than a bank vault.
That bronze door was as solid as a rock, even a first-level high-level ability user wouldn't be able to easily cause damage to it.
Not only that.
On the roof of the villa, in the corner of the garden, deep in the corridor,
countless hidden early warning probes and deadly defense mechanisms have also been quietly deployed. The current Hentaying one is no longer an ordinary luxury residence.
Instead, it is a super military fortress that combines ultimate defense and terrifying offensive capabilities with top-notch comfort.
Call.
As the warm breeze blew, the four people, who were originally wearing heavy winter clothes, quickly felt the heat. The temperature inside the villa has quickly risen to 24 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for the human body.
This is unbelievable.
Su Qingli sensed the changes around her and exclaimed in surprise. The deathly silence and coldness that had filled the villa vanished instantly.
Instead, it brings a sense of reassuring warmth and vitality.
At this moment, the sleeping castle seemed to be infused with a soul and truly came to life.
It's so warm. Xiao Shui happily twirled around.
Here. They finally rediscovered the warm feeling they had when they lived in that little house. Apart from the house becoming bigger, more luxurious, and more beautiful, nothing else has changed. My loved ones are right beside me, and my best friends are also by my side. Even if the outside world is frozen and desolate, this place remains their warmest home.
Alright, now that we're home, let's not wear these thick clothes anymore.
Jiang Chen smiled as he took off his winter coat and casually tossed it into his system space. He then changed into a pair of loose-fitting beach shorts, revealing his well-defined and muscular physique.
It's so hot, this is much more comfortable.
Seeing this, the three women exchanged glances and laughed.
Yeah, it's so hot.
As Qinlan spoke, she gracefully unzipped her winter coat. As the heavy clothes were removed, they also changed into the kind of light lace camisoles that Jiangchen usually wore at home, which were also his favorite. Qinlan is mysterious and sexy in black, Xiao Shui is pure and flawless in white, and Su Qingli is delicate and lovely in pink. 3 colors, 3 styles. The lights reflect off each other, creating a breathtaking scene. Looking at the scene before him, Jiangchen walked contentedly to the center of the living room, in front of a huge, luxurious leather sofa that could comfortably seat more than a dozen people. He slumped to the side and sank into the soft sofa. Ah, that feels so good. The texture of this top-of-the-line sofa is truly exceptional. It offers an incredibly enveloping feel, making you never want to get up once you lie down.
Hee hee, honey, we're here too. Xiao Shui and Su Qingli chuckled and pounced on Jiang Chen, lying down on either side of him. Hey! How could you all take up all the seats?
Qinlan, who was a step slower, came over after changing her clothes and saw the scene. She immediately let out a coquettish sigh.
No, no. I want some too.
She giggled, and without the slightest hesitation, she opened her arms and pounced on top of the 3 people.
Qinlan lay completely on top of Jiang Chen.
Her thick, jet-black hair, exuding a faint fragrance, cascaded down, gently brushing against Jiang Chen's chest and neck, causing a ticklish, tingling sensation.
Stop it, Sister Lan, it itches.
Jiang Chen chuckled and gently patted Qinlan's bottom, telling her to stop being naughty.
But his hand did not move away. Instead, he wrapped it around her slender waist.
The 4 of them squeezed together on the large sofa, enjoying the cozy and peaceful moment they cherished. Surrounded by various fragrances, he felt the affection 3 women had for him.
Jiang Chen felt that his life was complete. Chapter 106. No one can resist a jacuzzi.
The enormous crystal chandelier cast a dreamlike glow, making the living room look like a golden palace.
Time slipped away quietly in the warm atmosphere.
The 4 of them were extremely happy and enjoyed this rare moment of peace.
Gurgle.
After an unknown amount of time, an untimely noise suddenly came from the stomach of a certain goddess. It was exceptionally clear in this quiet moment. Qinlan, who was lying on Jiang Chen, stiffened, and then her beautiful face turned bright red. She buried her face in Jiang Chen's neck, a little embarrassed, and mumbled softly.
That physiological reaction. I can't quite control it.
This journey has been exhausting and tiring, and the fatigue has been quite significant. Hearing this, Xiao Shui and Su Qingli, who were standing next to her, couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. But then their bellies began to protest one after another. The 3 women were so embarrassed that they couldn't lift their heads. Jiang Chen laughed and sat up, then gently helped the 3 women in his arms to sit up straight.
All right, it seems everyone is starving. You've really had a tough journey. He waved his hand grandly and said, Come on. Your husband will take you out for a big meal. Let's have a big meal to celebrate moving into our new house. Yay!
The 3 women's eyes lit up instantly when they heard the words feast, and they cheered in unison. Since the opening of that all-encompassing top-tier buffet restaurant, and the fact that they became superhumans and gained the ability to eat whatever they want without gaining weight, things have changed. In addition to discussing their superpowers and engaging in in-depth exchanges every day, what everyone looks forward to most is getting together to enjoy all kinds of delicious food. After all, this is a cold, post-apocalyptic world where food and water are extremely scarce. Being able to enjoy hot, freshly made top-quality food anytime, anywhere is a feeling of happiness that words cannot describe. She has her beloved husband who pampers her, her best girlfriends by her side, and endless delicious food waiting for her. This kind of life is just too wonderful. Let's go. This time I want to eat spicy crayfish. Xiao Shui was the first to jump off the sofa, grabbing Jiang Chen's hand and running towards the dining room.
I want to eat French foie gras, and with the finest red wine. Qinlan also became interested and gracefully stood up.
I want to drink that seafood congee, and also roast chicken and roast duck. Su Qingli was still a little embarrassed, but the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened a portal to the top-tier buffet restaurant, next to the long dining table in the living room that could seat 20 people. This time, he didn't let everyone go in to get it instead, he did it like a magic trick. One after another, delicious dishes that everyone wants to eat are continuously moved from the space to the dining table.
Not long after,
the huge long dining table was filled to the brim. The bright red, spicy crayfish were piled up into a small mountain, emitting an enticing aroma. The perfectly pan-fried French foie gras sizzles with oil and is served alongside glistening caviar. The steaming seafood porridge was full of abalone and prawns. In addition, there is roasted whole lamb, Buddha jumps over the wall, various exquisite sushi and sashimi, colorful desserts. It was an absolutely luxurious feast. Let's eat. At Jiang Chen's command, the three women no longer cared about their ladylike image and picked up their chopsticks and forks to eat heartily. Wow! This shrimp meat is so bouncy and springy. This foie gras melts in your mouth, it's so delicious. Honey, have a bite of this too, I just peeled it. The four sat around the dining table, clinking glasses and exchanging pleasantries, their laughter filling the air. Jiang Chen looked at the three goddesses beside him, who were eating with greasy mouths but still looked incredibly beautiful, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. This sumptuous meal lasted for more than an hour. We continued until everyone was so full they were slumped in their chairs, too tired to move. Phew, I'm so full. Su Qingli touched her slightly protruding belly without any regard for her image, her face full of satisfied blush. I feel like life has only been real since I met my husband. Before that, I was living such a miserable life. Before, I was afraid to eat this and that in order to maintain my figure. Now I can finally eat to my heart's content. This feeling is so great. Qinlan elegantly wiped her mouth, picked up her wineglass, took a sip, and looked at Jiang Chen with alluring eyes. I'm full and have had enough to eat and drink, but I feel like I'm sweating a little again. Honey, there's a super big bathroom in my villa. The jacuzzi alone inside can fit at least 10 people. Now that the water and electricity have been restored, shouldn't we? Before she finished speaking, Jiang Chen understood what she meant. He raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Of course. No one can resist a jacuzzi. Amidst the excited cheers of the three women, the group arrived at the lounge area on the basement level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a wave of warm, humid steam rushed out. What was presented to everyone was an extravagantly large bathroom. It has all kinds of facilities, it's like a super luxurious resort. The water in the bathroom pool was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint blue light, and a thin layer of steam rose from the surface. Under the light, it looks like a huge sapphire. The most surprising thing is that there is a huge oval-shaped jacuzzi next to this pool. At this moment, the bathtub was filled with hot water, the jets were constantly churning up waves, and many rose petals were floating on the surface of the water. Wow! It's so beautiful! Xiao Shui exclaimed in surprise and rushed to the bathtub to test the water temperature. The water temperature is just right. It feels so good. Qinlan nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Honey, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to come down and help us scrub our backs? Jiang Chen laughed and quickly took off his beach shorts, then jumped into the huge jacuzzi. Come on. Get down, all of you. Today, your husband will personally serve you. With a burst of laughter and the sound of splashing, the three women also slid into the water. The warm water enveloped my body, and the jets pounded against my tired muscles. The tingling, soothing sensation made me want to cry out. Ah, so comfortable. Su Qingli leaned against the edge of the bathtub, closed her eyes, and felt as if she were melting into the water. Jiang Chen wasn't idle either. He would massage Qinlan's shoulders for a while, rub Xiao Shui's legs for a while, and then hold Su Qingli in his arms and whisper to her. Amidst the rising steam, the distance between the four people seemed to shrink infinitely. The nerves that had been taut during the apocalypse completely relaxed at this moment. This is probably the most luxurious 7-star hotel in the world. Even in terms of privacy and comfort, this place is superior. When it comes to enjoying life, these rich people really know how to have fun. Chapter 107: The Important Reasons for Having to Expand Influence. Time slipped away unnoticed as people indulged in pleasure. When the four of them emerged from the luxurious bathroom and returned to the living room on the first floor, it was already completely dark outside. But the villa was still brightly lit and incredibly cozy. All four of them washed away their fatigue and travel-worn clothes. They were wearing soft, comfortable silk bathrobes, and their hair was half dry. Her face had a rosy glow from the bath, making her look radiant and even more beautiful than usual. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the luxurious sofa, with a woman on each side. Qinlan and Xiao Shui nestled on either side of him like two clingy kittens. The newly joined Su Qingli obediently knelt on the carpet, lying beside Jiang Chen's legs, gently massaging his legs. Jiang Chen looked out through the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the pitch-black, cold, and merciless world outside. That place is a cruel hell, a place where countless people struggle on the brink of life and death. Inside the window, it is a paradise of fine wines and delicacies, and soft, fragrant meat.
This stark contrast made him cherish everything he had even more. At this moment, Xin Lan took out her phone, turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Now that we're at Cloud Peak Manor, why don't we contact my sister now?" Jiang Chen glanced at the three alluring women beside him, quickly pressed the button on her phone, and said, "No rush, everyone has had a long day, let's rest first." Su Qingli then muttered, "Apart from my husband, we don't have a single day of hard work. My sister and I had a pretty good rest this afternoon." Xiao Shui then jokingly said with a smile, "Qingli, there's a kind of tiredness that your husband thinks you're tired. Since my husband has spoken, let's rest a bit more." The night was deep, but the interior of the Cloud Top 1 villa was warm and cozy. When the four woke up, it was already late at night. Qinlan leaned lazily on Jiang Chen's arm, her long, smooth, black hair casually draped over the sofa. She reached for her phone, glanced at the time, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's already 2:30 in the morning? I didn't expect to sleep for so long. It seems everyone is really exhausted these past few days." Su Qingli rubbed her eyes and sat up, agreeing. "Yes, back when I lived in Jinqiu Garden, I was never afraid to sleep too soundly, for fear that something bad would happen if I closed my eyes. I didn't expect that after coming here. Although I'm very tired and stressed every day, I sleep very relaxed and comfortably, and I don't feel any danger at all." Xiao Shui laughed and joked from the side. "That's because my husband is by my side, of course. I feel especially at ease whenever I smell my husband's scent. I'm not afraid of any mutated beasts or bad guys anymore." The three women exchanged a smile, their feelings for Jiang Chen self-evident. Qin Lan turned her head, looked at Jiang Chen beside her, and said softly, "Honey, now that we've both rested and are feeling refreshed, then, how about we consider the important business we didn't finish earlier?" Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, looking at the alluring beauty in his arms, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Is this serious business? Wasn't the break just now important business? What? Still not enough?" Qin Lan gave him a playful glare and gently drew circles on his chest with her hand. "Oh dear, that's not what they meant. I was referring to expanding our power." She pointed to the other two sisters who were also looking at Jiang Chen, her tone urgent. "Honey, look, although our current strength seems pretty strong, it's really just the four of us. It's okay for dealing with one or two mutated beasts or a few clueless superhumans. If we encounter a large-scale mutated beast or an even more powerful enemy, our manpower will be far from enough. And," Qin Lan sighed, saying with a hint of helplessness, "just handling the internal affairs of our big family is enough to keep us all busy. Because there aren't enough people to step in and help solve the problem. It's keeping us all working overtime so much that we don't have much time to train our abilities." Su Qingli and Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. He looked at Qin Lan with great anticipation, as if he were looking at a savior. As expected of an older sister, she said everything they wanted to say. "Their bodies can't handle eating delicious food non-stop. Although my physical abilities have improved a lot since becoming a superhuman. But they are not Jiang Chen after all, and they still have limits in terms of energy. If they could find more friends to help share the burden, their lives would definitely be much easier." Jiang Chen then opened his eyes, which were full of rationality and wisdom. Seeing the three women's eager eyes as they tried to expand their influence, he couldn't help but nod in approval of their ambition. There's no way around it, he's just such an understanding and kind leader. Since his subordinates have needs, he, as the leader of this force, naturally has to do his best to meet them. "All right." Jiang Chen sat up, stretched, and revealed his muscular upper body. "Then let's do it your way. Contact your best friend now." Upon hearing this, the three women immediately cheered, as if they had received tremendous good news. "That's great. Long live my husband. Finally, someone can help us share the burden." Qinlan couldn't wait to open WeChat and find the profile picture with the nickname Wenwan. While sending messages, she said to everyone with some concern, "It's so late, I wonder if she's asleep or not. She used to always go to bed before 10 p.m. in order to maintain her skin and figure. If she's asleep now, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning." However, what Qinlan didn't expect was, her message appeared at the top of the chat box just seconds after she sent it. Typing. Immediately afterwards, a reply popped up. "Wenwan, Sister Lan? Is it really you? Wenwan, oh my god. You're still alive. That's wonderful. I was so worried about you." Seeing the reply so quickly, Qin Lan was a little surprised, then smiled and said, It seems that after the apocalypse, everyone's routines have become abnormal.
Even Juan, a health enthusiast, has now become the champion of staying up all night.
But thinking about it, it makes sense. In this apocalyptic world where every day is uncertain and death could come at any moment, who can sleep soundly? Even they often have to stay up late. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and confirming that they were both well, Qianlan cut to the chase without beating around the bush.
Qianlan, Wan, since you're still awake, let's talk about something serious.
Qianlan, guess where I live now? Chapter 108 Mysterious Rescue Team.
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if they were thinking. A little while later, a voice message came through, the voice sounding tired and teasing.
Where else could it be? Weren't you having a fling with that handsome subordinate with 8-pack abs, the one you had your eye on, living a landlord-tenant relationship? Since it's already the end of the world, I suppose you've successfully eaten it by now.
After all, no one can resist your charm. I bet you two are living together shamelessly right now.
Honestly, I'm quite envious of you.
Although the houses there are small and supplies may be limited, life might be a bit tough. But at least he has a caring man by his side, unlike me. Alone in this empty villa, though he has enough to eat and drink, he has no one to talk to and lives in constant fear.
Hearing Wan's self-righteous analysis, Qianlan couldn't help but laugh.
Even at a time like this, she still couldn't forget Versailles. She then showed her phone to Jiang Chen and the other two women, and they all couldn't help but laugh.
It seems she still has some misunderstandings about our current life.
Qianlan smiled and shook her head.
Really?
A few days ago, although she had contacted these sisters, she was mostly busy having in-depth conversations with Jiang Chen and didn't tell them much about her situation. In addition, everyone subconsciously feels that if the apocalypse comes, no one will have a good time. It's understandable that such a conjecture could arise.
But who could have imagined it?
Not only did she not suffer, but she also lived a life of luxury and ease that was even more pampered than before the end of the world.
Qianlan tapped the screen lightly and replied. Qianlan, you only guessed half right.
Qianlan, I am indeed with that handsome young man, but we're not living there anymore.
Qianlan, okay, I'll stop keeping you in suspense. To tell you the truth, I live right above you now.
After the message was sent, the other party remained silent for a full minute without replying.
He was clearly confused by that statement. After a while, Wan sent a voice message full of doubt. Above? Above what? Sister Lan, are you delirious with hunger? My house is a detached villa, with an attic and terrace upstairs. Who would live there? Besides, the outside is covered in poisonous snow, even birds fly away from there. Who could possibly live up there? Qianlan smiled and continued typing. Qianlan, a little higher. Further up?
Her gentle voice was filled with confusion, then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, her voice abruptly rose.
Hey! Wait a minute. Above that, that's the summit. That was you this afternoon?
That group of mysterious people who rode snowmobiles and wore those really high-end looking winter clothes, barging right into our neighborhood.
Could you be one of them? Immediately afterwards, a photo was sent over.
The photo was very blurry, as if it was taken secretly through a gap in the curtains. But you can still clearly see two imposing snowmobiles speeding past in the swirling snow. There were 4 people in the car. Although their faces were not visible, their equipment and aura created a strong sense of pressure that could be felt even through the screen.
Qianlan glanced at the photo, nodded, and replied. Qianlan, that's right, that's us. Qianlan, we just moved here this afternoon.
This is what they call one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When Wan was in an uproar, sending voice messages one after another, her tone filled with shock and excitement.
Oh my god. Is it really you guys? Sister Lan, you're amazing. How did you manage to get your hands on this kind of equipment? Did you know that this is going viral in our neighborhood's residents group chat?
Everyone's saying that some powerful figure with connections has arrived with a secret force to take over this place, or that it's a national rescue team.
Some even say that aliens came to explore Earth.
Many people are frantically sending private messages everywhere, trying to find out who these mysterious people are. Even someone like me who doesn't usually participate in group chats is getting bombarded with messages asking for collaborations and begging to get ahead. They were all saying in the group chat that if they could contact these mysterious people, everyone would be saved. Upon hearing this, Qianlan casually opened her secondary WeChat account, which had long been set to Do Not Disturb.
Really? Upon opening, countless unread messages flooded in like a tidal wave.
Friend requests and private messages were flooding in, so many that I couldn't possibly read them all.
Hello, I am the chairman of XX company.
I hope to discuss cooperation with you.
Hey bro, I'm a retired special forces soldier, really skilled, please take me in. I just need a meal.
Hello, mysterious person.
I know where there are supplies in the neighborhood. If you're willing to take me there, I'll tell you everything.
However, judging from the format of these messages, they are clearly sent in bulk. The main strategy is to cast a wide net, hoping that if they're lucky, they might stumble upon the mysterious person's contact information. Even in the owner's group of Yunding Mountain Villa, there were several people who seemed quite serious, but at this moment they were acting like clowns. They confidently claimed that they had made contact with the mysterious person and even reached some kind of a strategic cooperation agreement.
They are recruiting and preparing to do something big.
Team spots are limited. Those interested in joining should contact them privately. Looking at these absurd and laughable messages, Jiang Chen and the other three exchanged glances, and finally couldn't help but laugh.
These people really have a rich imagination. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated.
We've been busy all day, and when we get back we need to eat, shower, and rest.
We don't have time to deal with them.
Apart from Wan, whom we just contacted, we haven't spoken to anyone else in this neighborhood. These so-called cooperations are just them trying to make themselves look good and force a fait accompli. Xinlan smiled and shook her head, then replied to Wan with a message.
Xinlan, I've also received quite a few similar messages. It's really quite crazy.
Xinlan, however, I can tell you clearly that we have not reached any cooperation agreements with anyone here, and there is no rescue plan whatsoever.
Xinlan, we came here simply to go home.
After these words were spoken, Wan clearly fell silent for a moment.
Immediately afterwards, a voice message, trembling with tears, arrived. Ha? It's not a rescue team? Then wouldn't I have been happy for nothing?
I just joined that mutual aid group, thinking that if I followed them, my sister would be saved.
This is it, it's completely over. Chapter 109 Good Mother. Hearing Wan's somewhat desperate voice, Xinlan was speechless for a moment. Why did my best friend's IQ drop after the apocalypse?
But before she could even complain, Wan seemed to suddenly realize what was happening, and her voice became excited again.
Wait a minute. Something's not right. I've already contacted the person in question, why should I care about those scammers? Sister Lan. No. Mom. Good mother. Please. Save my sister.
I'll do anything to save my sister.
Whether it's working like a slave, or that. Even if you make an outrageous request, I'm willing to agree. Puff.
Xiao Shui, who was drinking water, spat out her water as soon as she heard the word mom. Jiang Chen and Su Qingli also looked at Xinlan with strange expressions, their eyes full of mockery.
Good mother?
Jiang Chen looked at Xinlan with a half smile.
It seems that you hold a very high position in their hearts, Sister Lan. Not only a good sister, but also a good mother?
Xinlan was startled by the word mom and her face turned bright red.
This is the fourth person to call her that tonight. Does she really look that old?
Besides, this Wan is much older than her. She was a young woman in her early 20s, no, a young married woman.
It's just that she has a noble and dignified air about her. Is it really necessary for everyone to make fun of her for that?
However, there's not much time to correct her right now, so we'll let her off the hook for now. Once she gets here, she'll definitely have to teach this big sister a lesson. Although Xinlan was internally complaining, she was also aware of the situation. Wan was truly desperate and had really seen her as her last lifeline. In the apocalypse, for the sake of survival and loved ones, dignity sometimes really doesn't matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to such a joking manner, selling her dignity to beg for my help. Complaints aside, we still have business to get done. Xinlan took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and asked.
Xinlan, okay, stop yelling. Xinlan, were you talking about your sister Wanya? What happened to her? Was she in any danger?
Xinlan naturally dared not neglect this important task concerning the expansion of her own power.
Wanya is a rare talent.
Not only is she a professor at a prestigious university, but she also has a classic and intellectual appearance, which perfectly matches Jiang Chen's hiring criteria. When Wan replied quickly, her voice filled with anxiety and helplessness.
That's right, Sister Lan.
The day before the apocalypse broke out, Xiaoya happened to have an academic seminar at the school the next day, so she stayed in the school staff dormitory. Who knew that poisonous snow would suddenly fall the next day, paralyzing the whole world?
She's now stuck at school and can't get out. I'm doing okay here.
As you know, I usually stock up on a lot of meal replacement powders and various low-fat foods at home in order to lose weight. Although they taste terrible, at least I won't starve. Besides, there's still plenty of water in my big fish tank, so it's not like I can't drink it if I just hold off.
But it won't work for Xiaoya. That's just a temporary dormitory, there aren't any extra supplies at all. It's been 10 days. I'm so worried about her. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on.
At this point, Wenwan was already sobbing uncontrollably.
Sister Lan, I really have no other choice now.
There's poisonous snow everywhere outside that makes your skin rot at the slightest touch, and there are more and more mutated creatures.
I can't get out at all.
Please, for the sake of our past sisterhood, please help me.
We'll do anything you ask if you can save Xiaoya.
Really? Including those things you hinted at to us sisters before the apocalypse.
We're all willing to agree. Xiaoya and I can do it. Upon hearing this, the entire living room fell silent instantly.
Jiang Chen, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli all turned their gazes toward Qinlan.
Anything is fine? That kind of thing? It will be all right?
Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing these words.
He smelled the melon. Sister Lan, it seems you used to be quite capable. Could you tell us in more detail what kind of thing it is?
Su Qingli, standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled. As Qinlan's close confidant and intimate bedmate, she was a true friend to her.
She knows these things better than anyone else.
However, she has gone from being a victim to being a spectator, which is quite a unique experience. Although Xiao Shui didn't say anything, she also blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Qinlan expectantly.
Cough, cough, cough.
Qinlan, whose secrets had been exposed to her face, was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. Her beautiful face flushed red with embarrassment, her eyes darting around, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen at all.
Well. It's all because I was young and ignorant back then.
Back then, I hadn't met you, my husband, and I didn't have a man who cared for me.
I can only
joke around with my girlfriends. Qinlan laughed it off, trying to brush the topic off. Besides, those were all jokes from the past, they shouldn't be taken seriously.
Shouldn't our most important task right now be to discuss how to rescue Wenya?
Honey, look, Wenya is a great beauty, and a highly educated professor at that, with a wonderful temperament.
If we can save her, wouldn't our family have another helper? And that enchanting Wenwan has a fantastic figure, she practices yoga and is incredibly flexible. As Qinlan spoke, she secretly winked at Jiang Chen, giving him a blatant hint.
Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly as he watched her trying so hard to promote the product and change the subject. Actually, he didn't dislike Qinlan's old hobbies at all, in fact, he found them quite charming.
After all, everyone has a past, right?
Before meeting him, Qinlan had always been single and had never been entangled with any other men. Moreover, he was her first man. This shows that although she has some unique hobbies, she is still quite conservative on some matters of principle. Anyway, she has turned over a new leaf now. At worst, we can wait until we bring the Wen sisters over, and then let them explain and perform for us personally. After all, he's watched quite a few shows like this these days.
Chapter 110 Gentle. Alright, I understand. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not pursuing the topic any further, thus giving Qinlan a way out. Since you've put it that way, then we'll definitely help you with this.
After all, this is a major event that concerns the future development of our forces.
After receiving Jiang Chen's approval, Qinlan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was right about him.
How could Jiang Chen possibly see such a pair of precious treasures and resist the urge to possess them?
Thank you, honey. You're the best.
Qinlan then rushed over and kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek before picking up her phone again to reply to Wenwan's message. Qinlan, okay, stop crying.
Qinlan, since you've gone to such lengths, I'll definitely help you out. Qinlan, tomorrow morning, we'll head to the university town and pick up your sister.
Upon hearing this promise, an excited scream immediately came from Wenwan's end.
Really? That's great. That's great. Wa'ada. Sister Lan, you're like a second parent to me. I don't know how to thank you enough. Even through the screen, all four of them could feel Wenwan's heartfelt joy and excitement.
Qinlan smiled, her fingers rapidly tapping on the screen, and continued.
Qinlan, don't thank me yet. Qinlan, let me be clear from the start, since I risked everything to bring your sister back. Xinlan, from now on, you are all mine. Xinlan, no matter what I ask you to do, even if it's something difficult to talk about, you are not allowed to refuse. Xinlan, otherwise, don't blame me for not showing sisterly affection. Wenwan replied almost instantly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. We'd do anything as long as we can live, as long as we can be with Xiaoya. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. If you tell us to call someone mom, we absolutely wouldn't dare call them dad. From now on, you will be our pillar of strength and our backbone. Upon seeing this message, several black lines immediately appeared on Xinlan's forehead. This brat, she's gotten addicted to calling me that, huh? Why are you calling me mom? Do I look that old? Remember to call me older sister from now on. Did you hear me? Xinlan angrily sent a voice message. Wenwan immediately and obediently changed her tune. Yes, dear sister. But if you didn't contact anyone in our neighborhood, why did it take you so long to find me? If you had messaged me sooner, I wouldn't have had to live in fear for so long. Upon hearing this, Xinlan smiled slightly. She couldn't very well say that she was so obsessed with men that she had forgotten everything else. It wasn't until late at night that I had some free time to contact my good friend. Of course, these words cannot be said directly. Xinlan replied. Xinlan, my dear sister, you'll see when the time comes. After agreeing on the arrangements for tomorrow, Xinlan turned off her phone. She couldn't help but snort when she thought of Wenwan's mature and alluring figure, which even she herself was somewhat jealous of. Wenwan actually dared to embarrass herself in front of her husband and sisters. She absolutely has to arrange for these two sisters to lead the charge from now on. The next morning. Upon learning that her younger sister could be saved, Wenwan was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She tossed and turned in bed until dawn was approaching before she finally drifted off to sleep. This might be the first good news she's heard since the apocalypse. However, before she could even get a proper rest, a piercing cell phone ringtone came through her ear. Ring ring ring. Wenwan, still half asleep, stretched a hand out from under the covers, fumbled for her phone, and swiped it on, her voice hoarse. Hello, who is it? On the other end of the phone came Xinlan's signature cool voice, but now it carried a hint of mockery. What are you hanging for, miss? Don't you even know what time it is? The sun's already high in the sky, get up now. I'm off to pick up your sister. Wenwan's consciousness cleared slightly, and she suddenly sat up in bed, surprised. Huh? Sister Lan? You're already here? So fast? Xinlan chuckled softly. They're all outside your house. If you don't believe me, just open the curtains and take a look. Okay. Coming right away. Wenwan then hurriedly crawled out of the thick quilt that she was wrapped in several layers of, like a rice dumpling. Although she was still wrapped in a thick, long down jacket, keeping herself completely covered up. But as soon as I got out of bed, I couldn't help but shiver. Hiss, it's so cold. The temperature inside was extremely low. Even the surface of the water in the large fish tank in the living room was covered with a thin layer of ice. Without modern heating facilities, the extreme cold that accompanied this apocalypse was truly deadly. Wenwan walked shakily to the second-floor balcony. Take a deep breath and pull the thick blackout curtain shut with force. Brush. Today is a rare day with beautiful weather. The long-awaited sunlight shone through the clouds, making Wenwan squint. However, what shocked and excited her even more were the four figures standing on the snow outside the window. Two flamboyant blue and white snowmobiles were parked to the side, and four people wearing identical polar cold weather suits and goggles were standing outside her window. These people were the mysterious individuals who broke into their neighborhood yesterday. At this moment, there was only a thick layer of glass separating them. Wenwan stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. It really is them. Xinlan really came. And they really aren't afraid of the poisonous snow outside. You have to understand, it's over 30 degrees below zero outside right now, and the ground is covered with poisonous snow that kills you instantly if you touch it. For ordinary people, let alone going out, they would freeze if they stood on the balcony for even a little while. But these four people stood in the snow as if nothing had happened. Even the protective suits didn't feel bulky. Instead, they exuded an indescribable sense of competence and style. Seeing that Wenwan was still in a daze, Xinlan, who was outside the window, raised her phone and pressed the screen against the window glass. The phone screen displayed her chat history with Wenwan from last night. This can be used to prove one's identity.
After making this gesture, Qinlan pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window on the second-floor balcony and made a open window gesture. After all, they are now fully armed, so let alone seeing their faces, if it weren't for their excellent figures, it would probably be impossible to tell if they were male or female. Chapter 111 Wenwan's Infatuation. Seeing Qinlan's series of actions, Wenwan immediately understood her meaning. However, the reason she was in a daze just now was. This is because it is the first time since the apocalypse that someone has been able to move around normally outside. This is absolutely incredible. Wait a minute. I'll start right away. Wenwan called out through the glass, then laboriously turned the handle of the French window in front of her. Splash! As soon as the window was opened, a biting, icy wind rushed into the room. The temperature inside the room dropped several degrees instantly. Wenwan tightened her down jacket, shivering from the cold, and quickly made room for the window. Whoosh! 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 Fragile people outside the window used the height of the snow to leap lightly and climb and one after another through the window. Xiao Shui, the last one to enter, turned around and closed the window tightly to keep out the cold wind. They even thoughtfully cleaned the poisonous snow off their bodies. After entering the house, the four people took off their hats and masks. Qinlan tossed her long, black, and smooth high ponytail, revealing a radiant and stunningly beautiful face. She looked at her best friend, whose hair was messy and whose face looked haggard, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. Sister Wenwan, it's been a long time. She emphasized the word sister with extra emphasis, clearly still holding a grudge against her for calling her mom last night. After all, she didn't want to be called mom by someone older than her that would make her sound too old. Certainly. If Wenwan were to truly become a part of their family, then it wouldn't matter if she addressed them that way in bed. Anyway, she won't be the first, nor will she be the last. She's used to it. Wenwan stared at the radiant Qinlan in front of her, her mouth agape in disbelief. Lan? It really is you. My God. You look even more beautiful and elegant than before the apocalypse. Wenwan couldn't help but mentally rant, are we all really living through the same apocalypse? Although she had no shortage of food and drink, she lived in constant fear and her mental state was extremely poor. With the water and electricity cut off, I haven't been able to take good care of myself, and my hair is all matted. In contrast, Qinlan. Her skin was fair and supple, like a freshly peeled egg. Her eyes were bright and alert and she exuded confidence and vitality. Even her long, black, smooth ponytail looked like it had just been treated, radiating a healthy glow. This doesn't look like someone who has just survived a doomsday escape. It's like I just got back from vacation. This stark contrast made Wenwan feel an overwhelming sense of loss. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Xiao Shui, and Su Qingli also took off their masks one after another. Wenwan's gaze swept over the group, and she was shocked once again. The average attractiveness of this group is just unbelievable. She knew that Qinlan was prettier than her, and there was nothing more to say about that. She carefully examined the somewhat familiar young woman behind Qinlan and recognized her as Qinlan's personal secretary, Su Qingli. This girl used to be a cold beauty. Although her temperament has softened slightly now, she is still an absolute top beauty on par with herself. And another beautiful woman. Wenwan's gaze fell on Xiao Shui. This was a strange face she had never seen before, but it was a really beautiful face. She possesses a pure yet alluring charm, especially with her gentle, elegant, and refined demeanor. Even wearing heavy winter clothes couldn't hide it. When she smiles, her eyes crinkle into crescents, her sweetness melting hearts, and she exudes a very approachable charm. Another top beauty who is just as good as herself. Did I just stumble upon a den of beauties? Wenwan thought to herself, clicking her tongue in surprise. Finally, her gaze fell on the only man in the room. When Jiang Chen removed his mask, revealing his handsome and resolute face. Wenwan felt her heart skip a beat. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a face as beautiful as jade, a high and straight nose, and well-defined features. His deep eyes, in particular, seemed to hold the stars in the sea, making one want to be captivated by them at first glance. More importantly, he exudes a charming and powerful masculine aura. This kind of temperament is something you absolutely won't see in those pretty young men who only know how to put on makeup before the apocalypse. So handsome. Wenwan couldn't help but swallow, feeling her long dormant feelings of love beginning to stir. This must be the man who made Qinlan fall in love and even changed her sexual orientation for him. No wonder she didn't share any information with her friends before. She wanted to keep it all to herself. But even if a man is this perfect, she would want to hide him away too. Wen thought to herself. If I didn't know that this man was already my best friend's man. She absolutely had to find a way to get him into her bed. She has lived almost half her life, and due to a failed marriage, she has remained single to this day. With only a few years left of the best years of my life, and now it's the end of the world. She has never experienced the pleasures of a man. She didn't want to leave this world with such regrets. Then a bold idea popped into her mind. Wen kept trying to convince herself. Now that she's joining Lanlan's team, we'll all be family. I'll try to ask Lanlan for help then, maybe. Thinking of this, her eyes became eager. She didn't care about her image anymore and pulled Lan to a corner to whisper to her. Lan. While stealing glances at Jiang Chun, who was looking around the room, Wen lowered her voice and said excitedly. Is this the handsome guy you've got your eye on? Oh my god. That's so cool. You're so unfair. You had such a handsome guy, and you only let us see him now? Tell me honestly, were you just thinking of keeping it all to yourself and not wanting to share it with your sisters? Lan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Wan's infatuated expression. She reached out and poked Wan's forehead, saying in an annoyed tone. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Although that was indeed what she thought at the time. However, after the apocalypse, having fully understood Jiang Chen's true combat strength, she gave up the idea. It's not that I don't want to eat alone, it's just that I'm powerless to do so. She sighed silently to herself. My back hurts so much, my body can't take it anymore. However, she certainly wouldn't say these things directly to Wen. After all, it's good to leave some surprises for your best friends in life. Let her open the gift herself, that would be more interesting. Alright, it's not too late to gushing about him later. Lan's smile faded, and she said seriously. We've come here on important business. Didn't you want to save your sister? When Wenya was mentioned, Wan's expression became tense. She grabbed Lan's hand and asked anxiously. Yes. Business comes first. Lan, can you really go and help save Xiaoya? It's so dangerous outside right now. There are superhumans and other mutated monsters. Chapter 112. I only have less than half the power. Lan nodded and said with certainty. Don't worry. Now that we're here, we're confident we can rescue your sister. We have snowmobiles, weapons, and in short, we have the ability to survive in the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Wen was overjoyed and tears welled up in her eyes. That's wonderful. Xiaoya is finally saved. Lan, thank you. Thank you so much. Lan patted her hand, signaling her to calm down. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone became more serious. However, Wan, don't get too excited yet. As we said last night, our help comes with conditions. Lan looked directly into Wan's eyes and said, word by word. From this day forward, you sisters must obey my orders unconditionally. And join our team and become one of us. The most important point. Never betray. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Upon hearing this condition, Wan nodded in agreement without hesitation. I promise you. As long as you can save Xiaoya, I give you my life, let alone join you. She has known Lan for so many years, so she naturally knows Lan's character very well. Although this best friend is sometimes a bit assertive, and even has slightly abnormal orientations in some areas, she likes to have some special little hobbies. But when it comes to his character, he is absolutely impeccable. He is always protective and generous to his own people. Joining her team and obeying her orders, Wan had absolutely no psychological barriers. Moreover, the fact that they can move freely through the poisonous snow and obtain so many supplies and equipment means they must be extremely powerful. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, being able to latch onto such a powerful ally is a blessing that many people would rather die for. If it weren't for the fact that she and her sister have been together for so many years, she probably wouldn't have found it so easy to join this team. After finalizing these conditions, Wan's tense nerves finally relaxed. She glanced at the three people huddled together whispering not far away, then turned to Lan and exclaimed sincerely. Lan, you're amazing. To be able to assemble such a powerful team at the very beginning of the apocalypse. And looking at your spirits, you're all radiant, you must be living a very comfortable life. I have a feeling that you will achieve something great in this apocalypse. Who knows, he might even become a dominant force in the region. Faced with her best friend's praise, Lan smiled and shook her head, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes.
What are you thinking? I'm not the leader in our team. She pointed to Jiang Chen on the other side of the room, her tone filled with immense pride and submissiveness. The true leader is also our husband Jiang Chen. He is the backbone of our team and the pillar of our family. Ah! Upon hearing this, Wan was so surprised that her mouth formed an O shape. Is there anyone else you can't win over, Lan? You just willingly handed over your leadership position? This doesn't fit your domineering, assertive, and self-centered personality at all. In Wan's impression, Lan is a person with a very strong desire for control. Whether in the business world or in life, she is used to taking the lead. This is probably true even in bed. Seeing Wan's incredulous expression, Lan smiled and shook her head, explaining, I'm not as domineering as you make me out to be. Besides, even if there were, it would only be for outsiders. Of course you should be gentle with your own people, especially your own man. Lan tidied her stray hairs behind her ear, sighed deeply, and said, All I've got now is management authority over all the women in the team. Moreover, I only have the right to make suggestions on major decisions regarding key issues. In the end, I have no choice but to listen to my husband's decision. If you calculate it that way, I probably don't even have half of the rights. After hearing these words, Wan rolled her eyes. She's not some naive, innocent girl. Although she hates to admit it, she is indeed the older one among her sisters. She has been through a lot in society for many years and has experienced a lot of things, so she has a clear understanding of people and things. Wan asked incisively. Stop rambling on and on about this useless stuff. We're all foxes from the same mountain, so let's not try to fool each other. I only have one question. Is your husband possessive? Does he tolerate other men having contact with you? Upon hearing this, Lan replied without hesitation. That's definitely quite strong. How our force should develop in the future is perhaps still unclear. But one thing is certain. Lan's gaze became incredibly firm and serious. In our inner circle, there will only be one man, my husband. Other men aren't even qualified to come near us. That settles it then. Wan shrugged, somewhat speechless, with an expression that said, I knew it. Given the current situation, why bother distinguishing between men and women? It's as if you can only manage half of this power. In this entire faction, apart from your husband, aren't the rest all women? So, ultimately, isn't it all your responsibility to manage things? Wan gave Lan a deep look, her tone tinged with both admiration and helplessness. Moreover, given your skills and cunning, Lan, if you really want to achieve something, even if you don't give direct orders, things will eventually develop in the way you expect. In this team, I'm afraid that 99% of the things you want to achieve will be accomplished according to your plan without you even realizing it. I've seen this kind of tactic of yours many times before. Wan pursed her lips and began to recount Lan's achievements. Which of your rivals, who wasn't betrayed by you and still obediently counts the money for you? Finally, I have to praise you. You are the best person and the most trustworthy partner they have ever met in their lives. The conclusion I drew from this is. Wan sighed and said seriously. Never be your enemy. It's best to tie yourself firmly to your chariot, to be your ally, or your accessory. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Chapter 113. Now that we've covered the advantages, what about the disadvantages? Lan was speechless after hearing her best friend's comments. Hey! Is this how you perceive me? Why would anyone have such a strong stereotype about me? Lan defended herself, sounding somewhat aggrieved. I simply used some of my wisdom and a little strategy in a slightly reasonable way. Why do you make it sound like I'm a cunning and treacherous old fox? You know best whether it's true or not. Wan returned her a meaningful smile. Lan did not dwell on this issue. After all, we've been best friends for so many years, and some stereotypes can't be corrected in just a few words. As for where these stereotypes come from, then you don't need to worry about it. Lan then stopped smiling and her expression became serious. She leaned closer to Wan and whispered. All right, enough chit-chat. I'll put something unpleasant to say first. If you agree to join now, you'll only be joining the periphery of our force. But if you want to truly join our inner circle and enjoy the best treatment and resources. Lan's gaze towards Wan became somewhat amused. You have to pay a price. Cost? Wan paused for a moment, then became serious as well. What price?
Tell me, as long as it's within my power. Qinlan then leaned close to Wenwan's ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. As Qinlan spoke, Wenwan's eyes widened, her expression shifting from surprise to shyness, and finally, a hint of excitement crept into her eyes. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened, and her breathing became more rapid. After Qinlan finished speaking, Wenwan took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions, then looked at Qinlan with anticipation and said excitedly, This is considered a price to pay? This is clearly a benefit, isn't it? Now that we've covered the advantages, what about the disadvantages? At this moment, Qinlan was speechless, and the corner of her mouth twitched a few times. Looking at Wenwan's face, which seemed to say, Why didn't you tell me about this good thing sooner, she suddenly felt like punching her. Before the apocalypse, I made a slightly more intimate request of her. Wenwan always refused in every way, making excuses and delaying. They say things like sisters are the best or don't ruin a pure friendship. But what about now? When the protagonist was changed to Jiang Chen, this damn woman agreed without hesitation. They even think this is a benefit? No psychological burden at all? How come she never noticed before that Wenwan was this kind of person? Qinlan mentally ranted and raved. She had no problem when she was with her sister, so why couldn't she do it when she was with her sister? Am I really that unattractive? I never imagined that those great ideas she couldn't realize before the apocalypse would be realized so smoothly after the apocalypse. Although she now enjoys something better, she's no longer very interested in those things from the past. But this sense of defeat really made her feel a little uncomfortable. Really? There are some things that are still too inconvenient for women to do. Qinlan shook her head helplessly and sighed silently in her heart. Fortunately, there are some things that women have an advantage over. She still prefers to be a well-behaved, pampered little woman. After composing herself, Qinlan continued to ask. Then everything's fine on your end. What about your sister Wenya? That girl is a university professor. She usually seems quite serious and conservative. Can she join our faction as smoothly as you did? Before Qinlan could finish speaking, Wenwan patted her ample chest without hesitation and confidently took on the task. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Don't I know my own sister? I know exactly how many hairs are on her body. Wenwan revealed a mischievous smile. Leave this small matter to me. Besides, we have similar tastes, and I'm the same way. Besides being a bit more reserved and pretentious than me, and being too embarrassed to say certain things. She's no different from me, and maybe her imagination is even more exaggerated than mine. As long as I let her see Jiang Chen's handsome face, and then let her witness Jiang Chen's strength. Haha, I guarantee everything will fall into place naturally. Hearing this, Qinlan nodded in satisfaction, a fox-like smile appearing on her face. That's good. Everything is going according to plan. It seems our big family will soon be joined by 2 more valiant warriors. Qinlan saw that Wenwan had been successfully dealt with. She immediately took Wenwan's arm affectionately and pulled her in front of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the 2 beautiful women beside him were looking at the ecological fish tank in the corner of the living room with great interest. The water in the fish tank had already decreased by more than half, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface. As for the various ornamental fish inside, perhaps because Wenwan felt a bit uncomfortable drinking water, they took it all away. The fish on the balcony were frozen solid. They must have been stored as food by Wenwan. TSK, it seems Wenwan hasn't had an easy time these past few days. The 3 of them then began to chirp quietly. Of course, the main focus was on Su Qingli and Xiao Shui sharing their experiences of living alone in the past. This is an area where Jiang Chen's knowledge is lacking. After all, he had never experienced those hard times. Just as the 2 women were pouring out their grievances to Jiang Chen, Qinlan's clear voice interrupted their conversation. Honey, it's all done. She smugly pushed Wenwan in front of Jiang Chen, her eyes practically screaming, Praise me. Wenwan has already agreed. She's willing to join our core team unconditionally, so from now on we're family. Wenwan stood in front of Jiang Chen, looking somewhat disheveled despite being wrapped in a heavy down jacket. But her mature and charming face was flushed with a captivating blush. She exudes a shy and bashful air, like a young girl who has just fallen in love. Her behavior at this moment was not as unrestrained as when she was alone with Qinlan. She looked up and gazed closely at Jiang Chen's handsome face and the masculine aura that made her heart race. I could only feel the little deer in my chest pounding wildly. He's so handsome. Husband. Wenwan was somewhat shy, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it carried a soft and submissive quality unique to mature women. It's hard for Jiang Chen not to be captivated by this unique charm. Chapter 114 Welcome Gift Package. Jiang Chen gave Qin Lan a very approving look and secretly gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Although Qin Lan had confidently assured them before coming that she could handle Wenwan in no time and that Jiang Chen and the others didn't need to worry about it. But he really didn't expect Qin Lan to be so capable. How long has it been? It probably won't even take 10 minutes, right? Has Qin Lan already won over this stunning mature woman? The reason Wenwan agreed so quickly was due to a factor that no one had anticipated. Besides the pressure of survival and Qin Lan's persuasion, the main reason was Wenwan is such a fangirl, she's totally obsessed with Jiang Chen's looks. For a mature woman who has been single for many years and has high standards, Jiang Chen, a man with good looks, strong abilities, and the ability to provide her with a sense of security in this apocalyptic world, is practically her soulmate, tailor-made for her. Furthermore, after being carefully selected and certified by her best friend, the following content was naturally a perfect match. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at Wenwan, acknowledging her identity, while silently reciting in his heart. System, scan for target. Ding. Scan successful. Name, Wenwan. Appearance, 95 charming and alluring. Body, 100 top quality mature woman, voluptuous and perfect. Rarity, S rank 1 in 100,000. Special ability, telepathy unawakened. Special ability introduction, a special mental ability. The host can release mental energy to detect the superficial thoughts, emotional fluctuations, and level of malice of a designated target. As the level increases, advanced abilities such as telepathy, mind control, and even mental attacks can be achieved. Status, mild malnutrition, hyperactivity, mild dehydration. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the light blue data panel in front of him. Wenwan is indeed an S-level talent. And her figure is an amazing perfect score? Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Wenwan's body, which was wrapped in a down jacket, without making a sound. Although it's not clear now, it's still worth it since the system gave it a perfect score. It can be said that in the realm of mature women's figures, Wenwan basically has no rivals. As for that special ability, telepathy, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Although this ability is not as powerful or direct in its offensive capabilities as ice and fire abilities. However, its auxiliary functions are still very powerful. In this apocalyptic world where human nature is unpredictable, the ability to discern others' true thoughts and sense malice in advance is of immeasurable value to the survival and development of a faction. This alone is enough to qualify him as an S-level talent. I really don't know what will happen after we bring her sister in too. What kind of surprises will these two sisters bring him? Jiang Chen pulled himself out of his thoughts, looked at Wenwan's expectant face, and asked gently. Wenwan, now that you've joined us, you're no longer an outsider. We're going to the university town to pick up your sister Wenya later. Would you like to come with us? Upon hearing this, Wenwan's eyes widened in surprise, and she pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? Can I come along too? She had thought that someone like her, who had no fighting ability, would only be left at home waiting, but she never expected that Jiang Chen would be willing to take her along. That's wonderful. Wenwan nodded excitedly, and said somewhat impatiently. Honey, don't worry, I promise I won't hold you back. Besides, I'm familiar with that university area. I used to visit Xiaoyao often, so I know which road is the shortest and can show you the way. Jiang Chen nodded. This was one of the reasons he had asked her to join him earlier. This university town is so big that without someone familiar with the area to guide you, you'd probably waste a lot of time. Moreover, Wenwan's presence along the way provided a good opportunity to develop a relationship with the sisters. When everyone gets along well, they can better unleash their initiative. Jiang Chen then flipped his hand, and 3 pills of different colors appeared out of thin air in his palm. 1 white, toxin immunity pill, 1 silver, body strengthening pill, and 1 pink, negative status clearing pill. The 3 pills lay quietly in his palm, emitting an alluring fragrance. Seeing this familiar scene, Su Qingli and Xiao Shui, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. They exchanged a knowing glance. This is what the sisters jokingly called a job welcome package. Every sister who joins the inner circle has to go through this process. While these pills bring them tremendous improvement, they also put them under greater pressure. It was truly a bittersweet experience. Wenwan blinked curiously as she looked at the pills that appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Honey, what kind of medicine is this?
It looks like it's pretty impressive, Jiang Chen explained calmly. This is standard equipment for our team. The white one can make you immune to the poisonous snow outside, the silver one can enhance your physical fitness, giving you the stamina to trek long distances in the snow, and as for the pink one. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. That's a miracle drug that makes you younger, more beautiful, and eliminates hidden health problems. Any one of these 3 pills would be priceless and unavailable on the market. After all, these pills together cost 600 survival coins, which is no small amount. An S-level talent can produce 100 survival coins per day, and the initial investment of 600 coins can be recouped in just 6 days. Considering the miraculous effects of the pills, he didn't lose out on this deal. However, if an A-level talent only produces 10 pills per day, the payback period for this set of pills would be 60 days, which would be a loss for him. Therefore, this expensive package is currently only available to goddesses who are certified as S-level or above by the system. As for the B-level and C-level beauties we might recruit in the future, we'd be lucky to get them an immunity pill and work as laborers. They want this kind of top-tier treatment. Unless one makes a significant contribution or possesses exceptional advantages, it's basically out of the question. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation of the pills, Wenwan's eyes lit up immediately. So this is the secret to how you can walk freely in the poisonous snow? And taking these pills can make you younger and more beautiful? For a woman who pays attention to skincare and is a little older. The second half of the sentence was even more appealing to her than immunity to poisonous snow. Without any hesitation, Wenwan reached out her slightly trembling hand, took the 3 pills from Jiang Chen's palm, and swallowed them in one gulp. Glug! The pill melted instantly in her mouth, transforming into a pure and powerful medicinal force that surged into her limbs and bones. Wenwan couldn't help but let out a soft, comfortable groan. The feeling was like suddenly drinking a bottle of ice water when you were about to die of thirst in a hot desert. At this moment, every cell in her body seemed to be cheering and jumping for joy. Chapter 115 The Traitor Appears. A few minutes later, the medicine wore off. Wenwan felt all the heaviness and fatigue in her body vanish. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of lightness and power. She raised her hand and looked at her skin, which was originally somewhat dry and sallow. At this moment, it has become fair and supple, with a healthy rosy glow. The fine lines around her eyes had even disappeared from her reflection in the mirror. Oh my God! Wenwan touched her face and exclaimed in disbelief. That's amazing! I feel like I'm in even better physical condition than I was when I was 18. Of course, besides that feeling of complete comfort, she also felt a slight discomfort in some parts of her body. However, being rather oblivious, she didn't think much of it, assuming it was because she hadn't showered for over 10 days. Wenwan was unaware that it was actually the toxins expelled from her body by the strengthening body pill. When she rescues her sister and they all go home to take a shower, the 2 of them will discover the huge surprise. Honey, thank you. Wenwan looked at Jiang Chen with excitement, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. It seems that joining our faction was the best decision I ever made in my life. Xinlan laughed and joked from the side. This is nothing. My dear sister, the surprise is yet to come. We didn't have time to chat for long, and there were a lot of things I didn't have a chance to tell you. Those hidden surprises are for you to experience for yourself. As your best friend, would I ever betray you? Don't worry, from now on, I guarantee you will feel incredibly satisfied and happy, both physically and mentally. Upon hearing these words, Wenwan's face flushed red. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen's strikingly handsome face. Some blush-inducing and heart-pounding images involuntarily surfaced in my mind. If what Xinlan whispered to me just now was true, does that mean she'll really have to spend the rest of her life in heaven? Thinking of this, Wenwan became quite impatient. Then let's set off right now, Wenwan said urgently. The sooner we bring my sister back, the sooner we can, the sooner our family can be reunited. She was genuinely getting impatient. The sooner we bring my sister back, the sooner we can take her to experience the wonders of this power. Go and enjoy the happy life that Xinlan and she promotes. As she spoke, she started to walk towards the balcony window. Hey! What's the rush? Xinlan reacted quickly, grabbing her energetic best friend and pointing at her clothes with a hint of exasperation. Do you really want to go out dressed like that? Although you're no longer afraid of the poisonous snow after taking the medicine, it's so cold outside that an ordinary down jacket won't be enough. You'll definitely freeze to death on this journey. Wenwan looked down at her bulky down jacket and said with some embarrassment. What should we do then? This is the warmest I can wear. If I wear any more, I'll really turn into a ball, and it will be difficult to walk. Qinlan shook her head helplessly, turned to look at Jiang Chen, and called out in a coquettish tone. Honey. Jiang Chen understood immediately and snapped his fingers with a smile. Smack. A minor issue. As the snap of the fingers ended, a ripple appeared in the air. The next second, a neatly folded, high-tech blue and white polar cold weather suit, along with a full set of equipment including goggles, gloves, and snow boots. It appeared out of thin air on the table in front of Wenwan. This is? Wenwan's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. She hadn't paid much attention to the previous few pills, but the sudden appearance of something so large was hard for her to ignore. She pointed to the clothes that had appeared out of nowhere in front of her, and then pointed to Jiang Chen. He said incredulously. Superpowers? This is a spatial ability? Lan, were all those things you told me before true? You're all superhumans? Although Qinlan had previously revealed some information about her supernatural abilities on WeChat, and people had also heard about them online. But she didn't really take it to heart, assuming it was just a special effect created on purpose. However, when she witnessed this supernatural phenomenon firsthand, Wenwan's worldview was completely overturned. It turns out that in this apocalyptic world, there really are people who possess godlike power. Qinlan rolled her eyes at her best friend's naive and unworldly demeanor. Nonsense. When have I ever lied to my own sisters? You just didn't take it to heart. Don't worry, as long as you do as I tell you, you'll be able to gain superpowers in the future. Upon hearing this, the shock in Wenwan's eyes immediately turned into fervor. She confidently patted her prominent chest. Don't worry. Even if I can't awaken my superpowers, I will still do as you say. After all, I've been looking forward to it too. Wenwan licked her slightly dry lips, her eyes looking at Jiang Chen with an alluring gaze, a gaze that was undisguised and nakedly desireful. Now, not to mention the possibility of awakening superpowers, where else can you find such a good thing? If I didn't have to pick up my sister later, I would gladly fulfill my duty right now. At this point, Wenwan seemed to have thought of something, and turned to the crowd, making a solemn promise. Please rest assured, everyone. Leave the task of persuading my sister to join our faction to me. No one knows my sister better than I do. Although Wenya is a university professor and usually seems quite serious and aloof, she is actually, humph. Wenwan gave a knowing, mischievous smile. She's just like me, a quiet, reserved type. And she admires strong people the most. As long as I let her know my husband's hidden strength, and then let her know that he can awaken superpowers, we guarantee that she can smoothly join our faction. After saying that, she even boldly winked at Jiang Chen, exuding charm and showcasing the allure of a mature beauty. In response, Qinlan, Xiaoshui, and Su Qingli exchanged glances without saying a word, only revealing meaningful smiles. They had no resistance to the Wen sisters joining them. After all, they were already stuffed to the point of bursting, and they would vomit if they ate any more. They had no mind to protect their food. They now only hope that the sisters will be more capable and inject new vitality into their force. Don't be like a silver-plated spearhead, all show and no substance, useless in practice. In the end, they had to work overtime to clean up the mess. Chapter 116 Faculty and Staff Dormitories. With the enthusiastic help of the three women, Wenwan began to change into this professional winter clothing. When she took off her bulky down jacket, revealing her tight-fitting thermal underwear underneath, everyone present couldn't help but be surprised. She truly lives up to her reputation as a pampered and well-maintained top-tier mature woman. Those curves, those proportions, that voluptuous yet not bulky figure. TSK. Especially her slender waist and her stunningly beautiful peach-shaped buttocks. Even wearing thick thermal underwear, her extraordinary assets, enough to make one's blood boil, are still evident. I wonder what a beautiful sight it will be when we return to the shelter, no longer having to worry about the cold, and can wear all those pretty, figure-hugging clothes. Right now. Even Jiang Chen, who had seen all kinds of top beauties, couldn't help but feel a little expectant, and his Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. After Wenwan changed into her gear, the four of them, fully armed, climbed out of the window and into the snow. The air outside was bitterly cold, but with the help of polar cold-proof clothing and physique-enhancing pills, Wenwan did not feel the slightest bit cold. On the contrary, she felt full of power. This was the first time she had appeared outside since the apocalypse. Jiang Chen walked to the snowmobile and had a sudden thought. Whoosh! A third brand new, imposing blue and white snowmobile appeared out of nowhere, stopping steadily on the snow and stirring up a flurry of icy snowflakes. This snowmobile has sleek lines and a high-tech feel. It looks very valuable. Get in the car. Jiang Chen got on the first motorcycle, and Su Qingli jumped onto the back seat, hugged his waist tightly, and pressed her face against his back. Last time, Xiao Shui sat in the passenger seat. This time, it's her turn. Qin Lan then got into the second car, which carried Wenwan. Since Wenwan isn't very familiar with everyone yet, she's been entrusted to her good friend Qin Lan for care. Xiao Shui, on the other hand, was assigned the brand new snowmobile. She awkwardly straddled the bike and gripped the handlebars. Although it was her first time riding, thanks to the vehicle's automatic adaptation function and the help of the superhuman's powerful motor skills, Xiao Shui quickly mastered the driving skills. Buzz buzz. She tried twisting the throttle twice, and the engine roared powerfully, which excited her. Set off. Target, University Town. Jiang Chen gave the order and twisted the accelerator. Boom boom boom. 3 snowmobiles roared like wild beasts, their tracks kicking up clouds of snow dust. They flew in formation like geese, like 3 white lightning bolts, rushing headlong towards the university town. 3 deep ruts were left on the vast snowfield. The roar of the engine shattered the silence. 3 streaks of blue and white light sped across the snowfield, stirring up clouds of ice crystals and snow dust. This is the university town in the south of the city. In the past, this was the most vibrant place in the entire city, home to more than a dozen universities and hundreds of thousands of college students. The neon lights of the commercial street shone all night, cheers echoed across the playground, and young, beautiful female college students came and went in droves. But now, everything is mercilessly covered up by that gray-black poisonous snow. In Jiang Chen's view, this university town had lost all its vitality. The teaching buildings, gymnasiums, and student dormitories, with only their gray facades visible, resembled rows of tombstones, exuding a sense of deathly stillness. We're here. The south gate of my sister's university is just ahead. Go a little further in, and you'll find the faculty and staff dormitory where she lives. Wenwan sat on the back of the snowmobile, holding Qin Lan tightly around the waist. Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Jiang Chen nodded and steered his snowmobile through the tall archway. The archway was originally very tall, but now the lower half is buried in snow. Half of the school's name is engraved on the huge stone pillar on the side. As Jiang Chen and his group rode their bikes, they looked around at the frozen university campus. As the top private university in the province, this university boasts extremely luxurious infrastructure. There are many sky bridges connecting the buildings, and according to Wenwan, there are also many underground passages between the buildings. These complex transportation networks connect almost all the buildings. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. With these connecting corridors and passageways, even if poisonous snow blocks the roads, students will not be trapped and die in their respective buildings. They can move between buildings, form alliances, or kill each other. With more people in the school, the competition for resources will be even more intense. Wenwan, what's our next step? Wenwan took off her goggles and carefully examined her surroundings. Soon, she pointed to a dark red high-rise building deep in the right side of the road and said urgently. Yes. That's the building. That's a talent apartment provided by the school for professors and senior teachers, called Jingya Garden. But Xiaoya likes quiet, so she specifically chose a high-rise apartment. Moreover, most of those teachers and professors own their own houses, so the occupancy rate is not high. Okay, let's go straight there. Jiang Chen immediately restarted the engine. They drove along a relatively straight ski slope toward the dark red Jingya Garden. A few minutes later, the 4 arrived at the faculty and staff dormitory building. The entrance hall of the building was mostly buried in snow, but fortunately the second-floor balcony was level with the snow surface. There was a simple fire door on the balcony, standing quietly in the snow. Get off. Jiang Chen got out of the car, but instead of going inside, he first observed his surroundings. It was quiet here, with only the whistling sound of the cold wind blowing through the corners of the buildings. This silence, ironically, made people feel tense. After confirming that there were no traces of mutated beasts around, Jiang Chen waved his hand. The 4 women got off the snowmobiles and followed behind Jiang Chen. With a thought, Jiang Chen caused the 3 snowmobiles to disappear instantly and be stored in his system space. That simple fire door couldn't stop these few superhumans at all. With a simple movement, Jiang Chen opened the door. The 5 of them easily entered through the entrance.
The interior of this faculty and staff dormitory building is dimly lit, with only a few emergency indicator lights emitting a faint green glow. The surroundings were quiet and somewhat eerie. Xiaoya lives on the 12th floor, room 1206. Desperate to save her sister, Wenwan disregarded her fear and rushed to the front to lead the way. Because the elevator had stopped working multiple times, the group had no choice but to climb the stairs. For people like them, climbing 12 floors is nothing. They walked quickly, their voices echoing in the empty hallway. As I passed by, many doors were open, revealing a scene of utter chaos inside, with papers, clothes, and dried, blackened bloodstains scattered on the floor. Clearly, there was some chaos here. Seeing this, Wenwan's face grew even paler, her heart leaped into her throat, and tears welled up in her eyes. Xiaoya, please don't let anything happen to you. She prayed silently. Chapter 117 The Vanished Wenya. Finally, the four of them rushed up to the 12th floor in one go. The corridor on this floor was relatively clean, with no obvious signs of a struggle, which made Wenwan breathe a slight sigh of relief. She rushed to room 1206 at the end of the corridor. Xiaoya! Xiaoya! Wenwan called out her sister's name while pounding on the door. No one answered. An ominous premonition enveloped Wenwan's heart. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen stepped forward and pulled the somewhat flustered Wenwan to his side. He smashed the door open with a single, powerful lunge. Wenwan couldn't wait to follow Jiang Chen and rushed into the room as fast as she could. Xiaoya! However, all that greeted her was silence and coldness throughout the room. This is a cozy studio apartment. The beige fabric sofa, the full-wall bookshelf, and the several potted plants on the balcony all reflect the owner's taste. But now, the place is a complete mess. It doesn't look like it's been ransacked, it looks like the owner left in a hurry. The wardrobe door was open, and more than half of the clothes inside were missing. The laptop on the table was gone, leaving only a pile of scattered lesson plans and a few pens. The kitchen cabinet doors were open, and the food supplies inside were empty. Fortunately, there was no blood or signs of a struggle on the floor. Wenwan rushed into the bedroom, then into the study, and even opened the wardrobe and under the bed, searching every corner. No. There was no trace of gentleness in this room. How could this happen? Xiaoya, where did you go? Wenwan slumped weakly on the sofa, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Don't worry, your sister might not be in any danger. Xinlan stepped forward, gently put her arm around Wenwan's shoulder, and analyzed. Look, there are no signs of a struggle or bloodstains in the room, which means that Wenya was not directly harmed when she left. Moreover, the fact that her clothes and food were taken away indicates that she left in a planned or organized manner. If we had really encountered thugs, this place would probably have been smashed to pieces by now. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. With us here, we can definitely rescue your sister. By the way, you should have your sister's phone number, right? Why don't you give her a call? Hearing Jiang Chen and Qin Lan's words, Wenwan calmed down a little. He frantically pulled his phone out of his pocket. Yes. Make a phone call. I'll call Xiaoya. With trembling fingers, Wenwan dialed that familiar number. Beep, beep, beep. Each beep made Wenwan even more nervous. Answer the phone. Xiaoya, answer the phone quickly. You spoke to me on the phone yesterday. However, there was no response from the other end of the phone until the call was automatically disconnected. Wenwan was not giving up and dialed again, but still no one answered. Maybe the phone is out of battery, or maybe it's on silent. Xiao Shui whispered words of comfort to Wenwan and handed her a tissue. Jiang Chen walked to the window and looked out at the campus covered in snow. His gaze was deep as he pondered earnestly. A teacher as famous as Wenya must have a lot of people who know her name. If we interrogate a few more people or ask around in crowded places, we're sure to get some new leads. With the strength of just a few of us, no one in the entire university can stop us. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the girls. Let's go, there's no point in staying here any longer. There should be quite a few survivors in places like the cafeteria and student dormitories. Let's go over there and look for clues first. The group then left room 1206. When they reached the corner of the stairs on the third floor, a series of noisy footsteps and cursing suddenly came from the other side of the corridor. Damn it! I'm freezing to death. This awful weather is torture to be out on patrol. Stop complaining. If the boss finds out we're slacking off, we won't get any food rations tonight. Hey, I heard the boss snagged another beauty from the art department yesterday?
That little face, TSK TSK. The sound grew closer, and judging from the footsteps, there were about 7 or 8 people walking upstairs. Jiang Chen stopped and gestured for the 3 women to stop. He stood in the shadows at the top of the stairs, looking down at the people below. Soon, a group of young people who had wrapped themselves up like rice dumplings came into view. They were dressed in a jumble of clothes, carrying baseball bats, steel pipes, and some even had fruit knives taped to mop handles to make spears. Although these people were poorly equipped, they all had a fierce and menacing look on their faces. Especially the one who was leading the group, a blonde-haired guy, was carrying a fire axe and had a scar on his face that hadn't healed, making him look quite ferocious. The two met at the corner of the stairs. The group of people clearly hadn't expected that there would still be people inside the building they had occupied. They were immediately stunned. But when they saw the 4 stunning goddesses behind Jiang Chen, their eyes widened instantly. Greedy, lewd, and unscrupulous. In this closed environment devoid of legal and moral constraints, the meaning behind such an expression is self-evident. Oh! The blonde-haired leader whistled, slung the fire axe over his shoulder, and tilted his head to size up the group of people in front of him. Yellow Hair took a step forward. The 7 or 8 henchmen behind him immediately spread out, forming a fan shape to block the stairwell, waving their weapons and wearing malicious smiles. Dude, which gang are you from? Don't you know this building is our Brotherhood territory? The blonde-haired man pointed his axe at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Since you're here, you have to follow our rules. Man, leave your equipment and supplies behind, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then get lost. As for these women, they're not leaving. Jiang Chen looked at the reckless blonde man in front of him and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Brotherhood? What is that? Never heard of it. Never heard of it? Huang Mao's expression suddenly changed, becoming quite ferocious. Damn! You think you're so great? On this small piece of land within this university, is there anyone who dares to say they haven't heard of our fraternity? Kid, I think you're tired of living. Before the apocalypse, he was a troublemaker at school, and fighting was a regular occurrence for him. After the apocalypse broke out, with his ruthlessness and a group of friends, he quickly rose to become a minor leader in the Brotherhood. Those once high-achieving students and rich kids, when they saw him, they all bowed and scraped, obediently offering him food and women. But how dare this man speak to him like that? If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Huang Mao roared and swung the fire axe in his hand fiercely. Brothers! Charge! I'm going to teach him a lesson today. I'll show him what rules are.